Early. Because we always run out of time, right? It's to me, I'm like, oh darn it, I have to stop now. So I want to share something with you guys right out of the gate. It's kind of serious. And then we'll spend the rest of the time talking fun stuff, all right? Rather than talk fun and then leave it on a serious note, which is not near as fun as leaving on a high note, right? As many of you know, we had a pretty exciting last-minute announcement for Anime Matsuri for Maxie Whitehead, who played Alphonse in Full Metal. Did you guys see that announcement? Well, I want to share with you guys what happened. It's important to us, all of us, that the truth be told. You want the truth, right? I mean, people want to be told the truth.
Yes, sir, please.
I have always, let me just preface by saying, I have always loved Maxie. When we did Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Aaron was no longer able to play the role because he had grown up, Maxie stepped in and did an amazing job, and she and I have always been dear friends. She doesn't do a lot of events, and I haven't seen her in probably 10 plus years. Her booking agent told me that she would be really interested in doing an event. So I contacted some of my favorite people, John and Denise, and I said, y'all, this could be really cool. Elric brothers together again, right? And John, being the awesome dude that he's, like, let's make this happen. So they reached out to Maxie's booking agent, who represents her, of course. And there were some challenges with whether or not she was going to be available first. For a couple of months, we were talking about this. And there was no question, she told us through her booking agent, she had no problem doing any events with me or here or whatever. She was looking forward to it. Suddenly, about a week before the show, before Matsuri, I woke up to a text message from John, and it said, quote, Maxie is coming. I was pretty excited, right? Her booking agent, very excited. Her booking agent was like, she's so forward to seeing you, Vic. It's gonna be great. And I was thinking, how cool for the fans. Because if you're a fan of Full Metal Alchemist, you get virtually zero opportunities to have both the brothers at one place at one time. Might never happen.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened in a very long time. So John and Denise pulled out all the stops. And I'm just telling you guys, they went out of their way. They had things printed. They had banners made. They agreed to all of the requests
got the script, look
in
into
the contract,
the website of Windbloom Festival, any updates,
and the contract was signed,
anything mentioned from the owner,
and it was a done
Lion
deal.
and Crown, fandom events.
I was excited. I was like, oh, we need to make a special print of just the brothers that doesn't exist anywhere else on Earth for the fans. And everything was great.
And then reiterate
John even made a cool promo image
got stung,
of the two of us.
Got stung by a honeybee while
and it
doing a
said,
full monitor job.
brothers.
And then the week after ColossalCon, Texas, probably about 2 weeks, will be the trip to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Promo image was posted, publicly announced that Maxie was going to be here.
Understand casual manner.
And within about 3 hours
because Monday will be the wedding
of that post,
to a wedding,
John got a phone call from Maxie's agent.
My immediate families are away on the cruise. They already went off.
Maxie wants to cancel.
Hopefully they come
because
home
she's getting pushback from some other voice
good
actors.
Health, perspective, and success.
Don't
My
think
family
she should
members,
be there with
in-law
you.
families. Looking to Hawaii with the
Can I just give you a minute to process that?
Because my in-law families has been discussing about the tropical storm or the hurricane going on in the state of Hawaii.
Seriously.
And
Maxie,
it's just another night, another evening for me
could come here.
My wife is
have
playing
a wonderful
Genshin,
weekend,
Genshin Impact, Honkai
meeting
Star Rail,
hundreds
our Marvel
of
rivals
wonderful
with her
people who love
surrounding
her work,
friends.
make
As
some money to
usual,
pay
in
her
her room,
bills,
she already
make a
had
great
dinner,
weekend
bought her
for
sushi
everybody,
from
right?
HEB after buying like cosmetic products to take
And a
care of her skin,
handful
to prepare
of
for the
voice
wedding, to
actors
look good for
who
the wedding,
we
to look
probably will
presentable
never
for the
know who they
wedding.
are,
Help me speak to viewers and audiences.
right? Called her and put pressure on her to cancel. I have a lot of feelings about this, and I'm holding them in because I think it's so immoral that you would stick your nose in another adult professional's business. Maxie's not a child. She's a grown-up. She's a professional in an industry. Could you imagine trying to force someone who you have nothing to do with it? You're not coming here, you're not paying her bills, you know what I mean? To stick your pressure in on her. So she said she wanted to cancel, and we were very concerned. I was looking very forward to seeing her. And then Maxie sent me a message, and it said, "Will you please ask Anime Matsuri to take down the promo images with us, because my contract clearly states non-negotiably that I am not to be promoted with you." I sent John that message, and I wrote Maxie back, and I said, I have nothing to do with your contract. I never saw the contract. I have no authority over any of that. But I'm really saddened to hear that. News to me. But I will let them know your request. A very, very short time after that, before anything else happened, Maxie posted something on the internet. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Yep.
It said, and I quote, "The contract that I signed with Anime Matsuri expressly stated a clause that said I was not to be promoted alongside Vic Mignogna in any way. So they breached the contract, and I'm canceling." You want to know the problem? That's a lie. That clause was not in the contract. There was nothing in the contract about not appearing with me. In fact, she approved the promo image. I've been a guest here. She knew I was going to be a guest here. Obviously, if you're part of Full Metal, it kind of it doesn't take a big leap to know that it's going to be a Full Metal thing. But that post was put out. I can only assume to cover the real reason. I feel bad, most of all, for you. Some of you that were at the panel yesterday, we talked a little bit about this. There are people in this industry who somehow think it all belongs to them, and that they can do whatever they want behind everybody's backs and cause all kinds of trouble. And you, the people who really deserve and have made all of this possible, you'll never know. We'll make up stories. Yes, it's slippery here and change here and lie here and be dishonest here and make promises and then change them here, and the fans will never know. If there are no fans, there is no industry. And I told you guys this yesterday, and I believe this with my whole heart, and I know that John and Denise do as well. They work tirelessly to put on this event for you. We've talked about this at length. The fans are what make it happen. It's not the voice actors. And I'm one of them, and I'll be the first to say it. These shows are not about me. They're not about voice actors. They're not about booking agents. They're about you. And that has been largely overlooked by many people in this industry. So now you know. And that was what I felt was important to share with you. The truth. To give you a little insight into, unfortunately, what has gone on in our industry and the way some people in the industry are trying to pressure other people to do their bidding and push their agenda completely regardless of what you want. Is that fair? Is that all fair? It's pretty straightforward. Again, I want to circle back and say I love Maxie. I was very disappointed she wasn't able to make it. I guess I may never understand, what that's all about. And I'm sorry that it went the way that it did. You are the ones that paid the price by not getting the chance to meet her. But I felt like it was the respectful thing to do to share the truth. Because when people put out falsehoods to try to cover themselves, that's not right. Okay? We good? Okay, I know that's big talk. I know that's kind of heavy stuff, but I want to get it out of the way because I felt strongly that you needed to know that is what happened. So if anybody asks, and you'll see people out there on the internet pushing their own stories who know nothing about anything, that straight, directly from the source, that's what happened. Okay? Okay, now let's change gears and have fun talks. Who's got a question? Yes, sir.
What's your favorite moment from Star Trek?
Okay, we don't have enough time. That's a whole different panel. My favorite moment from Star. Oh my goodness! I can't think of something. I love them all. Maybe my favorite moment was when I first discovered it. Right? When you first find something that inspires you in some way, in a way that nothing ever has before. The first episode that I ever watched was called The Tholian Web, and it was a great episode, and it kind of got me. I'm like, what is this? I want to see more of this. So every day I would go home from school at 5 p.m. Channel 11, I can't even believe this, WIIC in Pittsburgh, and would watch that show. So don't ever ask me a question about Star Trek that you're not prepared for an hour-long answer, okay? Question? Oh no! Yes. You look awesome. Wow. Great.
So I have been searching for some interesting genes lately, and I just had to ask, where did you get your genes from?
Hear that? You hear that, sweetheart? Okay. If you know me and you've been around for a while, you know I have been mercilessly teased for years about my pants.
Yes.
And the shoes. Well, that's news to me. Okay. So it's the shoes as well. Oh, remember what I said about your cosplay? No, I love you guys. No, honestly, you know what? I like cool things. And I'm sorry, but I bet I'm in good company. We can all laugh about it, but come on now. Ain't nobody should be judging anybody about what's worn at an anime convention. Am I right?
Three, two, one, live streaming, Facebook, Rumble, YouTube. All right, so again, General Sunbeam, the GS, the sun is here. Well, it's nighttime out there. It's nighttime, it's evening. It's eventually going to be degenerate hours, late at night, midnight, all that shebang. But General Sunbeam here, reporting. So what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another stream. It's just another quiet, relaxing evening here. And eventually we'll be going into late night, midnight, degenerate hours, adult swim. And I'm glad to have you all hanging out with me tonight. Well, I want to be honest, if you care to watch this live stream, if you care to stick around hearing me out, just being me, speaking my thoughts. Once again, viewer discretion is advised, exercising First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, expression, liberty of uncensorship, and open door policy. We'll be exercising all that and pretty much speaking my thoughts freely, almost uncensorship. First things first, let's talk about convention updates because things have been shifting. If you were keeping tabs on the Wind Bloom Festival, and of course on the description, I misspelled out on purpose. I call it Wind Bloom because it's supposed to be the wind that blooms in a positive manner, but it is regarding the Genshin Impact. This is a fan-made Genshin Impact thing. But if you were keeping tabs on the Wind Bloom Festival, the nail is officially in the coffin for that event. So again, just keeping up with Wind Bloom, here's the update about that. And I know I've been covering this aggressively. I've been covering about this numerous times on multiple live streams, like 7 live streams consecutively about this on Facebook, which is now posted on YouTube and Rumble, even covered it on Twitch. So if you're keeping tabs on the Wind Bloom Festival and you care to watch this live stream, that I have covered this across multiple social media platforms, the nail is officially in the coffin. Lion and Crown, or LNC, formerly Fandom Events, FE, had an information leak over on Instagram. Had an information leak over on Instagram, I think, from another user. I think that's in the comments. And the owner ended up confirming on their Discord server, on their private Discord server, coming from the owner, that the festival is completely canceled. As of right now, there hasn't ever been any official update posted over on Facebook regarding Fandom Event, Wind Bloom Festival 2026, or the page on Facebook. Even there is no confirmed Instagram coming from Fandom Event or Lion and Crown. At least to my understanding, I have not searched Lion and Crown if they have an Instagram or an official Instagram page or an official Lion and Crown replacement over Fandom Event on their websites. Their Discord server that the festival is completely canceled. As of right now, there hasn't ever been any official update posted over on Facebook or Instagram or any other public website. So that event is effectively gone. So once again, to those that have purchased the early bird special for Wind Bloom Festival 2026, get your money back. It is officially next week that former latter is going to begin, and there are sources that they have spoke to the Hampton Hotel, the Hampton Inn at the Mesquite Convention Center in Mesquite, Texas, near Dallas, that they said that event will not be happening this year. So there goes Wind Bloom Festival, hosted by formerly Fandom Events. And again, I stress this and aggressively cover this and recover this and express this to send the news and send the message to all the fans, especially to all the attendees that have purchased the early bird ticket last year, the previous year, following this year, because there hasn't been any clear update, and there hasn't been any update from Tixar.com from that ticketing page. So I don't know. Well, anyway, on the bright side, looking ahead to next week, ColossalCon Texas is officially right around the corner. We'll be heading out to Kalahari Indoor Water Park and conventions in Round Rock, Texas. To be fair, I myself, General Sunbeam Titan, will not be attending. I decided to not go to that convention. I have not went to KawawaCon in San Antonio, Kawawakan, the beach episode in San Antonio, Texas, at the Grand Hyatt, not the Grand Hyatt, the Henry B. Gonzalez Center, the convention center in San Antonio, in the heart of San Antonio, Texas. My wife and few of her close friends have been to Kawawakan Beach episode, and I'm glad she came home safely. But her and her friend Echo Ego came home, came back to this household, to this roof late in the middle of late night, called me multiple times and woke me up in the middle of the night for me to open the door. I mean, I did lock the door, and I did call them out saying they need to do better on communication. They really need to communicate and stop waking me in the middle of the night and stop making all these burden mistakes, with all due respect. But my wife, Asuna Bina 500, Asuna 500, and Echo needs to do better on communication when coming home very late at night when everyone's sleeping and at degenerate hours, because it is 10:07 p.m. Texas Central Daytime, Texas CDT, Central Daylight Time. And I am communicating here on Facebook, Rumble, and YouTube publicly for every viewers and audience, open to all, unrestricted here. Everyone can watch. Again, when coming home late, they need to communicate ahead of time. Hey, I'm on my way. Like, stay up, don't go to sleep, something like that. Or leave the bottom door unlocked or locked or something. Don't leave the top door locked. Something like that. So they gotta communicate better and give me strong heads up notice, like strong communication. Hey, I'm heading home. We just had dinner. We already eat. They're doing okay. They're stopping to get gas at Buc-ee's or something when they're going to a convention far north in Dallas. What is it, Fort Worth, Galveston, somewhere in Central Texas or Far East Texas, or even out of state within the United States of America? Communication and always safety is top priority. Safety to me is paramount. Anyway, let me get back on the script here. So Colossicon, Texas is officially right around the corner. We'll be heading out to the Kalahari Indoor Water Park and Conventions in Round Rock, Texas. And to revise that, my wife and her friends will be going there as usual. Just same thing with Kawawakan Beach episode in San Antonio. My wife and her friends, within her friend circles, will be heading out to Colossicon, Texas. There has been some communication on Discord, and that has been overheard, and there has been communication within the group chat on Instagram, Facebook Messenger, Meta, Discord again, Skype, or whatever. It has been communicated that my wife will be going along with a few of her friends. I know whom will be going. I know a few of those friends, and I want to be clear that I will be going, but I'm only going to be going towards the tomfoolery, like the game, the arcade section, to the airport side where they have the food courts, like what I done with the food court section. Starbucks coffee, pasta, macaroni, cheese, those food concession stands, those airport style food concession stands, not the convention side. I'm not going to go there because I don't have the weekend pass, and it costs almost $100 or almost $200 altogether if you're going to the Rave on the Wave, the late night event hosted by Colossicon, Texas. I have shared that on Facebook. But I am communicating to any audience or viewers on YouTube or Rumble, because I am multi-live streaming, just to communicate that I have posted on my Facebook and shared and promote their Colossicon, Texas webpage, their websites. I'm sure they're doing that cosplay guest style meet and greet. I don't know, but they are promoting voice actors and guests, panelists, and all that. And again, that's the kind of where I see myself. Again, that's the kind of person I am. I'm all about publicity and all that. But yeah, let me double check. Right now on YouTube, I'm promoting my TikTok, General Sunbeam, as usual. Same thing with Instagram, General Sunbeam. I am generally known as Sunbeam, General Sunbeam. That's kind of almost a joke there. All right, so my wife and a few of our friends will be going to Colossicon, Texas, and I will only be going to half of the building because Colossicon, Texas is an event generally obviously open to the public, but it's private. It's a private event only for those that have the badge. but it is supposed to be all age, family friendly, and in a sense, it's open to the public. But Kalahari itself is open to the public. But in a sense, the building, the venue owns ColossalCon Texas because ColossalCon Texas is a 3-day temporary event, Friday through Sunday, and they own renting out the convention center space from Kalahari venue. So my wife and her friends will be going there. I will be going there just to eat and hang out and go to work as a pool attendant back at the community neighborhood. So Kalahari Indoor Water Park indoors in ColossalCon, Texas is located in Round Rock, Texas, USA. For those that don't know, but now you know. And I'm really looking forward to it. Well, I'm sure my wife and her friends are looking forward to it. From my understanding, there may be guests. We will have guests, likely have guests coming over, reoccurring, spending the night here at this roof, under this roof. And again, my wife will be hanging out with a few of her regular friends. I know I've been saying this over and over, repetitively. But again, I want to make sure that I'm getting all this documented here on this live stream and anticipating for next week. So also, let's see if there's anything on here. Okay, well, I'm about to get to there. So that's what's going on around the corner next week. Am I really looking forward to it? So. I am not going there as an attendee, and I don't have the money for it. And speaking of travel, right after ColossalCon, about 2 weeks out, we'll be taking our 1-week round trip over to Honolulu, Hawaii in about 2 weeks after ColossalCon, Texas. We've been keeping tabs, I've been communicating strongly with our in-law families, with our surrounding friends that are going to Honolulu, Hawaii. My immediate family members are aware, and right now, as we speak, my immediate family members are on the cruise, going on the cruise on their vacation trip. So my immediate family members are away. Speaking of Hawaii, my in-law family members have been talking nonstop about the weather out there with Hurricane Lala, or tropical storm before it got promoted to Hurricane Lala, making its way through the islands and impacting the Big Island. We're keeping a close eye on everything and hoping everyone stays safe out there. Again, safety is paramount, top priority. We're trying to make sure everyone is safe and that nothing goes wrong with the planned trip to Honolulu, Hawaii for 1 week, starting on September the 6th. We want to make sure that my in-law families are doing okay, they are safe, and hopefully they don't get struck by the hurricane or the major tropical storm going on in the state of Hawaii. We're keeping a close eye on everything and hoping everyone stays safe out there. Meanwhile, my immediate family is currently away on their big cruise trip, on their vacation. I just want to wish all of them and our in-law families absolute safety, good health, prosperity, and success while they're out enjoying their travels. And to my in-law families, I hope they're safe from wherever they're at. I hope they're safe at work. Hopefully that they're still compensated, and again, that they're protected from the storm. I pray for all safety and good health and prosperity to all the Hawaii, the residents, the citizens of Hawaii from the hurricane. I've been seeing a lot of these over the years. Last year, the same tropical storm, the same hurricane, this and that, same uncontrollable, unavoidable natural disasters and diseases striking America and globally, internationally. Been seeing a lot of earthquakes, a lot of hurricanes, tornadoes, volcanoes. It's sad, and even diseases. It's sad. I don't know why Lord Almighty is not fixing the problem. Why, Lord? Why are you causing the end of the world? Why are you causing mass diseases, mass natural disasters? What's the reason for all this? Why can't there be some meticulous miracles, problem solving, resolutions, and peace and prosperity? I'm always going to be curious about that. So let's see what else. So yeah. So again, meanwhile, so my immediate family member is currently away on their big cruise trip. I just want to wish all of them and our in-law families absolute safety, good health, prosperity, and success while they're out enjoying their travels. On a completely different note, life keeps throwing little surprises at you. While I was out doing my pool monitor job yesterday, I believe that's Friday. Yeah, yesterday, Friday, I managed to get stung by a honeybee. Nothing like a little unexpected wildlife encounter to keep you on your toes while you're working. Yes, I got stung by a honeybee. I don't know if I actually did get stung, but I felt again right here, right around the back neck, my back right neck side here, around here. I felt what feels like a dull, light needle injection right here, needle injection, and I don't know, and I try to be like this, like that. And then when I looked down, at the same time after I slapped whatever that's causing that sensation, I slapped and I saw the honeybee fell on the concrete pool floor, on the concrete ground near the chair, and that's the honeybee. I saw the bee, and it was still alive and it was struggling to fly away. So that indicates it successfully stung because it was kind of like fly limping. But well, with an empty water bottle like this, with a water bottle, empty water bottle, I did that to the bee and say proper self-defense. The honeybee unconditionally stung me, which is unusual, but it struggled to get away. So finish it off. It deserved the death penalty for stinging me, like how the shark. I don't know what incident or when was this, but it reminds me of the shark that unconditionally bite a female swimmer, a female surfer that got her leg amputated. And this was a story a long time ago that I heard in during my school years. Now, if you give me a moment, I am gonna check a drink of water, stay hydrated. So yeah, that's what's going on. But hey, I'm still here, and this is my update. It just feels like Call of Duty. Stung by a bee, thought I'm gonna get some kind of allergic reaction. It's past 2 hours, and I went to bed and woke up the next day. Did my usual 10-hour shift as a pool monitor at a nearby community pool. Work through my shifts, take my breaks, eat dinner, eat lunch, get something to eat, stay hydrated, stay away from the sun, avoiding the sun exposure, just working my butt off. And hey, I'm still here, still doing okay, still being me as usual. Going out, going shopping, driving, being out on the road, standing in front of CCTV, surveillance, security cameras, just being me, myself, being the Asian version of me. Stopping by, making a pit stop at my immediate family member house to pick up something. Excuse me, to pick up something. But yeah, I'm still here. Guess that bee sting doesn't really felt anything, and I am surprised to say I might want to brag this, but hey, I got a lot of ant bites, mosquito bites, parasite bites. I just pray to the Lord I don't get bitten by a snake, a poisonous, venomous spider or snakes. Oh boy. Pray to the Lord that I don't get bitten by that. I don't know how my body will respond to that, but if I can pull through small, minor bee stings, wasp stings, mosquito bites, ant bites, and I'm still here, I guess I'm almost resilient. I would have gotten the Zika virus, any forms of virus or diseases from these parasites. I don't know what more I can say, but hey, I'm thankful to be here and I'm thankful for my blessing. Although I have other non-contagious diseases such as my continuous moderate to severe acne, hyperpigmentation or post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation, dark spots, acne scars, blemishes. Well, again, I went to HEB earlier and bought me some acne cleansers, and again, I spent almost $90 or almost $100 for all this. Bought my wife sushi, two sushis from the Sushi Ya HEB side, the Sushi Ya HEB brand. But yep, oh boy, oof. It's 10:21 p.m. 10:21 p.m. Still at nighttime in the evening. And yes, as far tonight around the house, it's just a chill evening or chill nighttime. My wife already had dinner. She picked up some sushi from HEB. Well, I went to HEB and bought her sushi. So basically, I bought her sushi and she picked it up from the fridge. Had dinner, some sushi from HEB after we went out to get our nails done. After we get our nails done and grab some cosmetic products, we're getting our skin and everything prepped so we look sharp, presentable, and ready for the family wedding coming up this Monday. This Monday on August 17th, 2026. And while my wife will be working and will be working some of her shift because there's no way to swap it or drop the shift to get someone to cover that shift. She will have to work part of her shift while my immediate family members are away on their cruise trip because we have a wedding. We are invited to a third generation. My third generation is on my grandparents' side to witness two people coming together, getting married, the holy matrimony. So we're trying to look sharp, presentable, and ready for the family wedding coming up this Monday week on August 17th, 2026, somewhere around close to evening. Right now, she's in her room as usual, hanging out and playing Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, or Marvel Rivals with her friends, chatting and talking again as usual, just like yesterday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. After she comes from work, or whenever she's not working, she's in her room, chatting with her friends, playing these games on her computer, talking on Instagram, Facebook Messenger, or Discord with her surrounding friends. Those friends are Eagle, Marvis, Makai, Lamb, the Vietnamese cosplayer on Instagram, Lamb, Sangili, possibly, or Raven, and sometimes even Player 464 on their Discord, on their own Discord group, with other users on their Discord group. Majority of them, of course, plays games by Hoyoverse, formerly MiHoYo, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, and also Honkai Dirt Impact. My wife also plays Wuthering Wave, Maple Story, and maybe she might go back to playing Mabinogi, but she also is known to play VR Chat on Steam. That's how much I know my wife and how much I know my wife's predictable hobbies and her daily, everyday routine, her daily, regular routine, her usual lifestyle is that whenever she gets home from work or whenever she's not working, eats sushi, loves to cook her own food, talk to her friend, plays these games on her gaming computer, and sometimes she joins and talks with her brother, her families, her immediate families, and I already get the gist. I already know what's going on, and is that I always remind my wife, and again, telling every friend to fairly keep their distance. And remember, friends come and go. Friends are not like families. They are not related biologically by blood, compared to how slightly mutually different compared to a biological immediate family members. Because friends, by law, going by the law and order, legally are not responsible for you. They are not your mom and dad. They're not going to go out of the way and give you $1 million. They're not going to come to you and say, hey, don't go to the deep part. Don't go to the cliff or something. Stay safe. They're not going to watch over you. I'm sure they have their own problems. They got to take care of their own parents, grandparents, or something, their own families, their own pets. They're not going to look after you. If they are, then that's the definition of a legal guardian. That's what legal guardian means. I want to remind that I did say this, that I am married to my wife, and I posted this on my own Facebook. I want to communicate again the facts, right? The poster behind me here on Facebook, YouTube, or Rumble, whatever this gets shared to. I'm also sharing this on TikTok. If I can able to promote within an hour on TikTok, that I'm live streaming and all this to communicate to all audience and viewers across the internet. The big poster right behind me that my immediate family members made before 2023. If I can really paint, there you go. There, oh my gosh. There you go. That's the best I could try to point it without looking back, looking through the web camera. That poster right there with me carrying my wife that is taken either in the front yard or in the backyard. My immediate family members work hard to cut out that promo, that cutout right there, right behind me is me and my wife. This is before the time we got married, preparing to get married in 2023. September the 2nd, 2023, at the Oasis on Lake Travis, when every friends and families and in-law families all come together to celebrate, to rejoice. Now we're going to a church for the wedding, for the upcoming wedding this Monday, this coming week, or the next following week on Monday, August 17th, 2026. We will be going to a church, to a Vietnamese church, to witness another marriage of the next generation within my grandparents, within my grandparents and ancestor, within the cousins and relatives, to witness them getting married at a Vietnamese Catholic church. Then we'll be eating out at a Cantonese Asian dim sum restaurant somewhere in Chinatown, somewhere in Central Texas. But again, me and my wife have been married eventually for 3 years. And I want to remind the general public of social media and the internet the facts that we are married. And we are here living alone together under this household, under this roof. And it has been communicated and projected numerous times through doctors, dentists, to community management, to apartment management, on the record, in the state law, in the eyes of the law, that we are a married couple. We have our ups and downs. We've been through a lot of disputes, arguments, disagreements, and, a lot of mental concerns, a lot of confusions. But again, between our families, in-law families, and immediate family members, and to all few closest friends, they should know that we are married and they need to keep their fair distance. Stay in their lane, know their place, because I don't meddle and butt into other couples' affairs, and I don't get into their business. I am not a homewrecker. I don't like to destroy relationships or do anything like that. I am not a homewrecker. So you better stay and do not meddle in our affairs or to destroy that kind of moment. I don't know what better term I can say, but we do have our families, and in the eyes of the law, we are a married couple. We have all that in the system. But regardless of any outside opinions or impression or whatever people say, again, it's all about facts, not opinions. And again, friends do come and go. And always, for those, I always usually pity those that are single. For those that are still single, 30 years, 40 years, still single, never know what it's like to experience their first hug or kiss or a relationship. Just remember that if you reach 3 years, 4 years, 5 years of long-term relationship, or you've been together for 12 years, it will not feel like that. I will be honest, this is just my own experience, but again, I know everyone will feel this way when reaching their adolescence, growing up, reaching their prime, the peak of their prime, their youth, and eventually they will understand that first taste, the first sight of love, romance, and being in a relationship feels good, but it will go sour, and it is what it is. It will come to a point where, holding hands, hugging, and kissing will just feel normal. It doesn't feel, it feels like intimacy. It doesn't feel like all that. Once you've been there, it just feels as it is normal. It's like, I don't know how I'm going to describe it, but the best way I'm going to describe it is like holding your grandma's hand. That's the best way to put it. It's like holding your grandma's hand, holding your mom's hand, safeguarding them from oncoming traffic or anything. It's like holding your own child's hand. It doesn't feel affectionate. Eventually, once you keep holding hand, hugging, and making love, it doesn't feel like the first sight of love. I just want to be honest. I'm saying this for those that have already been in a that have been that is at retirement age, like grandparents, grandma, grandpa. It will feel like that. Now feels more like where you're responsible parents. You're passing down the torch, telling your next generation to be loyal, true and loyal, but you're focusing on adult responsibility, being responsible and taking life seriously. It is all more about paying bills and protecting your kids, your grandkids, keeping that roof stable, keeping everything in good condition. It is all about the next generation in a sense. Once you already get past, oh, you're holding hands and then 2 years and you're still in the same relationship, it will not feel like, oh, it felt great holding hands. Oh, it felt like that feel good feeling. I want to be honest. That's what I'm trying to point out, and that's my own experience. I don't know if you still feel happy or feeling, oh man, I like the feeling I'm getting hugs. Like, I'm not trying to jump the gun or be too explicit about it, but again, that little bit of intimacy, once you feel that, it just feels like it's like almost just hugging your mom and dad, hugging your grandparents. You don't feel that feeling. That's how I'm describing it. So anyway, moving on to the next subject. Next subject is, well, again, just part of that previous subject I just said is all about adult responsibilities. Again, you know me, I'm the person that's trying to keep this roof over our head. We have made it this far living here for 5 months, here in this community neighborhood, here in Central Texas, been living here for 5 months, 5 months, eventually going to 6 months. By the time we're currently in Honolulu, Hawaii, we've been living here in this roof, under this roof for 6 months, being our own person, living life as we see fit, following the laws, city ordinance, state law, federal law, being law abiding citizens of America, being our own patriots, being individual and autonomous, following what is best for the future, what is best for our next generation, and what is best for the business, for the company business, and what is best for America, and what is best for our own sake. And I'm just like every other parents, every other families, trying to chase the American dream. And as I said earlier, my goal is to pitch and produce my own anime, Supremacy, Clash Between Heroes and Villains, that I have written on Wattpad, way before AI, way before ChatGPT, way before Gemini, way before Tesla becomes big and successful with the Cybertrucks, way before Waymo, way before all these self-driving cars. I've been handwriting on Wattpad under General Sunbeam or Sunbeam 007, and I am now still stuck at 10 followers on Wattpad. That's all I got to say about that. But you know who I am now, and what really defines me as a serious, dedicated, hardcore content creator. The man that is very courageous and brave enough to sit or stand right in front of the web camera right here. I'm not afraid of any cameras, surveillance cameras, CCTV, stoplight, traffic light cameras, content creator cameras, movie cameras, big cameras. I am not afraid of any form of surveillance or any form of lenses or cameras. I don't mind being on the news. I don't mind being here on the web camera. I mean, on any content creator, Mr. Beast, Salt Bay. I don't mind being in any form of surveillance cameras. The fact that I am wearing appropriate clothes, at least home casual clothes, here recording in the comfort of this office space in this room, is truly what defines me. Where I'm at, what I'm doing right now, my hobbies, interests, as always, like what you see in many conventions, Comic Cons, when it comes to starring guests and celebrity figures. I'm all about the publicity. I'm all about making a name for myself. I'm all about being in front of the magazine, being mentioned on the news, being mentioned in the podcast, other live streams, other content creator, content producer, being in the movies, television shows, being cast and credited, and all that. I am the kind of person that's trying to make a permanent digital footprint across the internet and social media. But that's all I gotta say to that. And yeah, so Right now, my wife is still playing, and I can still hear her chatting with her friends on Discord in a regular Discord call with Marvis, Mackay, Echo Eagle, Brendan Chang, Player 464, Lamb, Saingili Raven, Nephew Dragon, Cody, with some of her regular usual friends. Mostly she just chats with Marvis Mackay, Brendan Chang, and her brother or her part of her family members. But sometimes she talks and hangs out with Lamb, who on rare occasion comes all the way here going north from wherever she's at. I heard that she lives in San Antonio, but Lamb, the Vietnamese cosplayer on Instagram, she comes all the way north to hang out with Asuna Bina 500 with my wife and go all the way to Houston or San Antonio, go a long distance. But of course, my immediate family members are aware about that. They were aware previously last year, back in 2025, 2024. They were aware that my wife likes to go out and watch movies with all these friends. And based on the facts, for those who follow my wife on Facebook, Instagram, I will say as it is, based on what the pictures and what the image context shows, that she does hangs out with the majority of her friends are regularly male friends, guy friends. And of course, there's nothing wrong with that, but it won't stop any opinions or impressions from forming that my wife hangs out with a lot of guy friends, male friends. And I am a male friend. Well, I'm the male husband, but I'm a male Asian Vietnamese husband with a hideous, modest, severe acne with bad hyperpigmentation, dark spots on my face, and acne scars, pickaxe scars on my cheeks, forehead, upper shoulders, including the bad hyperpigmentation on my shoulder blades. Of course, I'm wearing a t-shirt or a shirt. But you have seen my previous post where I was showing a bit of skin just to validate where the bee sting, where the bee has stung. So just in case if I have much more bad blemishes or serious hives, itchiness, rash, or bumps from the reaction of the bee sting, I took off my shirt and shared all that. But I'm doing okay. This is my usual self. This is just me being me, my usual self, just speaking my thoughts, exercising First Amendment rights, liberty of uncensorship, open door policy, and overall overlay to rights to speak my thoughts freely without repercussion, reprisals, retaliations, truthfully under the First Amendment here of the United States of America. Thank God. Thanks be to God. So, to wrap this up of this preliminary message, so grab a drink, grab a water bottle, stay hydrated, drink some tea, coffee, get wasted. If you're at home, if you're not driving, you can grab yourself a booze, help yourself with a booze. But again, drink responsibly. Don't overdrink. Don't be smoking. Don't burn your house down. Safety is paramount. So grab a drink, get comfortable, and let's dive into the chats. So anyway, how is everyone else week going? I hope you're all doing okay. Hope you're coming home from the pool. Hope you don't get stung by a bee, mosquito, get a bunch of ant bites. I hope you didn't have to go to the hospital, or hope you don't go to a doctor or urgent care because of a close friend or something. I hope you have a great weekend out there. It's the weekend. It's Saturday. It's almost about to be the end of Saturday. And eventually will be the end of the month of August. School is back in session. So the community pool is not too busy. It's like so or slightly manageable, like very manageable. But hey, I just hope you're looking forward to going to Colossicon, Texas, or any other convention that also falls on the same month next week. But once again, Monday we got a wedding plan, our family wedding plan, and we look forward to going and then get some food after the wedding with the family. With the family wedding reception dinner in Chinatown in Central Texas, not too far from the Vietnamese Catholic Church in Central Texas. All right, I've been talking so much. Let me catch my breather. And here on YouTube and Rumble, of course, I have no current watcher, no viewers. As always, on YouTube or Rumble, I always have no viewers. And I'm just promoting my TikTok, General Sunbeam on TikTok. So let me catch my breather and drink some water before I continue just talking, chatting, being a boring Vietnamese Asian here. Oh, all right. So let's go back. Let's go back to the top here. Back to the top. Production, responsibility, gaming, income, and the mission to build supremacy. So again, to all the viewers and audience that are watching or coming in to watch or that cares to watch this live stream, good day to everyone watching or that cares to watch, listening, or joining the live stream. Thank you all for taking the time to hear me out. I appreciate your uninvited. Again, let me try again. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out. I deeply appreciate your undivided attention, your cooperation. I appreciate the communication, the chatterbox. Appreciate the share, repost, spreading the word, helping me grow across the internet. And again, being sincerely honest about, representing me across the general public of the internet. You have seen me somewhere. I am certain you have seen me somewhere. You may have seen me, you may have seen me in passing, but I'm sure without a shadow of a doubt, you have seen me or recognized me from any previous convention events, pop-up events, somewhere in the public, whether that's HEB, Walmart, Starbucks coffee, getting a cup of coffee, going to a community pool or going to a park, sitting at a park, working at a job or working at a manufacturing company, whether that's Amazon or sortation center, Amazon fulfillment center, again, sortation center, delivery. You might have seen me as a delivery driver working for DoorDash, Lunch Drop, Uber Eats, Postmates, Instacart. You might have seen me in the city of Taylor, in Galveston, in San Antonio, Fort Worth, or San Marcos, Pflugerville, Round Rock, Galveston. I think I already said that. Dallas, Mesquite, going to a lot of numerous convention centers across Central Texas, and you might have seen us at a Comic Con or at a pop-up event, 1-day event, 2-day event. You might have seen us somewhere. Oh, I mean, you have seen me. When I say us, I mean me and my wife. You have seen me, General Sunbeam, or my wife, Asuna 500, Asuna Bina 500. You have seen us somewhere, and you certainly should, at this point, barely scratch the surface to have recognized us. But again, thank you for watching and thanks for coming in to watch this live stream here either on Facebook, YouTube, or Rumble or Twitch. Or subscribe, following me, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter X, Pinterest, DeviantArt, Discord, Skype, TeamViewer, Team Chat or something, MySpace, AOL, Yahoo, Google Gmail, Russian Facebook VK, I think that's what it's called. I don't know how you say it in Russian, but the Vonacot. Oh, okay, I don't want to pronounce it. That makes me feel dumb. But it is a Russian Facebook VK, I call it. And trying to think what else. Amiibo, like a Japanese Facebook, Japanese meetup. Oh, WeChat, Telegram, and Blue Sky. There you go. I was trying to almost say all 50 social media platforms out there that are still exist to this day. But there are a lot of social media platforms that are similar, like Facebook, YouTube. But I'm all about posting every content on there, trying to spread the word across the internet and across the applications, especially that are exclusive to mobile app. Trying to be out there. So Once again, this is General Sunbeam GS, also known online as Sunbeam 007 and Sunbeam 0072, or Sunbeam Titan, Sunbeam Zero. But again, I'm Sunbeam. Today, I want to speak clearly about who I am, what motivates me, how my priorities differ from some of the people around me, and why I remain committed to producing and pitching my original anime project, Supremacy, Clash Between Heroes and Villains, from my around 2016 or 2018 Wattpad. My original stories, when I was handwriting all this before the rise of Waymo, Tesla, and all these AI, artificial intelligence, and all the freaking political controversies surrounding AI and all these automated innovations. I really do need to catch my breath and slow down. I am genuinely am stressed about all this. I would say I'm stressed about that people cannot come together and look at people in the eye to eye, mano e mano, saying we are all human beings. We are not actually cyborgs, even though you can try to become a cyborg. IRL, again, I'm just sort of referencing Teen Titan Cyborg. But again, producing and pitching my original anime project, Supremacy, Clash Between Heroes and Villains. This discussion reflects my personal experiences, observations, and ambitions. I am speaking for myself and speaking from the bottom of my heart at the top of my lungs, speaking my butt off about this, that I cannot stress this enough, that I have strongly communicated this numerous times to the general public of the internet, social medias, to all viewers and audience, passerbys, onlookers that care to watch this and hear me out, that I really want to pitch and produce this original anime project. I want to be the next creator to get mine premiered on Crunchyroll and numerous anime industries out there that can make this pipeline a reality. I am not speaking on behalf of my wife, her friends, her surrounding friends, any employer, workforce, or any game company or any social media platform. I also want to respect the privacy of people in our social circle to the very best of my abilities, but I cannot guarantee that. So I will discuss their general hobbies without exposing private conversations, personal information, or photographs that were never intended for public use. Once again, to the best of my abilities. However, I cannot certainly guarantee that. Once more, viewer discretion is advised. Consider this as not safe for work 18 plus, serious, mature discussions, because caution, you are about to enter the no spin zone. General Sunbeam's Factors begins now. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, again, that's just a citation from Bill O'Reilly's Fox News back in the time when I used to watch that right in the middle of 2000 and mid 2000s during Barack Obama's presidencies. So let me go ahead and catch my breath a bit. So with that understood, let us get to the main point of this stream discussion. Who I am and what defines me as of now, 2026. Just again, based on facts, based on what you can see through the web camera, through here, if you can see me IRL talking in real time, in real life, I am indeed a Vietnamese American Asian man, an autistic or supposedly an autistic adult, a husband, a married husband, a homeowner, a worker or an employee, a writer, a literature writer, and, well, before I say and, a Vietnamese Asian with moderate to severe ongoing acne breakout pimples over my face and upper body. I continue to break out with acne, with hyperpigmentation scars, and occasionally my skin gets mottled and uglier with moles and skin tags and all that. It is indeed a dermatology cosmetic problem. But I'm just again stating the facts. And I do have these dark spots, like birthmarks, dark spots, these little dark spots here on the bridge of my nose. Again, those are not dirt or dust or soot. I've been taking a shower, going swimming. You can see that clearly in any of my live stream. If I don't know, I don't want, I mean, again, following the terms of service, TOS guidelines on YouTube, it is not a not safe for work friendly. So if you hear showers in the background or anything, or showing some implications that I'm taking a shower, especially if it's safe for me to go show that I'm going swimming, especially that there are live stream proves that I was going swimming at a water park. Again, like colossal Texas over the years, 2024, 2025, 2024, 2025, 2023, 2022. You have probably seen me, very likely seen me in cosplay at Colossal Texas on several cameras through several different content creators that you have seen me gone wet. So these dark spots between the bridge of my nose here, if they're still there, it is not dirt or dust. It has been around me for all 3 decades, and many people have mistaken me for all these hyperpigmentation and dark spots or birthmarks as dust, dirt, and soot. So again, I'm going to clear that up with all the viewers and the audience that are watching who I am now. Again, I have taken numerous showers. I've taken a lot of showers. I've gotten wet. And I'm still here with having very bad acne scars, and hyperpigmentations, dark spots, as well as birthmarks. Now, as I was saying, and a serious production-oriented content creator, streamer, general male Asian model, cosplayer, and a serious thirst to produce content in general. I also deal with moderate to severe acne, as I said earlier, but I will repeat again. I also deal with moderate to severe acne and the ordinary pressures of adulthood, including employment, bills, credit, transportation, healthcare, dental care, vision care, household maintenance, and the responsibility of trying to keep food on the table. Those realities influence the way I think, and I know numerous of my friends are always going to vent and say the same thing I do. And again, it is annoying having to hear stress, and I'm sure you'll find this annoying, me having to repeat the adult responsibilities of all this. I mean, I am not alone. I too am find this stressful and annoyed, and all this is annoying. But it is what it is. Saying all this is not going to meticulously make all the bills go away. You have to work for it. So those realities influence the way I think. I do not view time as something unlimited, but time itself feels unlimited. What makes it feel limited is your own health and life expectancy. We human beings as a mortal, we don't have all the time in the world. We cannot live forever. So I do not view time as something unlimited. Every day contains only so many hours, or days, weeks, months, centuries, decades, millennium, but it can only contain so many hours. And I constantly ask myself how those hours can be used to create stability, produce something meaningful, develop income, or bring me closer to a long-term goal. I really do ask myself that. And I wish I can ask all my longtime friends, all surrounding friends, colleagues, acquaintances, the same thing. How can I better myself, make more use of the time? Because time, in a sense, may feel unlimited, but it's not really unlimited. And I can agree with a lot of people who would eventually backstab me rhetorically saying, I hated that you cost me a lot of my free time waiting for you guys. And I have gotten this complaint a lot from some people where I'm holding them hostage of their free time. So I understand that, and I've learned a valuable lesson about that. So I just don't bother them. I stay in my own lane. I stay in my own road. I keep my distance, mind my own business. I don't get into their personal affairs. I do a phenomenal job. I worry about me. That's the kind of person I am. And again, friends are friends. They come and go. They are not your father figure. They're not your brothers. They are not related by you by blood, and they are not legally required to take care of you. wasting their own free time when they have something better to do, such as taking care of their own families, taking care of their own pets. You know, I understand that. And again, you have to give me credit that I don't, I'm trying to be that considerate and courteous, which a lot of friends and acquaintances and a lot of people of my own generations are all about video games, movies, television. So they're all recreation entertainment buffs. They put their own free time in playing games. And I understand that they already fulfill what they want. Like if they already are making money and they're happy with their job, like that's their dream job, they already found it and they want to play games. Hey, kudos to you. I'm happy for you. But again, my in-game career and my long-term dream ambition is a very difficult and competitive one. That's for sure. And it doesn't take one man to fulfill that too. So again, I'll say once more, I do not view time as something unlimited. Every day contains only so many hours or days, and I constantly ask myself how those hours can be used to create stability, produce something meaningful, develop income, or bring me closer to a long-term goal. I have worked traditional jobs. I have considered returning to Amazon for a stable full-time income. Of course, both my immediate family members are really trying to pressure me or urging me, pressing on me to go back to Amazon for a full, stable, regular 40-hour full-time income. I have accepted independent contractor roles and 1099 opportunities. So far, it is barely helping me stay afloat, but it will be considered a nail in the coffin that it will not help me in the long run. These 1099 often put me out in the middle of the road and will put me in a lot of risk being out on the road. And I hate that. I hate a lot of physical labor that requires me to drive. And I have no luck, much no luck finding a work from home stable job. That is considered 1099 where I have control of my own schedule and complete flexibility. I am just like all those on the bandwagon that would may agree that they don't like working on weekends. They don't like working Saturday and Sunday, and they don't like to have to work on holidays. So I understand that there are pros and cons, and it is what it is. I explore content creation, live streaming, modeling, promotional work, delivery, delivery routes, freelance opportunities, and other lawful ways of making money, making lawful and legitimate income. My approach is straightforward. I am trying to survive, live comfortably, protect my household, protect the roof, reduce financial stress and burden, and eventually create several dependable streams of income. I am selective about work because I function best when I am active, interested, and given a degree of independence. At the same time, I recognize that adulthood sometimes requires accepting work that may not be exciting because the income supports necessities and creates a foundation of for larger ambitions. That balance between personal freedom and financial responsibility is one of the central challenges of my life or of my personal life. Now, next part of the little miniature segment, my wife's gaming and social hobbies. And I will say this again, this is a big fact that is shown on her social media, of her own social media platforms, whether that's Facebook, Instagram, or Discord. So my wife's gaming and social hobbies, I'm well aware of that. I know. And so does my immediate family members. So does probably her family members too. I'm sure her family knows. Her cousins, uncles, I'm sure they know. My family, my immediate family members, they know. My wife has a different relationship with her own free time. When she gets home from work, has a day off, or finishes her immediate responsibilities, or during or after she has dinner in her own room, gaming is definitely one of her main hobbies, without a doubt. Her regular routines. She often opens her HP Omen gaming laptop, signs into her accounts, joins a voice call, and spends time playing with her friends, often staying up late night, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., passed out in the morning. My immediate family members, they know that. They keep saying that and bringing it up numerous of times, and they should know that. They know that my wife likes to hang out with a lot of friends, watch movies late at night, and spends the night at the hotel or at an apartment. And my immediate family members have a traditional marriage belief, and they don't like the idea of a married female hanging out with a single unmarried male friend. I want to say that as it is, and once again, I want to reiterate that here on all across the web camera. Live streams here on the content. Saying it as it is. Again, this is a bit of an opinion, impression, but I'm always going based on facts that can be proven based on what is posted on the internet or on Facebook. What my wife posted, it is pretty much open to the public, and it is clearly showing for all to see. So I'm disclosing it as facts. The opinion is, I just don't know how you feel. If you stand for a traditional marriage, if you find it weird, I don't know. I don't control that, but I only want to only speak what I can see, what is observable, and what can be shown and presented that can be screenshotted and put on the content here, whether that's on here on live stream, if you can share all the photos here, pop up the photos here, left and right, or make your own YouTube documentary. I cannot control that, but again, I only pay attention to facts, concrete facts, not opinions. I don't really care how you feel, but I don't appreciate harassment and homewrecker. Don't be a homewrecker. So you worry about your own relationship, you worry about your own family. I worry about my own situation. That's the humble, courteous, and consideration I will say here and across all live streams. What matters is no one is hurt. I don't throw hands, and I am not a disgruntled, unhinged, abusive husband. I don't believe in violence. You will never see me armed with a firearm. I do not exercise Second Amendment like that. I already pledge, and promise and vow to all the internet, to all the viewers, you will never see me go to a firearm store or firearm dealer or gunsmith or any farm to initiatively sign paperwork to own a firearm. You will never see me own a firearm. Like initiatively own a firearm. You will never see me hold a live firearm. The only rare instance, if you ever see me hold a firearm, if it's a life and death situation, but I don't want to go into more brutal, explicit details. And I pray to the Lord that I will never end up in that predicament, because I don't like being in that heated situations. I don't like being in a violent situations. I don't like being in a altercation. I want to live a peace and quiet lifestyle, hoping to live to be the next grandfather of my next generation, passing down the torch and seeing my kids and grandkids grow successfully and hoping to understand right from wrong. But again, I pledge and promise that I will never commit serious crimes nor own a firearm, guns or swords, knives or swords or any straightforward lethal weaponry. You will never see me own any high military lethal weaponry. You will never see me own any of that. You will most likely see me wearing bulletproof vests, defensive tactical gears for self-defensive purposes. You will see me holding probably a pepper spray, a taser, non-lethal weapon with intent to disarm, to hurt, to arm to only pay attention to only targeting the non-lethal part of the vital part of the bodies, whether that's the arms to the shoulders or the foot to the leg or the legs to the thighs around there. My intent in self-defensive one-on-one is to disarm and cripple and to remove all dangerous paraphernalia off of an individual or a dangerous violent individual. Again, that's your little brief self-defensive one-on-one, how to defend yourself, and what the Second Amendment represents is all about self-defense in a reasonable awareness and communicated manner. It is not about domination. It's not about going out and being like Johnny Somali and all these pranksters on YouTube trying to cause a scene on purpose for clout. It is not about all that. Now, I'm sorry for derailing, but let me get back onto the script. Reading off the script. So yes, she often opens her HP Omen gaming laptop, signs into her accounts, joins a voice call on Discord or Messenger, talking to her friends, and spends time playing majority of time with her friends, her surrounding friends in her circles. Some of the games she regularly enjoys include Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, Marvel Rivals, Maple Story, Mabinogi, VR chat, and other multiplayer action role-playing or first-person games like first-person shooter games like Valorant. So that really defines that my wife, Asuna 500, Asuna Bina 500, is a serious, dedicated gamer. She loves playing games. Her top 3 games, if I have to separate it, she plays more often is Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Marvel Rivals. Or the first 3 will be Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Wuthering Waves. Also, I forgot to add that sometimes she does play Zenless Zone Zero. I see all this posted on her Facebook account, on her Facebook profile channel. I see her posted on her Instagram channel, her own Instagram profile, and she definitely shared it on groups, and on Discord. Because again, I will eventually know, and I already know all this as immediate preliminary, but there may be other social media websites that my wife have created that I might not know of. But again, anything can be leaked and can be shared by other followers, or other friends that are only limited to her own friend list. But I will find out eventually. Now, pardon me, I gotta drink some more water. My mouth is running dry. And just in case, just a heads up, if you're talking about this t-shirt here, I'm not a big fan of this, whatever this logo and all this picture here, this imagery. Just in case for anyone that's just blatantly curious, I wear this because I choose to wear a shirt. I can choose to take off my shirt, but again, I don't want to be too explicit or too 18 plus not safe for work than what it really is. But anyway, let's get back on track. So that's my wife, and I'm sure everyone knows that already. You already seen us around numerous times. We've been to a lot of conventions. We are that generation that plays games, focus on entertainment almost all the time. Games, movies, televisions, manga, books, comic books, all that. That generation there, being a gamer, movie, television buff, all about recreation, entertainment, and leisure activities. It's always about that. So, yes, gaming is also a social activity, her regular routine for my wife. At her current age, she's around the same age as mine, but in the same age gap. We're in our early 30s. We both work, we're both trying to make money to put food on the table, to pay our bills, keep up with the bills, expenses, and all that. Just a reminder that safety is paramount and safety is top priorities. Drinking water, eating something is paramount. So she may join friends through Discord, Facebook Messenger, group, voice chats, instant message rooms or chat rooms, or in-game communication. They talk about characters, updates, strategies, game events, promos, cosplay plans. Oh my gosh, my mouth is really dry. So game events, cosplay plans, conventions, movies, anime, social media posts, and all, of course, voice actors or people they know through their wider community within all this subject topic genre. Because we live together, and of course, it's a big fact. Obviously, you've seen all this. We live together. Because we live together, I naturally hear some of these conversations from across the room, and it's not soundproof. Same thing with living with our immediate family members. My immediate family members can hear the noise. It is what it is. So because we live together, I naturally hear some of these conversations from across the room. Our home is not soundproof. So that's a fact. Our home is not soundproof. And ordinary sound travels. The laughter, excited reactions, game discussions, and group conversations are noticeable. So truly, in a sense, that's the definition of laughing out loud. LOL. Oh boy. Oh man, my heart's kind of beating. Been definitely a long night, a long day, and a long weekend. Let me pause right there for a minute, catch a breather, drink me some tea. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh boy. Oh, hang on. All right, let me check my phone if there's any update messages. All right, nothing new, nothing new. Oh boy, I gotta reach. Oh boy. Okay, so no new update on Messenger as of now. So yeah, because uh, so that was also true when we previously lived with members of my immediate family. That was like last year. That was also true when we previously lived with members of my immediate family. Other people in the home could sometimes hear the conversations, the loud laughing, especially especially when a gaming session became loud or energetic. At least particularly coming from my wife. This is not secret information. Gaming, cosplay, conventions, anime, movies, television series, and social activities are visible parts of my wife's lifestyle. Again, she posts this on her Facebook and Instagram so everyone can see that. Whether that's her followers or friends, or generally just post openly to the public, anyone can see that. I know. So yeah, that's visible parts of my wife's lifestyle, regular lifestyle. Again, I know that really well. I know that. Nothing that can be done about it. I don't believe in forced coercion or manipulations. You find it annoying, scroll along, move along. She regularly she regularly shares some of those interests through Facebook, Instagram, and other online spaces. Any other social media platforms I may not know. Eventually I will find out, and eventually I will know. Her surrounding friends often have similar interests. And again, I know that too. Their social circle frequently revolves around gaming, serious movies, serious entertainment, serious recreation leisures, cosplay, conventions, movies, anime, various genres, and shared online communities, and also including shorts, reels, and other short contents from other content creators, whether that's here posted on the reels and shorts here on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter X, TikTok, Blue Sky, DeviantArt, you name it. All these shorts from other various content creators. When you can be at the opposite end of the stick to produce your own shorts, your own reels, and your own content. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm producing my own live stream right now in real life, in real time. And it is 11:17 p.m. 11:17 p.m. Texas Central Daytime. 87 degrees Fahrenheit, clear. It's nighttime. It's almost late night, midnight, degenerate hours. Adult Swim. So there, let's see. So yeah, her surrounding friends, regarding my wife, her surrounding friends often have shared similar interests. Their social circle frequently revolves around gaming, entertainment, cosplay, conventions, movies, anime, and shared online communities. For many people, that is a normal and enjoyable way to spend free time. Well, I fairly understand that. I fairly understand that. Now, let's see. Gaming provides relaxation after work. It allows friends to remain connected. I guess so. It creates shared memories, jokes, conversations, memes, and experiences. It can reduce stress and give people something enjoyable to anticipate. I understand that value. I mean, I used to be like that. I used to play games, watch movies, televisions growing up in my own entire life during the early 2000s to the mid 2000s. But 2026 or 2025, I modestly outgrew that. I sometimes do play games, sometimes I feel like watching content or television, but I'm a person at the opposite end of the stick that likes to produce, build, construct content than to consume it. So I understand that. I understand that perspective, that value and viewpoint, and I recognize that adults are entitled to leisure. But um, but yeah. Now, however, my personal disagreement is primarily about balance, priorities, and the productive use of time. So leading to the next little segment, recreation and production are different priorities. My wife and I often approach entertainment from different directions, however. She frequently approaches games, anime, cosplay, and conventions as recreation, playing for fun as a hobby, and not to live stream like what I'm doing right now, not to produce content, like not to not in any way to monetize content for money, for earnings. That's the core difference. The core difference. She frequently approaches games, anime, cosplay, and conventions as recreation. She enjoys participating, socializing, playing, watching, and experiencing the community for fun, for leisure, and again, not doing all this as to with a intent to monetize content. I myself tend to approach those same subjects from the production side. That's the thing, from the production side. When I see cosplay, I begin thinking about photography, video production, modeling, cutting promos or promotion, sponsorships, event coverage, commissions, audience growth, and monetization. Again, when I see cosplay or doing video games or playing video games, I began thinking about photography, video production, modeling, promotion, sponsorships, event coverage, guesting, commissions, audience growth, and monetization. When I see a game, I think about character design, writing, world building, voice performances, animation, sound effects, music, programming, marketing, and the business structure behind the product. When I see an anime or anime in general, I think about the screenplay, storyboards, model sheets, directors, animators, editors, voice actors, composers, producers, studios, distributors, and the enormous amount of coordination required to place all that series on television or a streaming platform. All that pipeline altogether, all that pipeline. when when I attend a convention, I am rarely satisfied. Again, when I attend a convention or an event, I am rarely satisfied with merely walking around as an ordinary attendee. I don't want to walk around as a walking consumer. I began imagining interviews, live streams, promotional videos, modeling sessions, panels, reporting, networking, and opportunities to present my own creative work in any way, in lawfully in any way. That's how, when again, when I go to these conventions, that's what's on my mind and what I hope to see and feel. That difference explains much of my personality as a 2026 right now. That difference explains much of my personality, where I'm at, who I am, what I look for, my preferences. I do not want to spend most of my life as only a customer, audience, viewer, consumer, audience member, or a client. I want to be involved in building the experience. I want to produce, I want to organize, I want to write, I want to develop, I want to promote, I want to film, I want to model, I want to direct, I want to participate in the machinery that turns an idea into something real, bring it to fruition, bring it to life, bring it to concrete on the television or on this streaming platform. That production centered mindset is one of the strongest characteristics that defines General Sunbeam or that defines me personally. My history with games and passive entertainment. Again, I used to play games growing up. I used to play not Atari, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, the GameCube, Nintendo GameCube, the Nintendo Game Boy Advance, Nintendo Wii, the Wii U, those Nintendo DS Lite, Nintendo DS. Those games, those old consoles and games, mobile games, I grew up playing that long time ago, back in the early to the mid 2000s, to the early mid 2000s. This was during George W. Bush to President Obama's presidencies. That's for sure. I played games when I was younger. I understand the appeal of gaming, anime, movies, televisions, and online entertainment. There were periods when I spent more time sitting, watching, playing, or procrastinating. I know what it feels like to lose several hours inside a game or becoming comfortable consuming what other people created. I remember that and I understand that. And I want to tell you straightforward that I understand where my parents or my immediate family members coming from. Seeing me from their own viewpoint playing games is just a waste of time and space, with all due respect. Not to be too offensive, but playing games with a serious addiction is not healthy. Mentally speaking, it's not healthy. You're wasting a lot of unnecessary time playing games that will not get you anywhere and will not help you progress. I mean, if you're trying to chase a career in building your own game, developing a game developer, and working in that field, that would make somewhat logical sense. But if you're playing for fun and hobbies and you're not trying to advance, you're just wasting all your productive time that could have been used elsewhere to make something better. Because if you're playing games as a hobby, it's not gonna put food on the table. It's not gonna pay the bills. You're wasting your own time and electricity for nothing, and internet bills for nothing. So I'll just say that as it is. As I move further into adulthood, my priorities changed. I became increasingly uncomfortable with the idea of spending large amounts of time watching other people succeed while my own projects remain unfinished and uncared and not taken seriously. My own personal intention, ambitions, and my own in-game career goal, I just don't like having to sit here and while watching other related anime creators, anime producers finally getting their anime series or their movies on Crunchyroll or on other related anime industry studios networks. I became increasingly uncomfortable with the idea of spending large amounts of time watching other people succeed while my own projects remain unfinished. I began thinking about the bills waiting to be paid almost all the time, the home that must be maintained, well maintained, the future children, my own grandchildren. I hope to support and put food on their table and hope to teach them understanding right from wrong, to get the proper education, to do the right thing, and to produce their own generation, their own lines of generations. That American dream prospect. And the creative universe that still exists mostly inside my own imaginations, inside my own thoughts, inside my own head. That I've been daydreaming, going to work, daydreaming at Amazon when I used to work at Amazon, just daydreaming left and right. That realization pushed me toward a more productive lifestyle. Believe me, or believe it or not. Okay. Oh man, let me catch my breath. All right, as I was saying, so moving on, productivity does not mean that every minute must generate money. Well, that's true. I mean, I understand that everyone must pace themselves, must take it slow, take it one baby step at a time, take it one notch at a time. But to me, that's unfortunately that's kind of how I feel. That's my mindset right there. People need sleep, rest, conversation, exercise, meals, relationships, and occasional entertainment. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Again, you gotta slow down, pace yourself. Everyone has their own way to handle this. And again, I don't tell anybody what to do or govern their lifestyle. God gave us free will. That's a fact. So, yes, I understand that people need sleep, rest, conversation, break, meal, exercise, relationships, spending time with their families, and occasional entertainment. Let me try again. A healthy life cannot be built through constant, consistent work without recovery. People can get burnout, overstressed, overtaxed. It's not healthy. And I understand that. But for me, productivity means that my larger pattern of behavior should move my life forward progressively, hoping to continue to climb the ladder in prospective and success. I want my time to produce something measurable, meaningful, like income, experience, a finished script, a recorded video, a new professional connection, a completed application, a stronger portfolio, an organized document, an improved budget, or another step toward supremacy. Clash between heroes and villains. Definitely another step toward supremacy. Now, next, part of the micro segment, monetizing hobbies. Monetizing hobbies without destroying the enjoyment. I often look at my wife's gaming and cosplay interests and think about their possible creative or financial potential. A person who already plays games regularly could experiment with live streaming, as I have communicated this with my wife and her surrounding friends about live streaming or producing content on Rumble, YouTube, and my wife could have this chance to shine and have a chance to grow faster than what I can make as subscribers and followers. So again, a person who already plays games regularly could experiment with live streaming, game commentary, highlight videos, creating reviews, reaction clips. Let's move on. Character discussions, tutorials, convention preparation, costume showcases, or social media photography. A cosplayer could a cosplayer could document costume construction, makeup, convention travel, posing practice, photo shoots, character research, or behind the scenes preparation. I mean, be honest with yourself, be who you are, just be yourself. A gaming group could record appropriate public sessions, create edited compilations, discuss updates, okay, or build a shared audience. Those possibilities exist, but monetization requires much more than simply pressing a broadcast button. A broadcast button. A creator needs consistency, presentation, moderation, thumbnails, titles, descriptions, editing, audio quality, privacy awareness, compliance, audience engagement, and enough patience to continue when very few people are watching. Like for me, I really still have patience, but nobody cares to watch or hear me out on YouTube, Rumble, or not even here on Facebook. I bet nobody gives a damn about me at all as my own live streamer, content creator, because I have low views and I'm not getting serious viral subscribers or follower boosts. I doubt I doubt anyone would naturally come across here and say, "Oh, I recognize this Asian person. I recognize this person. It's Soul Terra cosplay. It's General Sunbeam. It's this Vietnamese dude that did DoorDash lunch job or goes to event." Oh, I remember from Colossicon, Texas, Windbloom Festival, Etchy Expo, Comic Cons, IkiCon, UshiCon, or numerous events, 3 day, Friday to Sunday event. I bet nobody will recognize me from somewhere or from something or from somewhere in general, in the general public. I've been around elementary, middle school, high school, try to go to college, been working through numerous storefronts, event parlors. You probably have seen me from I don't know, Main Event Entertainment, pinballs in Lake Creek Parkway and somewhere in near Cedar Park in Central Texas. You might have seen me in downtown in Austin, Texas, ATX. You might have seen me at a hotel. But again, what I'm saying here is again, nobody gives a crap about my live streams because nobody's not going to watch. Almost all my live streams, there is no current viewers or no current watchers. I've never gotten a serious top chat, no serious dedicated chatterbox. I am not a valuable person. I'm just an ordinary person, just being me here, being naturally me, live streaming, and going about my day, speaking from the bottom of my heart. Because again, very few people are watching, or very much nobody cares to watch. That's the proper definition. At least that's what applies to me. I am still stagnantly stuck at 10 followers on Wattpad. I am not breaking 500 watchers on DeviantArt under Sunbeam Zero, or 300 watchers on my Solitaire cosplay on the other DeviantArt account. I'm not breaking 500 on here, 500 subscribers on my YouTube channel, 200, 100 followers on Rumble, 50 followers on Twitch, even 50, 100, 1,000 followers on either Instagram or TikTok, and not even 500 or 600 or 1,000 followers on my Facebook. That is for sure. I have all the patience, but I've been around for almost decades, and just about nobody cares to watch my live streams or hear me out, truly hear me out, or in any way helping me grow successfully across the internet. Growth growth is difficult because the internet is crowded. I understand that. I know it's competitive, super competitive, and extremely oversaturated. So again, growth is difficult because the internet is crowded, competitive, and oversaturated. Millions of people are uploading videos, photographs, live streams, podcasts, songs, artwork, gaming clips, reviews, reactions, advertisements, bootleg, bootleg artist work, stolen artwork, copyright pirated artwork, so many fan art, so many parodies that are again copyrighted, obviously, so many fan arts, and again, once more, pirated, copyrighted parodies and all that, even though that they put disclaimers and fair use reminders. Let's see what else. Gaming clips, reviews, reactions, advertisements, various content slops, and commentary every day, all across the social media of the internet. The attention or being noticed is limited. That is why a person can work for hours on a video, taking the time to add special effects, editing, adding, designing custom thumbnails, putting hours of work onto their video content, and receive almost no engagement. That is so depressing. No engagement. Another person or another user, content creator, may post a simple clip that unexpectedly becomes popular. Oh, I don't know, some random person just skateboarding and just do a basic flip, and suddenly that video gone viral without a lot of effort. Okay, I don't know what I can say about that. Oh boy. Oh man, starting to get sleepy now. That the creator economy is not a guaranteed paycheck. That's for sure. The creator economy is not a guaranteed paycheck. It is a fiercely competitive environment where visibility must be earned repeatedly. And I don't know how to do it, but it is so easy, like 1, 2, 3, that anyone that noticed me or seen me before could have repost and share this live stream across Reddit, 4chan, and various other social media platform websites to help me grow visibility and all that. Create some e-notes, e-documents, or articles, and embed any part of my content on from any of the platforms of my own social media handles. You just embed it onto your articles or something, news, and it will help me spread the viral and spread all that reputations, and helping me grow prospectively across the internet. Oh man, I am getting sleepy, and my voice and my thoughts are going all uh brain farting. So yeah, I can really see that. Hmm. I would I would be happy. I would personally be happy to see my wife experiment more seriously with live streaming and willing to take the risk of exposure, because I'm always there to the end with my wife. So again, I would be happy to see my wife experiment more seriously with live streaming, producing content, our own video content, our own shorts, cosplay photography, gaming content, and audience development. And of course, with the intent to monetize, trying to make a career out of all this. She already has the interest, the equipment, the social connections, and the familiarity with online platforms. So why not? Can't hurt to do live streaming, and it can't hurt to just create videos and start posting it all across the social media internet, like Rumble, Twitch, Twitter X, TikTok, or something like that. Ooh. Okay, so here's the next however. However, that decision alone must ultimately belong to her. It is my wife's choice and her own decision. Her choice and her choice alone. I can best encourage, explain, help with equipment, teach her the way, show her the way, offer ideas, and share what I have learned. I cannot force another adult to turn every hobby into work. So again, I cannot force another adult to turn every hobby into work. Leisure stops being restorative when it becomes an unwanted obligation. My concern is therefore about shared financial responsibility rather than control. I would like both of us to continue exploring realistic ways to strengthen our household income. That may involve traditional employment, creator revenue, commissions, independent work, or another lawful opportunity that fits our abilities. Multiple streams of lawful income. I take the issue of income seriously because financial pressure does not disappear when a person disagrees with a workplace or dislikes a job. That is definitely a fact. Because you can't complain, you can avoid the workplace because you disagree, but it cannot meticulously or miraculously erase the bill just because you disagree with a workplace or a work culture or dislike a job. Oh boy. Housing costs money. Food costs money. Dental care costs money. Oh, and my teeth is kind of itchy. Oh my gosh. So yes, dental care costs money. Health care costs money. Transportation costs money. Insurance costs money. Utilities cost money. Credit balances cost money. Creative production costs money. Going to convention costs money. Or in sense, having fun pretty much costs money. Almost costs money. The economy does not pause while someone searches for the perfect opportunity. That is why I explore multiple lawful sources of income. I am willing to consider content creation, live streaming, affiliate work, general modeling, specialized modeling, promotional campaigns, 1099 delivery work, event support, writing, online platforms, resale, recycling, and ordinary employment. And of course, I just get throw on the side adult entertainment as well, not safe for work. Every opportunity must still be evaluated carefully. A job or gig should be legitimate, safe, legal, financially worthwhile, and respectful of the worker's time. Not every route is profitable. Not every platform pays. Not every promotional offer is legitimate. Not every person claiming to represent an agency or a studio is trustworthy. Yes, con artists and scammers. The goal is to build income without becoming desperate enough to accept scams. Oh, pray the Lord not. To accept scams, unsafe arrangements, exploitative contracts, or work that costs more than it produces. I am trying to become more disciplined about that calculation. Again, man, I'm about let me clear up all these scripts. I'm getting sleepy. It's almost 12 a.m. Oh boy, I'm so tired. Okay. So once more again, who I am to friends and employers. Now, to friends, to the surrounding friends, employers, collaborators, and anyone evaluating my character, my traits, my personality. I want I want my position understood accurately because again, I'm live streaming and these live streams are fast. I am ambitious, independent, autonomous, unconventional, and highly motivated by projects that allow me to build something. I can also be impatient. Again, I can also be impatient. I sometimes move quickly, take risks, change direction, or become frustrated when progress feels slow. Those are traits I must continue managing. Hmm. I think I should probably cut it right there because I am getting sleepy and I don't want to pass out on the camera, pass out while streaming. Yeah, those are traits I must continue managing. My greatest strength is that I refuse to remain mentally passive. I constantly generate ideas. I think about stories, branding, production, promotion, income, events, visual concepts, public communication, and future opportunities. Okay. I want to turn that energy into consistent results. Again, I want to turn that energy into consistent results. I'll go ahead and pause right there. It's almost 12 a.m. midnight. I'm feeling very sleepy. I am tired. It's been a long week, a long day, a long night. Gonna head up to bed and be back at the pool doing my usual job. So yeah, gonna call it a night and head off to bed. Oh man, I'm feeling very sleepy. But anyway, y'all have a great night. Facebook, YouTube, Rumble. Probably might put on some stuff to watch for YouTube and Rumble just to keep on streaming going into late at night. But yeah, I'm falling asleep. I'm not focusing enough. I'm feeling very, very tired. Anyway, y'all have a great night, Facebook. I'll just go ahead and put on some random news on YouTube and Rumble and go AFK.
Anime is huge. It's everywhere. It's unavoidable. Once the niche Japanese medium of entertainment that you could only watch if the guys at the college anime club would allow you to, if you agreed to send them a blank VHS tape and postage, anime is now so big that you can find it in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and on cereal boxes. You know, Goku from Dragon Ball on the front of a cereal box, just like other great sports legends of our time. You didn't win the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai for nothing. In my lifetime, I've seen arguments over whether or not anime is just cartoons drastically diminished, now with significantly fewer arguments between adolescents and their parents trying to defend Japanese animation as legitimate entertainment. It's no longer strange to see multiple generations of families attending anime conventions together, and not just because their kids needed a chaperone, but because the parents are also very interested in anime, and maybe even were the first generation in the family to get excited about it themselves. Anime is so big that Japanese creators have had to start thinking not just about sales within their own country, but how marketable it is globally. The industry currently makes more money than it ever has in its entire history, growing year after year, except for one really terrible year for everybody that we don't like to talk about, and the biggest chunk of the money earned comes from international markets, largely English-speaking countries, Europe, and Asia. And not to get into the stupid yet classic sub versus dub debate, but a lot of that international growth can be attributed to making anime accessible to people who otherwise never would have watched it, and that includes dubbing the show into the language most widely spoken in the target region. If you're in the United States, that means English, and you can be a dub hater if you want, that's fine, I don't care, I'm not here to have that debate with you, but for untold numbers of people, the English voice actors associated with the localization of their favorite anime are often held in just as much high regard as the original Japanese voice actors are in Japan and around the world. Anytime I've ever attended an anime convention where Chris Sabat is a guest, his line is out the door around the building several hours long because that man in the United States is equally as identifiable as All Might, if not more so than his originating Japanese voice actor Kenta Miyake. Anime voice actors are kind of a unique field of celebrity. We think of them as being so minor by comparison to on-screen TV and Hollywood film actors, but they absolutely have an undeniable amount of pull with their fans. And not only that, but they are largely more accessible to fans than other big-time celebrities. While you might be able to catch a glimpse of Tom Holland on large press tours for a Spider-Man movie, Yuri Lowenthal is more likely to be found at anime conventions where you can take photos with him, get his autograph, and exchange a few words with him, while you pray that he doesn't notice how deathly nervous you are or how sweaty your palms have gotten while you were waiting in line. As you might imagine, from time to time, this will create issues with boundaries. You'll often hear horror stories of weird fans doing weird things around these voice actors, a weird thing they've said or done, strange gifts they've given, even some people who take things a little too far over social media from time to time. Those are the stories you expect to hear most often. The version of that story that's slightly less talked about is when one of these highly accessible voice actors is the one saying and doing weird, inappropriate shit to their fans. Now, it's not a wholly unfamiliar scenario. You've probably heard of certain more popular celebrities or even moderately popular YouTubers who have ended up with weird stories told about the inappropriate ways they've interacted with their fans. It's something that can happen when there's a very clear power imbalance between an incredibly successful and popular person and their fan who has very little social power by comparison. What's less common than that is finding out about someone with moderate celebrity status who has been getting away with that shit for decades, and then learning that it was happening not only to their fans but to their coworkers and other people close to them in their lives. It's a situation that sounds so crazy that you can't believe that it's been happening for such a long amount of time and nobody has ever done anything to stop it. It's how an entire large-scale grassroots harassment campaign can spring up around that kind of a celebrity, because people who have loved that actor for years can't possibly imagine that the person who voiced their favorite cartoon character could be capable of such long-term bad behavior with seemingly nobody doing anything to prevent more people from getting hurt. It would probably be really bad if somebody like that existed. Is that a thing? Does anybody happen to know if that's a thing? For the last 5 years, I kept hoping that somebody else watching all of the things I've described happen would do a YouTube video on this topic. I kept praying that somebody with more notoriety and credibility than me would sit down and document all of the horrible things that I was seeing and experiencing to get more eyes on the subject. Lots of people over the years have asked for documentaries to get made, like legitimate ones, not made by half-baked YouTube YouTubers like myself. Once pieces of your story end up making the news at outlets such as Variety, NPR, and the New York Times, I think it becomes pretty difficult to say that it's not important enough to tell the whole story from front to back. For years, some of the only outlets on YouTube talking about this story have been through alt-right reactionary YouTubers whose only agenda is to make their audiences angry and get you to click on their videos to collect ad revenue and super chat bucks. They often get their facts wrong, either accidentally or deliberately, so that the apparent facts support their beliefs. And nobody has really done a detailed story from beginning to end that satisfyingly explains the entire narrative of how we got where we are. I kept praying that some well-meaning channel with hundreds of thousands or more subscribers would swoop in and save us from that dreary bog of disinformation and settle everything once and for all, to a point where there could be no more room for argument about what the facts of the situation were, and anybody left trying to argue otherwise would clearly be seen as the bad faith arguer they were. I kept waiting for somebody else to come in and save me, and in the end, I've had to realize that nobody was going to save me but myself. And the longer I wait, the more insane shit comes out that I'm just gonna have to add to the back end of this video. It's become plain that there is nothing reasonable about anything I'm about to tell you. There's entirely too many details that need to be seen to be believed. And also now YouTube just rewards people for making content that's like 700 years long. So fuck it. We may as well go all in. You've waited for it. I've waited for it. We've all been waiting for it. And now here it is. This is the story of an American English language anime voice actor who has been wildly inappropriate with fans and coworkers for decades, with a cult of personality so large that the gravitational pull has drawn in participants from every corner of the internet and the greater outside world. In a way, it would be absolutely terrifying if certain large parts of it weren't also so bafflingly comically stupid. So strap in, losers. This is the wildly concerning but also unfathomably dumb story of former anime voice actor Vic Mignogna. Chapter 1. Who is Vic? That's right, Vic Mignogna. You may know him from such popular anime roles as Edward Elric in Full Metal Alchemist, Tamaki Suo in Ouran High School Host Club, and Broly from various Dragon Ball films. Particularly before and during America's anime bubble bursting in the late 2000s, Vic had become wildly popular within the English-speaking anime community and just about had more guest appearances than any other anime voice actor around that time. I also say some of this from personal lived experience. Vic worked largely out of Dallas and Houston for productions recorded at Funimation and ADV Films respectively, and as I also lived in Texas during that time period, I saw his face at these events constantly. He was a mainstay staple with the power to fill panel rooms and form autograph lines that saw fit to take up entire hallways that prevented any other kind of foot traffic from being able to get by. At first glance, he's a friendly, charming, outgoing, talented actor and musician, and a wholesome Christian who's not afraid to profess his faith even in front of a bunch of anime fans at a convention. He talks to everyone, responds to everyone's emails, and makes himself constantly available to everybody, treating each person he meets like his very own close personal friend. It really is difficult to overstate how massive his presence was within English anime localization and American anime conventions from the mid-2000s and onward. His name alone was a huge selling point for quite a lot of anime getting licensed around that time, especially after landing Full Metal Alchemist. I mean, good lord, this trailer for Funimation's licensing of the anime adaptation of Level E prominently features his name in enormous, bold, all-caps 3D font and doesn't mention a single other voice actor for the entirety of the trailer. But a man doesn't simply become an anime superstar from the mid-2000s out of nowhere. Let's take a step back and look more into how this powerhouse voice actor came to be the golden boy of English anime dubs that he did. But I like Golden Boy. That series just barely predates Vic's work in anime. Vic Mignogna was born on August 27th, 1962 in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Mignogna was seemingly raised in a highly evangelical Christian environment with his grandfather as the pastor of a church.
My grandfather was the pastor of the Church of the Open Door in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Population me. I mean, like, it's small, okay?
As a teenager, he was sent to Bob Jones Academy, something of a boarding prep school, before eventually entering Bob Jones University as a cinema major. He later attended Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia, directly tied to Thomas Road Baptist Church, led by the late Jerry Falwell. While at university, he studied television and film production and helped famed Christian hip-hop group DC Talk produce their first album, which may have actually been the first time I ever heard any of Mignogna's work as a kid without ever realizing it. An article from Liberty University's own Liberty Journal states that Vic wrote and produced content and music for the Liberty Broadcast Network and helped run cameras for Jerry Falwell's televangelist show, The Old Time Gospel Hour, down at Thomas Road Baptist Church. He even rubbed shoulders with Jerry Falwell himself, who, as the article states, used to call Vic Mignogna Snoopy because Vic played Snoopy in a Liberty Theater performance of You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown. Because as we all know, it's always a good sign to be given a pet name from evangelist Jerry Falwell, who, among admittedly much worse things than what I'm about to say, one time made a very directly targeted attack against Tinky Winky of the Teletubbies, because he's purple with a triangle on his head, which means he must surely be gay, and that role modeling the gay lifestyle is damaging to the moral lives of children. Anyway, we're off to a great start. In 1985, Vic played a role in a religious film called Twice Given, an adaptation of the true story of Minister Tom Williams, who, while together on a tour of Israel with his wife Pam, watched as his wife suddenly began suffering from bacterial meningitis and slip into a coma, and finally, after about 8 months, she wakes up, physically and mentally handicapped, but still alive. Vic plays their son, Tim. Not much meat to the role, but you can see him walk through the streets of Israel trying to barter with vendors, and also stand on a bridge and be sad for a little while. He took on a smattering of jobs, including a brief stint as a police officer with Ocean City PD in Ocean City, Maryland, briefly teaching at Trinity Christian Academy in Jacksonville, Florida, a school associated with Trinity Baptist Church, and helping with theater productions at the Christian high school Lynchburg Christian Academy, which today is now known as Liberty Christian Academy, a school directly associated with Liberty University and Thomas Road Baptist Church. Now, this may just be a whole bunch of extremely unfortunate coincidences, especially considering what we'll be talking about much later in this video, but just about every single church, prep school, and Christian college Vic ever studied or worked at has had just a shit ton of ethical controversies, including decades-long histories of students being victims of sexual assault. Bob Jones University covered for sexual assault on its campus for decades and blamed the victims for being assaulted rather than the people doing the assaulting. An entire book titled Devil in the Baptist Church, Bob Gray's Unholy Trinity by Tim Gilmore was written about Trinity Baptist Church's pastor Bob Gray, who had been molesting children in his church for decades. Similarly, women at Liberty University have been reporting sexual assault for decades, with the school doing nothing to help them, forcing women to sue the school years later. Just this year, Liberty University has been fined $14 million by the U.S. Department of Education for Clergy Act violations. This alone isn't really some kind of smoking gun or anything, but I have to admit, it's really difficult not to look at Vic's later actions in life that we're aware of without also considering the background from whence he came. Anyway, he finally began putting all of his acting education to practical use when he found himself down in Houston, Texas in the 1990s. In 1993, Vic made a television appearance on Star Search, and for anyone not old enough to know what that show was, it was basically a talent show split up into categories where people in a given category would compete head-to-head and then move on to the next episode. There would eventually be a championship show, and the champions would win $100,000, and sometimes the vocalists would go on to get record deals, but not always. Anyway, Vic only appeared for this one performance with a song he himself wrote, with an achy, breaky heart mullet, baby blue oversized suit, and a bolero around his neck. I guess if we're to be fair here, it was the year 1993. I don't know how Vic has the rights to sell a clip from this syndicated show on his own DVD, but you can buy it now from his fan store for $25. By the early 2000s, he was starting to record voiceover work with the now defunct ADV Films, which at present has technically split up into several different companies such as Sentai Filmworks and Section 23 Films, where one of his earliest known roles would be as Vega in the 1997 English dub of Street Fighter II V. As time would move on, he'd also pick up roles at Funimation in Dallas, which as of earlier this year has combined into Crunchyroll, with the Funimation brand name dissolving. As Vic himself would put it in a podcast interview with Anime News Network, Network, getting the role of Edward Elric in Full Metal Alchemist in 2004 would basically change his life.
Full Metal was definitely a huge turning point for me. And I'll tell you, a funny thing happened right after I got cast in Full Metal. There was a hiatus of probably 2 or 3 months that had gone by before they had started recording, okay? And during that time, the strangest thing happened. I started getting emails from fans saying, I heard that you got cast as Edward Elric in Full Metal Alchemist. You better not screw it up. I kid you not, guys. I had done all of these shows up to that point, and nobody had ever written me. I'd never gotten any kind of email of anything like that, especially before I even started recording the show. And so that was the first indication to me that Full Metal was a little bit different, had a little bit bigger fan base watching it than anything to that point.
And it is in this anime industry where Vic began to find his foothold and slowly developed a kind of absurd fan following. In 2003, while he was still relatively unknown, Vic started attending anime conventions as a guest, with a modest 7 appearances that year. But 2005 and onward, Vic's convention schedule spikes as he suddenly skyrockets in popularity. His most popular year then peaks in 2010, where he attends 35 conventions. That's more than 67% of all of the weekends in an entire year dedicated to anime conventions, not only in the United States, but also in Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and Denmark. In 2005, as the original Full Metal Alchemist had been airing on Cartoon Network's Adult Swim block, fans asked Vic for his permission to start an official fan club in his honor. Vic himself would name the club the Risenbull Rangers, after the name of the town Edward Elric grows up in at the beginning of Full Metal Alchemist. This would, however, be the first and only time in history where Vic and his fans would actually care about copyright issues, and so they later changed the spelling from Risenbull Rangers to Risenbull Rangers. Nice save, guys. That'll definitely keep Aniplex off your back. At a certain stage in history, as we'll come across later, the Risenbull Rangers updated their website to state, in more recent years, the Risenbull Rangers have been accused of being a cult. The senior moderation team, Mod Squad, wishes to assure all parents and fans that we are no such entity, despite the sensational allegations some select individuals may choose to fabricate. At the end of the day, we are merely a fan club. Imagine being a new fan, or a parent of a child who's just discovered Vic Mignogna's voice acting, and you're clicking around the website for his fan club, and the club itself has to assure you that it is not, in fact, a cult, despite everything you've heard, except this is literally the first you're hearing of it. You know that famous tweet from Mike Jin that says, "My not involved in human trafficking t-shirt has people asking a lot of questions already answered by my shirt"? Yeah, it's kind of like that. Boy, I sure hope we don't later find any reasons to think it might not be such a stretch to consider the Risenbull Rangers to be a cult, because that would sure be unfortunate. Around that same time period, a very similar fan club would form around voice actor Travis Willingham, who also acted in Full Metal Alchemist, playing the character of Roy Mustang. And because Roy Mustang's character has an infatuation with seeing women in miniskirts, Travis's fans named their club the Miniskirt Army. For a few short years, the Risenbull Rangers and the Miniskirt Army would have a loud and obnoxious rivalry between each other. But thankfully, by about the year 2013, the Miniskirt Army would fizzle out and the domain for their web address would no longer be renewed, presumably because it would be insane to keep up such cult-like fanaticism for nearly 20 years, right? I mean, that would be fucking weird as shit, right? Vic Mignogna's fans, whether in his fan club or not, were extremely dedicated to ensuring that he got invited to as many anime conventions as possible. And there were a lot of them. If Vic from the year 2009 is to be believed, there was a time where they had somewhere around 11,000 members in the club.
I want to personally invite you to join the Risenbull Rangers. It's an online fan club, risenbullrangers.com. Go and join us. It's free, and they're the most awesome 11,000 people on the planet.
In a time where BBS, message boards, and forums were still a large place for convention attendees to communicate with each other and with the conventions, there was always sure to be threads where it was encouraged for users to post which guests they would most like to see attend their local event. And whenever that topic of conversation came up, you could be sure Vic's name wouldn't be hard to find. Vic's high convention appearance numbers are definitely thanks in no small part to his fans screaming for him to show up at every opportunity. And of course, especially during his earliest, hottest days, why wouldn't the convention want to try to bring in the one guest everybody is screaming over? If Funimation kept casting him in roles because they thought he was a name that was going to sell DVDs, then similarly, anime conventions kept inviting him because he was going to be the name that sold attendance badges. Realistically, it makes sense why he was literally everywhere all the fucking time. But once you start showing up to nearly every single anime convention that has ever sprung up in the country for a long enough period of time, people start to get a sense of who you are and what you're like in a real world environment. It's not even a rare experience anymore. It becomes something that is widely and universally known amongst large groups of people who have all not just heard about it online, but seen it and experienced it firsthand in the real world meat space. And it's true that many of those interactions were like the kinds that I had mentioned earlier, where he's kind, friendly, and attentive. Heck, I even have a story of my own interaction with him that was fairly positive, which I'll repeat here just to set up for the dichotomy you're in for later. At ShioKazaiCon 2006 in Houston, Texas, Vic held one of his many showings of his fan film Full Metal Fantasy, in which he plays the role of a guy who watches too much Full Metal Alchemist, only to slowly turn into Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. At the beginning of that panel, Vic had asked people not to record it, but at one point during the screening, I witnessed a fan in the audience recording the movie on their camera, and at the end of the movie, I walked up to Vic and alerted him that someone had done that. I thought I was doing the right thing by telling him, and his response was extremely friendly and appreciative. Vic has a personality so magnetic that unless something else wakes you up to any other side of him, all you want to do is give him any help he might need or ask for. And that's where, no matter how hard you may try to delay the inevitable, the rest of the story has to start to come in. Because despite how nice somebody can be to you in 1 minute, in the next they can be a totally different person to someone else. And all of the hugs and the autographs in the world don't just suddenly make the negative aspects of a person disappear. But we're going to need to have a slow build-up. Some things Vic has been known to do aren't nearly as bad as others, but you know what? They're definitely worth talking about anyway. Chapter 2, the petty shit. Lots of people who hear stories about Vic having been canceled seem to think that the only reasons that he was canceled were really stupid ones. There are lots of really stupid things this man has done that don't really rise completely to the level of canceling him, but I assure you, those reasons are not why he got canceled. But to make you understand the weight imbalance between the really weird, stupid shit he's done and the actual real reasons why he's not involved in the anime industry anymore, we kind of have to describe all of these smaller, more petty things first, so that you really get the sense that the bad stuff, by comparison, is actually pretty fucking bad. I can't tell you how many times over the years I've had conversations with multiple unrelated people about their own individual weird stories about Vic Mignogna. If you were in any way active as an attendee, a guest, a vendor, or a volunteer staff member at an anime convention in the United States in the mid-2000s and onward, at some point you ran into Vic and probably saw something weird happen. I shit you not. At one point, I even had a conversation with nostalgia critic Doug Walker, who said to me, and I quote, "Everyone has a Vic story." It's hard to describe what the situation surrounding Vic at anime conventions was at the time, unless you happened to be there. And I can understand and appreciate that that comes with a certain level of skepticism, which is why we're going to talk about those things first before moving on. The number of people who will corroborate how big of a topic of concern Vic was in the mid-2000s is pretty substantial. If you've been new to the story at any point in the last 5 years, it surely feels like all of this conversation about him sprung up overnight. But genuinely, no, it didn't. Eventually, though, these conversations would move from the real world meat space into online spaces as well. If you were on all the websites where people were hanging out at the time that had any sort of dialogue happening about anime conventions, it was almost a given that eventually the topic of conversation would swing over to Vic Mignogna. Let's start with what will probably be considered the least reliable source of information, 4chan. And although I wouldn't broadly trust everything said on an anonymous forum like this, it's important to know the context of how his name kept popping up. Conversation about Vic regularly appeared on the CGL board, which housed conversations specifically about cosplay and gothic Lolita fashion, and just by the nature of these interests, this is also where conversations about anime conventions would naturally show up, because that's where cosplayers and gothic Lolita fashion enthusiasts would go in the real world to wear and share their outfits. And by that nature, it seemed evident that the majority of the board's users were women. And although that doesn't necessarily mean anything in regards to 4chan user behavior, I do think it shows who was being most widely affected by his behavior, or at the very least, who was noticing his behavior the most. Several threads from CGL discussing Vic's various negative behaviors have been archived over the years since at least the early 2010s. I hesitate to directly quote anything stated there, as it's too hard to verify that any of the specific stories are true. However, the most common idea behind most people on 4chan at the time describe Vic as someone who has denied autographs to people for strange reasons, is egotistical, looks for ways to acquire money from people all the time, is overbearing about his faith in Christianity, and seemed to be very fond of young women and adolescent girls. That last part is much more serious, and I definitely do not think we should be relying on 4chan posts to back that claim up. But I am going to ask you to remember that claim, because it will absolutely come up again much later on. One statement that's not really much of a story that is probably safe to share comes from a thread that was posted in 2016, which stated, "It was sure funny as hell watching him in person unintentionally confirm all the rumors about him while asking everyone to white knight him on the internet." Ironically, current day CGL seems to be pretty split down the middle about whether they love him or hate him, but that's because 4chan has the memory of a goldfish. So I bring up 4chan only because it begins to show a pattern of stories that people were regularly telling about Vic. Now, if all the stories had originated on 4chan and never left that containment, I would be willing to cast doubt on it as a whole. Unfortunately, that was never only discussed by anonymous trolls on 4chan. Aside from the aforementioned real-life conversations that would regularly take place with people involved with anime conventions, soon you'd start to see postings about his behavior in other places as well, some of which were much less anonymous. It wasn't hard to find posts about Vic's reputation on sites like Tumblr and LiveJournal. Now, some of the conversation on Tumblr did revolve around anonymous posts featured on a particular blog titled Vic Mangina Horror Stories, which, okay, that's pretty juvenile, sure, but I do think it's a great example of what a ton of people were feeling about Vic as far back as at least 2011, because this blog was full of anonymous submissions from readers who all claimed to have had interactions with Vic or witnessed his behavior while at an anime convention. Some other Tumblr users would find themselves upset when they learned that he would be cast as the character of Rin from the anime series Free, Iwatobi Swim Club, based on the popular opinion that Vic Mignogna has presented himself as being particularly homophobic, and therefore would not align with the tone and ideology of the clearly queer-coded show. This would later carry over into a Change.org petition, with nearly 6,000 people asking Funimation to change their casting decision for Rin to another actor. It didn't do anything, of course, because Change.org petitions never get anything accomplished, but again, it's definitely worth noting to see just how many people were willing to put their name on this as far back as the year 2014. But somehow, Vic had already garnered a reputation for being homophobic much earlier than even that. In 2008, one LiveJournal blogger writes that they were also concerned that they were hearing rumors that Vic Mignogna had been cast as the character of Tamaki in Ouran High School Host Club, stating, "If he gets the role of Tamaki, I really will have a hissy fit. I don't like yaoi. Oh, so you're doing one of the main roles in an anime that includes gay twincest fan service, drag queens, and an entire boarding school full of lesbians? That makes perfect sense." Now hold on, you might say. So thousands of people are concerned that Vic Mignogna is a homophobe. That sounds like a pretty big accusation. Where were people getting that idea from? Well, from a lot of places, actually. And thankfully in the mid to late 2000s, YouTube was just becoming widely used enough at the time that people were finally beginning to document the things Vic was saying and doing during panels at anime conventions. Okay, let's start small and maybe even possibly debatable. At BayouCon 2013, during one of Vic's panels, an audience member, admittedly probably in kind of the wrong place to do this, demanded that Vic tell everyone how he feels about the subject of gay marriage, which was just starting to become legalized in various states in America before finally becoming legal nationwide 2 years later.
What is your current take on the current legislation of gay marriage?
What is my... Really? Do I really want to answer that? If I don't answer it, I'm a coward. Well, I can promise you I'm not a coward, my friend. So I'm going to walk right up to your face and tell you what I think, okay? Here's what I think. The people should rule this country, not the government. This country was created by the people, for the people. There should be votes in this country. And when the majority of the people say what they want, that's the way the country should go. Period.
Go big. Now, this was certainly a very safe answer on Vic's part, but it's not a very satisfying answer, is it? It isn't actually a definitive answer on whether or not he approves of same-sex couples having the ability to get married. In fact, it suggests that if suddenly the opinion of people in the country were to swing back around in the opposite direction and vote for gay marriage to be outlawed, Vic would be more than okay with that happening too. It's hard to claim he's a homophobe from this clip alone, but the answer he gave was so safe that, in fact, it feels more like dodging the question entirely. So, okay, if that wasn't definitive enough, what else is there? Well, here's just one time in 2011 where Vic told his audience that he will refuse to autograph fan art depicting a gay pairing.
I was signing this Anime Weekend Atlanta. I still remember. I was signing, and somebody brought up Yowie for me to sign, and I said exactly what I always say. Oh, sweetie, I'd really rather not sign this, but if you'd like me to sign something else, I'll be happy to.
That to me does seem like a pretty big red flag, no matter how nicely he may phrase it to his fans. Historically speaking, not all of the fan art brought to his autograph table is especially pornographic in nature either. I'm sure there have been times when some of it has been, and you can almost understand why someone might be hesitant to sign something particularly overtly sexual in nature if that's not what your career centers around. But speaking purely anecdotally, this usually wasn't the case, and oftentimes fan art would be rejected simply if two male characters were drawn to appear in any way romantically interested with one another. Come on, there's got to be something else that these crazy yaoi fangirl fujoshi blue-haired women were so up in arms about, right? Was it really just these two extremely minor things? That's a rhetorical question. No. Some of the earliest signs that Vic potentially wasn't super inclusive about homosexuality came after he had been cast as the character of Phi in Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle. Now, it is extremely well known that Clamp, the group of women who wrote and drew the original Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle manga, regularly depict non-stereotypical displays of romantic partnerships in their stories. Sometimes it's male-female pairings. Sometimes it's male non-binary, and sometimes it's male android, and then sometimes it's adult man and 10-year-old child. Anyway, Clamp famously does not shy away from homosexual relationships in their manga either, and Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle is no exception. Although it's never expressly stated out loud by the characters, Phi and the character Kurogane absolutely come off as a queer-coded pairing, and it would be foolish to think that the authors weren't at least giving their audience gay fan service when writing and drawing them. Vic Mignogna, however, seemed to have other ideas. Speaking at a convention in Toronto in 2007, he said,
I've spoken with Clamp. I spent time with Clamp at Anime Expo 2 years ago. They were there. And it may interest you to know that Phi and Kurogane are not homosexual with each other.
Okay, let's put aside that he forgot that Clamp's first Anime Expo appearance had happened just the year prior and not 2 years prior, sure. I'm sure that's just a normal mistake. Although I do love the pushback this person off-screen gives Vic in this video because they also know Vic's timeline doesn't make sense.
Tsubasa wasn't licensed over here 2 years ago.
Now, to be fair, Funimation did license the series at the beginning of 2006, and all this confusion is happening because Vic simply can't remember how long ago 2006 was before 2007. Still, though, the audience member keeps going.
And you don't read manga as far as
That's true, because I'm not making manga, I'm making the anime.
Bro, okay, I understand. Sometimes adaptations like to do things differently, but like, are you sure? I mean, are you really sure? This doesn't look all that tremendously different to me, man. And then literally less than 60 seconds after saying he had previously spoken to Clamp about whether or not Phi is gay, the audience member presses Vic just a little bit harder, and he gives the most incredible backpedal of an answer I think I've ever heard in my life.
How would you know to ask that question if you
Oh, I didn't ask it. Colleen Clinkenbeard did. Colleen Clinkenbeard asked about Tsubasa because it was in existence. It just hadn't been licensed yet.
Holy shit, are you joking? This was literally you 50 seconds ago.
I've spoken with Clamp.
And now, less than 1 minute later, the answer is...
Oh, I didn't ask it. Colleen Clinkenbeard did.
And just to be clear, because Vic has fucked around with the timeline so much, the people in the room at that moment in time probably didn't know what to believe. But here in the future, and with a working Google search that somehow hasn't completely imploded from shitty AI integration yet, we can readily fact check that Clamp's appearance at Anime Expo happened in July of 2006, and that Funimation had licensed the series earlier that same year in January. So if Colleen Clinkenbeard was talking to Clamp at Anime Expo, at the very least, it wasn't in some secret pre-licensing conversation. So who the fuck was talking to Clamp at Anime Expo and why? This answer is so fucking weird. I would almost dismiss it entirely, if not for the fact that it's evident that Vic is scrambling to grasp at any reason he can in order to be able to give a rational reason why it is he might be able to claim that the characters he portrays in the anime he acts in couldn't possibly be gay.
It's pretty much clear at this point that they are relatively long lines of soulmates.
Okay. Does that mean they're screwing each other?
Holy shit, man. The lack of ability to understand that the portrayal of gay relationships can mean a whole lot more than just sex is bare minimum coming across as offensively ignorant.
Homosexuality doesn't always mean they are screwed.
Well, but you know what? That's what people in Western culture think of.
People think that? Or is it just you, Vic? Clearly the people in the audience seem to know better, and they're trying to educate you, and rather than learning that love can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, here Vic is planting his feet in the ground and insisting that this love between men can't possibly be gay because we aren't watching them have sex.
I'm not really sure why it is, but so many people tend to want to bring a sexual quality into a lot of the character relationships and stuff. And I don't know, I don't think it's a Japanese thing at all. I think it's very much of a Western culture thing.
Thinking gay people portrayed in media might have sex isn't a Japanese thing? Are you sure? Are you really sure? Jesus Christ, Vic, gay Japanese people exist. They are real. They're not some weird anomaly. You know what's fucking insane, though? Vic tries to clarify this same story later on at a panel in 2010, and he even further gets the narrative mixed up.
I have never said that I went to Clamp. What I said was Colleen Clinkenbeard was at a convention with Clamp, not me.
What the fuck? We have you on video literally saying you were at a convention with Clamp. Now you're saying you weren't even there at all? What if this took place at Anime Expo in 2006? We know you were there. What the fuck is happening?
Colleen was at a convention with Clamp, and she had a conversation with them about the show because Funimation had just licensed it.
At least now he agrees that Funimation had already licensed the show. We're all clear about that part.
And again, who cares? Is my point. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. It sounds like you care quite a bit to be putting up a fight over fan interpretation of this character this hard. If fans want to believe that Phi in Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle is gay, in what way does that hurt you? If you're a good actor, then you should know that Phi is a fictional character and that his sexuality doesn't have any effect on you because he's not even fucking real.
Would you like to hear some true wisdom? They're not real.
Well, wait a minute then. Then why are we fighting about this? Why did you need to defend yourself from the gay interpretation of the character so hard? None of this makes any sense. Honestly, for me, those videos are good enough for me to start thinking the man comes off as more than just a little bit intolerant, and also is willing to just spit out the first thing that pops into his brain in order to justify anything he wants. But for some people, that shit's not enough to convince them. So here's a couple more for good measure. Here's Vic in Australia in 2000. 2006 very upset that fans like to put Edward Elric into gay fan pairings.
They get into this whole Ed Roy thing, and I'm not for that. Ed likes girls. I come to you from the Northern Hemisphere to tell you, Ed likes girls.
I like that he's more upset that people would pair Edward Elric up with Roy Mustang because the ship is gay, and not because that ship insinuates a pairing between a 30-year-old and a 15-year-old. Then there's this other time in 2007 where Vic had a noticeable physical reaction to the thought that somebody might interpret a fictional character that he played as being gay, as if that would somehow get the gay onto him.
And you know what? Maybe I have a little bit more of a tainted feeling about it because characters that I played that I don't see as homosexual or gay in any way, they get put together with other characters, and I'm like, ooh, I played him. Ooh. I like that. Ooh.
By this point, I absolutely think there's more than enough evidence to suggest the opinion that Vic Mignogna is homophobic. But the number of times Vic tries to spin this to his crowd of adoring fans as some kind of absurd conclusion or an outright fabrication by angry losers on the internet is pretty wild. By the year 2009, he'd already had enough of people forming their own opinions about him based solely on the words that come out of his own mouth. And he's gonna make sure all of you hear about it.
I am so tired of people making up lies about me on the internet because they're Yowie fans and I am not. I'm so sick of that. Okay? I heard I was at an anime convention signing autographs, and somebody came up and asked me to sign a Yowie, and I threw the Sharpie at them and got up and stormed away. That makes me so angry, you guys.
And the way Vic spins it to his adoring, screaming fans is that people are just mad at him because they like Yowie and he doesn't. And frankly, you have to be deliberately minimizing the complaints people are making to come to that conclusion. To this day, there are still people who defend Vic and claim he's not homophobic, and that the only reason he ever got in hot water later on was because a bunch of Yowie fangirls were mad that he didn't sign their porn. Surely you can see from this extensive backlog of videos over the course of years at anime conventions that this is about a lot more than just some fujoshi not getting their BL autographed. I think if somebody dared to come to the conclusion that maybe Vic is homophobic, there's plenty enough reason to do so without simply dismissing it as Yowie fangirls are mad he wouldn't sign their gay porn. And despite this long history, people do still try to claim there's no evidence of Vic Mignogna ever being homophobic. One particularly popular video that people often cite to back up their claim is this one from 2016, in which Vic approaches two Christian evangelists outside Triad Anime Con in North Carolina, basically picking a fight with them for demonizing all the convention attendees and threatening them with eternal damnation.
If you want to reach these kids for Jesus, tell them about God's unconditional love for them, not his judgment. And you know what? Jesus did that too.
I hate this video. I hate it for a lot of reasons, but especially because of how it gets weaponized by Vic's vocal defenders as somehow being proof that he defends gay people. For the life of me, I cannot find a single sentence he says in the entire video that actually backs this up. The closest you get is Vic telling the protesters that God loves everybody, even if they're sinners. But ultimately, what he's really mad at is that the protesters are using aggressive language about eternal damnation of sins rather than using less vitriolic language to get people interested in the word of God. And to be perfectly clear, I agree. In this scenario, the protesters are definitely the bigger assholes here, trying to shame people for watching anime or cosplaying or just generally doing really harmless things. But in all these years, I feel like I may be the only person on earth who watches this video and gets bad vibes from Vic too.
Jesus loves people.
Jesus didn't command repentance for their
That's not what I said.
See, Vic's biggest problem with them isn't that these people want to talk about God, it's how they're approaching that conversation about God. When Vic says that God loves and accepts people, the protester asks Vic whether or not Jesus demands repentance for people's sins, and Vic responds with, "That's not what I said." See, even if Vic were to successfully get anime fans interested in the Christian God, at some point in time in their learning about God's word, they're still going to come face to face with what the Bible and other Christians actually say about the things you choose to do on this earth in your lifetime. All Vic is really telling these evangelists is that you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. But at the end of the day, once those flies are interested in learning more about the Bible, that's when you can start gently putting the coals to their feet about repentance for sin. Yeah, coals to the feet of flies, with their tiny little legs that they rub together and... Okay, this allegory kind of got away from me. In fact, he confirms this himself later on in the video.
Wrath, fear,
Isn't that what Jesus
flames.
spoke about? You're speaking.
That's not the message that draws people to God. It is God's love that draws people to repentance, not hatred and wrath and judgment.
So in the end, Vic wants people to repent too. He just plans to hook you into it by not screaming about it first.
See,
What
you
do
are
you-
preaching a false gospel.
I'm afraid you're
You're
wrong, my friend. I could
cursed.
quote more scripture than you'll ever
The
know.
devil can quote lots of
I'm not the devil. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm not boasting.
The protester is really bad at clapping back and definitely was not prepared for Vic's charming theatrics. But he did have a point about Vic boasting about how much scripture he knows. The Bible has an awful lot to say about bragging. TLDR, God and those who speak on his behalf don't like it very much, unless you are specifically bragging about God himself. There is no amount of work you can do that will make somebody else decide they want to develop a closer relationship with the Christian God. It doesn't matter how much scripture you have memorized and compare it back to people. At the end of the day, forming that relationship is something God did, not you. So stop bragging about it! As the video goes on, Vic gets louder and louder and more theatrical. And something about it is just really uncomfortable to me.
He loves all of these people as much as he loves you. And until you start preaching that message, you are not communicating God's message.
By the end of the video, Vic walks away and starts screaming performatively like the theater major he is, to the point that all the anime fans on the entire block can see and hear what he's saying.
He loves these people as much as
Yes,
he
he does. He loves every one of them. He tells
Then why don't you preach that? Put up a sign that says that. Put up a sign that says that. God loves these people as much as he loves you. And that's the message you should be teaching them.
not the message.
Like, is it really just me? Am I really that crazy? Everybody in that video loves this. Nearly every comment in reply to this video has completely bought it. So then why am I seemingly the only person in the world who feels like this was the biggest, loudest, most theatrical act he could have possibly done, so that everybody on the street and anybody watching it on the internet in the years to come could celebrate him as some kind of hero? I felt this way about it for years, and at this point, I don't know how to get it across to anybody, because everybody else seems to want so badly to believe that there's good Christians out there willing to defend normal people, despite the fact that that isn't even what he's saying in the video. I know we've all wanted to get up in the face of the protesters that keep showing up at anime and comic conventions, and to that extent, I understand the visceral reaction to seeing somebody actually get in there and do it. To repeat, the protesters in this video are not the good guys here. It's just that, in my opinion, nobody is the good guy in this video, and I'm tired of pretending years later that there is. A few weeks later at a different anime convention, Vic states that he had no idea he was being filmed during that conversation.
I was talking this quietly, like it was a private conversation. I didn't realize somebody was videotaping.
Really? Are you sure? You mean you didn't notice the guy that was within reaching distance of you, right next to your shoulder, that you kept pointing at and looking down the lens of his camera? For a whole 5 minutes, you just didn't even know that guy was there? Because it looks plainly established that this was intended to be preserved for all of time to me. I love how he's very much aware of what he said and in what tone and in what volume, so that he could repeat the famous thing he did in front of his audience of adoring fans.
And one of them yelled out, "God loves everybody." And I turned around and I yelled, "Then why don't you put that on your sign?"
This reminds me of the dad in Troll 2 who got popular for one stupid line in his movie.
And you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it.
And then when he found out people really liked hearing him say the line, he just kept going to events and introducing himself to people as the guy in Troll 2 who said the funny sounding line.
I go, you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it. Like that, you know. And so I have to look out for that. And when I yell at him like that, then that becomes a famous line in the movie.
Like, am I making this clear, or is this just going over people's heads? It's hard not to see the Christian protester story as one that Vic was able to turn into a hero arc, and frankly, it worked. Everybody believed it, but I don't, man. I don't know. When people talk about Vic, his strong faith in Christianity is often what comes up in conversations. He definitely doesn't hide his beliefs or even shy away from talking about them. Given his monumentally abundant Christian educational background, this only makes sense. During his most popular days, Vic would regularly host panels at anime conventions on Sunday mornings that basically doubled as church services. And if you've ever attended any sort of non-denominational church, you know what this is like. He even starts them off with a contemporary praise and worship musical number, just like any other modern contemporary church, just with much fewer slideshow projected lyrics and flashing lights. He leads the room in prayer, he gives his personal testimony, then he moves on to giving a sermon and closes out the service with yet another prayer. When I was much younger, I didn't necessarily see any issues with this. After all, the services were optional. It didn't appear as though he was dragging anybody into the panel rooms by their hair, kicking and screaming to go. And as somebody who was raised Christian myself, I thought it was a nice thing to do for people who didn't want to feel conflicted about going to an anime convention, but having to skip a Sunday morning church service. It does get a little bit messier when he finds opportunities to bring up his faith at literally every other event he's scheduled for. This includes his regular Q&A panels and comes up during autograph sessions. Vic would regularly sell CDs with audio recordings of himself reading the Book of John, which he now also gives away as a direct download for free on the Risen Bull Rangers online store. Additionally, remember how Vic was struggling to identify with playing a character in an anime if he had to possibly conceive that maybe he was gay? Similarly, Vic makes huge leaps in logic to justify playing Edward Elric, a character that is self-professed atheist. This particular moment comes from a panel at Onicon in 2007, which is important to note because only the original 2003 anime adaptation of Full Metal Alchemist had released at the time. The second series, Brotherhood, wouldn't release for another 2 years. And while there's arguments to be made for Brotherhood about whether or not Ed actually meets God, as far as Vic knows in this clip, that hasn't happened yet.
I don't really think Ed's an atheist. Now, you may be going, oh, yes, he is. He said there are no gods and we're the closest thing there are to God. He's a punk little kid.
Now again, there are several moments in Full Metal Alchemist where Ed says he doesn't believe in God. And look, I understand that you can maybe argue some semantics for whether or not Ed sometimes uses language that suggests he's blaming God instead of simply not believing in God. But choosing to believe that sort of implies that you always kind of hope that that poor kid who's been through a lot of shit will eventually come around and become a believer, which really isn't even a thing that ever happens. Additionally, Vic reflects on some of the lines that he had to say during the recording of the show.
And in a moment of real honesty, he says to his brother, what?
We're not gods.
We're not gods. We're just tiny, insignificant humans who couldn't even say the word wrong. When you catch him on an honest moment, he understands, he knows.
I think I need some help understanding how Vic came to this conclusion. If Ed comes to the realization that he himself is nothing close to a god, that's not him acknowledging the existence of another god. Now we're back down to absolutely no godlike beings. And to top it all off, why is this even a concern for Vic? Full Metal Alchemist doesn't even take place in our world and doesn't contain the Judeo-Christian god or Jesus of Nazareth. I mean, unless maybe you count that movie where Ed teleports to real-world Germany just before the rise of Hitler, but I'm assuming we're not including that in the context of the TV series. Anyway, what I'm saying is, if there is any god to believe in the world of Full Metal Alchemist, it's going to be an entirely different made-up one for the sake of a Japanese cartoon. Are you really hoping that Ed one day suddenly comes to his senses and builds a relationship with Jesus in the future? Because I hate to tell you this, but unless manga author Hiromu Arakawa suddenly does something absolutely insane, I'm pretty sure that's never gonna happen. And it's here where you start to see people people online talk about his aggressive displays of his faith with great disdain. I admit that I've never seen it with my own two eyes, but some convention attendees would recount stories of Vic specifically pushing his faith onto them, which is something that he, of course, greatly denies, such as in this podcast interview with Anime News Network in 2013.
Okay, so I've seen a few video clips where I was like, hey, why is he talking that way to somebody who just is of a different faith or whatever?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
There was one clip that kind of went around where somebody presented themselves as a Buddhist, and you were a little, at least in the clip that I saw, you seemed like you were a little dismissive, maybe of his.
Tell me how. I have no recollection of that.
Well, it's been a long time, but you know
what, Zach? I would like to ask you.
Okay.
As my friend, find the clip.
I will do
and
it.
Send me the link.
I'll do it.
It's pretty common for Vic to get defensive about the way people interpret things he's said and done like this. And once you get him started, he'll be on it for a long time. Honestly, quite a large chunk of this 75-minute podcast is dedicated to how people apparently just make stuff up about him, including the way people interpret his faith. At one point in this podcast, Justin Savakis and the late Zach Bertschy push Vic to talk more about the idea that other voice actors can talk at length about any number of ideas at their own panels, but seemingly Vic talking about his faith is the only topic people seem to have a problem with.
There are voice actors that go to conventions and they preach whatever their message is. They yell it from the rooftops. They blare their political beliefs. They blare their sexual beliefs. They yell them. They wear their t-shirts. They bring them up anytime and every time they can. And yet nobody seems to be bothered by that.
The whole podcast, Vic has basically been able to go with his thoughts uncontested, and as Zach pushes back against some ideas Vic is presenting, he starts to get kind of aggressive.
They use their panels and opportunities to promote their beliefs, correct? Correct?
To an extent, I would say you're right, I guess.
I don't even know how, I mean, is this really a question?
Yeah, I think it kind of is, Vic.
It's also during this podcast that Vic suggests that he has faced religious persecution because of his faith.
And they literally make, Facebook pages, and they get on websites like 4chan and whatever, Crunchyroll and different places, and they do nothing but spew slander and hatred and lies about me because they just can't stand the fact that I take some kind of stand for my faith. There are some voice actors, people in the industry who, for whatever reason, they do everything they can to keep me from being invited as a guest because they don't like my faith and the stand that I take on my faith.
Now, I don't necessarily think that people being critical of you on the internet is the same thing as religious persecution. It's just an uncomfortable thing that Vic doesn't like. But it's definitely interesting to hear Vic insinuate that other people in his industry would basically shit talk about him in front of people at anime conventions and try to get his future appearances canceled. Even crazier to think that literally the only reason this is happening is because Vic Mignogna is an outspoken Christian. I mean, it would be weird if that was the only problem people had with Vic, and there was literally not a single other thing he has ever done to make people feel discomforted by him, and that they wouldn't want to be around him anymore. That would sure be a crazy thing to suggest, wouldn't it? Oh no, we're going to have to come back to this later, aren't we?
And yet I go to conventions and I have a Sunday morning panel that you can choose not to attend. And suddenly I'm some sort of a fanatic, some sort of a crazy Jesus freak, who's jamming his religion down people's throats.
Wow, some kind of Jesus freak. Like the name of the relatively famous song by Christian musical group DC Talk, the same musical group Vic helped write music for on their first album in 1989. Deep cut, man. One last topic from the podcast that I thought was particularly interesting was a moment where Vic makes it clear that he believes he's an important part of fans' lives, especially as someone who is able to introduce them to his faith.
I could show you binders full of emails from people exactly like you just described, who I have been able to be some kind of positive encouragement to, some kind of love and acceptance in their lives when they don't have very much elsewhere.
At face value, this really only comes across as a little self-important and perhaps egotistical, kind of a weird thing to say, but not wholly unwarranted if he's genuinely making people happy and not doing any greater harm to anyone. And if that was the extent of his proselytizing, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. But the lines begin to blur a little bit when looking more closely at his fan club, the Risen Bull Rangers. Chapter 2, subsection A, the Risen Bull Rangers might be a cult.
But no, there is absolutely no religious element to the Rangers at all.
Okay. Anyway, the Risen Bull Rangers have an official Bible study group led by Vic himself. Or at least they did for quite some time. I'm not sure how active they are today, if at all. Starting in 2007 and running for at least 2 years into 2009, the Rangers had a sub-organization they called Rangers in Bible Study, or very cleverly, RIBS for short. You can even still buy their t-shirt on Redbubble today! The group chat meetings initially started over AOL Instant Messenger before eventually moving on to the Rangers' own official Java chat room installed onto their website. Conveniently, the members of the Bible study group preserved most of their chat sessions in a live journal community that still appears to be online today. Now, to their credit, most of their chat logs don't have anything too terribly salacious to be found in them, although from time to time, when Vic is able to join the Rangers in their group chat, he has a lot of things to say about not agreeing with the separation of church and state, that atheists aren't actually atheists at all, and that secretly, in their own heads, they know perfectly well that God is real, and they're just lying to everybody about it, or teaching his young Padawans about the harsh reality that, biblically speaking, animals don't have souls and that we'll never see our beloved pets in heaven. Right after the person asking the question said their beloved cat had just died a few months ago. Very normal conversations to be having directly with your young adoring fans. Oh hey, here's Vic confirming to the group that he believes the Bible very clearly states that homosexuality is a sin, so there's that. And this is part of where I think a large problem starts to rear its ugly head. The power dynamic between Vic and his fans is tremendously vast. For starters, anyone with any level of notoriety already has a lot of social power over those who look up to them. And secondly, a large percentage of Vic's fans, including those in his fan club, were underage girls. Not all of them, mind you, but tween and teenage girls were by no means difficult to connect with at the time. And during all this time, when Vic was particularly popular with these young girls, he was a man in his 40s and 50s who had a very direct and open line of communication with the young girls who adored him, including directly through email, AOL Instant Messenger, being friends with over 10,000 people on MySpace before it tanked, and sometimes even by phone. So realize, Vic is a 45-year-old man when a young fan asks him the following question. My boyfriend is pressuring me for sex, but I made a promise to God when I was 14 not to before marriage. We really love each other. What should I do? This is already a conversation that, in my personal opinion, Vic should not even remotely be having with this person. We do not know how old they are, but they mentioned taking an oath of celibacy at the age of 14. This is the kind of question a lot of people not much older than that will ask because they're in a very confusing period of growth in their lifetime. The fact that Vic is in the room with young people answering these kinds of questions in the first place is highly inappropriate. He has willingly positioned himself to be an authority figure with all the answers, guiding hopeless young people through their toughest, most confusing moments. If I were a parent and I knew this was happening, I would be tremendously wary of allowing my child to communicate so intimately with this person that my child only knows because this 45-year-old man is the voice of several popular Japanese cartoon characters. Now, to be fair to Vic, the answer he gave this young fan of his in response to that question wasn't actually inappropriate, but it is worth noting. Listen to me. Anyone who pressures you to do something you made a promise to God about is not respecting you or God. This is important that you hear me. I'm so proud of you for making that commitment to God, and it's the right thing to do. God makes it clear that sex is for marriage only. Do not break that for anyone. No one who truly loves you would ever pressure you to do that, period. Besides, you are way too young to be having sex anyway. It does nothing but cause a ton of problems. Honor your promise to God. You will be so glad you did, and so sorry if you don't. And interestingly enough, I actually agree with most of this message. You shouldn't give yourself over to anyone who makes you feel pressured into having sex. Certainly not at such a young age when you're not really sure what you want, and anybody who makes you feel pressured into having sex doesn't actually love or care about you. That's actually really solid advice. I'm sure that Vic himself is a shining example of this advice, and we'll never find ourselves suddenly shocked later on in this very same video about anything even remotely related to this exact issue. Also, just because it's kind of funny, I like how Vic several times across his chat sessions with the ribs gets really irritated if a bunch of people start chatting and cluttering up the chat room while he's trying to answer questions, and at one point one member says, "Raise his hand, can I ask something?" To which Vic simply coldly replies, "No." And now the fan has to meekly apologize for even trying to participate. Anyway, the Risen Bowl Rangers have always been this really strange, insular group. Aside from joining Vic in private chat sessions for Bible study, they've also had weird sets of rules and regulations to follow. For a long while, a required step in becoming a member of the Rangers was joining the closed-off Yahoo groups, which of course now no longer exists, before you could even join their Discord server. Their forums went through several iterations, some of which required memberships in order to even so much as read, and there are chats that will be forever lost because they were in private AOL Instant Messenger groups that also now no longer exist because AIM no longer exists. Members of the Rangers were encouraged to hand out Ranger recruitment cards to anyone and everyone who might even remotely look like a mark to become a loyal fan of Vic. Speaking regarding the recruitment cards, one convention attendee said, "Oh hey, I remember those. Got yelled at for refusing to take a card and join. Say one bad thing about Vic and you had a flock of Rangers yelling at you. I got cornered a few times because they heard me warning people about Vic and his cult." The club has gone through several leading officers, including Vic's own mother, who permanently holds the title of matriarch, helping to organize meetups and cover website operation costs. Just to keep in mind, and something you'll want to remember much further along in this video, the ratio of men to women in just the Ranger officers alone is kind of weird. Like, the archived website from 2009 shows just 3 men and 16 women, 17 if you count his mom. And as evidenced by all of this, Vic seemingly has never had to want for help with extra sets of hands, working as merchandise booths at conventions, or even operating his own social media, because the Risen Bull Rangers do all that shit voluntarily for free. The club also often arranged for small fan meetups and dinners with Vic during various convention appearances. And purely anecdotally speaking, it has been stated by prior members and officers of the fan club that seeking monetary compensation for their efforts in any way was widely discouraged. The club has branched out with a sizable presence on just about any platform you can imagine, including Facebook, Discord, DeviantArt, and Gaia Online. In the last 20 years of being involved in the greater American anime community, I am hard-pressed to think of a single other English dub anime voice actor with such a frenzied fan club, with such well-organized hierarchy and long-lasting mobilization. The levels to which their dedications run are honestly several levels of concerning. Imagine the fevered fanaticism of the Swifties, but filtered down into the anime community. While that size may be smaller than the Taylor Swift fandom, as far as the mid-2000s anime fandom in the United States was concerned, their numbers were sizable and their behavior was equally as feared. It's also kind of weird to find archived posts from various Ranger communities seeing the members of the fan club referring to Vic as Führer. That's right, Führer, as in the word so closely associated with Adolf Hitler that even modern-day Germans will shy away from using it in political contexts to describe their leaders. God, I can't believe I've already brought up Hitler twice. Now, I get it, the fan club is pulling vocabulary from Full Metal Alchemist here, a show that clearly has a lot of German influences. And in fact, the English adaptations of the show, both in the subtitles and the dub, refer to a very specific title in the State Alchemist military as Fuhrer. But just so we're clear, Edward Elric, the character that Vic plays in the show, at no point in time holds the position of Fuhrer, and the guy that does hold the position of Fuhrer is not a good guy. Seemingly at no point in time did Vic or any sane, rational person discourage the use of the word Fuhrer from getting thrown around to describe him. That includes Vic's mom, who in her own life journal, which she publicly used to communicate with the fan club, also referred to her son as Fuhrer. Cool. Historically, the Risen Bull Rangers have been a particularly loud and aggressive fan community. They organize and rally to get Vic invited to various anime conventions, including via email and spamming convention forums, and start arguments with people they perceive to be threats to their hero. Again, anecdotally speaking, this seems to happen a lot, with Rangers cornering people, including members of their own club, both over AOL Instant Messenger and in real life, to shame them for saying or doing things they didn't approve of. And they're definitely the first to pick fights with Vic's most vocal detractors on the internet, something that's been a reoccurring documented behavior for years now. One particular example comes from the now defunct forums Cosfu, which at one point had also been known as Cosfucks. Now, Cosfu was not a happy place to be on the internet. Really, it was kind of like if just the CGL board on 4chan had been boiled down to mostly just being about cosplay and was slightly less anonymous. For a good while there, cosplayers really feared going to conventions and simply enjoying themselves while wearing what made them happy, only to find photos of themselves posted on Cosfu the next week getting mercilessly ridiculed by the users of the forums, picking apart their costuming skills. So to be clear, much like the evangelical protesters from earlier, this is a story where the other people involved aren't exactly what I would consider to be the good guys here. It's just that Vic, and now the Risen Bull Rangers too, also don't come off looking so great either. At a certain point, a thread specifically dedicated to Vic Mignogna cropped up on Cosfu. Currently, most of the thread is no longer visible, although part of it has been archived and can still be read today. Apparently, at the time, it had reached at least 31 pages in length, and it's frustrating that you can't see all 31 pages of this. But thankfully, in 2008, the person who started the thread updated the original post to give a summary of all kinds of weird shit that happened over the course of those 31 pages. Part of that summary reads, "Many people came to this thread to tell and express their stories and opinions regarding Vic. Thread dies down a bit. Crazy White Knighter comes to forum out of the blue and offers $100 to anyone who can provide video proof of Vic being drunk / homophobe / whatever we deemed him to be. Provided screenshots. Kept making us provide proof. This goes on for 7 to 8 pages. Another White Knight comes in. Turns out it's just her using her cell to fake a different IP address. We provide proof she doesn't own up to the $100, now $60K in debt, that she owes us for providing many proofs of Vic's failness." Wow, that sure is a funny story about the behavior of one of Vic's most adoring fans coming to his defense on the internet. Sure is a shame that nobody can prove any of that happened. Except for the fact that during convention panels, Vic has gone into great detail about the events that took place on this forum, and not only confirmed that it happened, but that he encouraged it and was directly involved with it. A full 2 years after the events that happened on Cosfu, Vic held a panel at TokoshoCon in 2010, one of his many rumors panels that he used to hold. Because it's super normal to have years worth of so many bad negative rumors about you that you feel the only way to combat those rumors is to hold hour-long powwow sessions at public events telling everybody why all the bad things you've ever heard aren't true. I can't think of a single other voice actor who has ever held rumors panels like these, and certainly not multiple times over several years. Hell, even when he's just having normal Q&A panels, at some point they all inevitably devolve into talking about how mad he is that there are so many rumors all over the internet about his bad behavior. Anyway, so Vic does this panel at TokoshoCon, and some of the very specific things discussed in the Cosfu thread come up almost verbatim. Apparently, Vic had a really big problem with being perceived as a person who might occasionally consume alcohol.
So you know what I did one time? I had a friend of mine go on one of these websites and say, "You guys are being hurtful and cruel and lying," and I challenge anyone to produce any video evidence of Vic being drunk at all, and I'll give you $100. And I literally set up a PayPal account. You remember this? I set up a PayPal account called dickisanddrunk.com. I did it, and I put $100 of my own money in there, and it's still there because there isn't any video evidence. There isn't. It's never happened.
So not only did one of Vic's fangirls actually, in fact, go into the Cosfu forums to defend Vic and put up a $100 challenge to the people of the forum to find proof of Vic drinking alcohol, but Vic himself sent them to do it, and the supposed totally real $100 actually belonged to him. Not only that, but the fan who did it is sitting in the room with him during this panel. He names her out loud, and it's the same name as the person the people on Cosfu accused of being Vic's white knight. I'm deliberately choosing to hide her name and face in my own video here because as far as I'm aware, she has long since gotten away from Vic's gravitational pull. But the fact that this happened and that Vic confirmed that he was personally involved in it is absolutely insane.
There were some people on Cosfu saying some very mean, hateful things. Stuff that has no basis in any kind of fact at all. Because she's my friend and she knows I love her, because we're buddies, she and a couple of people got on there and tried to defend, is that fair to say? Tried to defend me because they know me. They hacked into her computer and did all kinds of damage. She ended up paying the price from these hateful punks. Sorry, is it okay if I call them that?
Yeah.
She ended up paying the price. I love you. She ended up paying the price because she tried to do something good.
I'm assuming the story about the hacking is true too, because a screenshot of an email thread between Vic and this specific Risenbull Ranger member still floats around today, showing Vic directly encouraging a fan to get into fights and defend his honor on the internet. We don't see the beginning of the email thread, but we start with his response of, "Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much it means to me that I have friends who will defend me from these morons who have nothing better to do but try to gain attention by spreading lies about someone. Love you." Smile emoji. The Ranger replies with, "No problem, and just wanted to tell you that that forum topic was shut down." Smiley face. "However, there is still another one. I'll work on that one tonight, LOL." Vic replies one more time, "Good girl. Thanks." Sent from my iPhone. The way Vic talks to this fan is particularly unsettling. In this email, he's referring to her as one of his friends, and you may have even noticed that he says the same thing about her during his rumors panel.
Because she's my friend and she knows I love her because we're buddies.
This isn't just some kind of a one-off thing either. It's very common for Vic to call almost everyone his friend, which much later on down the road, he will say is because he genuinely believes everybody is his friend. But whether or not that's true, he throws the word friend around so liberally that it almost becomes meaningless. And on top of that, he uses the word with his biggest fans, which further endears them to him because they genuinely believe they're receiving special attention from a celebrity that they've propped up in their head to have all the importance to them in the world. It's little wonder then that the Risenbull Rangers would go to any length to defend his honor because he has absolutely destroyed any and all boundaries that belong between a fan and a celebrity. Also, what is up with him calling his fan a good girl? You can just feel the head pats coming through the screen when you read it, like all she did was follow his command and now he's rewarding her like a dog begging for a treat. Perhaps it's finally starting to become clear at this point why it is that the Risenbull Rangers have had the word cult associated with them, despite their protests on their website stating that they're definitely not a cult. But now, as a result of this entire event, Vic has now inadvertently confirmed that sometimes the things you read about him on the internet might at the very least have some grain of truth to them. Think about it. If he had never said anything about it, it would have gone on to just be some crazy, unconfirmed story on the internet and nobody would have ever known about it or given it a second thought. But instead, he gave it legitimacy by confirming the events actually happened, even going so far as is to show the whole room the person he sent off to war for him. And now that leaves me thinking, if the Cosfu thing really happened, then what else is he talking about during these panels that possibly has some grain of truth to them? So now that we know that sometimes Vic talks about things that actually happened, but he just thinks there was nothing wrong with it, here's a compilation of him telling the whole room about a bunch of awful shit about himself that he swears isn't true.
I've gotten so many emails over the last month saying, I heard that you were quitting voice acting to start a church. I've heard that Vic hates Yowie so much that fans have come up to him at conventions and given him Yowie, to asked him to sign Yowie, and he threw the Sharpie at them and got up and walked away. I heard that somebody slid Yowie under my door of my hotel room at a convention, and I was so enraged that I'm currently suing the hotel.
Vic shoves his religion down my throat and I can't stand it.
I heard that you're homophobic and you hate gay people. I have some very good friends that are gay. I have read and heard stories that I have been seen falling down, stumbling drunk at conventions. I get emails occasionally that say, I've heard that you don't like your fans and that you're mean. I've heard rumors that there are like voice actors who hate each other and that I don't like certain voice actors, they don't like me. I've heard from time to time that I'm very demanding at conventions. I heard that, you got upset because this such and such happened, and I thought you were like a Christian.
People dressing as Ed if they're female. Like, oh, Ed's not a girl, so you can't cosplay as Ed.
She goes, well, I heard that last time he was here, some crazy girls found his hotel room, found his room, and he yelled and said, I'm never coming back to this place again.
She was telling people that 2 days before Anime Central started, 2 days before the con, I called the guest relations people or whoever, and demanded $5,000 or I wasn't coming.
I heard that you utterly despise voice acting various characters. For example, the biggest one I heard was you despise voice acting Broly in Dragon Ball.
Okay.
There was a big thing going around that people were saying that you lied about talking to Clamp about Phi. It was weird. They said that you had gone to Clamp and clarified that he was not gay and stuff like that.
Because she was Jewish, that she couldn't be a part of the Rangers because of the whole Christian overtone.
It was a petition to get you to not be allowed to come to cons anymore because apparently you're very arrogant.
I went on with autograph session one time, and somebody asked me to sign a Yowie, and he asked them where they got it, and they pointed to some girl who drew it over in the artist alley, and he got up from the table and he went over there and screamed at the girl.
Some girl actually said to me, Big Thing Donna is a little too friendly with his younger female fans.
Don't say. I'm sure that one's nothing. Anyway.
Another lie that I heard was that I'm currently suing a hotel because someone slid Yowie under my door. Okay, now, I'm sorry. That's retarded.
Wow. That one's, it's not a great look, I know. But listen, he said this all the way back in 2011. I mean, lots of people just casually threw around ableist slurs several years ago, but people change and they grow. Surely there is never going to come a point in time later in this video where we ever hear him over a decade later use this specific ableist slur ever again. One of Vic's favorite explanations for why people do this to him, and this is something that he has claimed repeatedly in front of people for years, is that nobody could possibly be doing it for what they think are the right reasons, and are only spreading horrible lies to get attention.
They just say it, okay? Because it's some attention. A lot of people know who they're talking about, and that gets them the attention that they're looking for. I don't really know where that kind of stuff comes from, except just to kind of get a little attention. People say things like that for one purpose alone. Two purposes. One, to get attention. And two, to hurt.
You would be so hurt if somebody who you didn't even know was saying mean things just to get attention, just to cause you trouble.
But it's sad that they're so desperate for some attention.
They spread horrible rumors and say mean, hateful, hurtful, slanderous lies about people because they're so desperate for attention.
So not only would Vic regularly hold panels where he would tell everybody that the whole internet was lying about him at all points in time, but he would follow all of that up with, you guessed it, instructing everybody in the room to then go back out onto the internet and push back against people spreading these horrible, vicious lies about him.
So I have given you ammunition or empowered you when you're out and about all over the internet to share, your experience.
So you guys have some power as well, and I would like to encourage you when we leave tonight to do what you can when you're online with these people and say, you know what, dude, why don't you go get a paper route or something?
You guys, do me a favor. You may think this is a small event, but there are 500 of you. You have the power to stop that kind of garbage. Speak up. When you're in forums or on websites where people are being hurtful and hateful and making up lies about people, take a stand for what's right. Will you do that?
So if you're wondering why it is that there's seemingly quite a lot of people who have a lot of stories about Vic, and yet somehow there's equally as vitriolic pushback from what feels like an army of Vic's biggest fans, it's because Vic has repeatedly given clear instructions to his most loyal followers to do this for years on end. And for anyone who thinks this is a normal, rational thing to do if you are in fact innocent of something, no, this is not normal. I can't think of a single other voice actor who has ever specifically asked their fans to get on the internet and defend them from people saying mean things about them. So not only do we now know he has done that in private with members of his fan club, but that he's also openly been doing it with entire rooms full of people, hoping those people will also record him saying these things and put it on the internet, thus spreading his call to action even wider.
We're gonna put this on YouTube. Are you gonna put this on YouTube? That is the biggest crock of lies.
And this might be a good place to note how at almost every possible convention panel, Vic works the room way differently from any other human being on the planet. While every other normal convention guest sits at the table behind their microphone and engages their audience from a safe distance, like a normal person who has boundaries with their fans, Vic picks up the microphone and drags the cord around the room that some poor convention volunteer is going to have to put back into place later as he walks into the audience as far as he can possibly get to talk to fans directly, one-on-one, sometimes touching people and playing with their belongings. Some of you might think that that's really cool and normal and kind of nice for a guest to do, but there are innumerable reasons why most big-name guests don't do this. For example, under normal circumstances, this might be for the safety of the guest because you don't know what some awkward fan might do if there's not at least some small barrier between you and the rest of the room. But in Vic's case, it's becoming more and more apparent as time goes on that he does everything in his power to reduce the boundaries between himself and his fans in order to get the results he wants. I'm less certain that this is just a cool, fun quirk of a minor celebrity who genuinely loves his fans, and more convinced that this is a tool to further enamor his audience with him. He's an incredibly skilled public speaker, and he commands the entire room, making it feel like he's just having a huge, friendly one-on-one with a room full of his best friends, to the point where fans are screaming for him and willing to do anything he asks. But fans aren't the only groups of people Vic has had trouble with. Vic has widely been known to be a hassle to deal with at conventions by the very people running the conventions themselves. Talk about his behavior and how difficult he was to work with came up often. The words prima donna and diva got thrown around a lot. Heck, you even heard somebody from his rumors panel ask about it because that's exactly what people had been saying even back in the late 2000s and 2010s.
I've heard from time to time that I'm very demanding at conventions.
It was a petition to get you to not be allowed to come to cons anymore because apparently you're very arrogant.
In fact, Vic has basically confirmed that this is true. At one point during Colossal Con in 2013, Vic kinda sorta makes a not completely terrible apology for sometimes getting upset at convention staff volunteers, although he does it by also kind of throwing the staff members under the bus a little bit.
Sometimes when you work with different people and you go to an event and you expect things to be like set up a certain way and prepared a certain way, and sometimes they're not. And then I'll get there and sometimes things aren't ready, or they don't have what they said they would have, or whatever. And I am guilty of being a bit of a jerk There have been occasions in the past, not many, but certainly occasions in the past where I've gone to conventions and things have not gone the way they were supposed to, and I've been frustrated by it, and that's been very visible because I'm not really good at keeping that kind of stuff in. And then what happens is some of those convention people will go online and they'll talk about what a jerk I am.
I mean, look, he only got mad at the convention staff because the unpaid volunteer workers didn't do things exactly the way he wanted them to. Also, how dare they later go on the internet and complain about how he behaved with them? In fact, this kind of behavior wasn't even solely directed at convention staffers. If other guests managed to inconvenience Vic in some way, Vic was not having it at all. In 2012, Vic was a guest at MCM Expo in Birmingham, England. So that's a good start to this story, knowing that shit was getting stirred up in other countries. During the event, a panel was being held with various cast members from the BBC One original TV series Merlin, a show that had been airing in the UK since 2008, and at that point in time was still ongoing, with each episode getting millions of views every week. Evidently, Vic was supposed to have a panel in the same room as the Merlin cast immediately after their panel was over. But I guess the Merlin guys were maybe taking a little longer with their panel than expected, because from archived footage of this event, we can see that Vic started somewhat aggressively approaching the cast of Merlin to antagonize them about how long they were taking on stage.
Okay. Is he winding you up? Okay. What was he doing? Okay, who are you with? Who's you? Oh, okay. All right, why you stop talking?
It's just... We're probably not the guns you want to ask.
I love how the staff member controls the room and gives the Merlin cast time to answer questions from the audience.
Okay, we have time for at least one more question. This lady here.
Because frankly, they are the bigger, more important guests here, and Vic is just being a diva trying to hassle them out of the room. And even then, Vic continues to just hang out impatiently at the edge of the stage, waiting for them to finish answering their questions. On top of that, someone submitted a blog entry to the Vic Horror Stories Tumblr page, giving further first-hand details about this exact event happening right in front of them as they sat in the audience. The actor who played Percival, 6'8" and muscular as fuck, is sitting at the end. He goes quiet and starts focusing off stage. My friend points this out. He's slowly looking angrier and angrier. Looks like he's about to punch something. And I start to notice some high-pitched whiny shouting from backstage. I don't know what exactly was being shouted, but I can sort of make out fantasy bullshit, off the stage, and piece of shit. One of the other knights notices this, whispers to Percival, unaware he can still be heard on mic, "Ignore him, mate, he's stirring shit." So their panel draws to a close, albeit a little later than expected, due to them actually doing their job of being hired to sign autographs, and Vic Mangina in all his glory swaggers onto the stage and straight up to Percival, who had not had the chance to leave the stage. Percival looks ready to smack him in the face. There are some heated words off mic, with the other knights trying to draw Percival away, probably persuading him that he would lose his job if he were to smack the asshole, no matter how much he deserved it. They walk away with Percival giving one of the scariest death glares I have ever seen in my life towards Vic. But fine, maybe Vic being kind of an asshole to the cast of an incredibly popular hit TV series on UK television, while being a guest at a convention in the UK surrounded by people who this probably matters to, like, a lot, is just some kind of a one-shot thing. Maybe we just caught him on a bad day. I mean, there are an awful lot of stories like this from people who've had to work as Vic's handlers across America for several years, but let's assume you just think that none of Vic's handlers or any of the convention volunteers who've ever dealt with him are real people because you two are an asshole. Then would you believe it if the story came from a bunch of people who made you laugh at Dragon Ball jokes on the internet? Maybe you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z Abridged, a long-running, now ended parody dub of Dragon Ball Z, as created by the members of the internet content creation team known as Team 4-Star. Of interest specifically to this video is one particular line from episode 27 of DBZ Abridged, posted in 2012. On its own, the line, spoken here by Frieza, isn't particularly noteworthy.
Okay, seriously, first off, Super Saiyan. What is that? What even is that?
It wouldn't be for another 10 years when we would find out, thanks to Team 4-Star commentary videos, that line had a deeper meaning than just being kind of dismissive. Lanny Pator and Kaiser Neko explained during this video that the inspiration actually came from a real-life experience with a particular voice actor.
Also, I want to go back to that Super Saiyan, what is that? What even is that? That's an in-joke to us. And I'm not going to name names, but this happened at a convention. I think like Youmacon 2010. Or 2010. We were given like a very large convention room, and a very prominent voice actor was given a smaller room at the same time. And they got really pissy at the staff. And they were like, "Wait, hold on, who's in the big room right now?" Team 4-Star. And their reply was, "Team 4-Star? What is that? What even is that?"
No, and specifically, I keep hearing that name. What is that?
What even is that? And that became like an in-joke for us for a long time.
Yep.
Now, they are very deliberate in choosing not to name names here in this video, and for that reason, it has given quite a bit of wiggle room for a while as to what voice actor they had been talking about. Of course, lots of people speculated that it was Vic because the behavior was simply too on the nose for it to have been about anybody else. But hey, it might not have been Vic. Surely there's a reason why they didn't name names. Like maybe they didn't want to crush anybody's personal image of a much nicer voice actor with a much cleaner reputation.
Oh no, you all know about it. It's a Vic joke. Damn it.
Oh, well, so much for that theory.
Yeah, it's a Vic Mignogna joke because I don't know if they ever told the story, but essentially we overheard a conversation about Vic Mignogna because we were like at a convention. I forget which convention it was. We had main panel rooms for our main panel, and it was at the same time as one of Vic's panels, and Vic was in the secondary panel room. Vic was not thrilled because it was a much smaller panel room. And he said, "Well, sir, but Team 4-Star has that room." Team 4-Star, what is that? What even is that? We heard it. We heard the conversation. I don't know what the fuck to tell you guys. We just kind of laughed about it. We're like, okay, well, whatever. We didn't give a shit.
Do not get this twisted. This was common behavior for this man. For all us millennial convention attendees, we're just preaching to the choir. If you enter any online anime fan community full of a bunch of convention attending millennials and start asking questions about Vic, you're not going to be able to throw a rock without hitting somebody who watched him do weird shit firsthand. Weirdo random nobody strangers who weren't part of the community at the time at all will tell you that you and everybody you've ever talked to who saw this shit with your own two eyes are all lying and making shit up about a totally wholesome, nice, kind, loving man who does nothing but try to please his fans. Absolutely fucking insane. Chapter 2, subsection B, Vic's fan film bullshit. I mentioned earlier in this video that in 2006, Vic had made a Full Metal Alchemist fan film titled Full Metal Fantasy. As you might have guessed earlier, it's one of the most insane, cringeworthy vanity projects you can imagine, made with the help of the Risen Bowl Rangers across the state of Texas and utilizing any other favor Vic could have possibly called in. That includes commissioning a wig from a high schooler, and by commission, I mean just taking a wig a high schooler made and not paying for it. Aside from Vic slowly turning into Edward Elric because he's not a good enough actor to be able to separate himself from the fictional character he plays, he also shows off the car he drives, which features his very real vanity plate that he absolutely very truly in real life customized to say Full Metal. But there is still all kinds of other nonsense that popped up regarding that film. At one point near the end, Vic, now completely cosplaying as a tiny child, is backed into a corner in a dark, rainy alley and steps backwards into a giant statue of the character Alphonse, Edward's younger brother, who at current has no body and whose soul is stuck inside of a giant suit of armor. Now, some of you may even recognize this suit of armor. It had been provided by Aniplex to Funimation, who had been distributing Full Metal Alchemist at the time, and oftentimes this exact same statue would show up at various anime conventions around the state of Texas, maybe even further beyond. I always thought it was pretty crazy that he had been able to wrangle this official Aniplex provided statue for his fan film, and I often wondered how it was he managed to do it. For years, the rumor legitimately had been that he'd stolen it for the sake of the project. So if nothing else, this story teaches you that you do need to take everything you hear with at least a little grain of salt. However, while it's not technically true that he stole it, the truth of what really happened with that statue wasn't actually all that that far off, and in fact was way more interesting than what we thought was true. In late 2019, former Funimation employee Lance Haskell told the story on Twitter of how Vic legitimately tricked him into letting him take the statue around to get filmed. Lance writes, "He tricked me into borrowing the Alphonse statue. We just got it that week and I was so busy with everything else, 70-hour weeks then. He said it was a prop for a project. I should have asked what it was for. Little did I know it was going to be his nerd magnum opus, and got the actual voice actors to be in his skit. It was a nightmare. Not sanctioned, but he got cons to show it. Internally, the decision was to ignore and disavow, since it was an unlicensed work from a contractor. I lived in dread when the director or anyone from Aniplex was at a con that Vic attended and shown the video. Alas, Aniplex did not reprimand us. I don't know why they didn't. If I was them, I would have. So eventually, Vic pleaded with me for the upteenth time to ask permission to add it to the Shambhala movie limited edition set. Squeaky wheel finally got the oil, and I sent an email to my Aniplex counterpart. Committee declined. End of story. Vic genuinely thought he could get Aniplex, aka Sony themselves, to just put his insane fan film on the official DVD release of the Conqueror of Shambhala movie. Thankfully, that never happened. Now, while Lance says that Aniplex did not ever seem to reprimand either Funimation or Vic, apparently at some point in time the message came across that for some amount of time, Vic was not allowed to show his fan film at conventions anymore.
And then for a while, I wasn't allowed to show it. And I'm like, well, it's a fan film. I mean, it promotes their show. I mean, I'm not taking any money for it.
But after a couple of years, Vic apparently obtained permission from Funimation to start showing Full Metal Fantasy at conventions again, so long as he fulfilled one caveat.
The next time I was up at Funimation, I spoke with Sophie, and Sophie said, as long as you let us know that you're doing it, you can start to show it again. If you will let me know what events you intend to show it at, you can start showing Full Metal Fantasy again.
But I really wonder about how exactly he was handling the whole letting Funimation know about his screenings, because sometimes he wouldn't let them know he was doing it until it was literally seconds before he did it.
I'm going to show it to you today. And I'm also going to text Sophie and tell her that I'm doing it. Just like I'm supposed to, right? Following my instructions.
You see what I mean? You see how he makes sure that you as a member of the audience hear just like I'm supposed to, following my instructions, so that he can plausibly say, see, I did it. I told them when I was going to do it and I did it. But because the timing was immediately before a screening of the movie, it comes off more like doing it first and asking for forgiveness later. And then, remember how Vic said earlier that Aniplex should have totally been cool with Vic showing it because it gives their show free promotion and they didn't make any money off of it?
I mean, it promotes their show, right? I mean, I'm not taking any money for it.
Well, clearly he didn't give a fuck about whether or not he had the right to do whatever the fuck he wanted with Aniplex's intellectual property, or whether or not he made money off of it, because eventually he started selling the movie bundled together on his Vic Mignogna in concert DVD. The same DVD where he also sells that clip from Star Search that I'm sure he totally has the rights to print and sell.
So, Full Metal Fantasy, for the first time ever, is available on the live concert DVD. It's never been on YouTube. It's never been available anywhere. But it's on the concert DVD.
And for the record, Vic is still selling this DVD to this day through the Risen Bull Rangers online store. I don't know what Aniplex thinks about that, but you know, cool. And while we're on the subject of weird fan projects, they certainly didn't stop at Full Metal Fantasy. Vic has also taken a really bizarre foothold inside the Star Trek fan community for his creation of his own fan series, Star Trek Continues, a short web series basically telling a what-if sort of story if Star Trek the original series hadn't been canceled and the Enterprise had continued on its mission to boldly go where no man has gone before. Now, credit where credit is due. For a fan series, Star Trek Continues is actually fairly impressive. The sets are immaculate recreations of the original TV series sets. The costumes are perfect down to the last detail. The filming, editing, and even the audio engineering is pretty meticulous in just giving fans more of what the first series had originally already done. There's some crossover with the anime community, of course, with Todd Haberkorn coming in to play Spock, his now ex-fiancée Michelle Specht playing the original character Dr. McKenna, and even the late Grant Imahara, known best for his appearances on Mythbusters, playing Sulu Hulu. But for as interesting a project as Star Trek Continues was, it's important to remember that it was still a fan project, no matter how many Trekkies want to argue it should be considered canon. The series went through multiple crowdfunding campaigns, both on Indiegogo and Kickstarter. Now, part of the problem was that, for a while, the Star Trek Continues social media pages were promoting their show and their crowdfunding using images straight from the original TV series, including using images of William Shatner playing Captain Kirk, which is obviously misleading. He's not part of the fan series. And one person who found a particular issue with this was none other than William Shatner himself. And I understand that there are a lot of mixed feelings when it comes to Bill Shatner as a person, but no matter what you think of him, William Shatner getting mad at Vic Mignogna and Star Trek Continues on Twitter is in fact absolutely hilarious. In 2015, Shatner responded to someone talking about the fan project saying, "I don't watch them. I know they are not authorized, and I do wonder at times if they harm the franchise more than help." One fan insisted that the Star Trek Continues team went through entertainment lawyers, so it's all legal, to which Bill replied, "Let's ask at J Van Sitters if Star Trek Continues was licensed. He's the expert," tagging in John Van Sitters, the vice president of Star Trek brand development, clearly trying to escalate this issue to whomever it may concern that has control over the Star Trek license. In 2016, Shatner tagged Vic directly, showing a screenshot of the Star Trek Continues Indiegogo campaign being advertised on Facebook, and said, "You're fundraising with my picture as if I am part of this. I'm not. That's not cool." And then proceeded to tag John Van Sitters yet again. Vic replied, which is crazy because he almost never replies to anybody, because reportedly he doesn't even read his Twitter replies, even when they come from his adoring fans. "Dearest apologies. We've been removing these images and someone missed this one. So sorry for the confusion." Shatner replied again, "This is not the first time it's happened, but it better be the last. Am I clear?" Then tagged in John Van Sitters again. In 2017, Shatner was asked by a fan, "What do you think of Star Trek Continues? The level of detail to yours is amazing." To which Shatner replied, "I don't, as they've crossed the line too many times with me." A month later, Chris Doohan, who worked on Star Trek Continues, tried to tag William Shatner into the conversation about Vic's fan series, to which Shatner then replied, "They are blocked. They have been for quite a while. They used images of me as Kirk to promote their show, so please do not disparage me about this. I don't understand the current push on a show that has ended. Whatever the motivation, please leave me out of it." And then he tagged John Van Sitters yet again, to continue trying to get his attention about it. Yet again, another month later, another fan asked Shatner what he thought about Star Trek Continues, and this time Shatner said, "Star Trek Continues is blocked. They used images from Star Trek the original series to promote their series. I met the actor that played Kirk during a con. We took a photo and he ended up doing panels using that photo to say I taught him to play Kirk. What would you expect my opinion to be?" So at some point in time, William Shatner was blocking anybody and everybody who worked on Star Trek Continues, because at this point, even hearing about the project at all was pissing him off. But finally, years later in 2018, Shatner tweets directly at Vic, "Received your email. The other account stays blocked for what they did. Now you have a mission to undo all your creative handiwork." Vic replies, "Thank you, Bill. Much love and respect for you. Hope to see you again soon." So seemingly Vic at one point wrote William Shatner an email that softened him up enough to at least unblock Vic to communicate with him further. I love how he didn't just reply to Vic privately by email, or if he did, he still felt the need to make this conversation public. But although Shatner has now lightened up a bit, he still doesn't sound completely chill with Vic, and most certainly not with Star Trek Continues as a project. Since then, Vic has occasionally been seen in photos with William Shatner again, though in at least one instance that's because it came from a paid VIP experience. Just so it's clear, it's great that during the closing credits of each episode, Star Trek Continues acknowledges that it's just a fan project, and that the license for Star Trek is wholly owned by CBS and Paramount. What's hilarious, though, is the rest of the disclaimer that says, "No copyright or trademark infringement is intended. In no case is the use of said copyrighted material, with or without identifying symbols, intended as a claim of ownership or infringement of those copyrights/trademarks by the maker of this video or its content providers." Yeah, man. I mean, it's great that you don't intend to infringe on copyright or trademarks owned by CBS and Paramount, but are you saying what you think you were doing by making a Star Trek fan series was not infringing on their trademark? That's literally what's happening here. better. Vic and the rest of the cast and crew of Star Trek Continues are exceedingly fortunate that CBS and Paramount have been lenient on his project, because at any point in time they could very much simply send out a cease and desist or a takedown of their show, and they would have every single legal right to do it. This disclaimer at the end of their episode is about as legally binding as a YouTuber uploading an AMV of Dragon Ball Z set to Linkin Park and then writing "no copyright infringement intended" in the description of the video. Yes, you did intend to infringe on those rights. You wouldn't have deliberately smashed together multiple copyrighted things if that's not what you intended to do. What you really mean is that you don't intend to get punished for having done it. And to be fair, yes, copyright laws are bullshit sometimes. There's perhaps not enough leniency for fair use of both copyrights and trademarks. But in both the cases of Full Metal Fantasy and Star Trek Continues, it's glaringly clear that Vic blatantly doesn't actually care what copyrights and trademarks he's infringing upon, and will come up with a variety of creative solutions to get out of being in trouble for the things he intends to do without asking for permission to do them first. And that theme of just getting away with shit without asking first is just going to keep coming up as this video progresses. And just because I can't think of a better place to put this particular factoid, I don't think we should ever let society forget that Vic Mignogna is responsible for directing this now infamous commercial for Sakura-Con.
I love sushi.
I love Japan, period.
The tea ceremonies.
J-Rock! Garuga Mesh!
I love anime. And manga!
Gaming!
So generally speaking, this is who Vic Mignogna is. His biggest fans will say he's the nicest, friendliest, most supportive voice actor in the world, and those fans would do anything on earth for him. Meanwhile, I don't think it's hard to see why so many other people over the course of about 15 years, from the mid-2000s to the year 2019, got the impression that he could also be a preachy, arrogant, homophobic guy with kind of a weird relationship with his fans and all kinds of boundaries. Basically, during this period of time where Vic had become popular at anime conventions worldwide, he'd successfully built a reputation with people thinking he's just kind of a dick. And if that were all there was to this guy, then I don't think we would be here right now, with me having made a video with the absolutely horrific runtime of however long it is right now, and you sitting there waiting for the other shoe to drop. Chapter 3, shit gets serious. Before we get too much farther into stuff about Vic, there is a completely different and wholly unrelated person we need to briefly talk about for reasons that will become clear later. That person's name is Dylan Keelman, who for quite a long amount of time had been well known by their online username of Hazukari. For years, they had been a prominent figure within the anime community. They cosplayed, wrote articles, joined journalists on various podcasts, the works. And unfortunately, it turned out they were also starting to garner a reputation as an absolute creep. And not just in online spaces, but in the real world as well. It was a reputation that they had been building for years. But seemingly, despite that reputation, nobody had been doing anything about it. That is, not until mid-January 2019, when suddenly multiple people started telling stories on Twitter about their entirely uncomfortable and wholly inappropriate experiences with Hazukari. Some stories started off with them getting aggressive through text messages, only to later escalate to unwanted sexual conversations, until finally we were hearing stories about sexual assault and even rape. And it wasn't just a few people either. This was numerous people, largely women and girls, telling stories about how they'd been inappropriate with them. It escalated way farther than almost any other incident I'd ever seen with a member of this particular community. And anybody who ever interacted with Hazukari, had been friends with them, or given them a platform, was now largely professing that they were cutting them off and disallowing them access to anything they'd provided to them in the past. People urged anime conventions to ban them from attending. And all of those things to this day have mostly been successful, aside from one or two little instances over the years where they'll pop back up under some other username, show up at an event, and have the whole community shame them all the way back into whatever dark corner they've been hiding in these last 6 years. It was at this point in time, somewhere around January 14th or 15th of 2019, that the concept of the missing stare was getting thrown around within the greater anime community quite a bit, and Hazukari was just the start of people's awareness about it. If you aren't familiar with the term missing stare, it's this metaphor referring to a person in a specific community that everybody knows about and is familiar with. And maybe this person is somehow problematic. Maybe you can't trust them to do anything. Maybe maybe they're known to fly off the handle at people. Or in Hazukari's case, maybe he's regularly known to be a danger to women. And the thing is, everybody somehow knows about it. Maybe there's not like physical proof of it. Maybe there's no photographs, no videos, no bruises. But this has happened so many times, so frequently over such a large span of time that it's really difficult not to know that this is what this guy is like. And yet, for whatever reason, rather than actually doing anything to solve the problem, like removing him from the community so that he can't hurt people anymore, people have come up with other ways of dealing with the problem. Like maybe you start only interacting with this person so long as you have somebody else with you. Maybe you set up a bunch of rules so that this person can do the least amount of damage, because you know nobody's going to do anything about them to permanently solve the situation. You know, it's like a missing stair, as the metaphor goes. There's a whole staircase here that otherwise works just fine, but there's something wrong with just one step in the entire case. And you don't want to have to put in the work to fix the stair, so all you can do is just keep telling people, hey, just so you know, there's a missing stair here, so just step over it once you get up to it. That's what it was like being in the same community as Hazukari. They were a missing stair that up until 2019, nobody was doing anything to fix. And instead, people were just warning each other about the problem without coming up with an actual solution. Thankfully, by mid-January 2019, the effort to remove Hazukari from the space was swift, and there was little to no pushback from anyone trying to keep him around. But it did start getting people thinking about the topic of the missing stair a little more broadly. Aren't there lots of people like this in our community? Don't we know lots of people who have in some way been particularly abusive? Why have we continued to let people like this walk around amongst vulnerable people? At some point in time, we as a community are going to need to reckon with this problem we've had for years that nobody has bothered to do anything about. We are going to have to come face to face with the fact that we let predators walk around for years facing no consequences. And for that, we would partly have ourselves to blame for knowing about it and having done nothing. And it was in this atmosphere amongst a greater conversation about the missing stair that a new conversation was about to take place. And this time would be a lot more explosive and vitriolic than the one we had about Hazukari. January 16th, 2019. A post is made by a relatively unknown person under the Twitter handle Hanleia. Don't bother trying to go to @Hanleia on Twitter now. It's no longer owned by the same person who had it in 2019, and the tweet I'm about to bring up now no longer exists. Hanleia makes a tweet that, for all intents and purposes, should not have garnered as much attention as it did. She had less than 200 followers, none of whom were particularly large or notable names within the community. Despite this, her words seem to sound the alarm for thousands of people across the community. She writes, Vic Mignogna is a homophobic, rude asshole who has been creepy to underage female fans for over 10 years, and I've been screaming about this since 2010, but every year nothing changes. Over the course of a month, the tweet garnered over 4,000 retweets and over 8,500 likes and spawned numerous conversations about this topic from countless people making their own threads and posts. It was such a short, simple statement, one that seemingly sounds like nothing but people voicing their opinion on someone's character, and yet it resonated with so many people that the conversation went on and escalated for weeks afterwards. We've kind of already discussed how Vic can come across as both homophobic and rude. The new thing here that we have not yet discussed is the part where Hanleia accuses Vic of having been creepy to underage female fans. And the truth is, we simply hadn't talked about it yet because I had been specifically waiting to bring it up here. Because let's be perfectly clear, this aspect of Vic's personality absolutely had been widely discussed and rumored for years on end. People who were only just now hearing about it for the first time in 2019 or later will often say that there is no way that it's true because they hadn't heard anything about it, and surely if Vic were actually a creep, he wouldn't be allowed to keep attending anime conventions as a guest, and yet somehow the rumor persisted. Sure, it came came up in shady places like 4chan that he was handsy with women and girls, many of them quite young, but it became a popular talking point, breaking 4chan containment and moving to places like the now defunct Tumblr blog, LiveJournal, and other forums, notably Kiwi Farms. Be sure to remember that last one, it'll be important later. And then suddenly, it wasn't hard to find instances that were at least somewhat questionable in old archived photos and YouTube videos. And because this was where the community on the whole started widely talking about the situation, this is exactly where I'm going to discuss the multitudes of things we had all been aware of for about 15 years without ever having done a damn thing to prevent any of it from happening. The first thing you'd notice as you searched through the replies to Han Leia's tweet, as well as just sort of browsing around the bigger community on Twitter, since this was the biggest discussion for seemingly days on end, was that people were no longer scared into anonymity. People were more than happy to associate their names and faces with their own personal experiences with Vic Mignogna. And I do want to stress that while, yes, there were some hearsay stories floating around like I heard it from a friend, there were also an absolutely discomforting number of first-hand stories from people who were no longer hiding from Vic or his deranged fan club, who had previously been known for bullying and harassing anyone who ever had anything even remotely negative to say about Vic. By this point in 2019, the gloves were off and nobody was scared to say what they really thought. And as time went on and the days went by, the stories just got worse and worse and worse. I could not have anticipated just how much worse they would get. I'm talking shit way worse than I had ever heard over the last 15 years through the whisper network of convention attendees. And I also wasn't prepared for the sheer volume of stories. Because you remember when I had said way earlier in this video, everyone has a Vic story? I had heard that before this point, but I did not know it was about to get a whole lot more true than I already knew it to be. Now, if you weren't there for when this all blew up between January and February of 2019, you might not understand just how massive the conversation was. Back in the day, I took nearly 100 screenshots from various people telling personal Vic stories, from fairly petty shit to absolutely disturbing and inappropriate shit. And I think maybe you won't understand the gravity of how voluminous it all was until I start to read most of them out loud, all in a row to you, one by one, right now, starting with the least concerning and moving up to the most concerning. Chapter 3, subsection A, me just reading a shit ton of community stories out loud for several minutes straight. To be clear, everything you are hearing here is alleged. There are names attached to pretty much all of them, but I will not be sharing those names here. You can feel free to believe or disbelieve any of them or all of them, but I feel like the sheer volume of first-hand stories like these should start to at least ring some alarm bells in your head. With that in mind, let us begin. I was his PA at J1Con, and he was kind of a dick, yeah. As a previous con staffer, I can confirm he is/was rude to staff, very prima donna/diva-like. He lets his popularity get to his head. Even other voice actors dislike him. I watched this dude parade up to the autograph table 30 minutes late, expecting everyone to cheer for him, and they wouldn't start the session without him. You could tell how done the other voice actors were with him by the looks on their face. I have personal experience with the guy at a con, and I can't even watch dubs with him in it because his voice makes me physically ill. Like I have PTSD from spending the weekend as his assistant. He's as bad as the rumors say. I used to love him as well. I remember him walking into the group's panel I was part of a few years ago, right before any audience showed up, thankfully, throwing the biggest fit and yelling about how someone/something was late, and it was his panel room now. We were all on time with panel scheduling. He swiftly left quietly once one of his assistants caught up to him and explained he was far too early and needed to let us have the room to do our panel for our slot. I know, not earth-shattering, but I was shocked to see how he acted over the situation. Very cocky and uppity. 2009 Floridian con staffer here. Anyone who believes that's a rumor, let me tell you firsthand, I've never wanted to go off on someone before with the way he called us incompetent over how lighting at an angle won't let his fans see him well enough. Holy cow! There was another time where he made a huge deal about loving red velvet cake, to the point where some of us went to spend our own money on some fancy cake at the fanciest shop in Tampa. We got it for him, only for him to pretty much not want it. These are just tame tales. In short, dude is a nightmare as a guest, to the point a majority of other guests in most Florida cons agree to appear on the condition Vic isn't there. True story. Ugh, I staffed a con where he was at. Mind you, this was a smallish Oklahoma con, and he had to have staff escort him in the back hallways because he thought he was that damn special. He was unbelievably rude to everyone. My ex worked with him. I went once with the ex for about 5 days, and any positive thoughts I had of him went out the window. He has a god complex. If it's not his way, he will make sure it's gonna be. Got him yelling at the director because the director criticized him for being late. 100% thrives off the attention. Over the years, while the project was having episodes filmed, there were underage/barely 18 girls volunteering. They, of course, are the type to always defend him. I'm mildly worried about tweeting this out and getting backlash from them. I worked at conventions for guests and begged not to handle him. He does not respect boundaries. All over the place. He actually glomped me just because I said I liked Full Metal Alchemist. I used to staff a con that Vic attends every single year and can tell you as a handler, your life is pretty fucking miserable. I've seen Vic make a young girl cry because she approached him to sign her Ed doll outside of his autograph time. He's garbage. He's also totally ruthless if he asks you to get him water. He snapped at the staff because he wanted room temperature water. How dare. He's notorious for getting smashed and hitting on teenagers, including myself at one point in the past. In 2005, he hit on my newly widowed mom in the strangest way possible that even my 13-year-old brain thought it was strange. He weirdly held a Sunday church service in the con and kept inviting fans to it? He's a brazenly lecherous dude for sure. I went to a panel of his in 2014 and someone asked him to do the Tamaki coffee line, and rather than staying up in his seat, he left the stage and whispered it in her ear, like straight up making moves. I was naive and thought it was funny, but he knew what he was doing. Yuck! Then I got a photo with him, and that was the most aggressive hug I've ever gotten from someone I don't know. He also called me adorable. I was dressed as Soul Eater, and then hugged my mom and kissed her on the cheek? Bro, that's my mom! Step off! My mother used to work at cons. He attended one she worked at and yelled at her because she wouldn't get out of the way. She ended up breaking either her foot or toes because she was forced to move for him, and her foot got crushed by a Dalek cosplay. He then yelled again. If I recall correctly, he was leaving the backstage area with an armful of girls and legit could not care less that my disabled mother just got her foot crushed. The Dalek cosplayer was nothing but sweet and helpful, but Vic was just, move already. Like, I hate him. Can confirm he came to a small anime con in Utica, New York years ago, and he was a creep to the girls that were there. I met him at a con when I was 13, and when I went for a picture, he insisted on pressing his cheek against mine and wrapping his arms around my shoulders, and it was so awful and uncomfortable. When I was at a con at like 14, he said to a crowd of similarly aged girls he was surprised we kept our clothes on. He used to come to a local convention all the time when I was in middle/high school. During his panels, he would throw out flirty comments and take very sexual voice requests, often not taking into consideration the age of the audience there. To be honest, not really surprised. I remember being dragged to a Vic concert where he grabbed this underage girl's chin and got super close to her in front of hundreds of people. Why did no one question that? When I was at a con in 2009/2010, I was at his panel and the lights went off for a second, and when they came back on, he was like, "Oh, good, I'm still wearing clothes. I was worried you all had ripped them off me." Like, dude, what the fuck? You're in a room of 12 to 16-year-old girls. I was a guest at a convention back in like 2006, 2007 with Vic, and he made really inappropriate comments about female cosplayers pretty regularly during the entire run of the con. So yeah, definitely been happening a long time, and it's hella gross. First con I ever went to, over a decade ago, I was at Yaya Han's table when Vic came up. He immediately started flirting and hugging on Yaya, who looked visibly uncomfortable. I've seen him as a creep since then. I've witnessed him being inappropriate to underage girls at cons from where I was standing only a few feet away. Can confirm, 2011 to 2012, witnessed him kissing his middle school-aged fans. I was ready to throw hands and was shocked that no one else seemed to see what was wrong wrong with him being overly physical at his meet and greets. I tell people this constantly. He was a regular at the con I went to when I was a teenager, and he was always creeping on young girls in cosplay, and then took up the whole vendor hall for a panel to talk about his Christian music for 2 hours straight. He's just terrible. I thought he was sweet back when I was a kid. I adore his fashion and everything, but when we met him, the girl in front of me had lost her voice at a con's rave. She could say a little and couldn't talk much to him, so he kissed her. Now, as an adult, hey, that's a little creepy. I was a fan until I met him. He has a major ego. Also, at the fan signing, he was so touchy-feely with a lot of the girls when taking photos. When I took mine, I felt so uncomfortable that I deleted the photo right after. A few years later, I was helping my friend at a con, she's staff, and we had to help him. He was so high maintenance, it was ridiculous. He wanted water at certain temps. Okay. This is going to get ugly, but as I previously privately reported, I personally witnessed inappropriate behavior towards female minors. It was obvious, it was aggressive, and it's bothered me for more than a decade. Vic Mignogna has both hugged me and a friend without any permission when we were around 12 to 14. We were able to joke about it, but honestly thinking now, this is a grown man who has power and access to young girls that look up to him. Who knows how many times this has happened? I have been saying this for years, back when he was a regular at cons in my state. Hasn't been for years now. He was always too close for comfort to underage girls. When I was like 16 and still female presenting, he was glued to me when I took a picture with him. Boy, do I regret that. Hey, in light of all this Vic Mignogna stuff, can I say from personal experience what a creep he is? Because I met him at a con he guested at while I was super into Full Metal Alchemist, and during our photo op, he grabbed my waist and kissed my cheek, and oh yeah, I was 15 years old. Of course, at the time, I was 15 and dumb as shit, so I was like, ooh, Edward Elric kissed my cheek. But Jesus, fuck. Looking back, that was such a disgusting overstep and abuse of his young female fans. Why is he still allowed to guest, let alone even work in the anime industry? I met Vic Mignogna at a con and he was very intoxicated. Told me I looked really good and mature for my age. Touched me a little too familiarly for a stranger. I was 13. While nothing happened, it still scared me for a while. A hand on my waist pulling me closer. We sang karaoke and I thought I was cool because I was hanging out with voice actors. Still can't listen to the song Paralyzed. I don't like talking about this, but the fucker made very inappropriate and non-consensual contact with me and then got angry at me when he learned I was physically male. Hey, remember when Vic kissed my face without consent at Colossal Con? I was legal, but I'm like 4'10" and looked like a child, so like, Lamau. I went to a small con where he was at and had no intention of meeting him, but my friends wanted to get his autograph, so I waited in line with them. When I got to the front and he noticed I didn't have anything for him to sign and didn't want a picture with him, he acted hurt. I honestly cut the line just to talk to friends, so didn't want to be rude and get a pic with him if I didn't earnestly wait, so I declined. But he invited anyways, so I thought, well, I didn't have to wait that long. I guess a photo might be cool to have. So I went up for a pic. Of course I was cosplaying Yoko. Literally all my harassment stories at cons are always Yoko. No wonder I've retired her for so long. And I was just gonna pose next to him, but he pulled me in by the hip and hugged me close in a way not even my best friend would do. I felt very uncomfortable with it. He didn't know my age at all. I was legal, but still, he has no idea, and I tend to look younger than I am. And didn't ask, of course. I was so disgusted by the experience, I wanted nothing to do with that photo or him afterwards. I am a patient woman, and honestly, sometimes I cut people too much slack, but that experience was an immediate red flag to me. For a moment, I thought maybe he just really loves his fans and is excited in the energy of cons and doesn't realize, but no, he knows exactly what's up. Even the girls cosplaying Winry, he didn't hug that close or get that close to, and certainly not the male fans, just whomever strikes his fancy, I guess. I didn't care for him before, and I certainly cared even less for him after it all. When I was 20, I went to a con with my 15-year-old sister. She and I are the same size and swap costumes a lot. When I was wearing a crop top my sis wore earlier, he crept up behind me and grabbed my waist, then saw it was me, said, "I thought you were your sister," again, 15, and bolted. Grossest part is, I called out while he scampered off like, "No, it's okay, I'm the older one," naively thinking he thought he grabbed a minor on accident and trying to reassure him, but he actually hand-waved me off, and that was the point I realized he was trying to grab my sister. I'll keep screaming it with you. I went to a panel as Nier from Death Note that he was in, and randomly he hugged me. I wanted an autograph for your Sayuki work, dude, not an unasked for hug. What the fuck? I met him when I was 14, he was 49, to get a photo because I was a big fan of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I thought I'd just stand beside him, but he pulled me in quickly by the arm and hugged me and put his face against my cheek for the photo. Didn't know how to react or say, just kind of forced a smile. That was his go-to with most of the pictures, I think. He would do Tamaki lines and hug and get close to girls from what I saw when he was doing signatures at the time. I thought I was starstruck back then, but yeah, he's a big old creep. When I was 16, I was dressed as Winry. A bunch of my friends and I gave him a gift, and we all got hugs/pictures with him. When he hugged me again to thank me for the gift, he kissed my neck. I was in complete shock. I didn't know what to do. I'm 26 now. He kissed me on the cheek at a con back in 2009 or so when I was 16. At the time, I was super gleeful about it because I was a kid and a huge fan of him, but honestly, in retrospect, creepy as fuck. Dude had no idea how old I was, and I was pretty visibly a teenager. Gross. Every single panel I've been to, some 12 or 13-year-old girl asks him to do the drink it from my mouth line, and he does it, and it's always so creepy and uncomfortable, and it's like, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't. I met him when I was like, I think I just turned 15 or 16, and at the time I didn't think about how creepy it was, but when I got a picture with him, he like full body hugged me, and I looked so uncomfortable. As far as I know, he didn't ask if I wanted a hug either. I met him a few years ago, and the girl before me told him that it was her 15th birthday, and he like legit kissed her for it. And I remember thinking how weird it was, but went up and met him anyway. And I remember him squeezing me really tight, and I didn't really ask for the hug either. He cuddled me loads when I was 14. I'd like to throw in here that when I was younger and there was that whole Full Metal Alchemist fan club for him, he actually was okay with going to our hotel room for a meetup with everyone. I didn't organize it, of course, but thinking back on it, I'm like, you were in a hotel room with underage girls. I was a ranger. I never went to any hotel meetings, but at one con, the rangers and him privately met at a place in the con hotel. It was an outside place, like a big balcony, but it was him and all of us, mostly underage girls. Looking back, man, I'm glad nothing happened. I've met the dude, and he gets way too into personal space. Definitely made me uncomfortable, especially on the fact that he was overtly flirty, despite the fact that I had wedding bands on and in plain view. Before I really knew how bad he was and just thought he was a meme, I went to a signing at a small con he was guesting at because my friend and I were like, well, let's go meet Vic McNogganegafid. And when we took a photo, he hugged me from the side and pressed his face right up against mine. I literally had the same experience years back. Then during his panel, felt the need to discuss for at least 15 minutes the amount of people online that twist his words to call him evil and homophobic. Ha ha ha. It was super uncomfortable for like the 5 seconds for the photo. And what also makes it worse is like he just went in for that with no asking or anything. Also, I was 18 at the time, but I definitely don't look it, especially in cosplay. So same exact thing happened to me. I wasn't even there to see him. I was only waiting on friends, but he specifically called me over for a photo, even though I waited from a distance, since I technically cut the huge line of fangirls. I didn't want to disrespect them. I was 12 when he kissed me on the cheek for a photo op without asking, but I also don't hold it against him too much because I was crushing hardcore. I've also heard directly from con staff that he sucks. Oh lord, brief story. So at AX 2014, it was the day we were all leaving and we were in the lobby of our hotel just waiting to check out. So this bitch noticed that my ex-girlfriend's friends were oogling him up. Ages ranged from 17 to 32. I was just 19 at the time, but I have a baby face, so I pretty much looked 13 at the time. He comes up to us and my friends were giggling like they have never seen a dude before. Oh my god, it was obnoxious. My friends were like, OMG, it's Vic. Yeah, let's take selfies. I deadass said no 2 times before they convinced me not to be a stick in the mud. And oh boy, I hated every second. The vibes he gave off made me want to throw up. To this day, that picture is floating around somewhere in my albums with my face of despair. I don't like strangers touching me, and the way his body was pressed up against mine was a big no. Also, a side note, I was female presenting at the time. I've been a Vic fan ever since I was young, and this makes my stomach churn. When I first met him when I was 15 or 16, he gave me a huge hug and called me sweetheart. This puts a whole new meaning on that. Can confirm, he was super creepy to me and another underage fan at SakuraCon a ways back. He creeped on me so hard at my first Yasumi Con back in 06 when I was 16, but I'm hesitant to meet anyone else whose work I enjoy to this day in case they're also creeps. I've been telling this to people for years too. He was super touchy with me at a con when I was 15, and I've never been able to listen to his voice since then. I've stopped watching some of my favorite shows because of it. When I was around 11, me and a group of friends paid to meet him. He was making comments about how adorable we were and that he has to resist taking us home. He kissed our cheeks. I guess we were starstruck or naive to understand. I don't know, kind of sus now though, lol. Girl, same. I was 12 or 13 and he kept saying I was really cute and kissed my cheek like he's older than my dad. He literally waved me past at a signing to try and flirt with my then girlfriend. Not as bad as some folks, but she was 19 at the time in 2011. He came to Rhode Island Comic Con a couple years back and my friend was his handler. We were picking them up since they don't drive and they had to wait till Vic finished packing his things up. So we went in with friend and Vic by his table. He was way overly familiar with us. At Ichiban Con a few years back, it was around 1 a.m. and the rave was going on. I was with a couple of friends but strayed from the group at one point. A very intoxicated Vic then came up to me and asked if I wanted a drink. He then stayed silent and tripped onto me. I was 15. He tried getting me to come to his hotel room when I was 16 at SuperCon 4 years back. I'm assigned female at birth. He gave me his personal cell number at AX either 2004/2005. I was 14 or 15. It's probably changed, but I still got it because I wrote it down in my diary because it was weird. I didn't even have a cell phone. He was pushy. He agreed my cosplay, chibi cardboard Alphonse, was sexy. When I was 12, I saw him at a con and was obsessed with Zero from Vampire Night at the time. I asked him to recite his favorite line and he came up right close to my ear and whispered it very sensually. And now that I know this information, I feel greatly disturbed. Met him in 2009, I was 17, and asked for a picture. I was just gonna go for a side hug, but he pulled me into this tight chest-to-chest hug. I very clearly remember while waiting for the picture to be taken, I felt him flex his chest out more, pressing it further up against mine. He invited me out to lunch when I was 15. I didn't follow through on that, obviously, but it's great to see I'm nearly 30 now and he's still on his bullshit. Are we finally canceling Vic Mignogna? I've told it before, but I've never name dropped him except in DMs to people who asked, but he's the one who forcibly hugged me, cornered me in an elevator, and tried to follow me to my hotel room when I was 14. That was him. He was wearing those god-awful pants with Ed Elric drawn on them, and he smelled like stale popcorn. He actively tried to cheat on his fiancée with me. He once asked my ex-girlfriend, who was 15 at the time, if he could take a picture of her bare feet in my presence. Ex-industry, he tried to hit on me when I was younger. I've also seen him give a young girl a sip of his drink at a convention we were at. He claims to love his partner, but I know that he's taken some fangirls into the green room for private time. I met him at a convention in 2004, and there was a girl in line who wanted him and Scott McNeil to sign her chest. Scott refused to do it because she said she was 15, but Vic immediately jumped onto it and signed her breasts, even including a hell yeah while he did it. He was one of the first people I met too. I was like 15 and he leaned in and just firmly grabbed my ass. At that age, I told myself I was just too flirtatious, but of course that shouldn't matter. I've met more voice actors since then and they've all exceeded my expectations. These are just the screenshots I took from approximately the first few days of the big Vic Mignogna blow up in 2019. This isn't even all of it. I'm sure there's a ton I never even saw cross my timeline. And from this point on, every time somebody has brought up Vic Mignogna, whether it be on places like YouTube or TikTok, the replies are filled with people sharing their own firsthand experiences. Brand new stories I've never even heard of before, from people I've never heard of. I have to reiterate to you, this is not hearsay at this point. This is firsthand testimony from an entire generation of convention attendees giving extremely detailed personal experiences. And the numbers of people willing to share those experiences are fucking alarming. They're all slightly different and take place at different events at different points in time, and yet there's a lot of overlapping similarity between them all. And as you'll see later, there are photo and video examples of some of these things happening because they simply happened that frequently. These people do not know each other, and they did not conspire in secret to concoct an elaborate web of stories just to destroy an innocent man's life. This had been an ongoing issue for 15 years, with many similar stories occasionally leaking out, usually through anonymous channels. But now, in 2019, everybody was finally sick of feeling like they had to hide all of this. Now, I'm not a complete idiot. I understand that you can't believe everything you read on the internet. For that reason, if this had been one or two people saying something salacious about a guy, this whole thing might have been a lot easier to shrug off. But to claim that hundreds of people, countless people over the course of about 15 years, all culminating at one spot in January 2019, are all lying? I feel like you'd have to have a pretty severe case of cognitive dissonance. This is way more than where there's smoke, there's fire. This is actually seeing a fire and deciding whether or not to finally say, yep, it sure does look like a fire, all right. And it's at this point in time when I decided to share a story of something I had witnessed Vic do at an anime convention years ago with my own two eyes as well. I've told shorter versions of this story online a few times, but for the sake of this video, I'll elaborate on it in further detail. Now, I want to stress, at no point in time am I saying that Vic physically did anything to me personally. That's a fact that a lot of detractors since 2019 have tried to claim that I've said, but I've never said that. All I witnessed was something that colored my opinion of the kind of person Vic Mignogna is forever. It took place at Shiokazekon in Houston, Texas in the year 2006. I mentioned it earlier in the same video as the place where I had met Vic, actually for the second time, as I was trying to warn him that somebody had been filming his screening of Full Metal Fantasy after he had just finished telling the room not to record it. In my first two run-ins with him, both at that fan film screening and at another event in Houston the year prior, my experiences with him were in no way negative. I wouldn't say I was ever a huge fan of Vic's, but I didn't dislike him. My opinion on him was fairly neutral, maybe even leaning towards positive. But sometime after that screening, later on one of the evenings of that same Shiokazekon event, I ran into him a third time. Now, if you've ever attended an anime convention before in your life, you know how crowded these events can get. Escalators and elevators frequently break, and if the elevator doesn't break, they're often too full to be very useful. One of these nights, me being up on the second or third floor of this hotel and needing to get up to my hotel room several floors higher was proving to be an impossible task. Every time an elevator came up from the bottom floors of the convention, it was already unimaginably full. So the only thing to do was to ride the elevator down to the bottom, stay on it, and then take it back up to my room. And that's eventually how it all worked out in my favor. Now, Shiokazekon took place at the Hyatt Regency downtown in Houston. The elevators have glass windows that let you see back out into the lobby of the hotel. As far as I can tell, the elevators are still designed like that to this day. The lobby is fairly classy and has something of a lounge/bar area down in the center. And as the elevator I was riding down was approaching the lobby floor, we could all see one very recognizable bleached-haired guy walking from the bar area over to the elevators. But he wasn't alone, because under his arm was a young woman in a black dress. The timing was just right, that as he was needing an elevator, that's exactly when my elevator approached the ground floor. Now, the elevator already had a bunch of people in it. It's not like I ended up alone in this elevator with him, as lots of people seem to have believed I said in previous tellings of the story, but I never did. Vic and this young woman got onto an elevator that ended up being completely overstuffed, just like all the other elevators that night. And everybody in the elevator knew who he was. They were all just thrilled to be in the elevator with a celebrity convention guest. There was a lot of energy in the elevator, and Vic was positively responding to all of the attention he was getting from all the attendees riding the elevator with him. Meanwhile, the young woman in the black dress was dead silent, holding her hands in front of her body, seemingly trying not to make eye contact with anybody. And as the elevator started rising up the building, interspersed in the conversations he was having with the excited attendees in the elevator, Vic would lean over to the young woman's ear, whisper something to her in a seductive way, and then gave a gross sexual kiss around her ear and neck, before returning to the high-energy conversation in the elevator, which finally arrived at the floor Vic was ready to get off on, which is when he escorted the young woman off the elevator, still under his arm, and walked her down the hallway of private hotel rooms. To be clear, I am not accusing Vic of having done anything illegal. I am not saying he did anything to me. I am not saying he committed some kind of assault in that moment, because I do not know what the young woman actually wanted or didn't want in that scenario, and I also do not know how old that young young woman was either. I don't know whether or not she was a legal adult. That was difficult for me to tell, and I'm not accusing him of having done this to someone underage. What I am saying, though, is that from that moment on, it simply changed my opinion of him forever. This was a man who had been well known for being profoundly Christian to the point where he was actively bringing church services to conventions on Sundays. Why then was I watching this man bring a young woman back to a hotel room? And frankly, I don't know that I will ever shake the image of the young woman under Vic's arms from my memory. It's entirely possible that I was reading her completely wrong. Maybe she was fine with all of this. But if it had been me, that would have been my body language signaling that I wanted to disappear. And Vic had been doing nothing to comfort her, instead choosing to bask in the glory of his fans losing their shit at seeing him in the elevator with them. All of them also seeming to be completely oblivious to the young woman who was absolutely not matching the energy of everybody else in the elevator. I don't know that I ever heard her say a single word. I myself was 20 years old and fairly stupid about the world. I knew exactly what I saw, but even to this day, I don't know if there was something I should have done in that moment. I had not yet heard all of these rumors about Vic's behavior, only to learn later on that this was about the period of time where he had just started building this exact reputation. I hope to God that everything I saw with Vic and that young woman on the elevator was on the up and up, and that she was there because she wanted to be there. But it absolutely does not change how it made me feel about Vic. If all I ever had to go on was that one experience and had none of the other rumors built up over the years of time, I would have at the very least believed that he was a hypocrite who was not the person he was telling all of his fans that he was. And because of that alone, I wouldn't trust him. For that reason, in 2019, following Hanlea's explosive tweet about Vic, I did what was both the best and worst thing I have ever done in my entire life. I coined a hashtag a day after Hanlea's tweet, out of concern that it was going to start to become difficult to keep track of the insane number of stories coming forward. I made a tweet suggesting a hashtag to connect them all together. My tweet states, does this need like a hashtag or something? Something like, I don't know, hashtag kick Vic? Or does that evoke too much of an image of physically kicking him rather than giving him the boot? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't create hashtags. This fucking thing sealed my fate and changed the course of my life for fucking ever. When I tell you I am not the same person today that I was before making this tweet, I am saying that as the biggest understatement that I have ever made in my entire life. Around this time, as people's personal stories were blowing up on Twitter, people were also remembering all of the weird shit they had caught Vic saying and doing in photos and videos while at anime conventions over the last 15 years. And while they don't all necessarily depict something illegal happening, they do depict a guy who definitely is crossing boundaries he has no qualms about crossing, and it happens enough times that it should be just the biggest red flag you've ever seen. You might remember I'd shared a story from one person who had been willing to share a photo of herself with Vic, hugging her entirely too closely and making her feel uncomfortable. There were a number of people who shared photos that all looked extremely similar, with Vic holding women and girls so tightly that it borders on inappropriate. One common thing that detractors will often swoop in with as a defense is that obviously these girls are huge fans and they're all smiling, so clearly they wanted this and therefore there's nothing wrong with it. But in many cases, that sweeping generalization couldn't be farther from the truth. I agree. If the person was a consenting adult and asked to be hugged, we wouldn't be having a problem here. And I'm sure there were plenty of times where that was an accurate description of what was happening. But it is flat out negligent and disingenuous to simply assume that that is accurately what happened with every single person in every single photograph. Not every person wants to be hugged. Not every person asks to be hugged. Vic was not asking people if it was okay to hug them before he did it, and not every person he hugged was an adult. One of the best examples of this I can think of is the Risible Rangers' own DeviantArt community. In the group, there's a gallery titled Vic and the Fans, full of pictures of Vic pulling in women and girls for tight hugs and even a few kisses. And in many of these photos lie clues about how old the fan was and whether or not they consented to being hugged or kissed. The photos I'm about to share are going to be cropped so as not to show the person's face, especially since we are talking about most of them having these interactions while they were still minors, although all of them are adults today. The person in this picture was 16. This person is 15. This person is 16. In fact, in the comments under the picture, someone asks if she asked him for the kiss, and she replies, "No, he just did it. That's what shocked me." This person is 13. This person was 15, and from the description of the photo, she says, "He was like, look at the camera. Then he kissed my cheek." 17. 15. This person was 16 or 17, and in the description of the photo said, "Just before this picture, we had a proper hug before he said, 'Look at the cameras.' But Vic decided to give me a big smooch on the cheek. And due to the fact that my friend Danny had turned off my camera and was waiting for it to turn on again, Vic pulled me into him again and continued said smooch." 15. Look at the way Vic has wrapped himself around and grasped the body of this 14-year-old. This man in all of these photos is in his 40s and 50s. He holds women and girls in a vice grip in hugs that no sane person would think is appropriate for a man of his age to be doing to children, plants kisses on absolutely anyone, no matter how old they are, and in some circumstances doesn't even ask whether or not it was something they wanted. Multiple people say he just surprised them by kissing them without asking first. And I understand you guys will think this is totally fine and normal because these are fans of his, so they totally wanted it anyway. Excuse me, but do you genuinely believe that a 13-year-old is mature enough to be able to consent? Because legally she isn't. There is a reason we have age of consent laws, because people of a certain age are not old enough or mature enough to have had the experience and the understanding of what is happening to them. To this 13-year-old girl, all she knows is that a celebrity she idolizes is giving her positive attention. She does not understand the power dynamics in play from an older man who may have ulterior motives. Any reasonable person, especially a parent, after seeing all of this kind of touching from an older man with young girls, would be well within their rights to think that this is inappropriate. And we as outsiders still somehow have the freedom in the United States to form our own opinions on the things we see happening around us and to voice when something doesn't quite feel right. Free speech is pretty fucking incredible for however much longer that lasts. Now, some of you may remember a few of those stories I listed off of Twitter before, mentioning that sometimes people would ask Vic to read out some specific line from an anime in his character's voice. Now, that's a very normal thing that voice actors often get asked to do at anime conventions, but as you saw from some of those stories I read off earlier, in Vic's case, he doesn't just stay behind the table and read his lines into the microphone from a safe distance away from the crowd. He either approaches the person asking him to do the line or invites the person up to the front of the room with him and then says the line directly to them. And I don't just mean face to face. One of his most requested lines comes from Ouran High School Host Club, where Vic plays the leading male character Tamaki. Tamaki and most everyone in the school is so wealthy that they tend to look down on cheap instant foods because they're made for poor people. Until Tamaki and the others are one day introduced to instant coffee, which he finds to actually be more tasty than he had previously given credit for. But since Tamaki is a member of the host club, basically a club where members will sit with clients and be their companions and flirt with them for a specific amount of time, he has to convince his clients, who are also rich snobs, that instant coffee actually isn't all that bad. And the way the character does this is essentially by offering to spit the coffee from his own mouth into the mouth of his clients.
I'm a little scared to drink this stuff. I'm afraid if I drink this, my father will yell at me.
What if I let you drink it from my mouth?
Well, then I would drink it.
Vic performs this scene like a duet with whoever asks him to do it. And he doesn't do it like a normal fucking person. He doesn't even do it face to face the way it's depicted in the show. No, instead he lets the fan give him his lead-in line, then leans in all the way up next to them and sensually whispers his line directly into the person's ear. And I mean like directly inside their ear. Vic's lips are practically touching the person's ear. There is zero space, no boundary at all between Vic and the fan he's running this line with.
Oh, I'm scared to drink this. I'm scared my father might be angry with me.
What if I let you drink it?
done this line with countless fans repeatedly over the years, and he does it in literally the exact same way every single time with every single person. The amount of times you can watch him do this on video is enough to make you sick to your stomach.
But what if I let you drink it from my mouth? But what if I let you drink it from my mouth? But what if I let you drink it from my mouth?
I mean, the YouTube results go on and on and on. Years and years and years of this shit. And the first thing you'll say to me is, these people asked him to do this. These people wanted him to do this. There's nothing perverted or gross about this at all. Really? You think Vic performing a line in a manner that is genuinely much more sexually suggestive than the original performance is cute and sweet and innocent? Do you think he asked any of these people how old they were before he performed this with them? Sure, mixed into all these videos are women who are of age. When the person is of age and they know what they're asking for, I 100% agree, man. There's nothing wrong with that. But Vic's fan base is full of legit children, and at no point while he is hugging, kissing, touching, or whispering suggestively into their ears is he also asking them how old they are. In fact, at a certain point in time, long before the big blow up of 2019, Vic started having to address how creepy people already thought this was. One response was simply by asking whether or not the attendee's dad was in the room before he whispered into her ear, and then agreeing to do the line so long as the dad wasn't there. There were at least 2 instances I could find of him doing this back in the day, and people were really mad at me just because I shared a link to the videos on Twitter so that you could be the judge for yourself. And eventually the owners of those 2 videos privated them. Bummer. Well, thank God for the Internet Archive. Now you can get mad at me all over again.
Will you please do the Tamaki coffee line with me?
Is your dad here?
No.
Okay, let's do it. I'm going to ask all the fathers in the room to leave right now. Chances are you'll kill me. Is your dad here?
No.
Thank you.
You don't think that is a huge red flag for him to ask dads to leave the room because he thinks they would kill him for what he's about to do to a young woman? Here's the thing. Lots of people told me that clearly showing a video of a thing that really happened was equivalent to defaming and slandering a person. Fucking how? Sorry, guys. If it so happens that you enjoyed your time with your favorite creepy pervert anime man, you are more than welcome to do that, even if I think that's absolutely fucking insane. Regardless of how I feel about it, I can't fucking stop you. Similarly, you cannot control how people decide to interpret or feel about a video. If other people in this world think that the situation is creepy and uncomfortable, they are allowed to feel that way. We are not lying about what is happening in these videos. We are not telling you anything that you can't see for yourselves. We are not taking this out of context. We are not accusing Vic of having done anything illegal in these videos. All we're saying is he's kinda a fucking creepy fucking old man. And I know that somehow people seemed to believe that I just magically invented a problem here in these videos in the year 2019, and nobody before then ever had a problem with them. But not only was there already a history of people leaving comments on his videos saying this was fucking weird and uncomfortable like a decade ago, but Vic himself has had to start standing up in front of people in the year 2015, 2016, and 2017 that he's not a pervert and a pedophile, and that anybody who thinks he is just out of their fucking minds.
It's all good fun. I'm not a pervert. I'm harmless. I'm not being creepy. Okay, you're going to... Oh, someone's going to go back tonight. You know it. Someone in the suit. Vic Mignogna's a pervert. He's being all creepy. I must be some kind of pedophile because I would come to coffee with you. It's creepy and it's pervy. And why do I do this? Because they asked me to. Is the answer.
I genuinely cannot think of a single other voice actor in my last 20 years of attending anime conventions that I have ever seen genuinely get up in front of a room full of hundreds of people and have to tell all of them with a straight face, people think I'm a pedophile. I mean, gee, I wonder where people get that idea from. It can't be because this whole thing is just generally fucking creepy. And listen, if your defense for whispering seductively into children's ears is because the child asked you to do it, then maybe you need to shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. No rational person thinks that it's okay to be sexual with a child because the child asked you to be sexual with them. If you are an adult, then it is your responsibility to tell that child, no, I don't think we should do that, but maybe I can do something else with you instead. You know, do whatever that funny hover hand thing is that Keanu Reeves does. Honestly, why aren't more people like Keanu Reeves? I feel like I'm over-explaining this to people who absolutely do not want to understand why it's unethical to be sexual with a child. At this point, anybody who doesn't understand that what he's doing here is absolutely crossing a boundary should immediately be considered to be a person who is not trustworthy in sexual situations, most certainly around children. Like, how is this even an argument? Anyone around my age, like a millennial or maybe even up to the age of Gen Xers, is extremely familiar with the concept of the bad touch. Every single cartoon you ever watched as a kid gave you PSAs at the end of the episodes, many of which often talk to you about adults touching you in ways that you know are weird or wrong.
Remember, it's your body and no one should touch you in a way that you feel is wrong.
I'll get anybody who tries it. If someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good.
But is there touching that's not okay, Pooh?
Oh, yes, Piglet. And that's the kind of touching that gives you a funny feeling inside.
I feel like I'm going insane. The way people try to defend the photos and videos of inappropriate hugs, kisses, and seductive whispering, many of which feature children and other people who did not ask to be hugged or kissed, I feel like we as a society have at some point simply decided to stop teaching children that adults should not be touching them like this. How the fuck did we get here? And these aren't even the only weird things that we know Vic has done around people at anime conventions. There is so much weird shit that he says and does in front of other people that by this point he knows he can just do all of it because he's so famous that nobody's ever going to stop him from doing it. There was a story in 2019 that I remember a former Risen Bull Ranger sharing on Twitter about the fan club playing a game of Twister with Vic Mignogna as the judge. The story was weird and kind of gross, but overall I was really confused by what they meant when they said Vic was the judge, because there are no judges in the game of Twister. Twister is a game that is entirely dictated by a spinner that tells you to put a hand or a foot on a certain color on the board, and then funny things happen because you're falling all over the place and all over other people playing. Well, lo and behold, I found the video of the Twister game in question. This happened at a picnic held outdoors for all of the Risen Bull Rangers in 2007. Vic himself was in attendance, dressed up as a TIE fighter pilot from Star Wars, and for whatever reason, this particular game of Twister has no spinner. Nobody is spinning anything to determine who has to put their hand and feet into whatever position. So Vic himself is just randomly calling out colors and which appendage to place them on. And more than once as he's leering over these young women, he walks up to them with their asses in the air and mimics autographing either their asses or the smalls of their backs. Again, hey, kind of fucking weird. Here's another good one. This one time in 2010, Vic sat on a panel with Travis Willingham and Laura Bailey. He got asked about one of the times he worked as an English teacher at a high school. Then he asked to locate all of the 11th graders in the room and told them all how hot he was as a 23-year-old English teacher.
How many of you guys are in 11th grade, junior in high school? How would you like to have me as your English teacher? Oh, but it gets better. It was me as your English teacher when I was 23 years old. Hey, I just want to say something. I just want to say, I was hot. Back in the day, way back when, I was pretty good looking.
I don't know, man. That one sort of strikes me as a weird thing to brag about to children, suggesting that 16 and 17-year-old kids should be in a position where they're possibly sexually attracted to him while under his tutelage. This one time in 2009, he told the whole room about a partner he once used to make out with while they were kids, while that former makeout partner was in the room with everybody listening to the story, and I don't think it was planned that Vic would just announce that to everybody like that.
I just got a text message a few minutes ago from a girl that I used to make out with.
Oh!
I'm sorry, I had to tell him.
I don't know, man. I don't think you had to say it. It didn't even have anything to do with the greater story you were trying to tell about how she just really liked your Full Metal Fantasy movie. One story he's told a couple of times is about the time a bunch of his fans showed up outside his house. And guess how he decided to handle the situation?
And one day I was home, it was one afternoon, and as I walked to the window, I see like 7 kids. And clearly from their attire, they're anime fans. And they're like, we brought you presents, and you know, we live in town here, and blah, 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 we saw you at such and such a con. And I'm like, this is my house. You want to come in? And I let them in, and we sat down in my living room and talked for probably half an hour.
That's right, he let them into his house. And from his description of them, they may in fact have been actual children.
I told other voice actors this story, and they're like, Vic, you can't be serious. You let them in your house? I was like, well, they're kids. I mean, it's not like they're coming to shoot me.
Vic, I am not wholly convinced that the other voice actors you told that story to were shocked that you let surprise children into your house because they were concerned for your safety. I think they were worried that you were a strange man in your 40s letting children you don't know into your house, concerned for the sake of the children. I like the actor at the end of the row during this panel where he told the same story again, asking the correct questions here.
They were very nice and very polite.
Do your parents know where you are right now?
Yes, that is the correct question. Parents should definitely be stopping shit like this from happening.
Hey, what happened to honesty is good? Yeah. I mean, it's the truth.
Yeah, he's just being honest because he knows that he's a well-liked, semi-famous guy in his industry and he can just tell everybody about the weird fucking decisions he makes and nobody's gonna stop him and say, hey man, that's actually kind of fucking strange. Then here was the time in 2013 Vic hosted the masquerade costume contest at Dragon Con, dressed of course as Captain Kirk since this was around the time Star Trek Continues had just started launching. Vic's job was essentially to introduce each of the cosplayers before they crossed the stage. Dragon Con had several different divisions based on age, starting with the children's division, and during this point he had an exceedingly weird thing to say to a little girl dressed up as Wonder Woman.
Hey, what are you doing after the show? She's Wonder Woman. Come on. See her flex those biceps? Good heavens.
Wow, what an incredibly normal thing for a man in his 50s to be saying to a child who's barely older than the age of a toddler. Listen to the way that crowd reacts again. You can even hear one woman's opinion on it very clearly. That's so wrong. Yeah, that is wrong. The insinuation of the phrase, "What are you doing after the show?" suggests that you want to get a little more friendly with somebody later on when they're no longer busy. And then trying to excuse it because, hey, she's Wonder Woman, as if he couldn't have possibly reacted any other way because of how she was dressed, is some of the sickest shit I've ever heard. She's not dressed that way to be sexy. She's nearly entirely covered up. What made this man think that this was in any way an appropriate thing to say to a child? And guess what? That's not even the only weird thing he said to an underage person while hosting this show. After the entire children's category was done presenting, they were all brought back up on stage at the same time while the judges deliberated over the winners of the category. And for whatever reason, Vic decided to approach an adolescent person dressed as Beast Boy to make another incredibly tasteful comment.
I'm noticing a theme here. It's a green theme, right? But you're not an Orion slave girl, am I right? Would you like to be? Oh, come on, it's Captain Kirk. Would you like to be a slave girl?
I do not know if that Beast Boy cosplayer necessarily understood the implication of being asked if they would like to be an Orion slave girl. but a bunch of people in that audience sure did. You remember the Orion slave girls from Star Trek? The race of green alien women who were hypersexualized and known for having pheromones that made human men absolutely lose their shit. Remember how in the 2009 reboot movie Captain Kirk was banging an Orion slave girl? Remember how 2013 Vic Mignogna is dressed up as Captain Kirk on stage in front of hundreds of people asking an adolescent person whether or not they want to be the hypersexualized Orion slave girl that Captain Kirk himself has banged in the movies? Everybody in that room knew exactly what he meant, which is why they reacted the way they did, forcing Vic to have to defend himself in front of everybody, leaning into the fact that he has to say it. He's dressed up like Captain Kirk, so it's the only correct thing for him to do. Then ask her again if she wants to be a slave girl. It's yet another example of Vic just getting away with something because he's doing it in front of a huge crowd and he's famous. And people defend these weird fucking interactions constantly. I have heard everything from they were just jokes to the Wonder Woman cosplayer was flirting with Vic. And let me tell you, all of that shit being said in response to what actually happened on stage is fucking heinous, and everybody with that opinion should be considered a wholly unsafe person. Finally, on January 19th, 2019, Vic decides to make his first semi-public statement on the whole community meltdown by running to have a chat session with his Risen Bull Rangers fan club on Discord. As you can imagine, he's not taking it very well. When one fan asked him, "Why do some people treat others who love your work like crap?" his response was, "Because they are sad and lonely. They don't like to see others having fun or enjoying themselves and feel some sick need to trash anyone who doesn't see things their way." Defending himself, he says, "These rumors and gossip have been slung around for many, many years. None of these outrageous stories are true, and there is not one shred of proof or evidence to support them. I've been very open and warm and welcoming to fans for many years, and that includes hugging them, taking pictures, and occasionally giving them a kiss on the cheek or forehead. But all of the outrageous stories that keep getting passed around are simply desperate attempts for attention." Oh, hey, look at that. It's Vic's favorite excuse about haters who just want attention.
They're so desperate for some attention.
I'm so disappointed that people feel the need to do this kind of thing. I am not homophobic, not anti-Semitic, not a predator of any sort, and there is not 1 ounce of substance to the contrary. But that's the thing. Vic saying there is not 1 ounce of substance to suggest that he's not homophobic or a predator clearly isn't fucking true, because look how far along into the video we are right now. You've all seen it with your own 2 eyes at this point. Vic also tells his Discord chat, "Some of the very things that you guys love about me and the way I've treated you and so many others are the very things that these hurtful people use to say I'm a pervert. Go figure. I'll hug 1,000 people and 999 will say, he's so kind and open and friendly with his fans, and 1 will say, he hugged me too tight and it was creepy. So it would appear that I am going to need to revise the way I interact with fans at conventions. I'm done hugging people or expressing kindness in any physical way unless they ask or I ask. That is the new reality this kind of thing has brought about. I have never meant anything but kindness to the people I've met, but it's clear that it can be misconstrued. You won't have to worry about me hugging you unless you ask." Now, it's really shitty that he's blaming his need to change his behavior on 1 single person out of thousands of people who don't appreciate being touched inappropriately, but fine. Even if he laments the need to have to change how he handles interacting with fans, at least he's here saying that's what he plans on doing. Honestly, if he had just done that one thing and then shut the fuck up forever, maybe I wouldn't be here having made a video this fucking long. Of course, during this chat, Vic doesn't miss a chance to blame all of these rumors on the idea that the only reason he's hated is because he's a Christian. You know, because we can't forget about the Christian persecution complex. That's another thing many people in the anime industry hate. My faith. They can't stand that I share my faith with others, especially at cons, and they have such animosity towards Christianity for whatever reason, and look for ways to slander and undermine. Many of these lies and rumors come from people who have had a very bad experience with people who called themselves Christians, and really don't like me because of it. There are even some voice actors who hate me because of it. This Discord chat with his fan club is also the first time he suggests the possibility that he might be looking into legal action against people who have spoken up about their experiences with him, saying, "I never wanted to pursue this before because I knew these were preposterous lies with no substance, and I didn't want to be perceived as a jerk who goes after people, but now they are trying to destroy my career and livelihood. That's not funny. I am consulting an attorney to determine the best way to confront this. I don't know if a video or a blog is the way, but we'll see. Keep this in mind because he will deny much later on in time that he had been considering getting lawyers involved this early on in the whole story. And finally, Vic does the other thing he's always been really fucking good at and gives the command to his army to defend his honor on the internet for him. People who know me know how absurd these claims are. I hope all those people who know better will speak up for right and let the conventions know that this tiny group of detractors don't speak for the vast majority. Please do anything you can to counter this stuff with positivity and your experiences. Let anyone you know, convention sites included, that these handful of people leveling baseless garbage do not speak for the majority. That is all I ask, and know that I love and appreciate all of you so much. Again, Vic repeats a pattern of behavior, treating his biggest fans like they're his special personal friends, convincing them that it is their job to get on the internet and defend the good name of a man in his 50s who is damn well old enough to handle his own problems without getting a bunch of young women and children to do that shit for him. 2 days later, Vic finally takes to Twitter to make a more public statement, written up in a Word document and submitted as a picture attachment to a tweet. The statement is something of a mixed bag, but even as a staunch critic, there are elements here that could have been looked at generously. But not one of the earliest parts of his statement, where he denies the allegations of homophobia. Homophobic? No. Some of my dearest friends are members of the LGBTQ community, including several that I brought into my production family on Star Trek Continues. Cool, nice to know we're starting with a classic I can't be homophobic, I have gay friends line. He also doubles down on having been told that Phi from Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle was totally not gay, and following that with the sentence, I also elected not to autograph Yaoi, not because I am homophobic, but because I didn't wish to sign material that was not canon. This one is absolutely incredible, given every single thing we've caught him saying about how he feels about Yaoi on camera over the course of years, never once having said that Yaoi fan art and doujinshi were a problem strictly because they were not officially licensed material. Also, it's a fucking lie. It's easy as fuck to go on DeviantArt right now, search for a combination of words like Vic Mignogna, fan art, and autograph, and find hand-drawn fan art that he has signed for people. This was so easy to disprove, I don't know why anybody would ever be stupid enough to lie about it. His next paragraph starts out mostly pretty okay in the first sentence. I sincerely apologize to any convention staff member who ever felt I was anything less than kind and grateful to be included in their event. Okay, great. Let's just leave it at that. You're sorry for how you've treated people before, and maybe in the future it won't happen again. Awesome. Unfortunately, he continues, unknown to most staffers, contractual arrangements made in advance with cons were occasionally not honored when I arrived, and that made me frustrated. Cool, so this is now the second time where he says, sorry I was mean to convention staff, even though it was their fault because they screwed up first. It kind of doesn't account for other stories we've heard about him that seemingly have nothing to do with contractual arrangements at all, but fine. Maybe we can squeeze some good out of this one still, if he maybe thinks twice about how he treats unpaid volunteers in the future. The next paragraph is actually mostly pretty okay, directly addressing some of the most common complaints about how he interacted with his fans. I would also like to sincerely apologize to anyone who ever felt my interaction with them, a hug or a kiss on the cheek or forehead, was crossing a line. Never in a million years would it be my intent to make anyone feel uncomfortable. Rather, it was meant to show gratitude or support. I come from an affectionately expressive family where such displays are commonplace, but I understand that not everyone feels the same way. Hence, I will not be interacting in the same way with fans in the future. Understand this is the climate we live in, and this is how it has to be. To my fans who ask me for hugs, etc., I'm sorry, but please know that I am no less grateful or supportive of you. Okay, better. I mean, genuinely better. Not perfect, but a lot better than some of the other paragraphs above. He clearly addresses the problem, says he's sorry that his actions made people uncomfortable, and that he will stop doing that with people in the future. It's weird to compare a bunch of these things we've seen him do on camera to the kind of hugs and kisses you give to members of your family, but in general, if we had stopped right here, despite all of the shitty, kinda gaslighty, manipulative, creepy things we know for a fact he's done, he probably could have just gone away for a year or two, slipped under most people's radars, and gone on with his career like nothing had happened. Lastly, he ends the statement with a handful of outright denials. Finally, any allegations of sexual harassment, sexual assault, or most disturbingly, pedophilia are completely and utterly false. My heart weeps for anyone who endures a violation of this kind, and so to be accused of harming others in this way, I have no words. And that's how he chooses to end the statement. Now look, I don't know how else else to explain it, but there's a reason why people had been coming to those conclusions. Depending on the state, the age of the person involved, whether or not they would have ever wanted to involve law enforcement, some of these young people who said that they did not ask to be hugged or kissed could have definitely made a case for sexual assault. But no one ever reported this to authorities because, unfortunately, reporting sexual assault is terrifying and shaming for a myriad of different reasons. So for that reason, we don't have legal records of Vic sexually assaulting people. But just because a kid is really terrified of what would happen if they were to report a really famous person for some kind of assault doesn't mean that a violation of one's boundaries didn't happen. And it's really hard not to see the worst when it kept happening to children. Hell, there are some really disturbing stories I'd shared earlier about Vic touching girls in inappropriate places or trying to follow them back to their hotel rooms. I suppose that what Vic is saying here is that those stories are just flat out lies. And it's true, we don't strictly have physical photographic evidence that those things happened. But legally speaking, firsthand testimony is evidence, not hearsay like a bunch of uneducated people on the internet would like to believe. And there are entirely too many of these stories for me to feel comfortable with completely discounting. You would think that by the time Vic's statement came out on January 21st, that would have been the end of it. It wasn't. Insanely, the stories never stopped coming. Finally, on January 30th, the first of many news outlets would publish a story about the recent Twitter explosion. Anime News Network published their article titled "Far From Perfect. Fans Recount Unwanted Affection from Voice Actor Vic Mignogna." The article covers quite a few things that I mentioned earlier in the video, like Vic's history of being too close to fans for comfort, his response to these allegations in the Discord chat, and his public response on Twitter. But there were a number of other new things here that we hadn't seen before. More examples of Vic hugging and kissing children were included in this article too, further illustrating the idea that Vic will hug and kiss anyone no matter their age, or even bothering to stop and think that maybe the way he's touching people is a little bit too much. Now I want to stop here and address one photo in specific that was originally used in this article. This one specific photo has been used to fuel conspiracy theories from chuds for years. It can still be found in archived versions of this article now. Now, Anime News Network did not expressly say that the person in the photo did not want to have this picture taken. As an updated version of the article states, the photo and two other photos showing similar behavior were used in the article to illustrate the commonality of such posings by Mignogna with female fans, some underage. Basically, they were proving a point that Vic was willing to kiss anybody even if they were children. The problem, unfortunately, came up that the person in this photo later came forward on Facebook saying that she had consented to the kiss in the picture. She writes, "There is a photo also going around with Vic giving me a kiss on the cheek, and they are falsely stating I was 20 years of age in 2012. I am only 21 now. This particular photo was taken in Manchester at a Risen Bull Ranger dinner that I set up that my mother was present at along with other parents. I requested these photos myself with my mom's and Vic's consent. I do not want to be involved in any negativity towards Vic and cause him any distress or bad press. Vic is a genuinely nice man who I admire and looked up to for many years. In no way have I got anything to do with the negativity towards Vic or the allegations. Seeing this has distressed me tonight and I wanted to set the record straight. Keep your head up, Vic, and try and rise above it." So to be clear, this was posted in 2019, and she said that she was 21 years old that year. The photo originally happened in 2012, making her 14 years old in the photograph of Vic kissing her, even though she asked for him to do it and her mother was also present. Now, I do believe that since this person said she still supported Vic, Anime News Network did the correct thing, removing her photo from the article. Here's the thing though, the rest of us, we're not Anime News Network, and when we look at these pictures, we have the right to formulate our own opinions. I said this earlier about the videos of people getting Vic to whisper things sensually into their ears, but as much as you love the fuck out of this weird old fucking man and loved watching back this video of him being a fucking weirdo, the rest of us are perfectly legally within our rights to also look at your photos and videos and say, yeah, no, I still think that's weird, even if you were having a good time. Legally, I genuinely do not have to agree with your interpretation of what happened in this photo. We can agree on the facts of the situation, that it happened when you were 14, that you asked him to do it, and that your mom was there. And I can still walk away from it and think that it's fucking weird that a 50-year-old man didn't fucking tell you no. Sorry, lady. Forcing me to agree with you that this is just a sweet, wholesome, innocent picture of a cute interaction between a celebrity and his underage fan isn't how the real world works. Whew, got a little sidetracked there. Anyway, Anime News Network seems to have also followed up with the person on Twitter who said that Vic gave them his phone number at a convention, and the fan even provided a photo of their journal where they'd written Vic's phone number down. ANN confirms the number did at one time belong to Vic. The article states that this group of friends would share several group phone calls with Mignogna. Azure said at the time that it felt validating and cool that he was giving us the time of day and attention. Azure said Vic often pushed for them to join his fan club to the point that Azure became uncomfortable. He also noticed that Mignogna never brought up the group's parents or whether they had permission to be chatting privately with a 45-year-old man. And yeah, that's a perfectly logical thing to worry about. You should be worried about a 45-year-old man having private phone conversations with your children because that's fucking weird. The article also goes on to talk about the Risen Bull Rangers, noting that in 2006, it's estimated that about 43% of the members of the fan club were underage. They would act as volunteers to moderate the forums, the chat rooms, and organize meetups and dinners with Vic. These members also held the responsibility of running the fan club store that sold his CDs and DVDs, and oftentimes this meant working Vic's autograph table at anime conventions too. The article states, on at least one occasion, Mignogna asked panel audiences if any were members of his fan club to specifically recruit them to manage his autograph line, CD sales, and till at a convention. So sometimes he was just pulling random people he didn't even technically know out of the audience during his panels and getting them to work at his autograph table, unplanned, completely unpaid. Even underage fans were working his booth, with the article mentioning one person who was 16 years old when she was working for him in 2008. The quote from this particular Risen Bull Ranger states that after they were done working his table, he went around and gave everyone hugs. When he got to me, he gave me a hug as normal, but thanked me specifically in an oddly seductive voice and kissed my neck before moving on to other people. Afterwards, I felt so shocked and oddly violated. Because it was such a small convention, I saw him multiple times afterwards, including in an elevator I needed to use. I was so frightened I took the stairs. I avoided him the entire weekend. He recognized me even in different cosplay and tried to come to me. I ran away every time. So as you might have feared, Vic not only had a history of exploiting his biggest fans within his fan club for free labor, but also was aggressively inappropriate with those fan club members as well, without asking for their permission and completely ignoring that they might be underage. Other points worth mentioning from the ANN article include an interview with a Jewish fan who had approached Vic to get an autograph in 2010, with Vic asking why they didn't buy one of the Christian music CDs off of him, to which the fan answered by saying they were Jewish. Unsettlingly, Vic's response to this information was, well, we can change that. The fan said to ANN, I couldn't believe that he would say something like that to me. I wasn't trying to be rude by telling him my religion, I was just trying to answer his question. I ended up just grabbing the CD and the hat without his signature and apologized to him and just bolted out of the signing line. This story is at the very least making it feel like Vic in general just doesn't actually care about anybody's beliefs if they differ from his. Just a completely different kind of insensitive ignorance. With Anime News Network now having released an in-depth report on the fan community's discomfort with Vic Mignogna, somehow shit went from bad to worse. As hard as it may be to believe, the news stories about Vic's behavior simply did not stop. And what's worse is that they definitely didn't stop with just Vic's fans either. Soon we would be hearing things from his past, far before his work within the anime industry, as well as from other members of the anime industry. One of the earliest instances I can think of seeing evidence of an industry member shit-talking Vic during the 2019 blow-up involves a series of text messages from fellow anime voice actor Todd Haberkorn. The way Todd ended up getting involved in this story is really shitty too, and although it's a little outside the scope of the topic at hand here, I do think that maybe somebody should one day address how exactly it was that we got here. But a former Funimation employee who had gone on to work for Crunchyroll even before the merging of both companies released text messages between himself and Todd, depicting Todd as really having some opinions on Vic's choices of women. When the staff member asked Todd if he was going to be attending a certain convention, Todd replied by saying, "Man, I haven't been back since I defended staffers that Vic made cry and yelled at the head of staff for enabling Vic's diva behavior after he made the pregnant head of guest relations cry. That was 7 years ago. It's pretty nuts that Vic gets to go back. That man gets away with so much. Keep your eyes peeled and you might see his new girlfriend. Hashtag 30-year age gap. The employee asked, really, what happened to the last one he was with for a long time? Todd answers, it was a long time coming. This way he can have a fangirl for a girlfriend. Now you might remember that on a podcast interview with Anime News Network in 2013, Vic himself has stated that other voice actors don't like him. And if he's to be believed, this was almost entirely because of Vic's Christian faith.
They do everything they can to keep me from being invited as a guest because they don't like my faith.
Now, it is unfortunately true that other voice actors clearly had feelings about Vic, but honestly, from the evidence that has peeked out over the years, I'm not entirely certain it's solely because of how pushy he is with his faith. Take these skits that fellow voice actor Sean Schemmel used to do, where he would perform improv as the fictional character of Kip Mangina?
And so I felt when I was first acting, you know, I got my first few roles, they weren't letting us work together. And since he kind of trained me, I mean, he went to acting school. I didn't. I was just more naturally talented.
Wow. That's actually kind of an incredible pitch perfect impression of Vic.
But if I'm doing a 12-year-old boy, like if I'm doing that,
and you do the 12-year-old
I do a
boy.
lot of 12-year-old boys.
I mean, there's no competition.
And to get into character, since I'm a method actor, I will go to a preschool and I will look at a preschooler and I would look through the fence on the playground and just, I would really observe just to be able to get into character.
So we've got this part down where the fictional character Kip seems to be extremely interested in children. And man, Sean really leans into this for a while.
I only do 12-year-old boys pretty much. I mean, that's
right,
that's what I love
what
to
I'm
do.
saying is it was just
that's what I really love to do.
Yeah.
And then additionally, the skit includes a moment where the fictional character Kip goes into the booth to actually perform voice acting, only to snap back at his directors.
I don't care! I don't care if you don't get spoken to that way! You don't speak to me that way! Because I'm the fucking talent! Fuck you! Fuck all four of you! Fuck all four! 1, 2, 3, fuck for you! Fuck you! I don't fucking need a line direction! I'm a fucking actor!
Actually, this character's faith is basically barely mentioned here. It comes up in passing and really isn't mocked at all.
Well, they already know I love the Lord. They already know how hard I work for them to be just the very best voice actor I can be.
And while it could be said that the things the character is talking about are all fictional because this character isn't real, it is extremely difficult to argue that Sean wasn't trying to imitate Vic Mignogna in at least some way. The name and the voice are entirely too much of a coincidence. What's worse is that voice actors making fun of Vic wasn't even just something they do in their spare time, it would crop up in places you'd never expect, like the English dub of Ghost Stories, a show infamous for its English dub being absolutely off the wall because the studio was given permission to do whatever the fuck they wanted with it.
When I volunteered at the wonderful Exodus homosexual conversion camp, I met this woman who was there who looked a lot like that woman.
I can't believe our sweet precious cat is now possessed by a Keebler elf reject with bad gas.
I was just wondering if they were going to cancel the Fine Arts Festival. Oh, good God, you're the lead. Who are they going to replace you with, Tom Cruise?
And because they could just say whatever they wanted, regardless of whether or not it even made any sense, they even managed to slip in some very specific Vic Mignogna jokes.
Yes, that's it, I'm pregnant.
It's that frosted Vic Mignogna look-alike, isn't it? I knew it! God, I thought you had better taste than that! Full Metal Disgusting is what that is!
Actually, I never really dated Vic. I heard he got this really awful copper crotch rocket. And one day when he was out on a road trip, he got abducted by some gay Hells Angels and was never seen again.
So here's the cast of Ghost Stories making jabs about Vic dating kids and getting them pregnant. Also about some awful motorcycle, and supposedly Vic does in fact love him some motorcycles. Not only that, but Vic was given a role as a ghost painter who would kidnap girls and be super weird and creepy with them. They even credit him as Obi Frost Tips in that specific episode.
Nice rack. Mind if I make him a little bigger?
Boobies. Love boobies.
Remember, this was all the way back in the year 2005. People were already making jabs at this man almost 15 years prior to everything blowing up on the internet in 2019. And this is where everything starts to spiral out of control. By the end of January and the beginning of February 2019, countless anime voice actors were beginning to show their belief and support of victims of harassment at the hands of Vic Mignogna. Alex Moore, Aaron Roberts, Neil Kaplan, who had his own uncomfortable story about Vic thinking he could just literally climb on top of anybody he wanted at any time without asking if it was okay. Alejandro Saab, Tara Jane Sands, Danielle McRae, J. Michael Tatum, Brandon McInnes, Jen Brown, Don M. Bennett, Jesse James Grell, Terry Doty, Amanda Lee, Amber Lee Connors, Christopher Waycamp, and more all unconditionally stood in support with survivors of harassment and assault. 10 anime conventions over the course of 2019 would end up canceling Vic's appearance as a guest, but one convention, Back Anime, retained his appearance over February 2nd and 3rd, possibly due to there being so little time between the blow-up on Twitter and the date of the convention. This would be the first time anybody would see Vic out in the real world since his big Twitter cancellation, and well...
There will be tears. So I want to apologize for that.
And I don't know, man. A lot of people bought this, but like, especially after the shouting thing with the protesters.
Put up a sign that says that! Put up a sign that says that!
Yeah, I don't know. Something about this just feels very theatrical to me. And like, maybe that's just me, you know? I mean, feel free to believe what you want. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, but I am going to say this panel feels really weird and gross and emotionally manipulative. And the audience in the room is definitely there because they already love him and they don't want to think anything bad of him in the first place.
Just because 1,000 people want a hug doesn't mean everybody does.
Yeah, man, that's a good lesson to learn. It doesn't mean you have to cry about it. Just ask them for permission first. The iffy tears make it sound less like he's remorseful that he might have made people uncomfortable, and more like he's really upset that now he can't just wantonly hug whoever he wants without asking them for permission first. But hey, that's just my interpretation of what I'm looking at. You can feel free to go watch the video of that panel and come away thinking whatever you want about it. Regardless, some things he says during this panel are fine, like mentioning that he shouldn't have assumed that all of his fans wanted hugs and kisses.
But it was wrong. It was really wrong of me to assume. And then you start to assume, well, she liked me and they all liked me, so she probably likes me too. No, maybe not, right? Or she's different. She deserves the respect of having her own, right? Of having her own space and her own opinions, and she may be different, and that's where I've really messed up.
It sure would have been nice if he had stuck with that interpretation of the consequences he was now facing. Vic's very first taste of those consequences for his actions would come on February 5th, 2019, when Rooster Teeth made the public statement via their official blog about the status of Vic Mignogna's role as Crow in the popular animated web series RWBY, stating, "Effective today, Vic Mignogna is no longer a part of the cast of RWBY, and Rooster Teeth is ending all association with Mignogna. This will not affect the creative content of RWBY." It was the first big sign that something truly serious was happening, and Rooster Teeth would be showered with an overwhelming deluge of both praise from fans who understood Vic was a problem and extremely angry people who had no idea how bad the Vic situation really was, and to this day continue to believe he's never done anything wrong in his entire life. Frighteningly, the situation only continued to get worse. What I once thought was just a series of uncomfortable encounters between Vic and his fans was unfortunately far more widespread than I had ever known, and it actually affected people within the anime industry itself. One of the first people to speak up publicly in any way was voice actor Monica Rial, who on February 6th would give the first of many public statements about her encounters with Vic via a thread on Twitter, dropping in to say this: "Stop harassing my friends and colleagues. You want the truth? It happened to me. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but here we are. I don't owe you anything, but if it'll stop it from happening to someone else, then so be it. I will tell you everything when I'm ready to do so. Please understand that this is difficult for me, my friends, and my loved ones. Also, for all those go to the cops folks, I thought it was a one-time occurrence with someone who had always been creepy with me. I chose to forgive him, even though he didn't ask for forgiveness. It wasn't until several of my dear friends came forward with similar stories recently that I realized that this happens regularly. And just so we're clear, you can be fired from a job for inappropriate behavior without ever having charges brought against you. I'm only one voice in a sea of many. You may never hear the other stories. Those women don't owe you anything. I'm being so vocal because I don't want this to happen to another woman. He's hurt enough people. He's a sick man and he needs help. I hope he'll come to realize that. Monica also stated in response to replies from other people on Twitter, as I've said before, I have spoken up several times. I was silenced. Not anymore. It's been brought to his attention numerous times. In fact, I confronted him about it on 2 different occasions over a decade ago. I got crocodile tears and he was back at it within weeks. This behavior has been going on for 15 plus years. We're not going to allow it anymore. We've been screaming for years. Unfortunately, we're just voice actors, so nobody listens. The only difference now is that I'm not fearful of damaging my career for speaking out. I don't need or want brownie points. Monica's statement in the main body of her thread is the first time it is suggested that not just her, but multiple other women in the anime industry may have had unwanted encounters with Vic Mignogna. And while that alone is concerning, she wouldn't end up being the only member of the industry to suggest this. On that same day, Donald Schultz, a sound engineer, editor, and director who has worked on several anime and video game projects, posted a thread that, while not initially clear who it was talking about, made very clear by the end of it that the person he would describe in this thread was Vic. Schultz stated, "Months back, I directed an actor who I had heard skeevy stories about for years from actors I knew. For context, I'm a fucking dipshit. You want to talk about some wild shit? I'm into it. The client on this project is the same. She doesn't blush. We have fun. I mention this only because this is the only time someone has ever made me go, what the fuck, in the middle of a session. This dude, who I had heard was a creep but didn't know, went on a weird tangent of, well, it's like the Greeks used to say, silence is consent. With everything I had heard about this dude, I could not believe he was in my booth saying silence is consent. So tone deaf. The client was like, what did he say? I panicked and tried to let him realize that he had said something that, especially with his rep, sounded bad, so I laughed. It's a failing of mine. When things get weird, I laugh like a hyena. He was confused and was like, what's so funny about that? I was like, oh dude, I guess the Greeks were a wild bunch. I don't think that holds up to today's standards, or something like that. He was like, oh, I see, but it's true, and continued, if someone is doing something and you don't like it but don't say anything, how do they know to stop? This was all starting to feel pretty transparent. We weren't talking about the Greeks anymore. The engineer, a lady who is smarter and cooler in awkward situations than me, asked, so are you saying you don't know the difference between right and wrong unless someone tells you to stop? He paused for a moment, then answered, I guess so. This guy, he tripled down. Donald had a lot more to say about listening to people in your field when they're trying to warn you about a guy and being better about not giving those kinds of people a platform. But he most definitely also committed to ending the thread with the slightly lesser used hashtag Asta Mignogna. So now there could be no question as to who we were talking about. The date is now February 8th, 2019, and now other voice actors were beginning to speak up, saying Vic had been inappropriate with them too. Voice actor Jamie Markey posted 4 images of text telling a story of how Vic touched her inappropriately without her consent while they were talking to each other inside Funimation headquarters. She stated that he had already given all the women at her job the creeps, but felt like she had to be nice to him because of his standing in the industry. She says, as we said hello, he stood to the side of me and started running his fingers through my hair. Now, I do work in an affectionate industry. We hug a lot and on occasion we'll give a kiss on the cheek. But even for an affectionate environment, this felt off. I didn't say anything to him about it though. It was just his fingers in my hair. I didn't think it was a big deal. At that point, he splayed his fingers, put his hand at the base of my skull and made a fist. When he did this, he grabbed my hair close to the root, effectively preventing me from moving my head at all. He then jerked his fist, yanking my head backwards towards him and whispered something in my ear. I don't remember what he said specifically, but I do remember it being sexual in nature. This was not normal. This was not just a hug or a kiss on the cheek. I did not like it. As Jamie goes on in her statement, she says how scary it might have been if she had even considered reporting it to anybody, because he was worshipped by his fans, and for that reason, he was even worshipped by the studios because of all of those fans that he brings in. So for that reason, she had no reason to think that anybody would believe her if she told them what happened, and that there might even be the possibility of getting blacklisted over it. What's worse is that Jamie insinuates in this statement that there are other people she knows that had this same experience happen to them. In the last week or so, I've heard accounts of him doing this exact thing to half a dozen other women that I personally know. I am friends with these women, and we never told each other about our experiences. Some dismissed it, like me. Others felt too ashamed or scared to say anything. I struggle with the guilt I feel for having been so dismissive of his actions. Had I been able to speak up then, maybe less women would have had to experience what happened when they were unable to get out of Vic's grasp. If Jamie's statement is true, then it means that there are at least several other women out there, possibly in the anime industry, that have all been harassed or assaulted by Vic that we may never know about. Because the backlash would be so big that it is entirely too terrifying for them to ever say anything. But just because you don't know the specific people it happened to doesn't mean that it didn't happen. And it does mean these women were sadly suffering through their experiences alone in isolation, meaning it was leaving Vic open to doing it again and again and again. Countless anime industry people came out in response to support Jamie. I think it says quite a lot that they were so quick to throw in support instead of running off to Vic's defense over this story. They believed her. As if that story wasn't bad enough. 2 days later, on February 10th, 2019, a story was posted to Twitter that ended up being even older than Vic's career. A woman named Michelle posted a lengthy thread about her experiences with Vic. A story from when she was a sophomore in high school and he was 26 years old. This puts the story in 1989, 15 years before landing the role of Edward Elric. Years before moving to Texas and becoming an anime voice actor. Michelle states, sophomore year of high school, I was cast in the spring play. Our teacher brought on a 26-year-old talent as an assistant director. He worked as a cameraman at the church affiliated with our private Christian school and produced Christian music videos. His name was Vic Mignogna. Vic would have me stay after rehearsal to work on my character. Then he'd invite me to sit with him while he played piano and sang love songs. I thought of him as a handsome, caring mentor who I looked up to and had a girlish crush on. After the play and school year ended, Vic started stopping by my summer job. Then one afternoon, while I was out for a bike ride, he pulled over and told me he really wanted me to see a new worship video he'd been working on. He asked me to follow him to his house. I did. Once there, I felt, 1, that I should not have come, and 2, obligated to stay. I decided to watch the video and talk to him about it a while, to be nice, then leave. I didn't want to seem childish or, worse, rude and ungrateful, but everything about it felt so off. Vic and his roommate had a tense conversation. Could have sworn I heard the guy ask how old I was before he stormed out of the house. Vic retreated to his room, then came out shirtless and smelling even stronger than usual of Halston cologne. I was confused and told him I should go. He coaxed me to stay. He put his arms around me and stuck his tongue in my ear. I told him my mother would be wondering where I was, that I really needed to go. He said, let's just enjoy each other, and pushed the weight of his body on me. I insisted I had to go. He never struck me or injured me or tore clothes from my body, but he did not back off either. I pushed back against him, repeatedly insisting that I had to go. Finally, he said, fine, get out. Leave! His eyes, once kind and mesmerizing, were now ice cold and cruel. He hated me. I ran out in shame, hating myself. I rode around aimlessly, in tears, before finally returning home. The inevitable question will be, did I report it? Unfortunately, no. It's hard to convey just how toxic/controlling the patriarchal purity culture of fundamentalist Christianity is. Who would I tell? My whole world, parents, school, church, social circle, even where I worked, hell, the whole damn town was all tied up in the ministry Vic represented and worked for. I literally did not know anyone who wasn't inside that bubble. Add to that, I felt ashamed/embarrassed for having imagined that this man had seen any talent or promise in me. I had been naive, obviously the dumbest girl in the cast, which was why he'd singled me out in the first place. He truly was a gifted actor, and I was a fool. I barely ate or slept for weeks. I did write in my journal, which my mother eventually read. She said, I can't believe you went to his house. We won't tell your father about this. And we literally never spoke of it again. Yeah, you better believe that came up in therapy later. I told one friend who confronted Vic at church. He acted hurt/offended, insisting I never even kissed her. I hesitated. I mean, he'd never kissed me on the mouth. Does sticking your tongue in someone's ear count? I didn't know. I felt like such a stupid girl. Michelle goes on to say that as time went on, and after Vic moved to Houston, she herself got married and had kids. But then her kids started watching anime, and they also started talking about Vic Mignogna. She regretted that she had to tell her daughter, who absolutely loved Vic as Crow in the Rooster Teeth series Ruby, about who Vic really was. She even regrets now that she never went to the police, wondering if other people have suffered because she never reported the incident. But it's easy to see why it was so hard. For as much as people tell you that you should report these things that happen to you, the repercussions for reporting sexual assault, especially when you're reporting about someone in a higher power dynamic than yourself, are absolutely dire. And anybody that doesn't understand that has a lot of learning to do about how the real world works. Police rarely believe you or do due diligence in completing reports. Superiors do everything to cover it up or even punish you for daring to report it at all. The older, more popular person with higher standing has significantly more power, and despite the fact that on paper reporting sexual assault is the obvious correct thing to do, the reality is that it rarely gives you the results you think it should get. And oftentimes the reporter receives the brunt of the punishment while the reported gets to walk around free like nothing ever happened. Michelle later confirms it happened at Liberty Christian Academy, showing a screenshot from the local college newspaper at the time, where Vic was performing in a theatrical production of Annie. There would even be someone else who would claim that there had been rumors of misconduct from Vic even earlier than this, at Trinity Christian Academy in Jacksonville, Florida in 1987. But the person making the claim had no personal stories to tell of her own, only providing proof that he was her teacher, that she had a yearbook with his photo in it, and that at some point later on in time she even took it with her to a convention to get his autograph. Of course, we also know from Vic's own stories on his panels at anime conventions that he was in fact an English teacher at that place and time.
Yeah, my first year out of college, I was asked to teach speech and acting at a private high school in Jacksonville, Florida.
But if we are generous and ignore the rumors from 1987 and skip straight to Michelle's event in 1989, that means that by 2019, Vic Mignogna feasibly could have been harassing and assaulting women and girls for 30 years. 30 years! It took 30 years for enough people to compile their stories together over the course of several weeks and finally say that enough was enough. We as a society and a community allowed a potential predator to continue having unlimited access to women and girls for 3 decades straight, and nobody did anything to stop it from happening. Well, now, finally, somebody was about to do something. On February 11th, the day after Michelle's tweet about her interactions with Vic in 1989, Funimation, the company that most often hired Vic to perform work for anime, posted a 3-tweet thread stating, "Everyone, we wanted to give you an update on the Vic Mignogna situation. Following an investigation, Funimation recast Vic Mignogna in Morose Mononokean Season 2. Funimation will not be engaging Mignogna in future productions. Part of our core mission is to celebrate the diversity of the anime community and to share our love for this genre and its positive impact on all. We do not condone any kind of harassment or threatening behavior being directed at anyone. For the first time in decades, finally, we had an actual tangible win. The company that had made Vic a household name was distancing themselves from the predator that they helped perpetuate. In the grand scheme of things, after looking at years worth of photos, videos, and first-hand experiences, you start to wonder why something like this took so long. Well, to be fair, Funimation had only relatively recently gained new ownership. Sony had just acquired Funimation near the end of 2017 and had only been owners of the company for about a year and a half by the time Vic was released from working with them. Theoretically, Sony would have been much more concerned about a huge stink being made over one of their contracted workers than anyone had ever been under Funimation's previously much smaller business operations prior to 2017. But it still begs the question, why did it take so long? We may never get the answers we seek about why that company did nothing about a guy that seemingly everybody and their mom knew was a problem. Even Jamie Markey's public statement suggests that Vic was something of a golden child at Funimation, because simply using his name at all meant any show he was in would be preloaded with his enormous, powerful fan base. Is that really all the old Funimation cared about at the end of the day? Maybe. Again, we may never know. Jumping ahead a little bit, it's important to note that although this tweet went out on February 11th, 2019, Sony, the company that owned Funimation, had run an internal investigation on Vic between January 22nd and January 29th. And in Vic's own words, after having statement communicated with Sony's executive director of employee relations, Tammy Denbo, on January 25th, it was only a few days later when he received a phone call with multiple Sony employees on the line telling him that he was being terminated from Funimation. So even before Monica Rial and Jamie Markey had told their stories on Twitter on February 6th and February 8th, Vic had already been removed from consideration for future Funimation projects for something like a week. This is important to note because conspiracy theorists will love to tell you that Monica and Jamie's tweets caused Vic to lose his job at Funimation, but the truth of the matter is that their tweets had absolutely nothing to do with it. That's just how bad his reputation was. On February 13th, 2 days after Funimation's tweet, Vic makes yet another public statement via a picture of a wall of text posted onto Twitter. This statement is wordy, but it's actually not so bad, maybe even slightly less bad than the first one. Some lines are actually pretty decent. Like right at the beginning he starts with, "My desire has always been to show appreciation, warmth, and acceptance to fans of my work. Being part of this community has given both my work and my life so much meaning. If anyone has been made uncomfortable by me, it's not for me to contradict them. It's impossible for me to discern another's personal boundaries. I regret anything I have said or done out of ignorance that has put anyone outside of their comfort zone." And honestly, that's not the worst place he could have come from. Here, he's not fighting with people. He's not telling them that if they felt uncomfortable about any of his behaviors, that they're wrong to feel that way. He's not even sorry you feel that way. He says he regrets things that he did that made people feel that way. Now, not every part of the statement is perfect. When addressing other people in his own industry, he says, "We've shared countless wonderful experiences together, and I never meant to do anything to offend or hurt you. Until these last few weeks, I had no idea that any animosity even existed. I've never had anything but respect for you, and I so deeply regret any words or actions that made any one of you feel otherwise." The words are nice, except we've known for a long time that Vic was in fact aware that animosity existed between himself and other voice actors. Remember the interview he had with Anime News Network 6 years prior to this post where he said that other voice actors hate him?
There are some voice actors, people in the industry who, for whatever reason, they do everything they can to keep me from being invited as a guest because they don't like my faith.
And if Monica Rial's Twitter statements are to be believed, Vic had already been approached numerous times about his behavior. It would be good if he finally learned his lesson about other people's boundaries, but it didn't happen until he finally saw consequences for his actions. Up until that point, he could be told time and time again that there was a problem with how he was making people feel, but he just outright ignored what his own colleagues were telling him, and then went right back to doing it again with other people anyway. But he does go back to a statement that if he had truly meant every word of it, it could have meant the rehabilitation of his entire career in due time. The truth is that I am just as susceptible to struggles and difficulties as anyone. I have identified areas in which I need growth, and am taking this time to recommit to God and seeking the help of a counselor. I am committed to putting every effort into improving not only for myself, but for everyone I interact with. Each of you deserves nothing less. If Vic had actually meant what he said in these sentences, if he had recommitted himself to God, sought counseling, and took a year or two to improve as a human being, committing to the idea of learning personal boundaries and actually repairing the damage he did to people by not respecting those boundaries, maybe you wouldn't be watching this video right now. This was his ticket out, the way he could have had his redemption arc, and for a time, I genuinely thought that this was going to be it. I thought this was where it all ended. The major companies regularly working with him had let him go. As 2019 would go on, his guest status at several conventions would be revoked, and reputable fan events would stop inviting him altogether. Fans and colleagues would no longer have to worry that he had too much direct access to too many women and girls. I really thought this conversation was over. Not even fucking close. See, it makes sense that Vic had to end his second Twitter Notes apology statement by saying, "Finally, please be kind to one another. The very last thing I want is for anyone to be hatefully targeted, especially not on my behalf." Because that is exactly what had started happening. And in all seriousness, more than 5 years later, it has never fucking stopped. Despite the non-stop stories from people displaying decades worth of questionable behavior out of Vic, opposition to this uproar had quickly built up, and it was fucking intense and feverish. Now, initially, the waves of Vic defenders had been pretty manageable. The loudest defenders were largely, you guessed it, Risen Bull Rangers, who had been coached by their Lord and Savior himself to seek out people talking badly about him on the internet and defend his honor. They were annoying, but that's mostly all they were. They weren't always the smartest people coming to his defense, or as one of his fans would try to call me, not the brightest bulb in the lamp. In the case of some of the direct members of his club, they seemed to use Twitter very little and didn't understand how it worked. They would demand that I delete quote tweets I'd made sharing other people's stories and pictures, somehow seeming to believe that it would also delete the tweet that I was quoting from some other person, which is a thing that you cannot do. Other fans of his were so mad at me for sharing links to a video and giving my own personal opinion on what it was I was looking at that they accused me of stealing the video. Yes, you heard correctly, copying an internet hyperlink directly to where a video is hosted and then pasting that hyperlink into a tweet and posting it on twitter.com so that you could go right to the source of the video and watch it for yourself was now being called stealing by people who don't know basic internet functionality. But most of the time it was just fans who swore that they've met Vic or they knew him personally on some level, and so the rest of us couldn't possibly know what we were talking about, never mind decades of countless people's personal experiences with him. Take these tweets here from Chelsea, someone else who seemed to rarely use Twitter but got on and defended Vic plenty in January of 2019. They are completely false rumors. There is not one shred of evidence behind any of it. It's all mere hearsay. None of it is true. It's all just slander. It's all hearsay. Absolutely no evidence. And we aren't Vic stans, just moral individuals who recognize slander and defamation of character. He is not a sexual predator, and all of the accusations are completely false and made up. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. This is absolutely ridiculous, and it's all completely false. It diminishes what happens to women who have actually been sexually assaulted. Lies and slander people. People do care, and they care about how all of these accusations are completely false and fabricated. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. I swear to God, if I hear somebody say not one shred of evidence again, I'm gonna rip my fucking hair out. But the most interesting thing she says is, I happen to know him personally, and having a picture of someone kissing you on the cheek does not mean you were groped, especially when the picture was taken for a fan that wanted the picture in front of hundreds of other fans. Very cool that she says she happens to know him personally. I'm sure this will never come up again for the rest of the video. But in all seriousness, Vic's biggest fans seemed incapable of understanding that just because he was nice to them when they met him for a few minutes out of their weekend at a convention, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the person he is all the time. Most people try to present a certain way in front of others and can't always be on at all times. That's just not even realistic. And predators are especially good at wearing this mask to get into the communities they're attempting to prey upon. Of course he was nice to you. Of course you didn't have a problem with it. If he was a problem to literally every single person he ever met, then he probably would have been removed from the community a lot faster. But you having a good time with him for a little while simply does not negate the bad time many other people have had with him over the course of several decades. That's just absurd. Additionally, it was just very interesting to listen to people talking not only about Vic during this time, but also what it was like to either be in or to interact with the Risen Bull Rangers over the years. One former Ranger wrote a thread about nearly being kicked out of the club when she complained about other members making fun of dyslexia. Later, she reported another member of the Rangers for threatening to kill Vic, and when word got back to Vic, he misunderstood who it was that wanted to kill him and started lecturing her, saying he could get the police involved. And finally, one year, she and a few friends attended A-Kon, an anime convention in Dallas, to meet up with Vic and the other Rangers. And on the Saturday of the event, she has an anxiety attack, to which Vic himself walks right up to her and says something to the effect of, "You should go home, you're just ruining your friend's fun." And she walked away from the Rangers thinking not only that Vic was kind of a dick, but also that the Rangers themselves weren't exactly all that great either. One other person reported that at a convention in 2008, he and some friends just kind of drew all over the pictures in the program guide, giving guests black blacked out teeth and mustaches just for the hell of it, then taking that program guide back to his hotel room to sleep for the night, where other Risen Bull Rangers were also sleeping. And apparently, one of the Rangers sleeping in that room reported back to Vic that his face had been drawn all over in the program guide, and Vic himself contacted this person over AOL Instant Messenger using the name Darth Vic, which for the record was in fact his real AIM name, demanding to see photos of the program guide. They said they eventually showed him the picture after Vic and a small number of his fans bombarded us with AIM messages, many of which warned us not to lie to Vic about having the program guide or saying we disposed it, as many of them claimed to have seen it and said it would be better for us to come clean about it. It was after this incident that it became clear to me that everything he puts on for the camera and fans is for the sake of preserving his posterity and popularity. And the hold he apparently has on his fans, to the point that they almost function as his personal army, is both grotesquely manipulative and deplorable. And they're absolutely right. We've now seen him on video multiple times ask his fans to defend his honor on the internet, and then we saw him do it again in a Discord chat with his fan club. So it's little wonder we were beginning to see a resurgence of the Risen Bull Rangers take to Twitter to get in fights with people in his name. Hell, in late January 2019, Vic's own mom posted on the Risen Bull Rangers Facebook page, "Matriarch here, please send me anything you want us to keep regarding the issue on internet. Address forthcoming." And then posted her personal email account so that Vic's fans could email his mom to tell them all about all the mean things people were saying about their dear leader on Twitter. So it isn't shocking to me that the Rangers were so involved. But it wouldn't take long for these fights to break containment. So what was it that caused Vic to have to tell fans to stop getting into arguments in his name? Not once, but twice? Considering Vic seems to actually be very okay with his fans doing absolutely anything in his name, what would make him, in early February 2019, make a tweet saying, "It has come to my attention that there have been threats made toward others by fans in support of me. Let me be perfectly clear that I would never condone anything approaching this whatsoever, and I call upon anyone doing it to stop this immediately." I mean, we know he's condoned it before, so it rings kinda hollow. So what was it that finally was so bad that he has to finally pretend to play nice with people? Well, Comicsgate. Chapter 4. Insane harassment campaigns. Perhaps one of the stupidest things to happen during the whole 2019 debacle was the emergence of people who'd only just heard about Vic Mignogna for the first time, but were never originally part of the mid to late 2000s anime convention scene to begin with. Unless you were a millennial who had been regularly attending anime conventions from the year 2005 and on, and especially if you weren't a girl or a young woman, then this likely never would have come up in conversations with you. And for that reason, absolute nobodies who have no business telling those of us who were there what we did or did not experience decided to tell all of us what we did or did not experience. The defenses internet randos have concocted to protect this man have been absolutely wild. He was attacked just because he was a Christian. People are misinterpreting Vic's touchy-feely nature because he's Italian. Yaoi fangirls were mad he wouldn't sign their porn, so they made up extravagant lies about him. Other members of the anime industry were jealous of him, his popularity, and all of his roles, so they teamed up to concoct a way to kick him out because jealousy. All absolutely insane defenses, by the way. There are numerous other American English anime voice actors who are Christian, and none of them have the reputation Vic has, nor have they been kicked out of the industry. Famously, Johnny Young Bosch, the man who replaced Vic in future iterations of Broly on Dragon Ball releases, is also quite Christian, and nobody has anything negative to say about him. Vic's lineage may be Italian, but he's also a fucking American, born in America and living amongst other Americans. So it shouldn't be a fucking surprise that other people don't act the same way he does. So no, you don't get to just get away with assaulting people by claiming you're an Italian descendant. Maybe yaoi fangirls have found themselves a reason to get mad at Vic, but Vic sure has given them a lot of provable reasons to be upset. And on top of that, not every single person who has a Vic story is a yaoi fangirl, so this accusation seems really skewed. And finally, we start getting into the conspiracy theories, like jealousy out of other voice actors. Do you know how often I've heard the idea that Monica Rial was jealous of Vic and wanted to take his jobs? feasibly, how would that even happen? Their range is completely different. They sound nothing alike. On top of that, Monica has way more anime voice acting credits than Vic does. In fact, Monica is currently just a couple dozen roles away from being the most prolific anime voice actor in the world, and is currently second only to Japanese voice actor Takehito Koyasu. Even Jamie Marchi is sitting comfortably in the top 20 most prolific English anime voice actors. Vic is all the way down at about number 50 in comparison to other English voice actors, and he's got about 100 fewer roles than the guy who sits at number 50 in Japanese. Like, this isn't even fucking close. The conspiracy holds absolutely no fucking water. So it's already bad enough that now suddenly new people are starting to come into the conversation who have absolutely no skin in the game. Slowly, it became people who had a bone to pick with the hashtag #MeToo movement, and before long it began drawing the ire of people who think that all accusers are liars, or in the most extreme instances, just really fucking hate women. And I don't want to sit here and say that that was the entire movement, but when you start to see your friends, your colleagues, innocent bystanders, and even yourself get targeted by people who make it very clear that they were never going to believe women no matter how much evidence you presented to them, then I hate to say it, but the amount of people participating in the movement who seemed to just genuinely hate women was definitely, absolutely a non-zero number. And of course, that comes with a lot of the accusations that always comes from people who want to minimize the harm done to women and other victims of assault. Why didn't you call the cops? Why did you turn this into Twitter justice instead? Where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Where's the photos and the videos? Absolutely insane victim blaming. It went on and on and on, and it still goes on to this day. This video isn't going to change any minds, because the people who have already decided they don't believe victims are never going to believe them, no matter what you tell them. But just so that I can't be accused of not giving out information that you can easily find by simply doing a fucking Google search, here's some information about victims of assault that some of you might find pretty interesting. It is incredibly well documented that victims of assault very often do not immediately report what happened to them, but I rather liked the way this article from Psychology Today broke it down into key points. Article author Dr. Karen Stolzno bullet points 3 major reasons right at the top for easy access. Victims of sexual harassment and assault often delay reporting, with only 1 in 5 women reporting sexual abuse. Sexual harassers are often in a position of power. Victim blaming is holding victims and survivors responsible for the sexual harassment, sexual assault, or rape committed against them. I highly recommend you read that article and others like it for a more in-depth explanation, but I think some of this describes this specific situation with Vic pretty well. Vic absolutely held a position of power. When he was a teacher, he held a position of power over his students. When he was a voice actor, he was so popular among his fans that he held a fairly extreme power dynamic over all those excited to meet him. And even amongst his fellow voice actor colleagues, they've noted that he was such a golden boy within Funimation because he brought in so many fans that he held power and status even within the company itself. This just isn't a universe in which victims have enough power to speak up about their harassment and have something immediately done about it. On top of that, when you're talking about a guy with at least as much fame as Vic had, you have to clench yourself up in preparation to take on a massive influx of assholes berating you for not being a better victim, not responding or reacting differently than you did, or even accusing you of lying. You're reopening up all of the pain that the first harassing asshole already put you through, only to have a barrage of absolute fucking nobody chumps berating you and giving you shit, confidently telling you that the things that happened directly to you that you were there for and they were not there for never actually happened in the first place. Normal people, generally speaking, are not particularly interested in going through that shit. And maybe some assault victims do speak up and report their assault to the police. I've seen some assault victims get very mad, proud, and belligerent about how they totally handled their assault the one and true correct way, and that if you didn't do it the same way they did, then you were bad and wrong. Well, assault Karen, fuck you! Yeah, that wasn't particularly eloquent, but like, how else do you want me to phrase this? Different people handle trauma in different ways. Not every human being is a stone fucking wall capable of wading through the same amount of shit. You don't get to police the way people handle their assault, and if you try to, you're a fucking asshole. And the statistics for sexual assault just get fucking worse and worse the more you look at it. Statistics provided by RAINN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, paint a bleak picture that says that out of every 1,000 sexual assaults, 975 perpetrators will walk free. Only 310 out of those 1,000 are even reported to the police. Out of those 310, only 50 of them are arrested at all. Out of those 50, only 28 of them will reach a felony conviction. And then out of those 28, only 25 will be incarcerated. That's 25 perpetrators out of every 1,000 that will ever see consequences for their actions. That's only an estimated 2.5% of all assaults leading to incarceration for the heinous things that they've done. And then these geniuses come out here and proudly exclaim, well, why didn't you go through the legal justice system to handle this? Why are you dragging it out on Twitter? Because the real world doesn't fucking work that way. I think we would all be a lot happier if it made logical fucking sense to report all of the bad things that happen to us to the proper authorities, because we knew the authorities would actually do something about it, and society wouldn't drag us through the mud for trying to actually do the right thing. But unfortunately, we live in this specific universe and timeline where that's not what actually happens. As for people demanding video and photo evidence because everybody has a cell phone, well, for one thing, there sure are a lot of existing photos and videos of Vic at the very least being a fucking creep. But that's not good enough for some people. But on top of that, in what reality do you find yourself suddenly in the middle of getting assaulted and then suddenly stop to pull out a camera or a phone saying, hey, can you hold on a second here? I need to record you assaulting me. And then they just keep doing it. Predators are usually pretty careful to do things in such a way that they won't get caught. But it's incredible that people demand this evidence from a bunch of people who were working with extremely inconvenient technology. While cameras built directly into cell phones were becoming much more common in the mid-2000s, their functionality was still kind of clunky and their images kind of looked and sounded like shit. Vic started going to anime conventions in the year 2005. Do you know what kind of a phone I had in the year 2005? Do you? I'll show you right now. It's this. This is the Sanyo flip phone I had in the year 2005. It has a 1.3 megapixel camera, can take pictures at best in 1280 by 960, and video could only be filmed in a resolution as high as 176 by 144. What do you mean you wanted millennials with flip phones to document every time they got assaulted by somebody? Are you high? But like I said, actually telling you what the real statistics of any of this shit looks like isn't actually going to change the minds of chuds who just hate women, the Me Too movement, and anything that even remotely looks woke. I tell you all this just to cover all my bases and be halfway informative, but I can't say that I believe that engaging in fights with these people or even trying to give them information that answers their sea lioning questions will actually do anything to convince these people, because it doesn't work. I think there are times where you should try, but the vast majority of the time, when you're talking about people who are dead serious when they say that they believe Vic was canceled because of crazy jealous women for no reason, there's no point in trying to convince them. And this is largely what led to a bunch of diet Nazis also jumping into the fight. You know the kinds, the guys who have made culture wars their entire personality. The kinds that are constantly trying to stick it to the libs, who hate anything that smells even remotely left of center, and are constantly trying to tell you that everything you see happening around you is a result of the woke mob trying to fuck things up for everybody. And I know nobody wants to talk about fucking Gamergate anymore. I get it. We're all sick of hearing about it. Anime fans are probably more sick of hearing about it than anybody else.
Have you got a stick up your ass? Or are you one of those dumbass Gamergate creep shows?
But it's unfortunately a movement whose shit all rolled downhill and inspired the snowballing effect of several other movements like it, such as the Fandom Menace for Star Wars fans, and Comicsgate, a movement largely motivated by comics fans angry about perceived woke leftist ideas creeping into mainstream comics and destroying the entire industry. A thing that is largely a huge conspiracy and is not actually happening, despite their loud, agonizing kicking and screaming. And while it is possible to be a fan of gaming, Star Wars, comic books, and anime all at the same time, the largest figureheads in each of these movements mostly kind of kept to their own movements and didn't really dabble with anime all that much. The biggest names in Comicsgate YouTube really didn't have a single dog in the fight when it came to anime, and many many of them had barely consumed any of it. And while I'm hesitant to claim any of them aren't real anime fans, because that would be incredibly gatekeepy, I am at least fairly confident in saying that they did not have enough knowledge or experience on the subject to have anything of value to add to the conversation. But that certainly didn't stop them from trying once they found themselves the perfect poster boy to fit their narrative of the woke, leftist, SJW mob doing everything in their power to destroy the life of an innocent, white, straight, cisgendered, heterosexual Christian male to further the liberal agenda. Think of any right-wing reactionary culture war YouTube channel you've ever heard of in the last 5 years, and I can almost guarantee you that at some point they have come rushing to the defense of Vic Mignogna, despite having heard very little to nothing about him prior to the year 2019. Yellow Flash, Umbrella Guy, The Quartering, Ethan Van Sciver, Geeks and Gamers, and finally some anime tubers like Hirohei. All of these guys and countless others quickly jumped onto the gold rush that was Vic Mignogna.
It's earned $24 million, which is quite a bit for the movie here in the US, and it's only behind Pokemon and Far Spirited Away. I don't really follow the English actors very much. Some of his dear friends are members of the LGBTQ community, and while several fans online have said he refused to sign Yayo fan art, even like RWBY there. So this Vic Mignogna stuff just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
And it's not hard to see why. Comicsgate was dying, and rage bait YouTubers were desperate to find a new vein to tap to generate more clicks, ad revenue, and super chat bucks, and it fucking worked. These weirdos all successfully whipped their audiences up into a collective frenzy. New rage bait YouTubers were trying to hop on the train to make success happen using Vic's popular name. Occasionally, they would get some small fact about the situation correct, but it would be peppered in amongst disinformation and sometimes just straight up lies. Anything it took to make audiences mad, they wanted it, because angry people keep coming back, and anger is something you have to continuously keep stoking. And boy, did they ever stoke. Hirohei, for example, made something like 70 videos relating to Vic over all this time. And while that seems insane and absurd, hell, why shouldn't he, I guess? It's making him fucking bank. The clicks keep coming in. He's successfully making the right people angry. Those people want to be angry. He's telling them what they want to hear, so they keep coming back and generating a paycheck for him. That's how all these rage bait YouTubers operate. When I tell you that genuinely none of them actually care about what Vic is going through, this is what I'm talking about. It would be one thing if they were genuinely concerned for Vic's plight and the hardships he was currently facing, but this is absolutely not what this was about at all. Vic was just a convenient face to further a movement that was providing them a paycheck. And in fact, some of the faces of Comicsgate would basically just straight up admit as much. Take comic book artist and Comicsgate figurehead Ethan Van Sciver, for example.
I'm not much of an anime guy, but I'm watching this whole thing go down, and it's about time that I comment on it. I do know this guy. I know Vic Mignogna.
Yeah, clearly you know him very well, considering you stumbled so eloquently over his name. But Ethan further confirms that he's not in this for Vic, and he's not in it for the anime. He's in it to further his own movement.
There are quite a few people within Comicsgate, within the Fandom Menace, who are standing up for Vic. Those are the two communities that fight SJWs that I'm a voice in. I'm a voice for Comicsgate. To stand up to the SJWs within the comic book industry that are doing the exact same thing to people. The very last thing I want is for anyone to be hatefully targeted, especially not on my behalf. All right, well, Vic, we're going to fight for you, whether you want us to or not. We're not going to back down, because this isn't only about you. This isn't the battle for Vic Mignogna. I don't really care too much about this one personal case. Vic, stand up for yourself, because this is going to happen to other people. It isn't about you.
And although not everybody will say it, this is largely what the truth is. These largely aren't anime people. They don't actually care about Vic. They care about their own bottom line. Vic Mignogna getting canceled was a chance for these angry reactionaries to strike gold, and they absolutely fucking did. These videos were getting hundreds of thousands of views, and I mean like every fucking day for the majority of 2019. Just the most insane conspiracy theories you've ever heard in your fucking life. Anything willing to explain away any possibility that a popular guy that you like might simply just be kind of not a great person. And as you can imagine, this shit would also spill out into other parts of the internet. One of the earliest things I took great issue with was when it started getting completely unrelated innocent bystanders targeted for absolutely no reason. One popular screenshot that still gets around to this day comes from a public Facebook group where it appeared that people were having conversations about how much of a creep Vic Mignogna had been. At some point, somebody in the group seemingly posted a picture of themselves interacting with Vic. That's when suddenly a member of the group made an unambiguously immoral suggestion. You should Photoshop that picture so it looks like Vic's hand is on your chest. That way no one can claim it's out of context and it makes Vic look worse than he is. Wow. Super shitty, right? There's plenty of awful shit we already know about Vic that are tangibly provable, so it seems extremely unnecessary to do any photoshopping of any kind here, let alone that being wholly unethical. And to the Facebook group's credit, pretty much everybody else started to shut that shit down. Nah, falsifying evidence is gross. That first commenter replies, even if it helps make Vic look bad? The group responds again, even if it makes Vic look like Hitler. The original Photoshop commenter doubles down. Ooh, that would be fun. Someone should add the Hitler mustache to him. Then again, we already know he hates Jews. A different person in the group jumps in an attempt to shut this shit down. Why would you even suggest to edit evidence? That would pretty much throw it out in a case of law, and it would bring doubt to other allegations. If anything, this would help him. The Photoshop commenter replies, not if the Photoshop looks convincing. And again, the group gets mad. There is always a way to figure out if something is shopped. It also does not help when you talk about photoshopping a pic in a public group where anyone can see it. As you can imagine, this screenshot took off in all the wrong circles. The accusation that Vic's most staunch detractors were all just lying about him and rampantly faking evidence was becoming a regular talking point amongst angry reactionaries. Never mind the fact that the other people in the group were clearly upset that someone was suggesting people Photoshop this picture in the first place. And of course, some of the most widely viewed Comicsgate channels took the screenshot and ran with it.
And then this dumb person says, this is a closed group, so not anyone can see this. Too bad. Now at least a few thousand people are going to see this. And I'm sure other people will pick it up and cover this as well now. They're literally sitting in there trying to think of ways to make Vic look bad. This is what they do. They get in these little groups and they collaborate and they try to take people down.
And you might say, okay, fine. So most of the rest of the group was unhappy with the person suggesting that maybe they should try to fake evidence of Vic doing shitty things. But that person did still suggest it. And since they did, shouldn't at least they be dragged for having done that? And normally, I would agree with you. Except the person in that screenshot suggesting altering a photo in Photoshop wasn't actually the actual person with that name and face. The real person, whose name and image were being used to suggest that photos of Vic should be altered, took to DeviantArt to write a journal entry saying, spread this. This is not me on Facebook. Someone is impersonating me. I never made that Facebook account and I never accused Vic of anything. This video of me is false. She then links to Yellow Flash's video sharing her name and likeness to hundreds of thousands of angry viewers, then finishes her journal by saying, report that Facebook account. This wouldn't be the only place where she would publicly mention this Facebook user was an impersonator. The next day, she would post a video to YouTube even further elaborating on the situation.
To be honest, I never knew who Vic Mignogna was until yesterday, as in where I got notifications about me ruining his life.
And that's part of what made me so fucking mad. This person was so wholly uninvolved with the situation that she didn't even know the guy whose life she was suddenly being accused of having ruined. In fact, she and other people seemed to know exactly who it was who impersonated her, and it was a former friend and classmate of hers that she'd had a falling out with. Not only that, it was a guy who notably has his own reputation at conventions like YomaCon and ShutoCon for making women fucking uncomfortable.
All of this has been actually making me feel suicidal. I'm actually serious about that too.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Imagine doing actually literally nothing at all, good or bad, and then suddenly being blindsided by the news that not only did a former friend attempt to impersonate you, but he stirred up so much shit in a community you have no involvement with just to seemingly get back at you for no longer being his friend. And on top of that, his actions got the attention of an alt-right reactionary figurehead whose coverage of you on his Flash's YouTube channel sent waves of threats and harassment for literally no fucking reason. So if there was only one thing that I ever said or did that would get me in trouble with people, it was posting the hashtag KickVic tweet. If there were two things I did that got me in trouble with people, it was getting absolutely pissed over the injustice of a wholly unrelated person getting dogpiled over a movement that didn't involve her in the slightest. As this information was coming out in early 2019, I tweeted, impersonating someone in order to sway a narrative in one direction or the other should not be tolerated by anyone who has any dog in this fight. Shame on the impersonator, and shame on those making videos smearing the real person's name. That having been said, I've never said this, but I would strongly suggest flagging this particular video for spreading misinformation about a fake Facebook account created to delegitimize a legitimate concern. Only if you agree, of course. And so we are clear here, I specifically said that people should flag the video for misinformation, a thing that YouTube does allow you to do with content that is misleading or deceptive with serious risk of egregious harm. What these chuds decided, I said, was that I wanted people to throw false copyright flags at Yellow Flash with the intent to destroy his entire channel, which I absolutely did not say to do. But by that point, my fate was sealed. Daring to stand up to the misinformation hate machine that is Comicsgate is finally what put me in the crosshairs of all of the alt-right reactionary creators on YouTube. And when they dug through my tweets and found that I was the progenitor of the hashtag KickVic, they promptly accused me of being the sole singular reason why Vic Mignogna's life had been destroyed, completely ignoring decades of behavior beforehand and a completely separate viral tweet that happened before I ever showed up. Now, the narrative had been twisted to be that nobody had ever once talked about Vic Mignogna before the year 2019, and the only reason they were talking about him was me. That's right, I did it. Everything was because I dictated it to be as such. Aside from just the YouTubers themselves, the waves of harassment sent my way, particularly through 2019, was, to say the least, fucking overwhelming. My comment sections on old YouTube videos of mine, all of my Twitter replies, my Facebook comments, my Instagram comments, every single social media platform you can think of were all swarmed with misinformation, insults, and death threats. This ranged from things like, hopefully you end up in a car crash, to, you dumb fucking fat c***, you are a fucking piece of shit, you are pathetic, you are nothing but a lowlife, I hope you die, I'm gonna find you in real life and beat you to death, you fat bitch, big teeth bitch. You cunt. To, this bitch needs to get cut up like mincemeat. This bitch needs to be slapped for lying and starting KickVic. Make sure to use a sturdy belt when you hang out in the closet. Tick tock, tick tock. Tell Anthony Bourdain I said hi. Exactly, wouldn't want this piece of shit to survive. Hashtag we stand with Vic. Wherever you go, we stand. When you post, we stand. When you lie, we stand. There is more of us than of you. You will suffer, and the anticipation of your day of reckoning will be savored. I hope you choke on the lawsuit. Join your cat in the afterlife, you obese subhuman. On Facebook, I started receiving insane messages like, I will find you and I will kill you for what you have done to Vic. We have found you and are going to kill you and all associated with this BS. Prepare and report me if you want, you feminist bitch. People like you would never do any good except your deaths. Hashtag kill all who slander. That same person went to my YouTube comments and wrote, Vic Mignogna is my hero and is innocent, you slanderous bitch. I hope someone rapes and murders you for what you are doing to the great Vic. I have disliked all your videos and told all my friends to do the same, and we are aiming for 600,000 dislikes on all yours and your husband's videos. In addition to this, before you call me an alt-right Nazi, I will let you know you are talking to a gay transsexual who is openly pushing for gay and transsexual marriage to be accepted and openly and regularly donate $100 every month to this movement. I am the farthest fucking thing from being an alt-right Nazi. Then the conspiracy theories started pouring in. I got accused of being a founding member of Anime News Network, despite the fact that Anime News Network was founded in 1998, which would have made me 12 years old. And no, I did not found Anime News Network. I was accused of being a writer for Anime News Network, despite the fact that what they're citing is me being a fan writing into the Hey Answer Man column in the year 2008. The equivalent of writing a letter to your favorite magazine and having the magazine publish your letter in their fan mail section. Then completely misunderstanding that the videos I used to make many years ago, titled Anime News Editorial, were videos I was making on my own to be published on Channel Awesome and had exactly zero to do with Anime News Network. People started saying I was a lesser known voice actor who was jealous of Vic's success, except for the fact that I wasn't a fucking voice actor. Comicsgate figurehead Ethan Van Sciver even said in his Vic related video,
Well, one in particular, some weirdo named Mars Girl who used to be on the Awesome channel, which is now defunct.
yes, that's right, the Awesome Channel, home to the well-known and very popular internet personality, the Critic Nostalgia. And I don't want to make it sound like I was the only person this was happening to, because I wasn't. If you hear me talk about my experiences in depth, it's only because it happened directly to me, and therefore I have a lot of personal experiences to pull from. But I was far from the only person getting this shit. If you ever spoke negatively about Vic Mignogna, particularly between the months of January and February 2019, you potentially became the target of a harassment campaign, the likes of which very few people have ever seen before. The voice actors who came forward with their stories, any voice actor speaking up in support of victims, cosplayers, I mean, genuinely anybody you can think of, they became a target in an extremely similar way. If you were friends with people who spoke up against Vic, you became a target of this harassment campaign. A campaign littered with hashtag I stand with Vic, seemingly in direct response to the mild popularity of the hashtag Kick Vic. And this was all furthered by the active participation by members of the well-known harassment forum Kiwi Farms. Now you might remember I briefly mentioned them in passing earlier in this video, and if you don't know who they are, consider yourself lucky. Except now you just got incredibly unlucky because I'm about to tell you at least a little bit about them. The short version is that these forums originally started as a means to follow the daily life events of well-known online figure Chris Chan. The escapades of Chris Chan are entirely too big and outside the scope of this video, but the extent to which Kiwi Farms and other internet boards would stalk and harass them were really quite borderline obsessive. But since one source of cruel entertainment is no longer enough to satiate the appetites of the members of the board, over the years it became a place where they could stalk and document any number of people they deemed to be worthy targets of their attention. This is most famously involved targeting transgender people simply for being transgender, but the net they cast is particularly far-reaching even past that, and anybody involved with discussing Vic Mignogna publicly very quickly got into their crosshairs as well. And as I mentioned earlier in this video, this was pretty ironic considering the fact that Kiwi Farms was not initially on Vic's side. Although there are several posts you could reference before 2019, my favorite one has gotta be from user Longtime Lurker in 2016, who said, back in the day when the first Full Metal Alchemist came out, my little sister was a huge fan, so much so that my mother, for some unknown reason, got it into her head to email Vic Mignogna and ask him to call her on her birthday. He complied and said stuff about how he loved having her as this fan and how Ed loves sister. At the time, I thought it was pretty cool of him to take time out of his day to do that. Now, though, with all this shadiness out, I'm pretty skeeved. My sister was 10. Somewhat related, his email handle at the time was Vic the... I'm only about 1/4 Italian. Am I allowed to say this? Anyway, yes, that has long famously been confirmed to be the identifying part of his email address, which he uses both publicly with his fans and privately for business. It's even written on his resume, which he's posted publicly on his website. I don't know, sort of feels like something you wouldn't openly use with fans and business partners, but maybe that's just me. Anyway, despite the fact that Kiwi Farms shares the same sentiment as 4chan about not being your personal army or being on anybody's side, side. They sure do love to take sides when it's convenient, and by 2019, they deftly switched sides to defend Vic. But if all the members of the board were doing was making fun of fat, blue-haired SJW lib cucks tearing down an innocent Christian man, that would be one thing. But it grew far beyond just one single solitary thread on their board, originally titled Weeb Wars. Weeb Wars actually in fact grew into an entire subsection of the forum where every single target you could possibly imagine was being stalked mercilessly. Every single move they had ever made from the past up to the present was now up and available for public scrutiny, often with the members of the forum getting facts completely wrong and wholly misunderstanding and misinterpreting the things they found. Individual threads were made up for individual people. My particular thread at this point in time is over 300 pages long, now pushing 400. Anything they could find about you, they would post it. Full legal names, including dead names, addresses, phone numbers, links to old shit you don't associate with anymore. In my case, they pulled my marriage license, for whatever good that does. For a while, I started getting bombarded with phone calls. My email address was hacked, forcing me to just outright delete my old email account with a quickness when the service provider wouldn't do anything to help me lock it down, causing me to lose all my prior communications with my mom who had passed away 7 years prior. When my cat Siren, a beloved member of my family, died that year, I was mocked by VIX fans mercilessly for it. A Twitter account impersonating my dead cat still exists to this day, trying to tag in the ASPCA and claiming she died because I didn't feed her, when she'd actually died from a deep infection that prevented her from being able to walk or even eat. The wonderful late voice actor Chris Ayres kindly responded to this by saying, "I don't even have the words for how cruel this is to do to someone. It just makes me want to cry. When you lose a loved one, you constantly wonder if there was more you could do, even if you did everything right. This would devastate anyone who has loved and lost a pet. To see someone's love used against them like this makes me really sad for so many reasons." I had never met Chris Ayres in real life, and yet he said something so deeply heartfelt about this situation. I wish he knew how much that meant to me. At one point, somebody attempted to deliver a pizza to my home, but the good news is Kiwi Farms oftentimes is extremely incompetent, and so they had my information wrong, and thus sent the poor pizza guy on a wild goose chase trying to figure out where I was. In the case of some other poor, unfortunate targets, however, they got things much, much worse. Monica Rial at one point was told to start wearing bulletproof vests to conventions. Then there was that one time a particular dude who calls himself Spirit Jr. traveled from the US to Canada to chase Jamie Markey to Anime North, where he harassed her during one of her panels, filmed her despite her request for the audience not to film the panel, got himself kicked out, then continued to live stream himself yelling about how his birthday weekend was ruined while talking like fucking Sephiroth.
I came in all the way from fucking New York to get this message across. If you're gonna talk crap and run from the law, this is the same result. The epic result will come at a price. Me, I got kicked out of fucking Anime North. But that didn't stop there. This is my freaking birthday week, and I'm gonna make sure that they know my name, that they remember this day that they crossed me, and they will remember the name Spirit fucking Junior.
Same guy who at one point saw me tweeting in Japanese to a Japanese mutual of mine asking for some backstory as to what the heck she saw going on my timeline that year, to which Spirit Jr. replied, "If there's one thing you shouldn't do, it's piss off the Japanese, especially when they're giving us their anime to horribly dub. Mars Girl just literally signed her death warrant along with Kick Vic. Have fun fighting the Yakuza." And if you think he was joking, oh no, he was absolutely serious. After somebody replied to him saying, "That's like saying the Italian mafia will kill you for making pizza wrong. The Yakuza don't give a shit about anime, and less of a shit about foreign dubs of them." Spirit Jr.'s response was, "You don't know that for sure." He then tripled down by replying to someone else with, "Also, the reason why you shouldn't say not all Japanese are Yakuza, you may be right, or you may be wrong. But if I recall, 75% of Japanese are Yakuza, whilst 8/10 are Yakuza by blood." Now, I know what you're all thinking. Wow, Spirit Jr. really could have reduced that fraction down to 4/5 instead of 8/10. I know, huge oversight on his part. But he genuinely believes that about 100 million people living in Japan are related to the Yakuza by blood, and that over 93 million people are just straight up members of the Yakuza directly. If you have ever wondered why I have having fun fighting the Yakuza written in my Twitter bio, it's not because of the incredibly popular and godlike glory of the Yakuza franchise released by Ryuga Gotoku Studio and Sega, as awesome as that would be. And believe me, Judgment came out in the middle of 2019 and saved my fucking life that year after drowning in insane conspiracy theories and death threats. I'm not even joking. No, that moment from Spirit Jr. has become a canonized moment in my life, and I have been sitting and waiting for over 5 years for a member of the Yakuza to find me and try to fight me to the death because I had mean things to say about an American anime voice actor. Anyway, back to the heinous shit. Monica, Jamie, and all of Funimation were threatened constantly. You fucking scumbag cunts. People like you are the exact reason why certain individuals grab a gun and start shooting people. Monica Rial and all her fucking lackeys are the two-faced cunts here, including you fucks. You should hire Vic Broly voice actor again if you don't want me to burn your office and everything. People in the year 2019 were going all the way back to live journal posts made in the year 2010 to accuse blog authors of defamation. At Florida SuperCon in 2019, some weird dude approached the actors at the Dragon Ball Q&A panel and made a weird, demanding question while also plugging his YouTube channel so that he could milk the golden cow that was Vic Mignogna rage bait at the time.
But I'm very curious. How did it feel to backstab Vic Mignogna?
Oh, come on.
Oh, wait, now.
Thank you.
I stand with Vic. Hashtag I stand with Vic. Subscribe to Dummy Carlisle.
Dude, you're more than welcome to leave, bro. This is not a topic we like to talk about in this room.
Because everybody's doxed information was in plain view for everybody to see, it also made it easier for absolute psychopaths to use that information to take their anger over Vic Mignogna into the real world. Multiple people received threatening letters to their real-world mailboxes threatening rape and murder. Now, that's not to say that I personally never received anything. It's just that when I did, it was by complete accident. See, someone fully intended for me to receive a chocolate penis in the mail, but when they mailed it, they spent a bunch of money to ship it express to the total wrong address. The only reason I ended up with it in the end is because somebody who did get the package was just trying to do the right thing to get it over to me. In the end, the package was well over 6 weeks late, and they had hoped to rush it to me by Christmas that year. Too bad, completely missed their deadline, so their express shipping was a complete waste of money. Now, I'm not gonna show you a photo of the chocolate penis. This is still YouTube after all, but I will read you the adorable postcard they included with the gift. Since you're so obsessed with Vic, here's something for you to go fuck yourself with. I don't know why they think I would fuck myself with chocolate. Hell, I couldn't even eat it because it arrived 6 weeks late and had been exposed to the elements in all that time. This postcard has been stuck to my fridge for about the last 3 years now. My husband hates it. I think it's incredible. Also, huge shout out to dickatyourdoor.com for facilitating the means for a harassment campaign to do really stupid shit that somehow only worked by mistake. Now, I am mostly still a whole person. I've come out the other side of this more than 5 years later, pretty okay, all things considered, and at no point in time did I ever pack up and run away. Even against the better judgment of my friends and colleagues, I stuck it out on Twitter and stood my ground. But anybody who has known me for a pretty long period of time knows that I am definitely not the same person I was before January 2019. Those first few months were the absolute worst. Publicly, I was biting back when I could and defending the things I believed in, but privately, there were nights I couldn't sleep. I was scared somebody was gonna attempt something really, really bad, that someone was going to attempt to do something really, really harmful to me. Physically, mentally, in any way they could think of. It was on my mind constantly. And I learned that there were people that I thought I knew and I trusted who turned around and easily took the side of a predator and assaulted sweeping harassment campaign and even fed the harassment campaign information about me when I don't even know what I did to them to deserve that response from them. I no longer trust people as openly and as willingly as I once did. I'm hesitant to share things with people. There's things that I've done, things that I'm proud of, things that I want to share with people, even publicly, but now worry that any little thing I share that I might be genuinely excited about is just going to be used by this large-scale harassment campaign to find me and hurt me. I'm not as good a friend as I used to be, and I'm not as good a wife as I used to be. I dare say that on some level I have experienced some kind of PTSD, and I very probably need extensive therapy that I have no way to ever afford. I remember one day in 2019, I met up with author and content creator Lindsay Ellis for brunch. We were former colleagues on a very stupid website, and once in a blue moon, we've remained in contact and commiserated over similar enough experiences. We talked a lot about a lot of things that day, but obviously one of the things that came up was our experiences with dealing with harassment campaigns. If the things that the Vic Mignogna related stuff brought to my door was anything to go by, I don't know how it is that Lindsay has managed to push through in her own dealings with this kind of thing. By that time in 2019, she had already been the target of multiple harassment campaigns, and it most certainly wouldn't be the last one she would deal with afterwards either. It was one day out of my year where I was just grateful that someone out in the real world wanted to see me and talk to me face to face, and for that brief amount of time, I felt like a normal person. Months later, Lindsay would host a speech at the XOXO Festival in Portland, Oregon, discussing how it is she'd been handling large-scale harassment campaigns and how to help other people who are going through similar experiences. And at one point, she said something not especially deep or anything, just something that made me feel particularly validated.
You might invite harm by supporting someone that is being harassed, and I cannot say there is no risk. You might end up on someone's Pepe Silvia wall. Because I had another colleague that is also going through a very bad harassment storm right now and has been for months, who ended up on a totally non-ironic feminazi conspiracy wall just last week that looked just like this, but the guy was like dead serious. Because, and again, they want you to live in fear of standing up for yourself and standing up for others.
Now, I don't know who specifically Lindsay was talking about, and I am not so vain as to think that she doesn't know so many people that it could have been literally anybody. But I had been going through a harassment campaign for months on end at that point, and yes, I ended up on a crazy conspiracy theory corkboard. As you can imagine, if your face ends up on a board like this, your stomach turns just a little bit, because some actual crazy person really thinks you're tied into some grand conspiracy theory where a giant cabal of leftist terrorists have all spent years trying to destroy one American English anime voice actor of all people, like he's even important enough to conspire with others to take down. All I know is that watching the video of Lindsay's public speech really touched me. It made me feel seen, and it made me feel a lot less crazy. And I hate that she has had to go through such hardships of her own so that she could stand in front of all of these people and be a resource for how other people should handle something so absolutely soul-crushing. I am always going to be more grateful for that than she'll ever know. Anyway, the Vic Mignogna shit only gets worse from here. After Funimation had publicly announced that they would no longer be working with Vic, and just as the harassment was really ramping up, one other extremely important name came into the story and finally takes the stage. On February 18th, 2019, a lawyer with a YouTube channel called Rakita Law posts a video titled "Real Lawyer Explains Vic Mignogna's Potential Lawsuit, Asks for Help." Ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, I introduce you to lawyer with a YouTube channel, Nick Rakita. Holy Holy shit! Based out of the state of Minnesota, prior to all of the Vic shit, perhaps Nick was best known for something like 16 separate videos repeatedly discussing Maddox's lawsuit against Dick Masterson. Some may know him from videos covering much higher profile names like Kyle Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp. I'm sure that those sections of his YouTube career could be easily picked apart by somebody who wanted to do a deep dive on Nick Rekieta specifically, but seeing as this is a video specifically about the Vic Mignogna bullshit, that's gonna be the majority of what we talk about when we discuss Nick. Oh, also, he's a guy who wore blackface for Halloween one time, which he justifies because he says it was a cosplay of a friend who thought it was funny, so it's fine. For that reason, people on Twitter have commonly been referring to him as Blackface Lawyer, but Maddox himself actually had a good correction of this after Nick attempted to get litigious with him over the nickname.
So apparently, sometimes he's in blackface, and sometimes he practices law, but he has never practiced law while in blackface. Got it. I went ahead and registered the domain nickrekieta.blackfacelawyer.com so you can help me right this wrong and spread my apology. I want to let as many people as possible know that he is not a blackface lawyer, especially his clients who may have had an adverse opinion of Nick based on what I said one time during a live stream in 2018.
So in his initial video about Vic's case, Nick tries to summarize everything that has happened up to this point, and of course he lies and says, I was the person that started everything.
The day after the Broly movie releases, Kaylin Saucedo, aka Mars Girl, drops this pair of tweets, which really seems to have kicked off the firestorm.
As a reminder, I know that these guys are often incredibly terrible about how linear time works, but the events of January 16th most definitely took place before the events of January 17th. Make of that what you will. He explains how Vic got let go from his jobs and how conventions across the country have been canceling his guest appearances, and then finally suggests that Vic should be entertaining the idea of a lawsuit against multiple parties. In fact, I'm the first name he suggests could possibly come up should Vic decide to start suing people.
First of all, everyone I just named, Saucedo, Marchi, Rial, Rooster Teeth, and Funimation, all get sued.
He then starts suggesting Funimation, a bunch of conventions, pretty much any name he can think of, trying to drum up the idea that somebody should be sued. Maybe not a, wow, we definitely need to make sure these people get sued, just throwing anything at the wall that could possibly stick. He then instructs people to start following absolutely everybody talking shit about Vic Mignogna, archiving everything, and then emailing it to Nick so that Nick can then email it to Vic so that he can begin to pursue a lawsuit.
I want to be able to immediately give the information to Vic and his attorneys so that they don't have to sift through all of this stuff. It's going to save them time. It's going to save Vic money. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to archive anything and everything from important, verifiable people. People who are identifiable and have ties to Vic in some way and are doing this, they're the ripest targets.
And to be clear, at this point in time, Nick has never so much as spoken a word to Vic. The two of them do not know each other. Despite that, Nick is extremely eager to jump into the ring and start providing Vic with help and backup. That's already kind of weird, but hey, maybe he's just a guy who really truly believes that Vic is just an innocent victim of cancel culture here, and he's just so bothered by it that he can't help but want to do what he believes is the right thing and help out a guy who's down on his luck. Really, he's performing a charity here. Put a pin in that, we'll get back to that a little bit later. February 19th, the day after Nick publishes his first Vic Mignogna video. Perhaps one of the most damning news articles about Vic is published by IO9 titled, "One of anime's biggest voices accused of sexual harassment." And if you thought all of the other stories about getting a little too friendly with young women and girls were pretty bad, you could not have been prepared for the stories being published in this article. It starts with a snippet of a story that seems to confirm Donald Schultz's earlier story about Vic being in a recording booth talking to a client on the other side of the wall about how silence is consent, and the stories only get worse from there. This article not only discussed how bad Vic had been among fans, but just how widely known his behavior was throughout his own industry. Voice actor Jamie McGonigal is quoted discussing the concept of the missing stare, as I discussed earlier in this video, and says that's what it's been like for upwards of 15 years. People just know about Vic. The IO IO9 article interviewed several people in the industry who, at the time, largely did not want to be named, although their names would come out later via various circumstances. The first woman, nicknamed Charlotte by the article, describes a scenario at a convention in the late 2000s in which Vic invited her up to his hotel room to show her a video, but while watching the video in his room, Vic suddenly grabbed Charlotte and started aggressively kissing her using tongue, and when she tried to pull away, that only made him pull her closer to him. In this state of panic, Charlotte froze, followed by Vic forcing her onto the bed and climbing onto her before a knock at the door interrupted them. Charlotte felt saved in that moment because she didn't know what else would have happened if that person hadn't shown up at the hotel room at that moment. If this story is true, that is categorically assault. And mind you, this was happening while Vic was still engaged to Michelle Specht, a fact that made Charlotte initially believe Vic had no ulterior motives, because why would he invite her up to his hotel room for anything other than watching this video when he's committed to somebody else? Another anonymous industry member, at this point in the article, multiple accounts of her interactions with Vic, and these have got to be some of the most crawling accounts in the entire article. Rachel states that during a convention in 2008, she was given a hotel room with an adjoining door to the neighboring hotel room, which happened to belong to Vic. Before they went to their separate rooms, Vic gave her an uncomfortable hug that he wouldn't let her out of, and when she finally got into her room, Vic started knocking at the adjoining door between their rooms. Rachel ignored it, but then he started calling her like a fucking weirdo, and when she answered, he started saying to her, "Open the door, nobody has to know." And then he kept knocking at the door and calling her phone at least one more time, like a creepy dude in a horror movie, until she just sat on the bathroom floor for about an hour, shaking because this weird fucking man wouldn't stop pressuring her for sex. In a second run-in with Vic years later, Rachel would agree to briefly stop by his hotel room. To quote the article, she said he invited her to sit down on the couch in the front room of the suite, and after a brief conversation, she claims he knelt in front of her and began rubbing the backs of her thighs and said, "Let me be sweet to you." What followed appears to have been what has to have been a terrifying situation of trying to get out of Vic's grasp, trying to push free from his embraces, but he just wouldn't let go while he kept repeating that same gross, "let me be sweet to you" line over and over and over again. When Rachel did finally leave, she told the convention's guest services manager, and that same guest services manager confirmed with IO9 that they had indeed been told about this story at the time. Meanwhile, Vic actually does acknowledge that all of this happened, but just says that everything that happened was consensual, and that a bottle of wine was involved. Rachel says that they didn't have wine. Seemingly in retaliation to turning down his advances, Vic asked that Rachel be moved elsewhere during their joint autograph session, putting her way farther away from everyone else, and nobody swung by her booth to see her. She also says that she didn't report it any higher because, much like I stated earlier in this video, she was scared of the power he held in the industry and his ability to destroy her career, simply for turning down his requests for sex. One other voice actor says that in the 2010s, he tickled her without her consent until she screamed at him to stop, which Vic agrees he did. He just didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Several people also anonymously confirmed that Vic regularly does the same thing he did to Jamie Markey by walking up to women, grabbing a chunk of their hair, and either kissing their neck or whispering sensually into their ears. Several people confirmed to IO9 that this either happened directly to them or that they watched him do it, and that he often does it in front of other people so that there's pressure to go along with it and not make a big deal out of it in front of fans. An anonymous cosplayer said that in 2014, she believed she was attending a dinner for guests of the convention, only to find that Vic had tricked her and that it suddenly became a private dinner between him and the cosplayer. After the dinner, Vic followed her back to the hotel. The cosplayer said in the article, "He's sticking next to me the whole way there. He's trying to convince me to come into his room and spend the night with him, saying, 'It's so hard to find someone who understands the industry and lifestyle,' saying he'd rock my world." We ended up outside of his door, and I was continuing to walk, not realizing it was his room, when he stopped and was like, "This is my room, let's go." And while the cosplayer says she turned him down, Vic says that the whole night was totally consensual, and that she totally wanted to bang him, but decided she shouldn't because they were both in relationships at the time. More fan stories come up in the article, much like the ones in the Anime News Network article, including stories about how absolutely rad rabid the Risen Bull Rangers are. But by this point, the amount of stories is simply overwhelming. It floors me to think that we live in a time where we see singular weird actions out of content creators, and that's enough to sometimes rightfully end their careers and their access to people they can potentially hurt. But we have so many stories, a frankly overwhelmingly large and undebatable number of stories about a man harassing and assaulting women and girls to the point where this shouldn't even be up for debate in the slightest. And yet, we still have an entire army of people doing everything in their power to tell you that none of it is real. Like, these people defending him are the same dudes that you see across all social media screaming about how we need to protect kids from assaulters, groomers, pedophiles, and we've got a guy who has decades of stories that puts him pretty fucking close to that description, and your response is to shield him. And in all of this, the last important story to come up from the IO9 article comes directly from Vic's former fiancée herself, Michelle Specht. Prior to this, Michelle had been pretty silent about Vic, although occasionally people would notice her liking tweets about all of the horrendous stuff Vic had been doing over the years. So people were already guessing that things between them hadn't gone so well. Michelle's statement to IO9 reads, "My 12-year relationship and engagement to Vic Mignogna ended in May 2018. Very soon after, information about Vic's previously unknown behavior began to surface, and has continued to do so over the last several months. Each revelation more shocking and painful than the previous, spanning the entirety of our time together. I have had to face the reality that the loving, monogamous relationship I believed in and was devoted to never existed. This pattern of egregious behavior is so linked to his position of power that the voices of those stepping forward with allegations need to be heard clearly, and their claims taken with the utmost seriousness. And I extend whatever remains of my broken heart to every one of them." So all this time, while Vic was inappropriately touching fans and colleagues and attempting to sleep with absolutely anyone he could at conventions across the country, sometimes forcing himself onto people, it was all behind his fiance's back. She never knew. The same day the IO9 article was published, Monica Rial returned to Twitter to give a full explanation of the story she had alluded to all the way back on February 6th. And this new statement seems to all but confirm that Monica was in fact Charlotte from the IO9 article, retreading her experience of Vic inviting her up to his hotel room to watch a video only to force himself onto her in the end. Monica takes the time to state again that she's attempted to address Vic's behavior before with him in the past, but then he'd just be back at it again weeks later with other people. Seemingly even before Funimation completely cut their ties with him, studios were already lessening their work with him because he was proving to be difficult to work with. Monica also states that she too was one of the people Vic has grabbed and pulled on the hair of and whispered sensually into their ears, and that she's seen him do it to other people. I genuinely don't know why we're questioning that this man is a problem anymore. The stories about him are too numerous to ignore. It's overwhelming to the point of absurdity. In fact, maybe that's the only reason why I could see somebody even remotely being confused about this. How can there be so many credible allegations about one single guy over the course of decades, and everybody decided to just let him walk around and keep doing it right in front of everybody's eyes? And yet here we are, living in a world where Vic can just confidently tweet shit like, "Please remember, there are always two sides to every story." And then we all just forget the last few hours I talked about because suddenly we need to both sides this fucking thing. But guess what? A third thing happened on February 19th. That was the day that Nick Rekieta opened up a GoFundMe to raise money so that Vic Mignogna could start wantonly suing whoever the fuck he wants. Cool. Very cleverly titled Vic Kicks Back, part of the description for the fundraising reads, "Vic has tried to mitigate the situation with public statements, and the attacks on him and his character persist. Anyone who knows Vic knows he would never ask for this and does not want this course of action. When your opponents leave you no choice, you eventually have to kick back." Nick also very carefully states in the description that he is not actually Vic's lawyer, but that he knows who is. Although not immediately upon launch, an update to the page states that the beneficiary has changed to a specific law firm's IOLTA account, otherwise known as an Interest on Lawyers Trust Accounts. This means that all the money getting donated to the GoFundMe was going straight to Vic's lawyer. But basically, Nick himself can't easily represent Vic. He's only licensed to practice law in Minnesota, and Vic lives in Texas and likely would want to open up his potential lawsuit there. Just as a reminder, guys, Vic at this point in the story still has not actually confirmed that he is going to be doing a lawsuit. As we would find out several months later, Nick had set up this GoFundMe account before ever contacting Vic, let alone asking him for permission to do it for him, which is just kind of fucking weird. On February 20th, Vic would confirm via Twitter that he finally spoke with Nick and gave his blessing to allow the GoFundMe to be used to raise money from his fans and begin the process of an upcoming lawsuit. I had hoped that my apologies and acknowledgements, both public and private, would be received, but I have now very reluctantly retained a law firm as my last and only recourse to attempt to salvage my reputation and my 20-year career in this industry. That's right, Vic only apologized thinking that an apology would get him out of his problems. But when being sorry didn't work, he stopped being sorry and decided retaliation was the better way to go. A friend expressed a desire to set up a GoFundMe for legal expenses. Remember, Vic only just talked to Nick for the first time in the last couple of days. Now, suddenly, Nick is Vic's friend because he just backed a dump truck full of money up to a law firm to help him solve his problems. Any surplus will go to the Salvation Army Dallas Domestic Violence and Abuse Shelters. So not only is he doing a weird thing by threatening to sue people he may have harassed in the first place, but also, if there's any money left over, he wants to give it to the Salvation Army, known for its great services, like firing LGBTQ caseworkers, talking about how being gay is a sin, and kicking gay people out of homeless shelters. So this is off to a great start. Within about the first month, the GoFundMe had already raised over $100,000, and Nick raised the limit to $200,000. The fundraiser hit that goal by July, causing Nick to raise the goal one final time to $300,000. And while Nick would not close that fundraiser for 5 years, it would slowly creep up over time to very nearly reach that final goal. So again, who was this money going to? Allow me to introduce you to Ty Beard, senior partner of the law offices of Beard, Harris, Bullock, Hughes, based out of Tyler, Texas, a small city just less than a 2 hours drive east from Dallas. Ty had been practicing law at that point in time for about 23 years, with legal knowledge in areas like business law, estate planning, mergers and acquisitions. It's funny. See, I think we all thought that Vic was going to be suing people and businesses for defamation, or maybe for wrongful termination, but prior to 2019, it seems like all Ty Beard deals in is, estate law. And I don't know if you know this or not, but estate law is an entirely separate practice from defamation. It's just like how you wouldn't ask a dentist to perform open heart surgery on you. Sure, they're both some kind of doctor, but they work on totally different things. What in God's name is this random ass estate lawyer doing on an anime voice actor man's defamation lawsuit? You really couldn't find another lawyer in the entire state of Texas to do this? Well, suddenly it makes a whole lot of sense when you find out that Nick Rekieta is a trust fund baby with family in Texas, and that Ty Beard is the lawyer handling his family's estate. There's a lot that you might be able to infer from this, although it's not entirely possible to prove anything outside of speculation. But if nothing else, this could end up being an extremely lucrative move for somebody that Nick knows personally, whether that person he knows was actually right for the job or not. Oh, but don't worry, by April of 2019, Ty Beard made absolutely sure to update his business profile to include the practice areas of defamation and tortious interference, right there at the very top. There, glad we got all that sorted out. And if you're wondering whether or not a guy doing baby's first defamation lawsuit was particularly good at it or not, boy, do I have some America's Funniest Home Videos moments for you coming up later. But man, did Vic's legion of sycophant followers eat this shit up. Now that the GoFundMe was out there and a lawyer was named, it didn't matter whether or not that lawyer was actually the right person for the job. They were convinced this was gonna be the move that brought all of these lying bitches to their knees. And suddenly, Ty Beard was being presented like he was fucking Superman. Just the absolute ubermensch of lawyers. And no moment was worse than the day Ty Beard responded to Ron Toy, Monica Rial's fiance, on Twitter, in which Ron first stated, "You trolls think him lawyering up was an offensive move. Sorry, it was defensive. He knows the skeletons he has hidden that are coming back to haunt him. And then, like a force of nature, Ty Beard rolls in. Confidence of a man with 100 times his knowledge on defamation law, tweeting 5 simple words: "We will be in touch." Vic's fans go fucking berserk. The community response was frankly embarrassing. Just the most cringeworthy Ty Beard memes you could possibly imagine. To many of Vic's fans, this was already the moment where he won. I mean, why even have a lawsuit at all? Ty Beard is clearly the Zhuge Liang of defamation law, the Sun Tzu of North Texas, a brilliant strategist deftly delivering defeat to his enemies. Crown Vic Mignogna the winner now and throw Monica and Ron into federal prison for life, because that's totally how civil lawsuits work. And boy, do really stupid people actually believe that's what happens. They think that lawsuits end up with guilty or not guilty verdicts and that the losers go to prison, which is not what fucking happens. In civil lawsuits, you're either liable or you aren't, and then somebody might owe somebody else a shit ton of money. That's it. That's all this was ever going to be. But the way the rage bait YouTubers would have you believe it, you'd think that all of Vic's detractors take the electric chair. Now, and also hadn't been living under a rock, knew that this whole thing bullshit. We knew that, technically speaking, Vic shouldn't have a leg to stand on as far as defamation was concerned. We knew that getting Ty Beard as his lawyer was fantastically stupid. Hell, we even understood that Nick Rekieta had been flirting with rage baiting on his channel for a while, especially considering how often he brought Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, onto his live streams in the past. But anime fans who knew exactly what was up with Vic didn't have much of a way to combat the swarms of bad faith arguments coming from angry death threat dudes on the internet, because in all fairness, their side of the argument had a lawyer telling them everything they wanted to hear, who sounded halfway like he knew what he was talking about, making it sound like there might actually be some kind of legal way that of all of this. Smart people knew that wasn't true, but we didn't know in exact specific legal terms why Nick was feeding his audience was horse shit. For a couple of months there, yeah, it was a little bit frightening. Felt like we were flailing helplessly in the water with no life jacket, no support system. March 2019 was a little scary, but also kind of funny. Vic's lawyer Ty had started mailing out letters to various parties, myself included. The letter I received was a demand for preservation of electronically stored information. Basically, they were telling me not to delete anything off of my phone, computers, or any other devices I regularly used, so that they could access things they wanted to name me in an upcoming lawsuit. In the end, they never sued, though all the usual suspects on YouTube kept indicating that the lawsuit that would later happen was only round 1, and that surely I would be swept up in round 2 once that finally got off the ground. It has been over 5 years and I'm still waiting for round 2. Now, this letter they sent me was pretty funny in a number of ways. For one thing, they said they emailed it to me at one of 2 separate email addresses, but it only showed up to one of them. You may also notice that they appeared to have mailed it via certified mail to a home address in Inglewood, California. The only problem is that I have never lived in Inglewood, California, but I do know why they thought I lived in Inglewood. In April of 2018, I had been mugged while walking from the house I was staying in to my car to go to work one night, and the muggers stole my identity and started getting things in my name mailed to a home in Inglewood. So I don't know who the fuck got my letter, but I hope they held on to everything on their hard drives. On top of that, there were just other really stupid mistakes, like not being able to consistently spell my first name correctly. It's weird because they did it correctly here the first time, but then over here the second time they left a Y out of my name and then tried to shittily scribble it in between the other letters with a pen before scanning it in and mailing it off. Like, really? You couldn't afford to print it a second time with the correct spelling before sending it off? Truly incredible. But that's hardly the stupidest thing that would come out of these letters, which were also getting mailed out to Monica's fiance, Ron Toy, received the retraction of statements each of them had made via Twitter. The letters each came not only with tweets attached that the legal team demanded be retracted, but also had an explanation for why the tweets should be retracted. And some of these written explanations have got to be some of the most baby bitch things that have ever been legally published. For one of Monica's tweets, lawyer writes, the Twitter statement on February 6, 2019 at 2:43 p.m. in which you stated, I'm only one voice on a sea of many. You may never hear the other stories. Those women don't owe you anything. I'm being so vocal because I don't want this to happen to another woman. He's hurt enough people. He's a sick man and he needs help. I hope he'll come to realize that. This statement is defamatory and false because Mr. Mignogna did not hurt multiple people as implied, is not a sick man, nor does he need help. And in addition, you did not observe any alleged assault personally. In addition, your statement implies that he is a deranged, criminally psychotic individual who needs serious psychological help. Just so we're clear, you are not a psychologist and do not have the requisite knowledge to comment upon someone's mental health. Thus, your statement is not only defamatory, malicious. This description of Monica's tweet and the reason why she should retract it is so petty and sarcastic that despite the fact that Nick Rekieta was not Vic's direct lawyer, comes across as being extremely difficult to believe that a rage-baiting YouTuber didn't fucking write it. The letter written to Jamie Markey is incredible because it's riddled with mistakes. For one, it's clear that Ty Beard worked on the letter he would write to Ron first, because while the letter is addressed to Miss Markey, they reference her personal Twitter account, which they list to be at Ron Toy, which, just so we're all on the same page here, is not Jamie Markey's Twitter handle. Then comes weirdly written sentences like the one at the end of this statement. Furthermore, you call Mr. Mignogna a predator. This is defamatory and false because there has never been a criminal action against Mr. Mignogna where a court determined that he was a predator to anyone. This just implies that he is the worst kind of criminal, and he clearly, as evidenced by thousands of fans who respect and admire him, is not the truth. That's right. According to first-time defamation lawyer Ty Beard, Vic Mignogna clearly is not the truth. Of defamatory tweets has got to be one of my favorites, though. 19 at 12:32 a.m., you tweeted, "What would Jesus do? Light him on fire and send him to hell." This statement, besides being blasphemous, is defamatory, and it too is false. There is not a single place in the Bible where Jesus lit someone on fire and sent him to hell. Jesus one, not vindictiveness and defamation. What? What in God's name is this response? Did they let Vic write this one himself? How does this particular tweet defame Vic? Vic's name and actions aren't in this tweet at all. Who is James defaming? Jesus? When did Ty Beard start representing Jesus? I thought we were here for an anime voice actor, man. On top of that, this whole time, Jamie was quoting a joke originally delivered by Daniel Tosh for Comedy Central in 2003.
This guy's cell phone went off. Don't you just hate that? Yeah. And I'm like, ooh. And then he picked it up. Hey, how's it going? I'm in a movie. And I'm like, hey, get off the phone. And he's like, mind your own business. And I almost went crazy. But then I looked at my bracelet. What would Jesus do? So I lit him on fire and sent him to hell. Yeah.
So anyway, none of this argument that the "what would Jesus do" tweet is defamatory and blasphemous makes any sense. But to some of you out there, maybe you'll find the next one to be the icing on the cake, because it seems like, for whatever reason, Vic's legal team really wanted to let Ron Toy have it. And to be fair, Ron was tweeting like a whole lot at the time, and why wouldn't he? The person he was in love with was getting a metric ton of shit from people on the internet in regards to a man who had previously assaulted her. Why wouldn't he be pissed? And so they mailed Ron a letter featuring a number of his tweets as well. And the absolute doozy of a tweet they decided was defamatory was this next one, and you're not gonna believe the reason why. On February 19th, 2019 at 8:31 a.m., you stated, "She, Monica, did nothing wrong. That fucking piece of shit did." This statement is defamatory and false because Mr. Mignogna is not a piece of shit. That is another name for feces. Thus, it is impossible for him to be a piece of shit, nor did he commit any crime as alleged. So, not only only does Vic Mignogna's legal team want to sue on behalf of Jesus Christ for the crime of blasphemy, but also because if you called Vic a piece of shit, somebody might believe he was literally fecal matter and not a human being. Some lawyer somewhere in this country actually got paid real-world American dollars to write this. Is this really the world you want to live in right now? Chapter 5 lawsuit time!
I would have never sued anybody in my life. Number 3, I wouldn't. That's absurd.
Now, just days after all these letters demanding retractions for tweets, on April 19th, Vic's legal team commits to filing a lawsuit targeting Jamie Markey, Monica Rial, and Ron for a total of 17 counts not only of defamation, but also for tortious interference, meaning his legal team believed that not only did they all defame him, which bad enough because it caused him to lose work, but also because he believed that they directly interfered with agreements he'd set up with various anime conventions, causing his future convention appearances to be canceled. Basically, he thought they were fucking around with his convention contracts. And I'm not gonna lie, it actually kind of freaked me out that on the exact Elon Musk, with no further explanation, changed his Twitter profile picture to fucking Edward Elric, and I find it extremely difficult to think that that was nothing more than a coincidence. And you know how much money this stupid voice actor sex pest wanted?
$1 million.
No, that's not a joke. He genuinely told the courts that he thought he deserved $1 million in damages. And for just a little while longer, this was kind of a scary time, especially bringing Ty Beard onto his live streams to promote this absolute banger of a defamation case. Throughout all this time, Nick was billing Ty Beard as a super lawyer, frequently using hashtag #FearTheBeard as a promotional sting, even selling Fear merchandise. Of course, the only problem with that is that Fear the Beard was already a registered trademark owned by Duck Commander LLC, as in the family of bearded hunter dudes who became wildly popular because of the reality TV series Duck Dynasty. So on April 24th, Nick received a letter from Duck Commander's lawyers telling him that they contacted Teespring to remove his Fear the Beard shirts and to stop fucking selling any other Fear the Beard shit. Nick and Ty started making weird legal threats to any anime convention that canceled Vic's appearance, notably Kameha-Con, a convention dedicated solely to Dragon Ball.
But Iago is confident that we can't touch him. Well, Iago, if you're watching this video, you know who you are. We absolutely are going to touch you.
It's quite possibly after these legal threats that Kameha-Con actually reversed their cancellation of Vic, causing several other anime voice actors to cancel their appearances at Kameha-Con, because guess what? That's how much nobody in the anime industry wants to be at the same anime convention as Vic. And these streams were just their own simmering cauldron of hate. Hell, Ty Beard himself would often just say the most stochastically terroristic shit you've ever heard in your life.
When you go out and you try to destroy people's livelihoods, okay, their ability to make a living, sooner or later, you lunatics are going to do that to somebody who's going to take a gun and blow your head off, okay? You get exactly what you deserve. Myself, somebody wrecked my ability to feed my family over some lies because they disagreed with my politics or they just didn't like me or they were jealous. I guarantee you, I'd probably not be able to resist the urge to put one right between your eyes. And I'd sleep like a baby the night I did it. You don't want me on the grand jury deciding the fate of someone who has capped somebody who lied and ruined their lives, because I'll no-bill him in a heartbeat.
Yes, a very normal thing for a lawyer to say. If this had happened to me, I wouldn't use the law to bring you to justice. You know, the thing that I supposedly went to school for and do professionally for a living. I would just straight up murk you. Meanwhile, Nick himself was constantly throwing around hate speech, slurs, anything he could think of. Started accusing Monica of cheating on Ron for some reason, accusing Ron of being a cuck who enjoyed watching Monica have sex with other men, like shit that was wholly unrelated to the case just because he knew his audience liked to hear him take pot shots at these people.
Monica Rial, the current voice of Bulma, her fiance, I guess, who literally said, I'd rather be a cuck with Monica Rial than not a cuck without her. That was his literal tweet. So, you could tell where that guy's going. I will say that Ron Toye is in his bathtub full of soy sauce. right now. He is bathing in Kikkoman, and he is crying, and that is his lot in life. The Spaz Cow says, no lube, take it, soy boy. Andrew War Snowboard says, this guy is worse than Jay Soy.
Why are you even reading some of this stuff on the air? Why are you reading like some of these comments even on the air? Is these are the fans that you're okay with?
People paid to make them. That's just an agreement to the show. People pay to say stuff, and I go ahead and say it because they paid for it.
All right. All right.
About 2 months of this shit went by before the actual legal proceedings themselves started taking place, and people who weren't completely swallowing the rage bait were sitting here wondering when any of this nonsense was ever going to end. And that was when Law Twitter finally showed up to save the day. It took until June 4th for people to finally start posting online just what an absolute nonsensical mess all the demands for Twitter retractions were. And of particular interest to other lawyers, the fuck they're talking about started weighing in, absolutely roasting the fuck out of the legal documents coming out. Of note was Akiva Cohen tweeting, my client is not feces, so your reference to him as a piece of shit is false and defamatory. Akiva then tagged in prominent and well-known Ken White, otherwise known as Popat, and once Popat was tagged in, everybody was talking about it. But Popat wasn't even the lawyer to really make it famous. No, that honor would go to Greg Doucette, the North Carolina lawyer, not the YouTube bodybuilder. 2 days after the posting of Ron's letter with the actual piece of shit line, Greg finally jumped into the conversation, albeit because he was just asking questions because he didn't know what the fuck had been happening for the last several months. Who is Vic, and why does he have a moron representing him on a bumptious defamation claim? It didn't take long for Greg to find out exactly what had been going on with Vic, largely thanks to Vic's fans taking it upon themselves to tell Greg exactly what they thought was going on. Because at that point in time, if you so much as said anything negative about Vic or his lawsuit that was totally a slam dunk open and shut case, absolute nobody randos would go out of their way to find you and harass you into oblivion. Greg, unfortunately, found that out the hard way, just because he was asking questions. Greg then starts a brand new, fresh Twitter thread saying, earlier today I learned about this Stand With Vic hashtag and the total gibberish sent by his lawyers as part of a LOL suit. A reminder to check out the defamation basics of hashtag Law 140 on why this is going to end poorly for him. Basically, all Greg had to hear was that Vic's case of harassing women and girls had been an open secret for years, and in Greg's opinion, if it's been an open secret that long, that's even worse news for his lawyer. Reality of how Vic's lawsuit was going to go. Vic's hear any of it. To them, Nick and Ty were super lawyers who all definitely going to land the win for Vic, and then the lying bitches he sued would die in prison, while Vic, Nick, and Ty would just move on a new group of lying bitches to sue after that, like it was some kind of perfect working order machine-operated factory of defamation lawsuits. So seemingly just for fun, every time some I Stand With Vic moron came into Greg's Twitter replies and started trying to pick a fight with him over facts that they were blatantly getting wrong but were extraordinarily confident they were getting correct about, Greg would quote tweet a response to them and stick it at the end of this brand new Twitter thread. This thread was extremely active throughout 2019, but just so we're clear here, the thread has not stopped to this day. It has been 5 years since the thread started, and Greg is still adding to it even now. It is so long that the thread functionally broke Twitter's ability to comprehend it as one singular ongoing thread, and that was back in 2019 when it broke. It kinda sorta still works, but it's impossible to simply competently scroll through the thread from beginning to end without Twitter breaking. The tweets in the thread still exist on the website, but you're gonna have a hell of a time navigating to them. You can kinda scroll for a little bit, either from the top or the bottom, but at some point Twitter just doesn't know what to do with it anymore, and the whole this thread that managed to break Twitter's ability to read it soon became dubbed by regular readers as the Threadnought, an ongoing shitstorm of idiot weebs thinking they have more knowledge about the law than a lawyer, with Greg dunking works, and then other lawyers jumping in to further dunk like it was some kind of extremely unbalanced battle royale. understand, this wasn't like a couple of lawyers to go head to head with the information that Nick and Ty were spoon feeding their viewers on their live streams every night. This was like 100 different lawyers. At one point during the main run of the Threadnought in 2019, a user created a spreadsheet they dubbed the Breadnought, which documented all of the lawyers who had seen the happenings of Vic Mignogna's lawsuit and commented on it, trying desperately to educate people on how the law actually works. The Spreadnought originally named names, but later on redacted them for the safety of the lawyers. But nearly 100 lawyers from across the country, and even a few from some other countries, were listed, and I'm sure the number has gone way higher since the owner of the Spreadnought stopped updating it. There's even a list of things the lawyers had to explain to people, along with a listing of the name of the legal case that brought about the precedent, like unconsent kissing is assault, and burden in defamation is with the plaintiff. Since Vic Mignogna is the plaintiff of the lawsuit, like he's the guy who brought the case to court, he has to be the one to prove that those horrible screeching harpies were lying, not the other way around. A thing that Vic's fans very much have never fully understood. Just as a side note, while looking at this Spreadnought, apparently at some point someone had to explain that animals do not have standing to sue for copyright, and I don't know how anybody got there during the Threadnought, but kudos to whoever needed to have clarified that an animal can't sue somebody for copyright infringement. I just think this entry the kind of people we're talking about when we say that these lawyers were having to beat people over the head with how the law actually works. People kept coming into Greg's replies and telling him he didn't know shit about how the law worked in Texas, as if Texas is some alien planet where even the laws of nature are wholly different from wherever else you might live. And in response to that, since they wouldn't listen to him because his law license was in North Carolina, just for shits and giggles, Greg spent the time, money, and effort to get his law in Texas too. Then continued to tell all the idiots on Twitter how the law in Texas actually works. The popular Twitter account Bad Legal Takes cropped up in large part thanks to Vic's ill-advised fans trying to tell people how the law works and being horribly incorrect about everything they were saying, with a large chunk of their tweets in their first month of existence being dedicated to correct fans. But perhaps nobody was more irritated that a barrage of hundreds of lawyers were coming in to dismantle the narrative than Nick Rekieta and Ty Beard. Of course they wouldn't be happy about it. Nick was making hundreds of dollars a night in super chat bucks by whipping people up into a frenzy. If a bunch of lawyers who actually know what the fuck they're talking about show up and tell everybody that Nick and Ty are misleading everybody for the sake of a fat paycheck, and that you could actually expect Vic to get absolutely decimated by the end of the lawsuit, perhaps owing everybody he was suing the cost of their legal fees in the end, because that's what happens in the state of Texas if you file a lawsuit that's complete bullshit, then Nick and Ty needed to do something about that to protect themselves. So the second Greg Doucette showed up and started dismantling the narrative on Twitter, Nick and Ty put a huge target on Greg's head.
It's because of you joking about Kiwi Farms. That's why.
Oh, no. I'm asking the farms for help. I'm asking them for help. Make these people miserable, please. Jackhole popped off and insulted me. Doesn't know me from, and then doesn't have the balls up. I'm sorry. I have nothing but contempt for that person. And so, yes, farms, if y'all can help me out, I'd appreciate it. Make this guy miserable.
And while Ty is here loudly exclaiming that he wants Kiwi Farms to come in, dox Greg, and make him miserable, Nick can't even look at the camera, muttering about how he would never ask people to do that.
Well, yeah, I don't. That's up to you. I don't.
No obligation. I mean, if they don't want to do it, that's fine.
I don't ask people to do anything like that personally, but
I mean, never mind the fact that Nick at the time was absolutely on good terms with Null Farms, as he'd had him on his show as a guest multiple times. So don't be confused here. Nick doesn't actually have a problem with Kiwi Farms doing this. He just doesn't want the fault to fall back on him that anything bad happened to people because he personally directed them to do something. And here's Ty Beard, again, Vic's personal lawyer, instructing strangers to go online and hurt people. And you'd think that since Vic had already told people months earlier on Twitter not to go out and attack people in his name, that maybe he would have a problem with his lawyer telling people that he'd be willing to shoot people in the head and is whipping up harassment against specific individuals. Well, if that were the case, then Vic sure did a shitty job of continuing to back up the idea of non-violent actions against his detractors, because there was never a single moment in time in which Vic ever spoke up against the things that either Nick or Ty were doing to people while also supporting him legally and financially. So what was it? Was it the free lawsuit? Was it that Vic doesn't actually care what happens to people he doesn't like so long as he can say he didn't direct people to do it himself? But maybe Vic is just such a completely offline person that doesn't pay attention to the things happening around him that he's a complete idiot in regards to how things have been going. After all, Vic does not actually manage his Twitter account himself, instead allowing his fan club to run it for him, blocking people and hiding comments that are negative about Vic, so it's entirely possible that he's just completely oblivious. But it's also just really hard to imagine that an entire culture war propped up around his name specifically, and he knows absolutely nothing about it. I want to stress too, I think that even if you're watching my video, I am not a lawyer, and therefore you should be definitely backing up your opinion with information about the law given to you by lawyers. That is certainly how I have come to the conclusions that I have, because I ended up following and becoming acquainted with several lawyers when I previously never would have done so. But also, if only 2 lawyers are telling you that your favorite anime voice actor man is totally gonna wipe the floor with his enemies in court, and over 100 other lawyers are saying that those first 2 lawyers are full of shit, maybe you should stop for a second and ask yourself whether or not you should be listening to those first 2 lawyers who definitely seem like they have something to gain by telling you what you want to hear. Now, mind you, not all of the lawyers who agree that Vic's lawsuit was doomed from the beginning even necessarily like each other. Take, for example, the hosts of the podcasts ALAB, or All Lawyers Are Bastards, who did 2 episodes about Vic's lawsuit.
If you're here from Kiwi Farms and you're listening to this because it gets linked and you're like, listen to these fucking SJWs going off, fine, but we're not the law Twitter people, and that whole enterprise is so fucking cringy and ridiculous.
No. But even when the lawyers don't agree with each other, they do agree that Vic's lawsuit is absolutely fucked.
He's like, the first time I ever heard Vic's name was in 2003. And in that conversation, the guy said Vic was a pedophile who liked quote unquote little girls. That's how his witnesses are saying they were introduced to him.
This is uncontested testimony that they're attaching to their filings in order to prove that Vic doesn't have a reputation problem. And it's like, oh yeah, the first time I ever heard of this guy, he's my best friend in the world, and he's they said he was a pedo.
And realize the majority of these lawyers do not know shit about anime, and they know even less about Vic himself. So these are not people who have a predisposition to dislike Vic. All they had to do was take 2 seconds to look at the lawsuit and the documents being published and come to the conclusion that Vic should have never attempted to file this lawsuit in the first place. On top of the fact that his lawyer is a complete fucking moron who has no business practicing defamation law. A bunch of legal filings happen over the course of this lawsuit, most of which I think would be pretty boring for a general audience who likely doesn't understand any of legal proceedings, and admittedly quite a lot of it is stuff I don't understand. A lot of lawyers across Twitter and Blue Sky who will be to explain it to you. But seemingly a number of these filings were just riddled with amateur writing and ridiculous errors that anyone with basic editing knowledge would know to fix if they even bothered to read it over just one single time before sending it off to court. One particular filing, for example, was so bad that multiple lawyers were going around calling it the hell filing. It's 35 pages of Ty Beard responding to the defendants requesting that this lawsuit be dismissed, and then for some absurd reason reason, he adds about 1,150 more pages to the bottom of it, featuring seemingly every other filing he ever made throughout the case in it. Like that was supposed to do something. Not only that, but there are multiple exhibits throughout the filing that are noted that you should be able to direct your attention to if you need to look something up as an example of Ty is trying to argue. Except in so many of these exhibits, there is absolutely no exhibit number or letter to go along with it. It's just literally a huge blank space, making the markings to look up the exhibits absolutely fucking useless. And Ty himself wouldn't be the only weak link in the chain here. As time went on, other lawyers working with I would also jump on the case near the end, and seemingly their notation was equally as bad. Here's one filing, for example, filed by Ryan Sellers asking to reschedule a particular hearing, and in the very first paragraph it has a sentence that reads, "Plaintiff asks for this continuance on the grounds that more time is needed to sufficient." Whatever the fuck that means. Then there's the excellent page notation on these filings, such as on this 4-page document where we find page 3 of 2 and page 4 of 2 respectively. Worse still is that Ty Beard may have done a number of shady, shitty things throughout the course of this lawsuit, one of which being the very likely forgery of Vic Mignogna's signature on his own affidavit. Now basically, an affidavit is a written statement submitted to the court where you're stating something related to the case and swearing that what you're telling them in your statement is true. It is then signed and notarized and is basically you saying, I am willing to be held legally accountable for the things I'm about to say in this message, and I promise I'm not lying about them. A bunch of affidavits got submitted to this lawsuit, including one from Vic himself, mostly swearing he's never harassed or assaulted anybody, but down at the bottom of the page, you have to sign the affidavit. You know, make sure it's legally binding and everything. But does this signature from Vic look a little funny to you? Maybe it's not totally suspicious upon first glance, but if you really know what you're looking for, it kind of is. See, Vic most often does not sign things with his full first name of Victor. Seeing Victor written out, the T-O-R looks kind of weird and different from the rest of his signature. Would you believe that's because it absolutely is? Hey, remember that Vic Mignogna in concert DVD that you can buy from the Risen Bull Rangers store? You know, the one where he's selling Full Metal Fantasy and clips from Star Search on the disc, even though he probably doesn't actually have the legal rights to sell either of those things. Wouldn't it be fucking incredible if Vic's autograph used for the cover of the DVD looked 100% identical to the signature used on this very legal document, except it's missing the T-O-R part of Victor? And wouldn't it be even more fucking incredible if people on the internet figured out that the T-O-R part of his name on this legal document somehow magically completely matches the freely distributed blackjack font? Wouldn't it be the most incredible fucking thing on earth if a legal team decided to combine a copy of Vic's autograph on the cover of a DVD with a free font found on the internet that looks vaguely enough like Vic's cursive handwriting? I love this tweet from @developerpast, who says, I matched the image above with 50 point, skewed 11 degrees, scaled to 2/3 width, and -2 pixel spacing between the characters. And I'm not sure if Twitter user @U80286 was the originator of this GIF, but they share the process of manually splitting up Vic's signature from the cover of the DVD and then slipping the T-O-R right in the middle space. It fits like fucking magic. It's unbelievable. Now, did Vic or Ty ever get in trouble for this shit? No, of course they didn't. Amongst other shady shit, they definitely did throughout the course of the lawsuit. But if you don't believe that forging a signature on a legal document is definitely something Ty Beard or his law firm would do, would you believe that somebody working at his law firm did commit fraud prior to this lawsuit? Because that's a thing that happened. In the case of Gowner versus Patterson, business lawyer Craig Doherty, while working at Ty Beard's law firm, sent a third party a subpoena that had a bunch of problems, like not providing at least 10 days notice of the subpoena, which goes against the Texas rules of civil procedure. But on top of that, the subpoena wasn't even fucking real. It was fake. He just made the whole thing up in an attempt to get documents for this case that he didn't even have the right to obtain. He put a fake trial date on the subpoena when no trial date had even been set, and in the end the lawyers were sanctioned by the trial court with $14,000 in legal fees for doing a big oopsie fuckles. Under normal circumstances, maybe most people would get hit with a $14,000 fine and go, you know, maybe I better not do that kind of shit again. But if you're Ty Beard or someone who works at his law firm, it sure seems like the actual process is, maybe I better just not get caught doing that kind of shit again. Because Vic's legal team does this, it's obvious they do this, and they don't even get in trouble for having done it. I sure hope no other instance like that comes up again in this lawsuit later. I sure hope it doesn't! I want to remind you that all of Ty Beard and his law firm's awful lawyering was happening at the exact same time that he and Nick were getting on live streams together and hyping up this lawsuit like it was about to be the win of the century and set precedent for shutting up women and victims for decades to come. Nick was actively making bank, taking all of his scumbag chud fans for a ride while Ty Beard literally sat on camera wearing a t-shirt mocking the naysayers that read, "Damn it, Nick, we lost the case again."
So if I'm hearing this correctly, no matter what the outcome was, we lost the case.
Of course.
Okay. You guys are idiots. We've literally lost the case. Every single thing. We've lost the case because we're being given the rope to hang ourselves? Is that the theory?
And even all the way at the beginning of this lawsuit, way back in April of 2019, Ty was making some of the boldest fucking claims that put him in a wildly difficult position to back up.
First of all, I think even the dumbest law firm in Texas could win this case.
Hey, just speaking entirely hypothetically here, would that mean then that losing Vic Mignogna's lawsuit for him would make you the smartest law firm in Texas? Oh, no reason. I'm just asking questions. Chapter 5, subsection A, Vic's absolutely insane deposition. One of the first things of note to happen during this lawsuit was taking the deposition of some of the litigants, specifically Monica Rial, Ron Toy, and even Vic Mignogna himself. In fact, Vic was the first to be deposed. When you as a litigant get deposed, that's a way to open up discovery and to learn more about the facts of the case. It's a sworn, declared statement. It doesn't necessarily happen in front of the judge, but it does happen under oath and often on camera. Thanks to Nick Rekieta sharing these depositions on his live stream to make a big show of it and earn himself even more hate clicks and super chat bucks, we now also have the depositions not only in court documented transcripts, but also pretty much in their entirety on video. So now we have sound bites and visuals to go along with it. Vic got deposed by Monica and Ron's lawyers, and I don't know what Vic or Ty or Nick or anybody on the plaintiff's side of the lawsuit thought was going to happen, but if you're trying to make an argument that Vic didn't do all of the horrible shit he's been accused of having done, and that everybody he's suing has lied about the things he did, maybe one of the first things you'd think not to do would be to tell everybody you did exactly what your accuser said you did. Remember how Jamie Markey said that Vic had grabbed her hair in the Funimation lobby? Remember how the whole reason you're suing her is because what she said wasn't true, and for that reason was supposedly defamatory? Remember why you're here, Vic? So why don't you explain to everyone here in your sworn deposition what actually happened between you and Jamie in the lobby of Funimation that day?
And she said, "Hey, hon." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I love your hair." And she's like, "I know, I just got it." And I walked around the counter, and I was kind of standing there, kind of flipping it, and like, "Oh my gosh, it's really beautiful. I love it." And I put my hand up in the bottom of it, and I'm like, "Oh, this is great."
What do you mean? I thought you said that this didn't happen. You know what makes it so much worse? If Nick Rekieta hadn't shared your entire deposition on his YouTube channel, all we would have had to go off of was this text. But now that it's out there for everyone to see, we now know that not only did Vic actually, in fact, put his hands up Jamie Markey's hair, but apparently he balled his hand up into a fist and shook it around a little bit. You know, like normal people totally do when they greet each other. But Vic's problem seemingly isn't that Jamie lied about their interaction. reaction, considering he just confirmed that it did in fact happen. His problem is that anybody would dare to totally perceive his intentions as anything other than what he wants you to believe he intended when he grabbed a woman by the hair and shook her around a little bit.
It was not painful, it was not hurtful, it was not sexual.
Too bad, Vic. You're not suing on the basis of, oh no, you totally misunderstood my meaning and took it the wrong way. You're calling a woman a liar and saying that the events she described didn't happen. That judge isn't going to care whether or not you totally didn't mean anything by what you did. The problem is that you confirmed that you did it. You completely demolished your own case right before our eyes. It's not even the only time he does it either. This deposition is so demonstrably bad, with Vic seeming not to understand how much he was hurting himself in the process. It's led many lawyers watching the case from afar to believe that Ty Beard didn't prep Vic for this deposition in any way at all whatsoever.
Have you ever grabbed Miss Rial's hair and pulled it back and whispered into her ears before?
I recall doing that not in a violent or hurtful way, but in a playful way. It's really disingenuous to use the term pulling hair, too, because it just has a connotation of being somehow violent, and it was never that.
But you did put your hands on her and pull her hair.
Yes, sir.
And you've done more than once.
I did not pull her hair.
We're just out here confirming a pattern of behavior with Vic, saying that he pulls people's hair all the time, followed very quickly by a no to correct it because he thinks you're going to take it the wrong way when he confirms he did exactly what you think he did.
And is that something you've done with other women in the past, who pull their hair just playfully as part of just who you are?
I would definitely say it has probably happened before in playful interaction with people, but not very often.
Ms. Markey certainly wouldn't be the first woman whose hair you've pulled.
No, we've established that.
And hey, I hate to tell you this, man, but even if this doesn't rise to the level of criminal assault, which it absolutely could under the right circumstances, if the victims wanted to report it, it is absolutely a fireable offense. The people who get mad that Vic got fired seemingly for no reason, just a little playful hair grabbing, have clearly never had a job before. When I was originally thinking about doing a video on this subject, it was actually right around the time I had to renew my yearly employee required sexual harassment training. Lots of companies do this. Depending on what state you live in, it may even be required by law to do it every year. It tells you exactly what kinds of behaviors can be considered sexual harassment and therefore are terminable offenses. The training gave me this role play scenario of a guy named Fred trying to give his coworker Carla a back rub. Just one of the fringe benefits of working on my team. I know my employees work long hours. Look at this guy. Fred, what a fucking creep. Anyway, then it followed up with a Q&A. True or false? Fred's behavior falls under the definition of sexual harassment? Answer, true. True or false? Fred's behavior is not considered to be severe and pervasive? Answer, false. Sorry guys, even a simple back rub at work is considered to be severe and pervasive. The training goes on to tell you that sexual harassment is law that is covered on the federal level, meaning this is true across the country. They also quote something very important, considering that Vic was not actually a full-time employee of Funimation when this shit happened. To quote the harassment training, the law covers any incident occurring within the employer's workplace, regardless of whether both parties are employed by the organization. In other words, if an employee of the company is sexually harassed by a delivery person, the employer may be liable. Meaning that even though Vic was only a contracted worker, he was sexually harassing women who were also contracted by Funimation while on Funimation property. Funimation would have been fully within their rights to protect themselves by canceling Vic's work contracts. He did a fucking HR oopsie. This is fucking normal. He doesn't have to be a literal convicted criminal. He just had to do enough for any normal HR department to decide, oh shit, we can't have him doing this to other people we work with while he's in the building. Funimation didn't do anything fucking wrong. And mind you, Vic keeps arguing that everybody's just misinterpreting what he means when he grabs women by the hair and yanks them around a little bit. It's all just friendly and casual, just for fun, you know? And that was covered in my harassment training too. In another true or false question, it tells us that we can sexually harass a coworker without realizing it, meaning it literally doesn't matter what you meant when you grabbed a woman by the hair. If a woman very understandably did not like being grabbed by the hair, then it's harassment, regardless of what you thought you were doing. Good rule of thumb, if you are worried about being accused of sexual harassment, don't fucking grab your coworkers by the hair under any circumstances, especially if they did not ask you to do it first. I feel like this is really fucking easy, but we're debating this for some reason like it's a challenge akin to climbing Mount Everest. Vic is also under the impression that if any of these women didn't appreciate what he was doing to them, surely he would have heard about it.
I had no indication when it happened or in the years that followed that we've been friends and interacted that there was anything offensive or painful about it.
And the sexual harassment training I had to do covered this shit too. In an ideal world, everyone would simply tell us when a behavior was unwanted or they found something offensive. In reality, people are uncomfortable communicating so openly. They either fear reprisal or simply don't want to be the person who complains. Which is exactly what Jamie described when she first made her public statement about Vic pulling her hair in the Funimation lobby. If it had occurred to me, I can't say I would have reported him. This guy was worshipped by his fans. He was worshipped by the studios because of his fans. He was the most popular voice actor on the convention circuit. Everyone treated him with kid gloves because he was the one and only Vic Mignogna. Who was I? A nobody in comparison. I didn't matter and I knew it. Risking being blacklisted from my work and conventions simply wouldn't have been worth it. Why would people believe me over a man who holds Bible studies in hotel lobbies? And even if they did, would they care about the truth if it meant tarnishing the reputation of their favorite voice actor? Just like my old sexual harassment training described. They either fear reprisal or simply don't want to be the person who complains. It's as simple as that. Just for shits and giggles, around the same time I took my required training for work, I also paid out of my own pocket just to take a sexual harassment prevention class from the state of Texas. Mostly because some of the dumbest chuds think that things are so wildly different in Texas that it's basically lawless territory. But generally speaking, it's all the same. Unwelcome conduct occurs anytime an employee is the recipient of behavior that is unwanted and unsolicited. The Supreme Court holds this shit up too. People who have been sexually harassed may fear retaliation and become overly defensive as a result. Some of the people protected by sexual harassment laws include independent contractors. Examples of physical harassment include things like caressing, hugging, kissing, pinching, staring, and standing extremely close to someone. So where do you think hair pulling falls in this? My guess is somewhere between the caressing and the pinching. Also, while we're at it, people are always demanding that Funimation releases the results of their internal investigation, but according to the harassment training I took, they literally can't. The training cites Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, basically stating that they can't make the internal investigation public, or else the person who makes it public could be fined $1,000 or imprisoned for up to a year. Funimation did literally everything they were supposed to do in this situation. They conducted a private internal investigation, didn't reveal any of it publicly under penalty of law, and released Vic from his contracts because if they hadn't, then Funimation could have been found to have been liable for all the shit he was doing on their dime and inside their building. It just makes sense. Screaming at Funimation for nixing Vic and replacing him on all of his roles is just asinine. They were right!
Can I ask you to define sexual harassment?
Unwanted touching.
So any unwanted contact is harassment.
Sexual harassment, yeah.
Sexual harassment.
Sure.
I don't agree with your definition personally.
Okay. Then give me your definition of sexual harassment.
Forcing somebody to engage in sexual related behavior against their will.
Okay, so you have to use some type of physical force to harass them under your definition. right? Or verbal.
Boy, Vic, I bet you really wish you shared the same definition of sexual harassment with the federal government. That would sure make a lot of shit you do easier to get away with. But no, Vic is totally the victim here, right? I mean, here he is clearly not meaning anything by pulling the hair of his colleagues. In fact, did he really pull their hair at all?
Please, dear God, say I didn't pull her hair in the lobby that day.
I had no indication when it happened or in the years that followed that we've been friends and interacted that there was anything offensive or painful about it.
My God, Nick, did you not review any of this video before you decided to throw it out there for your hounds to gobble up? Imagine being caught in front of your audience begging the guy you're supporting to deny he did the thing he's been accused of, the very thing he's suing people for, and right in front of everybody, seemingly without you being aware that this is what he'd done before you shared it with the world. He just outright says that he did it. Bro, look at Nick's live chat as soon as they hear Vic give his answer. They're in disbelief because you prepped them to think that Vic was this completely innocent dude who did nothing wrong, and here he is telling the world he did exactly the thing that those absolute snakes said he did. Holy shit, I can't believe his audience still followed him after he fucked up this transparently. There is so much Vic fucks up during his deposition, it's a little difficult to keep track of it all. There's just incredible pieces of information scattered all throughout this thing. Like how Vic at no point tries to show that he would denounce his fan base for at any point having called him the Führer.
Do you know if your mother ever referred to you as the Führer?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, yes, she did, Vic. She very much did. Now, you may remember that I had stated earlier that there was one woman who spoke up on Twitter in early 2019 who mentioned that they remembered Vic teaching English at their high school in 1987, and that it was rumored he had been fired for being inappropriate with students. We don't have any first-hand stories backing that up. However, that doesn't mean that Vic isn't asked about this period of time when he was teaching English. In fact, the lawyers grill him pretty hard on whether or not he'd been let go for inappropriate behavior with his students.
Are there any allegations of inappropriate behavior between you and any students at this school in Jacksonville that led to your resignation or the termination?
Not to my knowledge.
So Vic denies this, of course, that's fine. But he's also asked about how his time teaching at Trinity Christian Academy ended.
Did you resign or were you terminated?
I actually don't even recall.
You don't recall? Okay, look, I get it. At the time of this deposition, Vic was 56 years old. He would have stopped working at the high school 32 years prior. Sure, 32 years is a long time, but you really don't remember how you ended your employment with that employer? Is that normal? I feel like that's kind of a weird thing to forget about, right? Now, sure, I'm about 24 years younger than Vic, but I can remember how all of my jobs ended, including the very first job I ever had when I was 16 years old in the year 2002, 22 years ago. I worked as a hostess at a restaurant for 2 years and then decided I wanted to work at EB Games instead at the age of 18. So I called my boss at the restaurant and told them I intended to put in my 2 weeks notice, and that was it. It was hardly remarkable how it ended at all, but I still remember that transition just fine. Under most circumstances, a job change seems like a relatively big life event, but this man doesn't remember how that happened at all? Am I the only person that thinks that's kind of weird? Vic has asked a series of questions about the GoFundMe set up in his name by Nick Rekieta, and the answers he gives kind of show that Vic is so hands-off even on the subject matter of his own lawsuit that he has no idea what is happening with the money that is supposedly being used to fund it.
No one is compelling them to donate.
And no one's asking them to donate?
Not that I know of. I have nothing to do with that.
I'm asking. Please
Do you know
donate.
how the money is spent?
No, sir.
So who makes sure the money is actually spent for your benefit?
I didn't set it up. I don't know anything
Objection
about it.
unresponsive.
I don't know.
So you have a GoFundMe campaign out there in your name. Do you know how much money's in it?
No, sir.
just to repeat, Vic doesn't know whether or not anybody is asking people to donate, even though Nick is very much making a show out of it almost every night on his YouTube channel. He doesn't know how much money gets spent. He doesn't know who is spending it, and he doesn't even know how much money he has. And this is when he tells everybody that he had never even heard of Nick until he backed up a metaphorical truck full of money to his doorstep with the intention of suing everybody and making all of his wildest revenge fantasies come true. And then Vic just accepted it without thinking about it or questioning what would happen after he accepted it. And then, in what would seem like an insane admittance under normal circumstances, Vic admits to the act of spoliation, meaning he destroys information that he was probably told to retain for the sake of this lawsuit.
Have you done anything to delete any communications off your either email or phone or other electronic devices from Mr. Ricada?
I have a routine of once I finish a conversation with somebody, I delete it because I don't want to have 600 text messages. So if you and I have a conversation about a particular thing, where are we going to lunch today, whatever, once that conversation is over, I delete it.
Vic did not get in trouble for having done this, and as a layperson, it feels like there's a lot of things that both he and his lawyers did that could have gotten them into a lot of legal trouble after the fact. But it is certainly convenient that Vic somehow no longer has all of the text messages between himself and Nick. The fact that he claims to regularly delete text conversations from his phone is also pretty fucking weird. It's the kind of thing a guy who was cheating on his fiance for 12 years straight would definitely do.
Does it strike you as odd that there's someone out there raising money in your name and you can't tell me how that money's being spent?
No, sir.
You feel no responsibility whatsoever to make sure that the money being put into a GoFundMe campaign for your benefit, how it's spent?
My understanding is that it's being spent for legal defense, and I trust what I've been told.
Have you ever seen the GoFundMe page?
No, sir.
So why is it that you don't feel a desire to make sure that money that's being collected in your name is spent properly?
Because I didn't start it.
If Mr. Ricada is a con artist and he is just taking money and doing whatever with it that is coming from your fans, it's not your problem.
I have nothing to do with it.
Okay, so not your problem, right?
Correct.
All right.
Vic does not care whether his adoring fans get ripped off by Nick Ricada and taken for an absolute ride, because Nick is doing all the work for him, and Vic has no desire to put two brain cells together to think about it. If you were scammed by Nick, if for some reason he just decided to take all of that money and fuck right off, Vic could not give two shits, because as far as he's aware, his lawsuit is taken care of. Those harlots who lied about him were all gonna get demolished in court, and Vic will get his reputation and his career back. If his fans suffer as a result of that, it's not his fucking problem. I hope everybody involved in this is extremely proud of themselves right now. Vic even says that he doesn't know whose idea it was to donate any extra funds to the Salvation Army because it wasn't him. He's never donated to the Salvation Army or any domestic violence charity ever in his life. Even the one remotely charitable sounding endeavor of donating to the Salvation Army wasn't even Vic's idea. At one point, the lawyer deposing Vic starts listing off names of people and asking whether or not Vic is familiar with them. Eventually, he gets to the name Don Schultz, the guy who told the story on Twitter about how he directed Vic on a recent project, only for Vic to start having some weird off conversation about how silence is consent.
Okay, what about Donald Schultz?
Don Schultz. Don't know that name.
What do you mean you don't know Donald Schultz? He was in the room directing you. He was working on Dragon Ball Super Broly. Is it really that easy for you to forget who you worked with? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe he does this so often for so many years that the people you have a working relationship mean nothing to you. All the same, what the fuck, man?
Kaylin Salcedo?
No.
That name?
Well, I've heard the name. I mean, I've heard the name because I know that she's been part of this Twitter online situation.
But she's not somebody you know.
No, sir. I would know her if she walked up to me right now.
You know, people wonder sure why I'm so invested in this, but it's not very often that your name gets casually referenced a few times in somebody else's defamation lawsuit. But I can guarantee you, although Vic was only vaguely familiar with me here, in the years since, he's gotten a lot more familiar with me and a whole lot angrier about it.
As I understand it, you may be seeking $1 million or more.
No,
This
sir.
lawsuit. No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I have not discussed any numbers of any kind of monetary anything.
No? What do you mean, no? You are literally suing the defendants for at least $1 million. What do you think you're suing for? Good vibes? How can you be so blissfully unaware of what your lawsuit is, who's running it, how it's operating, and even the dollar amount for which you are suing people? You can't sue for $1 million and then tell the defense attorney, I am not suing for $1 million. What do you mean you haven't discussed it? So Ty Beard just randomly picked some number and he didn't ask you about it, and you didn't ask him about it, and you didn't even read the news to find out how much money you were asking people for? What do you mean?
Can you put a monetary value on that?
No.
But you did, though. You put a dollar amount of $1 million. Are you even real right now?
I didn't want to do this. I sat by for 5 months and let these people destroy me online. I didn't even know what to do. I literally did not respond. I did not attack back. I didn't even defend. I just couldn't believe it was happening for 5 months. And when it got to the point where I had lost so much, I realized that my only recourse was legal recourse.
I can't believe we're letting him get away with this lie. Yes, he wanted to do this. He always wanted to do this. He did not sit back for 5 months without responding. On January 19th of 2019, he was already chatting with his fan club on Discord about this whole debacle. On February 21st, he was making more open public statements on Twitter. He did this multiple times. We saw him go to anime conventions and talk about it in front of people in the real meat space. Hell, we know from that January 19th Discord chat that he was already looking into legal resources. That was only 3 days after the first big blow-up tweet from Han Leia. He's just outright lying here. In fact, I don't even know why he's saying this. This wasn't even the question. The question was, what would you need to know to put a monetary value on that? And suddenly here he is ranting about how he totally didn't want to sue anybody, wholly unrelated to the question he was asked. In what reality would a judge award this guy damages when he puts this huge $1 million number on his lawsuit, but then admits in his sworn deposition that he doesn't even want money, nor does he know how much he makes or how much he's worth? Why would a judge think, after listening to Vic say this, that he deserves to have $1 million? This part isn't particularly important, but I did think that the story Vic tells of learning about how Rooster Teeth canceled his contract with them is especially funny.
I got a response from someone, one of the people on the thread on the Rooster Teeth email, who clearly didn't mean to send it to me. And it said, quote, I'm sure we're all in agreement, but no one is to reply to Vic. I don't think they meant to send that to me, but...
Now, at a certain point, we do start to learn some pieces of information about Funimation's internal investigation. And this is where we really start learning dirty details about Vic's behavior. Keep in mind, if Vic had never decided to open up a defamation lawsuit, there's a whole lot of information about Vic's private life that we never would have heard anything about. And now, the whole world knows all about all kinds of shitty things he's done. One person discussed from Funimation's internal investigation was a subtitle editor who worked full-time at the company. Apparently, while on Funimation property, a kiss occurred between him and the subtitle editor, and from Vic's account, he of course claims that the kiss was mutual. However, the Sony employee who did the investigation into Vic, Tammy Denbo, states in an affidavit, during my investigation, I also learned that a former Funimation employee had also complained about Mr. Mignana's inappropriate conduct while she was employed at Funimation.
What is your recollection of how Ms. Denbo explained that interaction?
She said, do you recall going into someone's office at Funimation and forcibly kissing them?
And from other emails, including the lawsuit filings, it's clear that while Vic thought everything was cool and mutual, clearly the woman he kissed did not feel the same way. Reading through that email chain between Tammy Denbo and Vic, though, I did think there was a very funny exchange wherein Vic offers to apologize both to Monica and to the subtitle editor for unintentionally offending either one of them, forcing Tammy to respond to Vic by saying, "As we discussed during our previous conversation today, please do not reach out to either party listed below or anyone else you believe might have raised a concern or be connected to this investigation. Thanks." Vic clearly does not understand boundaries, and when he is given instructions, he pushes them as far as he can. He was already told in a phone conversation with Sony HR not to contact other people involved with the internal investigation, and yet here he is asking if he can do it anyway, and having to be told no a second time. Keep in mind, once again, while Vic was making advances on this subtitle editor at Funimation, he was still in a relationship with his fiancée Michelle Specht, a fact that he very much admits to, along with saying he never told Michelle that it happened.
How many mistakes would you say you made with Mrs. Specht during the course of your engagement?
I don't know.
More than one?
Yes, sir.
More than 5?
Yes, sir.
More than 50?
I doubt it.
Vic cheated on Michelle so many times over the course of 12 years that he doubts that he cheated on her 50 times, but he doesn't actually know. One situation in particular involves twins. Twins! Teresa and Elizabeth Yost were two twin women who had been fans of Vic for a handful of years. In Vic's deposition, he claims he'd seen them a handful of times at anime conventions and was under the impression they were both sexually attracted to him.
There was no kissing, there was no nothing?
No.
It was just a discussion, and then they left.
That's correct.
That's not what either one of them say. Not only were they both part of Funimation's internal investigation, but they also both submitted affidavits to this very lawsuit, telling their own version of the story. They had first met him in 2013 at the age of 19. In 2015, at the age of 22, was when Vic invited the both of them up to his hotel room after seeing them at multiple conventions and exchanging emails and texts for quite some time. They both describe in their own separate affidavits that Vic started their hotel room conversation by lambasting a bunch of other voice actors who had gone out for the night to a cosplay strip show, which he thought was totally disgusting, and then suddenly pivoted to saying he wanted to see the twin women strip for him instead. Then he started insinuating that he wanted to have sex with the both of them. When they reminded Vic that they were 22 and he was in his 50s, Vic responded by saying, "Age is just a number." Elizabeth states he became visibly angry and began ranting about age being just a number, and it's how you feel, not how you look, and how good he looked for his age. Both of them described that he was getting visibly angry and upset, and they both started to fear that Vic might become violent at them. Teresa stated, "We thought that if we reminded him of his self-spoken Christian values, he would realize this was wrong and calm down." However, even after being reminded that he had a fiance, he responded with, "She's not here, so it doesn't matter." They said they were getting scared and started to tear up, and then Vic finally realized this whole sex with twins thing wasn't gonna happen, so he asked if he could kiss them goodbye and then let them go. They did say yes, but they thought it was going to be the way he would always kiss them every time he had seen them before, like on the cheek, like he does with all his fans. But this time he put his hands on Teresa's face and kissed her full on the mouth, then moved over to Elizabeth and did the same thing. When they left his room and got to the elevator, they both broke down crying, terrified of what had just happened to them and feeling ashamed that they hadn't realized that this was what Vic had been trying to accomplish the entire time. Because looking back on it with hindsight, the red flags seemed so obvious. Teresa says that Vic had later emailed them to apologize and ask if they could still be friends, and while they both responded cordially, they did attempt to avoid him as best as they could from that time on. Elizabeth says that 2 years after the incident, they saw Vic at another convention, who walked over and, in a sarcastic, passive-aggressive, and rude tone, told us how great it was to see us and how nice it was that we did not say hello to him again. None of what the Yost sisters describe comes anywhere close to the non-confrontational description Vic gives in his deposition.
And your intent in inviting them to your room was to have sex with them?
If they were consensual.
And did you want the two sisters to have sex with each other?
No.
Or just you? That'd be creepy, right?
If they were consensual. Just me.
Maybe he didn't necessarily want the twins to have sexual contact with each other, but it's really hard to believe that he didn't want them both to have sexual contact with him at the same time, because why else did you ask them both up to your hotel room at once and proposition them both at the same time? You asked them both to strip for you. You don't think that's kind of a weird thing to ask siblings to do with each other in the same room, let alone with the same partner, possibly at the same time? Nothing about that is kind of weird to you? Look, man, I'm not out here to kink shame, but maybe you should get that out of your system with, I don't know, porn? Porn at least lies to you. Usually when a porn video says they got twins, they're probably not literally twins. But what Vic was asking for was seriously crossing into deeply concerning boundaries. And that's on top of the fact that it feels like he was really conditioning them to be ready to do this with him for 3 years since they were 19 years old. I do not know how you excuse your way out of this one. I really don't. Vic admits that there were multiple times he'd slept with women while at anime conventions during the course of his relationship with Michelle. In the case of one woman, he had slept with her at a convention and then developed an ongoing relationship with her.
And that relationship continued parallel to you being engaged with Miss Specht.
Yes, sir.
Now, the transcript has censored out this person's name, and so has the audio of the video Nick shared publicly, but we do have a pretty good idea who they were talking about because one Chelsea Beard is listed in other filings in a request for various people to preserve documents related to the lawsuit. To be clear, her last name is Beard, but she has no relation to Vic's lawyer, Ty Beard. That's just an extremely unfortunate coincidence. But wait a minute. Chelsea? Do we have that right? Remember Chelsea from all the way back in January? The Chelsea defended Vic vehemently on Twitter. The Chelsea who said that she knows Vic personally, so he couldn't possibly be a sex pest. That Chelsea? The one whose Twitter username gives away her initials? Here's a fun fact. Did you know that Vic Mignogna was actually the voice director on one whole anime production? It was a show called Juni Taisen Zodiac War, which he directed in 2017. Crazy how this is pretty much the only show Vic ever directed. Anyway, do have a pretty good idea who they were talking about because one Chelsea Beard is listed in other filings in a request for various people to preserve documents related to the lawsuit. To be clear, her last name is Beard, but she has no relation to Vic's lawyer, Ty Beard. That's just an extremely unfortunate coincidence. But wait a minute. Chelsea? Do we have that right? Remember Chelsea from all the way back in January? The Chelsea who defended Vic vehemently on Twitter? The Chelsea who said that she knows Vic personally, so he couldn't possibly be a sex pest? That Chelsea? The one whose Twitter username gives away her initials? Here's a fun fact. Did you know that Vic Mignogna was actually the voice director on one whole anime production? It was a show called Juni Taisen Zodiac War, which he directed in 2017. Crazy how this is pretty much the only show Vic ever directed. Anyway, there's a really interesting name that comes up in the additional voices credits of episode 1. You know who it is? Do you? Holy shit, it's Chelsea Beard. I bet you never saw that coming. So while Vic was still engaged to Michelle, he was also dating Chelsea and even put her in an additional voices role on a show he was directing at Funimation during that period of time. That sure is cool. Surely there won't be any point in time much later on down the road where we find out that he did literally the exact same thing with any other woman he was seeing. That will never happen. Hey, here's more information I bet you never wanted to know about Vic's sex life.
Have you ever stated to anyone that you, in the last 10 years, that you hired prostitutes or escorts?
I have.
I'm sorry, you've what now?
Have you ever hired prostitutes or escorts?
I did once, yes.
Look, guys, sex work is work. And despite the fact that in most regions of the country, prostitution is illegal, I don't think that's really the problem here, aside from the fact that more than likely Vic Mignogna has broken the law. The problem here is that, one, Vic was in a relationship with Michelle. He does state that it was before their engagement, but given the timeline he's stating here in the court record, this still would have been during their relationship together.
And when was that?
Probably 8 or 9 years ago.
But two, we can't forget that this is the same guy who regularly talks about his Christian faith at anime conventions, who holds Bible studies with his fan club, and holds praise and worship services on Sundays with his fans. And I get it, no human being is without sin, not even Christians, but come on now, at what point do we finally say, come on guys, I think we have to start actually criticizing the Christian guy? Like, we're not talking about one singular mistake here. It's not just that it was a prostitute, it was a prostitute outside of marriage during a relationship with another woman, as he was regularly also picking up multiple other women at the very conventions where he was preaching Christianity on the same weekend. What part of Vic's behavior says that this is the guy we need to listen to about his conservative beliefs? In fact, there are so many lawyers on the internet who have basically said that they had never heard of Vic Mignogna prior to this lawsuit, but thanks to his absolute disaster of a deposition, they absolutely believe that he did everything he's ever been accused of. There's actually a legal term for what I'm describing here, and that term is libel proof. Some argument has been made by some lawyers that Vic may in fact qualify to fit the definition of libel proof due to his reputation having long since been buried 6 feet underground before we ever got to this lawsuit. In fact, in the latter half of 2019, H-Bomber Guy asked Legal Eagle in a video on Eagle's YouTube channel about the definition of being libel proof, in a question that is clearly alluding to Vic Mignogna himself.
I have a question about the definition, if there's a proper legal definition of the concept of being libel proof. In the sort of anime voice acting scene, there's currently a spurious lawsuit by a certain voice actor against the company for supposed libel. And the counter argument the company is making is that this person is effectively impossible to do libel towards because they have done so many other things that at this point it's barely making anything up to assert certain things.
Yes, so that is a potential defense that a court can find that what would normally be a defamatory statement is not defamatory in this context because their reputation is so bad. It can't get any worse.
And that's exactly what Funimation claimed in their filings with the court. In the filing, Defendant Funimation Productions LLC's original answer, verified denial, and affirmative defenses, Funimation defends themselves from the liability of defamation by, among other things, claiming that defendant is not liable to plaintiff because plaintiff is libel-proof. Funimation knows that Vic Mignogna's reputation has been dog shit for decades by this point, and the argument here is that it has been so bad for so long that there is genuinely nothing you could possibly say about this man that would be more damaging to his reputation, because his reputation has already been damaged beyond repair before they ever said anything. So I can finally get to what is quite possibly every Vic Stan's favorite part of his deposition: the jelly bean thing. So apparently, one small portion of Funimation's internal investigation involved a story from Monica Rial talking about a semi-tasteless joke told by Vic in front of a room full of fans.
She said, do you recall being at an event with Monica, at a convention event, and eating a jelly bean that she had signed and saying, now I can't, well, Monica said, why would you eat that? You know, you're going to get ink poisoning. And I, off the cuff, made a joke that, well, now I can say I ate Monica Rial.
Okay, the joke clearly wasn't good, and in a normal office workspace environment, it's probably enough to get you a scolding from HR, but I agree, amongst everything else we have seen here so far, it is hardly the worst thing amongst all of the terrible things that Vic Mignogna has done. It's not great, but it's not the worst.
Yes, it was clearly a joke.
The problem is that it's just another kinda sorta weird and gross thing to throw on top of the pile along with everything else, and as such, Vic's biggest fans have latched on to this particular story as though none of the other things we've discussed in this video ever happened. If you showed this obsessively long video to Vic's fan base, somehow they would see a completely different video with a runtime of less than 5 minutes because they would shut their eyes and their ears for 99% of the runtime and somehow come out of this having perceived a totally different video only discussing a crude jelly bean joke. And they will come away from the video telling you that literally the only reason Vic got fired from Funimation was because of a jelly bean. I'm not kidding. Run a quick search on Twitter for the phrase "fired over a jelly bean" and prepare to be amazed. These people genuinely only heard this part of the story and decided it was the simplest, most stupid thing they heard about the entire lawsuit, and then selectively chose to ignore all of the rest of the information presented to them. It's like trying to put together a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, except you decided not to put the puzzle together at all and instead just grabbed one random piece out of the pile, and then you loudly and confidently told everybody that the puzzle didn't even put together a picture. Except you didn't bother to put the whole picture together, you idiot! You elected to ignore the entire rest of the pieces of the puzzle that would have given you the entire picture. I cannot make this any more clear. Vic wasn't fired over a jelly bean. The jelly bean was just the cherry on top of an entire shit sundae. There is so much other assault or harassment involved in Vic's dismissal from Funimation's projects, and you have just decided that none of that shit is important. God, I hate it in this universe. Another really bad thing to do if you're trying to insinuate that you're filing a defamation lawsuit because you have been defamed to the point that your reputation has been ruined is to suggest that your reputation has pretty much always been utter shit. I think one of my favorite parts is where Monica and Ron's lawyer basically got Vic to agree that he suffered from death by 1,000 cuts.
And you would agree with me that this tweet going out harmed your reputation?
Not necessarily. Not at first. It was a cumulative thing.
Kind of a death by 1,000 cuts. You ever heard that phrase?
I have. Yeah, that's probably a good example.
It's the idea that no one singular person could have possibly defamed Vic to this point where his reputation has been ruined. Even he admits that everyone's individual accounts aren't really what the greater problem is. It's that they've all stacked up on top of each other to the point where the weight of all of them together is what is actually killing him. And this just goes back to the concept of being libel proof. If there are that many people talking about you in a negative connotation, how do you even begin to say that any one of those people is truly responsible for defaming you? And why would you then take this to court and basically admit that the people you're suing aren't actually the ones you're worried about, but rather the fact that there are simply so many people talking about how much you suck that it seems pointless to sue just a couple of people telling their own individual stories on top of everything else? The killing of Vic's reputation was a death by 1,000 cuts, and he just flat out admits to it during his deposition.
Were there allegations floating around after January 16, 2019 that you were a pedophile?
Well, people have been throwing that word around for,
for what?
Well, just for a while.
The lawyer didn't even ask Vic if he'd had a reputation of being a pedophile prior to 2019. He just offers up that information all on his own, that apparently he's just had that reputation for a while now. It's been happening for so long that he doesn't even remember when it started. We should be thanking him for doing such an incredible job of demolishing his own case right in front of us.
About you?
Yes.
For how long?
I don't know.
I mean, when's the first time you can recall?
I don't recall.
Brilliant. I don't know how the guy thought he was being defamed when he already had this reputation to begin with for so long that he doesn't know exactly how long it's been.
Like the term you used, death by 1,000 cuts,
This was not the first time that this sort of what you called fan garbage had come out, coincident with the release of a movie where you provided a voice.
Or an anime series, not a movie, but anime series.
So this had happened before?
Yes, sir.
Afterwards, Vic discusses how he has changed the way he interacts with his fans somewhat ever since his early 2019 cancellation.
Do you restrict that to adults?
Yes.
Meaning you don't hug children anymore?
No.
You don't kiss on children anymore?
No.
Do you agree with me? That's kind of creepy, right?
No.
Not creepy?
Not when they ask you.
Oh my God, we're back to it being okay to kiss children if the child asks you to kiss them. And I feel like we're just going in circles here with me telling you that no, if you're the adult in the room, it is your job as the adult to tell the child no.
When you say kiss, it sounds like something sexual, but somebody who is kissing a child on the forehead or the cheek as a symbol of kindness or appreciation is not meant in any sexual way.
I mean, sure, you say that, but looking through some of these pictures of kissing children again, and I sincerely have doubts that they're also genuinely innocent. Have you seen the way he wraps his hands around 14-year-old girls?
Would you agree with me that kissing 14-year-old girls on the face, whether it's consensual or not, is really not appropriate for a 40 or 50-year-old man?
I would say a lot depends on context.
Sure, if the context is that you're the girl's dad, that's one thing. But you're literally nobody's dad. What is even going on here?
That would have been fairly regular for you to kiss women on the side of the face like that.
No, actually, it wasn't regular at all.
That was irregular.
Yes.
Wasn't regular? We literally have an entire DeviantArt community full of your underage fans with photos of you kissing them as children. Several of them saying you didn't even ask before you did it. This happened constantly over the course of several years. What do you mean it wasn't regular?
So how do you know it's irregular?
Because I know how often I do it, and it doesn't happen very often.
And when you say very often, you're talking about it happens less than 50 times
I don't count, sir. I'm sorry.
So then how do you know it's not often if you don't count?
Because if it happened often, I would know that it was pretty often.
How? Fucking how? I mean, you clearly don't know anything else. You literally keep track of absolutely nothing you do.
What is Discord?
I don't know.
I've never heard of
I
Discord.
think it's an online thing.
Is it not, is it like some kind of app or something?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know what Discord is? You joined your own fan club's Discord chat in January to tell them all to defend your honor on the internet and that you are making early plans to file a lawsuit against people. At this point, I'm really struggling to decide if Vic is genuinely just an oblivious, hands-off boomer who doesn't know anything about anything, or if he consciously makes decisions to remember as few things as possible so that he can theoretically be less culpable in anything anybody accuses him of. Like, is he genuinely this stupid about everything he does? Or is he constantly playing dumb about everything so that nobody can blame him for anything? Is he genuinely ignorant? Or is this weaponized incompetence? I honestly don't know.
And one of the things that you were trying to do was rally the troops to defend you online. Do you agree with that?
No, sir.
Well, why not? What's wrong with that? Why shouldn't you get on the...
No, what I did was, if I may be clear, what I did was I encouraged them to speak of their positive experiences.
Vic is absolutely desperate to both have his cake and eat it too. He wants to be able to get away with calling his fan base to arms, a thing he has done numerous times over the years, by the way, as we've seen in this very video, but he doesn't want you to perceive him as having done that. He wants it to look like some kind of a peace rally. When Vic is out here telling his fan club to talk to anyone you know about him, it's really hard to see that as not rallying the troops. Why does a man in his 50s need his young, largely female fan base to fight his battles for him? Why is that something he's instructing hundreds of people to do for him?
Why go online and say, do whatever you can do to counter all these lies and negativity? Why did you do that?
Because my reputation and work was under attack.
He is more than willing to solicit help from his fan base when it comes to his reputation. Remember, Vic has also admitted in this very same deposition that he does not care whether or not a con artist rips off those same fans of his, because if they get ripped off while trying to help him, it's not his problem. Vic's fans are in no way people to him. They're numbers, they're marks, they're money, and an army. He just knows how to use his words extremely delicately and elegantly to orchestrate those fans to do whatever he needs. And they are more than happy to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants it, regardless of the fact that he will never think twice about those people or remember them when it's all over.
Have you ever used this tactic in the past where you encourage your fan base to go and counter people that were speaking negatively about you?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so this is it's kind of a first-time event, right?
This is a unique event.
Boy, is that a lie! We've already covered several times where Vic, on camera in front of rooms full of people, would instruct people to fight his battles for him. Remember the young woman he sent in to fight with people on the Cosfu forums? Remember the times he said,
If there are 500 of you, you have the power to stop that kind of garbage. Speak up.
Him saying in his deposition that he has never done this before, quite frankly, is an outright lie. You know it, I know it, everybody who's watched up to this point knows it. Vic lies like he breathes, regardless of the fact that he's been caught on camera for years doing the exact thing he's lying about.
Does your mom have any role in dealing with this Reasonable Rangers website?
To some degree. I don't know exactly to what degree.
You don't know what role your own mother plays in your fan club?
Would you agree with the proposition that at least 40% of people in Reasonable Rangers are underage?
No, sir.
And why do you disagree with that?
Because I have no idea.
This has got to be a bit. It has to be an ongoing joke. This man cannot be real. How can any one person not know so many things regarding dealings with his own shit, with his own name on it? How is this fucking possible?
Does it make a difference to you if you're accused of 10 allegations of sexual assault or just 100 or 100? Does it make a difference?
Yes, it does.
And why does it make a difference?
Because in a world of 4 billion people, there are going to be people that don't like you for whatever reason or have a problem with you.
4 billion? A world of 4 billion people? I get it. This is just me being petty. But Jesus Christ, there are 8 billion people in the world, Vic. There's 8 billion. And okay, fine. At the time of this deposition, we were still only at something like 7.8 billion people. But holy shit! Somehow Vic cut the entire world population in half. I do not know how you get that number that wrong. The world has not seen only 4 billion people since the 1970s. Is that the last time Vic heard the world population number? Sometime around 40 years prior to his deposition? Like, did he just stop taking in new information about the world after graduating from grade school?
Would you agree that most of your fans tend to be female?
No, sir.
No? Are you sure?
It's time to rip off my shirt and please the fangirl.
So it's the 2 tweets below, what we call the second and third tweets, that you would consider to be defamatory.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And the reason you consider them to be defamatory is what?
Because they clearly imply that that I am guilty of harassment, threatening behavior. There's no proof or evidence of that.
Vic talks a lot about there being no proof that he's done anything he's been accused of. And in other places, including his chats with his Discord, he says that awful, "there is not one shred of proof or evidence" line that I've been so sick of hearing. But in that regard, he's like a Columbo villain, right? If you've ever seen any Columbo, you know what I'm talking about. The villain has definitely already done the murder. We all already know it. Columbo definitely already knows it. He's just barely letting on that he might know it. And pretty much every single time, the villain has some line that's like, "Oh yeah? If I did it, prove it." You can't. You don't have any evidence I did it.
Of course you can prove all of this.
But the fact remains you can't prove that I did it. It could have been anybody.
Where there is no proof, there is no criminal.
And to me, those are always the moments where I feel like the villain has just completely given up on pretending that nobody knows they're the bad guy and is instead relying on the flimsy argument that even if I did it, you can't do anything about it because you don't have proof I did it in a way that satisfies me.
And they decide somehow that I'm a pedophile. There is no evidence of that. There's no proof of it. There are no charges. There are no convictions.
Okay, buddy, I'm just letting you know, you may not be convicted, but this is probably the least innocent sounding thing you could possibly say in this situation.
Are you familiar with something called rumor panels? Panel discussions at cons. They're, I guess, called rumor panels.
No, sir. I did a panel many, many years ago at a convention about rumors about me. It wasn't designed to be that type of panel. It was a normal Q&A session, and I ended up, I think maybe somebody even might have asked a question about something, and I answered it, and it kind of continued in a vein of, "You've heard this," or "You've heard this," and it became that, but it wasn't like advertised that way.
Oh, really? really? The 2010 TekoshoCon panel wasn't advertised as a rumors panel? Well, that was nearly 10 years prior to this deposition. That's a really long time ago. Surely there's no way we'll ever be able to verify this. Oh no, wait, never mind. The Wayback Machine comes in clutch once again to save the day. Here's TekoshoCon's 2010 panel schedule. Okay, let's see here. Okay. On Friday, there was a Vic Mignogna Q&A. All right, that lines up with what Vic describes, sure. After his Q&A panel, he had an autograph session. That's pretty normal. On Saturday at 3:30 p.m., he held a concert. Sure, okay, he's a musician and a singer, so that makes sense. And then, what's this? On the second stage at 10 o'clock p.m., it's Rumors with Vic Mignogna. But how can that possibly be? I thought Vic just swore that he only held a Q&A panel and it just kinda devolved into Rumors, and that it definitely wasn't advertised as a panel specifically to mitigate all the rumors about him all the way back in the year 2010.
I decided that maybe I would take one panel, and it just so happened that it was this one at TekoshoCon, to address some things that I've heard. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to have a talk about it with you guys. So I made myself a list, actually, of some of the crazy things that I've heard.
I understand that I had to do like a little bit of digging through the Internet Archive to get to this PDF, but this was not impossible. It was easily verifiable, and there's video of him introducing the panel as the exact thing he's saying he didn't advertise it as. Why does he just say shit about things that he knows we can go back and check for ourselves to verify whether or not it's true? I mean, I know why he does it. It's because he knows his biggest sycophants won't check, and they'll just believe him sight unseen. So he's successfully gotten away with just straight up lying to people about shit for decades for this reason.
Vic also reveals that he encouraged and her friends to attack Kosfu and 4chan.
I didn't encourage someone to attack anybody.
Okay.
I will tell you what happened, if I may, Sean.
Sure.
I told one of my friends, why don't we set up a PayPal, and anyone who can provide video evidence of me stumbling around drunk at a convention, I'll give them $100.
How is that not encouraging her to go to that forum and make that bet with them? As a reminder, this is how Vic describes that event on camera during that panel.
I had a friend of mine go on one of these websites and say, you guys are being hurtful and cruel and lying.
So Vic, during his deposition, is wholly misrepresenting the story he himself told about sending someone over to the Kosfu forums to send them a challenge to find footage of Vic being drunk or whatever else he didn't like them saying about him in exchange for $100. It should be apparent by now that every time he tells a story, he tells it a little bit differently depending on who his audience is, altering it in just such a way that makes him look best in front of the people he's talking to. Unfortunately, he's now in a position where his words can be consumed by everybody, and not just one group of people, and they can be compared to other times he's told the same story. These things aren't lining up anymore, Vic!
And during this rumor panel, did you encourage people to go on sites and tell everybody that they were wrong about you?
I encouraged people that were my friends and supporters to be supportive.
Look, rephrasing the situation and repackaging it to look prettier doesn't change the fact that you absolutely told an entire room full of people to get on the internet and defend your honor.
So I have given you ammunition or empowered you when you're out and about all over the internet to share, your experience.
You said, I've given you ammunition. Is there some other way we're meant to interpret this?
I would challenge anyone to provide any public comment or attitude or anything that ever proves that I've been rude or cruel or hateful or mean or ever made a homophobic remark. I have several friends that are gay. There are many friends of mine that worked on my Star Trek production who are gay. I attended a transsexual friend's wedding.
Oh no, we're back to I can't be homophobic because I have gay friends. And he attended a trans person's wedding. We didn't even ask him what his feelings were about trans people, though given his choice of the slightly outdated term transsexual here, I don't have high hopes for that either. So after all this time, we finally start getting to questions about Monica Rial. You know, one of the people he's actually suing.
I have had hundreds of interactions with Monica over the years since, and no indication whatsoever that I ever did anything that upset or offended her.
And as you'll remember, Monica's claim is that at an anime convention in 2007, Vic invited Monica up to his hotel room to watch a video, only to then force an unwanted kiss onto her and then back her up onto the hotel room bed before someone knocks at the door and stops Vic from continuing. Vic's answers about this interaction during his deposition seem to indicate he doesn't remember any of this happening at all.
And you don't actually have a specific recollection of her ever being in your room?
Not specifically, no.
And if this was all we'd ever heard about this, then maybe it would be difficult to back up Monica's story. Maybe then it would have been pretty easy to say that what she said about him was defamatory. After all, this is shockingly one of the only stories Vic responds to in his deposition that he doesn't remember happening at all in any capacity. With all the other stories involving just about all the other women, he remembers them happening differently or happening consensually, but he does remember them happening. That's just not true with Monica's story. What throws a wrench in the works, however, is when somebody decided to step up in an attempt to give Vic a little bit of help. Vic's legal team recruited the assistance of Stan Dolan, former owner of IzumiCon in Oklahoma City and the guy who knocked on Vic's door in Monica's story. Stan submitted a sworn affidavit during the lawsuit which stated, "If I had noticed Monica Rial being distressed leaving Victor Mignogna's room, I am certain that I would remember it." And while Vic's biggest fans have thought this to be some kind of slam dunk in his favor, claiming Monica's star witness was a total flop, well, one, she didn't say he was a witness. Of course he wasn't. He wasn't in the room, and she didn't say he was in the room. You absolute losers. But aside from that, you know what Stan's affidavit does do? It says that Monica wasn't lying about being in Vic's room at this convention in 2007. In Vic's deposition, he tries so hard to suggest that he has absolutely no memory of ever being alone in a hotel room with Monica at all, and then Stan Dolan's affidavit completely and utterly destroys that narrative and places all of them directly at the scene of the event that Monica says they were at. He can't confirm whether or not Vic pounced on her, but if Vic was trying to suggest that they weren't even in the same hotel room together in the first place, Stan sure did demolish the ever-loving fuck out of that narrative. Vic has a lot of friends like this who, for some reason, seem to think that they're helping when ultimately it would have been a lot better for them to have simply shut the fuck up, because inserting themselves into the narrative has only made Vic's life that much more difficult. And believe me, Stan Dolan has definitely decided to ride his 15 minutes of fame for as long as he possibly could. He became this weirdo chud figure that all of the other Vic stans idolized, and at every opportunity he has gotten onto Twitter and made sure that nobody forgot about it. Remember, suddenly this lawsuit has made this one guy, Stan, incredibly important somehow. He doesn't come up again in any important capacity, and his biggest claim to fame is saying, "I don't remember anything because I wasn't in the room," then fucking over Vic's narrative and walking away like he totally just slam dunked the entire case. But Stan will always want you to remember what an important figure he was in this brief moment in time. Thanks for the good work, Stan. Your help was greatly appreciated.
Any of the voice actors who not only posted, but those who liked or supported the people that did. People that for the last 15 years of my work at Funimation have seen me in the hallways and even worked with me in productions and been nothing but friendly and kind and jovial. And I never had any idea that there was any animosity.
We talked about this already, obviously, but once again, in a sworn deposition, Vic is doubling down on the concept that he had no idea that anybody he worked with didn't like him.
There are some voice actors, people in the industry who, for whatever reason, they do everything they can to keep me from being invited as a guest because they don't like my faith.
Vic also states in his own affidavit he submitted to the court that he had asked Colleen Klinkenbeard why he wasn't getting cast more often. And to quote his affidavit, she told me that A, they did not like casting people who weren't local, and B, that some directors thought I was difficult because I occasionally requested additional takes even though the director was satisfied. Sounds about right to me. Remember Sean Schimmel's old Vic parody?
I don't care! I don't care if you don't get spoken to that way! You don't speak to me that way! Because I'm the fucking talent!
To say that Vic was unaware that there was any animosity simply isn't true.
So you do all of your publicity, your social media posting, your statements, all
Yes,
that.
sir.
All those things, you generate those yourself?
Yes, sir. Or I have. I have over the years. I have. This incident has been the first time that I have ever sought the services of someone to help.
Okay, this part is interesting because it's entirely possible that up until some point in time, Vic was in fact running his own social media accounts. But as time has gone on, we know for a fact that he doesn't, at least not anymore. He follows very few people. He almost never responds to anyone unless it seems particularly important to him. In fact, it is suggested by those close to him that he doesn't even read his fans' replies on Twitter at all. Vic would later go on to publicly state during a panel at Anime Matsuri that his fan club members operate all of his social media accounts for him, and they do it without Vic ever paying them a dime.
I will tell you this about my support staff. Everybody that's a part of it does it because they have a conviction about making the world a better place. So I have, in the Risible Rangers, I have a senior mod team of five or six senior moderators, and they moderate all the social media. One's in charge of Twitter, one's in charge of Instagram, one's in charge of Facebook, one's in charge, and they engage with the fans, and then they have junior mods underneath them. You guys, you can't put a price tag on that.
In one particular instance, on Twitter, a fan tagged Vic with a photo of a Funko Pop of Tamaki from Oran High School Host Club, saying the figure was keeping her company at work. Vic's account responded by saying, "He is the only one I need." Pretty weird response for a guy who often doesn't respond to anybody at all. Vic doesn't even talk like this. And after the fan, probably excited to get this response from her idol, even offered to send her prized possession over to Vic because she thought it was something he wanted, Vic's account quickly deleted the tweet, followed by a woman named Mindy Peterson replying to the fan saying, "I was the one who said that Tamaki was the only one I needed. It was mistakenly put on his feed, so I deleted it. Would you be interested in selling Tamaki?" Vic was never the person responding to this fan in the first place, and Mindy is the wife of sci-fi and historical fiction author Brian W. Peterson, whom Vic has narrated audiobooks for. It's just some guy's wife. And for some reason, she has access to Vic Mignogna's Twitter credentials. And as far as we can tell, Vic may have handed those credentials out to multiple people. After 2019, Vic's Twitter account seemingly blocks a lot of detractors and hides a lot of negative replies. Tricks he never used to do before. But chances are, if you've been blocked by Vic, it very likely wasn't even Vic himself who did it. It's oftentimes just one of his fans name searching him, whether you've replied to him or not, and blocking you on his behalf. And as somebody who has blocked over 2 million Twitter accounts, believe me, he can block anybody he wants. But just realize it isn't actually him doing it. And it seems more like a tactic to shield Vic from ever seeing any negative response than it is Vic having an original thought in his own brain and doing it himself. And then in his deposition, Vic says that during the big Twitter blow up of early 2019, that was the first time he let some other people take the reins of his social media. And it's just some couple he'd never even met down in Florida.
The couple in Florida considers themselves kind of a PR couple firm. I don't know if they actually have a name, you know what I mean? I don't know if they're an official thing.
And these are people he says he trusted with PR, but he doesn't even actually know if they're a real PR team. They're just two people who seemed like they had good ideas, I guess. I do not know how Vic chooses the people he interacts with or who offers to provide him with help and assistance in anything he does. He seems like the kind of guy who would really easily fall for a scam because he just inherently trusts and believes every single person he ever has a conversation with. Just absolutely zero self-preservation preservation skills at all. Remember how they're also here in the room to discuss not only defamation, but also tortious interference? You know, that supposedly the actors Vic is suing reached out to all these conventions that Vic was supposed to appear at as a guest and did some kind of dirty, illegal deal or threat that caused them to all cancel him. You know what would really destroy the argument in court that the defendants are guilty of tortious interference? Saying that you have no idea whether or not they committed tortious interference.
But they did tell me that it was the public comments by the voice actors that led them to ultimately cancel me.
So it was the public comments, not necessarily a direct contact by a particular voice actor to the convention.
I don't know.
You had a contract with many of them?
Yes, sir.
And did some of them you didn't have a contract? It was more of just a verbal agreement?
Yes, sir.
Why are we here? Why are we here? Some of the conventions that canceled him didn't even have written contracts, only verbal agreements. They just get him to be a guest with no further legal protections than a spit shake. Then Vic starts making huge assumptions that even though Funimation didn't make their tweet announcing they were stepping away from Vic on future projects until February 11th, he still has a conspiracy theory that Funimation was running around to different anime conventions prior to that tweet to tell them to cancel his appearances?
I have heard rumblings from the convention community and organizers and Gary Hassan that a sponsor, a large sponsor who was fostering relationship with one of the large convention organizers, put enormous pressure on the conventions not to have me.
Other than rumors, do you have any other evidence of that sort of behavior by Funimation?
Not at present.
There is genuinely no reason to be doing this. Vic has simply sued a bunch of people because he thinks he should be allowed to do it. Because he's just really pissed at them for making people aware that he's an absolute scumbag, but he doesn't actually have any legal reason for doing anything he's doing. This is all just a game of punishment for him. He doesn't actually care whether they did anything he can hold them liable for or not. He just wants them to suffer. And this, I think, is a good time to discuss what a slap suit is. There are probably a million other people on the internet who could do a better job than me at describing what this is. I can actually think of an episode of John Oliver's Last Week Tonight that discusses slap suits brilliantly. Ironically, it's an episode that also aired in 2019, and I remember myself and others swearing up and down during the middle of watching the segment that surely John was going to pivot to a conversation about Vic Mignogna's lawsuit at any moment.
SLAP is an acronym that stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. These are frivolous suits with no legal merit, specifically designed to stifle public debate or dissent. And these happen all the time.
Vic's lawsuit definitely counts as a slap suit. There's no way it could be identified as anything but. The point isn't to win. It's to humiliate and punish the people he now holds a grudge against by dragging them through a meaningless court battle with years of filings and appeals to come, hoping to drain them of their resources, tire them out, maybe even force them to settle just so that they don't have to go through the whole legal process, which thankfully is not what anybody did, because Vic definitely did all of the shit that everybody says he did. Worse still, for as weird as Texas is about a lot of other things, somehow Texas has what is probably one of the strongest slap statutes in all of America. Texas's version of slap is called the Texas Citizens Participation Act, or the TCPA, and it is a doozy because thanks to the TCPA, if the Texas courts find that you filed a wholly meritless lawsuit like a slap just to punish people for speaking out against you, not only do you end up getting your lawsuit dismissed, but you also end up liable to pay all the legal fees of the people you were suing in the first place. Boy, Vic, I sure wonder how this one's gonna go. We all know exactly how all of this went by now. I deliberately saved this one part of the deposition for last because I think it can tell us a lot about how an entire culture war built up around him, and how even the people closest to him seemed to be openly participating in it without Vic himself having to get his hands too dirty. Immediately at the beginning of the deposition, the lawyers address someone else in the room that the camera never actually sees.
This lady sitting in the black with the gray sweater hasn't introduced herself, is she?
No, she's Lisa Hansel. She's our witness consultant.
The woman woman in the room is Lisa Hansel. Ty Beard is calling her a witness consultant, whatever the fuck that means. She has no legal bearing on this case. She's not a lawyer. She's not part of the courtroom staff. Who is this?
She does several things, but among other things, she does makeup work and production work.
Of course they tell her to leave the room. She's not party to this lawsuit in any way. She's someone who did a bunch of makeup work on projects Vic has worked on, including his online fan series Star Trek Continues. More recently, in the years since the lawsuit, she was the key makeup artist on the critically acclaimed Kristen Stewart film Love Lies Bleeding. Why did Vic's legal team think they could bring a makeup artist into the room with Vic? In fact, it's not even the first weird thing involving her. Emails attached to court documents show that while Vic had been emailing back and forth between himself and Sony staff during his internal harassment investigation at Funimation, he was forwarding these emails to Lisa, despite the fact that all the emails were labeled as being confidential and were not to be shared with people outside the investigation.
Why would you be forwarding a confidential communication between you and someone at Sony to Ms. Hansel?
Well, I don't consider it confidential between me and my friends.
So you just forwarded it to her and then there were no discussions after the fact?
Not to my recollection, no.
Vic thinks confidential emails don't apply to him if he's sending them to his friends. And he just sent it to her and didn't talk to her about what he just sent her? What was he expecting her to do exactly? A few weeks before the deposition, Lisa was found responding to someone's question on Quora, answering whether or not he's actually a predator or if he really did everything he's been accused of having done. Lisa answered with 5 paragraphs defending Vic's honor, saying, "Among our friends, folks have called me the Vic Whisperer for years. That's because I understand him and I don't pull punches with him." You heard that right. The Vic Whisperer. She explains how well she knows him, probably better than any of the voice actors who've accused him of things. She's not a fan, and she doesn't watch anime. Vic is as flawed a human as any of us, and he'll be the first person to tell you that. He likes the ladies, no question about it, and they like him. She says he regrets being unfaithful to Michelle, but he's never done anything illegal, and she doesn't think Vic is a predator. He was naive enough to miss the changing times where advances toward women that have been the norm for decades became a crime. This is a weird thing to say because although we as a society didn't do a very good job of stopping men from being creeps in the past, it didn't mean that women were once always okay with men being creeps and that suddenly changed. Women were always uncomfortable when a man was a creep. It's just that now we're a lot less tolerant of it and don't just let it happen anymore without pushback. The experience of having a handful of people he thought were his friends band together to destroy his career has been a devastating and life-changing ordeal. No one could go through what he's endured and be unchanged by it. I have personally witnessed these changes taking place in real time, and I can honestly say that I have never been more proud of my friend. But that's not the only reason why the opposing lawyers were interested in Lisa. At one point during Vic's deposition, the lawyers show him screenshots from, of all places, Kiwi Farms. By the sound of the transcript, it appears as though he's been shown the Weeb Wars forums, wherein every single person you can possibly imagine who had ever said anything negative about Vic had an in-depth thread made about them, with the board members stalking each one of their every moves and doxing them every time they found personal information about them. As usual, Vic shows some vague knowledge of what Kiwi Farms is, but doesn't commit to actually knowing anything important about the site.
Are you familiar with a website called Kiwi Farms?
I've heard of it.
And you know what it is?
No, I think it's some kind of an information gathering website. I've never been there.
Do you know if Kiwi Farms has anything to do with doxing any witnesses in this lawsuit?
No, sir.
Well, they most definitely were, but fine.
Do you know any individuals identified on page 2?
They're all members of the industry.
I have no idea why they might be on this page. It says dox them at the top. Got to catch them all.
You'd have to ask the people that produced this. I didn't do it. I've never seen this before.
It gets more hairy when Vic is asked if he knows anybody involved with Kiwi Farms.
You know anybody that has anything to do with Kiwi Farms?
No.
except we already know that he does. Maybe it's possible he just doesn't know that he knows them. Remember when we already discussed that Ty Beard deliberately requested that Kiwi Farms dox Vic's detractors and make them miserable?
Oh, no. I'm asking the farms for help. I'm asking them for help. Make these people miserable, please. I would consider it a personal favor.
Remember how I already said that Nick used to regularly bring Noel, the owner of Kiwi Farms, onto his YouTube show?
The lolicon thing, that's hard to talk about. It might upset the constitutions of some people, but people get fucking mad over those drawings.
I'll see if Digibro will come on and do a lolicon debate.
Vic has unwittingly aligned completely with people who have actively utilized Kiwi Farms to help them accomplish really weird shit. But Nick and Ty would hardly be the last people to do this in Vic's name, because I wouldn't have brought up Lisa Hansel's name before this if she hadn't also been directly involved with Kiwi Farms. People would later discover that Lisa had an account on the farms under the username Svetlana, which she regularly used to defend Vic and humanize him to the rest of their community. Now, before I continue, I want to make a brief aside here because I know detractors are going to bring this up after this video goes live and they're going to call me a hypocrite. I also, at one point, made a Kiwi Farms account back in about 2017. It happened when this message board, which I had never really heard of at the time, suddenly made me a target for wholly unrelated reasons. And like the absolute genius I was, I thought I could get in there and defend myself with truthful answers about things they were accusing me of and clear up all of their misconceptions. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. And even if you do manage to turn the tide of Kiwi Farms in your favor, it never lasts very long. They will eventually eat you alive. I haven't logged back into that account in about 6 years, well before the Vic Mignogna blow up ever happened. That having been said, Lisa Hansel probably could have learned a lesson from my own mistakes. Under the account name Svetlana, Lisa explained exactly what it was she was doing on Kiwi Farms. I'd like to thank each of you who has taken an interest in this case and, most importantly, in the truth. Until I came here, I was serving as a repository for discovery type stuff that would get sent from all over or that I would dig up myself. The farms lightened my load tremendously by doing much of this gathering. You all literally made my life more manageable. I have told Vic this several times, and he is eternally grateful to anyone who has helped. So Vic was using Lisa to gather information, and she stumbled across Kiwi Farms, who had been meticulously stalking and doxing people the entire time Vic was getting canceled. And so she relied heavily on their obsessive stalking and doxing in an attempt to help Vic win his lawsuit. Not only that, but if Lisa here is to be believed, Vic was at least somewhat aware of what was happening on Kiwi Farms, and he was grateful that they stalked, harassed, and doxed people because that kind of shit was useful to him. And while during his deposition, Vic downplays how much he understands about what exactly Kiwi Farms is, he does let the mask slip a little bit when it comes to the unveiling of his accuser's private information on Kiwi Farms.
I believe that someone who makes accusations publicly, especially with the intention of destroying someone's reputation or job, at least should be identified. I don't believe somebody should have the power to destroy someone and remain safely anonymous.
I would think that to most of us, the reason why someone might want to remain anonymous would be pretty obvious. The result is exactly what Kiwi Farms was fucking doing, trying to dox people who were not willing to give their real names in news articles published online for the sole reason of punishing them and making their lives a living hell. And this is exactly what Vic wants.
I would expect as much public disclosure of them as they have of me.
Lisa would at times tell Kiwi Farms generally how Vic was doing. It was a tough day for sure, but Vic is okay. He's a sensitive soul, but he has a good support system in place. Never a need to apologize for caring. He was still reeling from the firing and hearing the jelly bean thing. At that point, he was trying to figure out who could have witnessed that joke and reported it, because no way could it be his good friend Monica. But our little Vic whisperer here also gives us some pretty interesting information about the way Vic handles social media and technology in general. Lisa is actually one of the first people to publicly tell the world he doesn't even read replies to the stuff he posts himself. So even in the moments where Vic gets on Twitter and posts something without the help of his fan club doing it for him, he does not read his fans' replies at all. Also, according to Lisa, Vic has never visited Kiwi Farms himself, but is constantly sent screenshots of things posted onto the site. He also is apparently such a boomer that he thinks that everything he's reading is a tweet, as though he doesn't totally understand the concept of a forum or a message board or a BBS or anything else of that nature. Also, apparently Vic never scolds Lisa, because as far as she's aware, nobody has ever sent him any screenshots of her posts on Kiwi Farms. It is difficult to gauge just how much damage Lisa did while participating in Vic's lawsuit, gathering information from cruel posters on the farms and sending them over to Vic's legal team in hopes of destroying Vic's enemies, on top of attempting to polish Vic's image for these same scumbag people. That having been said, I actually want to jump ahead in Lisa's story just a little bit, because I think this is one particular detail that is extremely important, and I don't think it would be fair to leave you on this particular image of Lisa for too terribly long, because it would seem about 2 years after all of this, Lisa flipped on Vic. After a while, Lisa stopped posting on Kiwi Farms, and at some point around August of 2021 and on throughout the next year, Lisa's Twitter account started making a lot of vague tweets and retweets. This one post she made, for example, shows a motivational image she had pinned for a while with a quote from religious trauma expert Dr. Laura E. Anderson, stating, "Using your celebrity, platform, status, or position as a way to harm, coerce, deceive, or manipulate others shows that you are irresponsible with the platform or position you have been given. This platform or position going away isn't cancellation. It's a natural consequence of poor behavior." It does sound like it could apply to Vic, but it's still vague enough that it could have been about anything, really. But boy, were there a lot of tweets like these. Here's a retweet stating, "Psychology says people start hating you when they cannot control you," with Lisa adding 3 dartboard emoji of her own. But it starts getting really interesting when you see Lisa start to get snarky with the Star Trek Continues account. And remember, Lisa herself worked on Star Trek Continues with Vic. The Continues account made a tweet in 2021 saying, "Hey Star Trek Continues fans, check out these awesome photos our friend Pat Harrivan, associate producer and Esper, shared with us today. What was your favorite part of our series finale?" And with absolutely no chill, Lisa follows up with a tweet of her own saying, "Hannavin. His name is Pat Hannavin, for fuck's sake. He donated thousands of dollars. Maybe spell his name right. So, Trouble in Paradise, maybe?" Worse yet, her likes were full of people absolutely shit-talking Vic. Tweets like, "Couldn't remember if he'd been fired as a teacher for being inappropriate," "mimed pulling his coworker's hair," "admitted trying to bonk fans as soon as they were legal," "happens to everyone," "I suggest you stay away from Vic Mignogna, he likes them young." Dude, how are there still people in the world who don't know what a predator this asshole is? If I read every tweet to you that Lisa liked that was giving Vic absolute shit, we'd be here all day. And I already wasted quite a bit of time just on the allegation tweets alone. But I think the most concerning thing to come from her Twitter account was a tweet she made regarding some unnamed predator that she claims to have witnessed doing creepy shit. Lisa seems to have generated a macro image using a stock photo of a young girl eating ice cream with text saying, 51-year-old, 53-year-old, sexual predator to 17-year-old child. Every time I see you, I have great desire for you. You understand what desire means, right? Actual quote from text messages. Hashtag predatory grooming. Hashtag monsters are real. Lisa further clarifies in her accompanying tweet, when confronted, quote, "I didn't think anything was wrong with it," unquote. Protect your children. Hashtag with my own eyes. Yikes, what the fuck? There is no name accompanying this image. Whoever it is that Lisa was talking about, she mentions that the adult was 53 years old, the child was 17. This conversation happened through text messages. She saw those text messages, and that confronting the 53-year-old about it only resulted in that 53-year-old not finding anything wrong with attempting to seduce a 17-year-old. And the possibility that this is referencing Vic sure does feel particularly high, given literally everything else happening with her Twitter account around the same time. Lisa would have been around Vic working on Star Trek Continues at the time when he had turned 53 years old in 2015. And very unfortunately, there were teenage girls working on that set at that time. Just while we're on this topic, at the end of 2021, Larry Nemesic, a professional Star Trek writer who also portrayed Dr. McCoy in Vic's fan series, posted a beefy public letter loudly distancing himself and 17 other members of the Star Trek Continues staff from Vic. Recent events have compelled us to clarify our position regarding certain accusations against and the continued fan base unrest surrounding the series' executive producer and lead actor. All of us strongly and unequivocally condemn any harassment or inappropriate behavior, particularly directed against women, which occurred either outside the confines of the production or within it. Such conduct is wholly contrary to our values and should never be tolerated under any circumstances. Many other members of the Star Trek Continues staff whose names weren't originally posted on the statement would later retweet this or save the picture and make their own original tweet, adding their name to the list of members of Vic's fan series who now no longer want to have anything to do with him. And guess what? Lisa Hansel was one of the people who also liked that statement. It has been suggested here in the statement, and even through legal statements made by Vic's former fiancée, Michelle, that Vic made advances on multiple people over the course of the production of Star Trek Continues, a production that he worked on with Michelle as part of the cast. With all of that knowledge, it is very difficult to believe that although Lisa is not naming names with her tweet, she is not talking about Vic. Lisa's Twitter account has long since been deleted, and she seems to have very succinctly distanced herself from Vic. And for that, I am glad to see that something in the years since has opened her eyes to the fact that the person she thought she was defending didn't actually exist. At the same time, I cannot lie and say that it has been easy for me to give her grace when she very likely caused a lot of harm to a great deal of innocent people. And I know that that is probably because she too was a victim of Vic's lies and manipulation. To that extent, I cannot fault her, but she's somebody who probably metaphorically knows where the bodies are buried. And she helped Vic use a harassment forum that doxed countless people in a large-scale harassment campaign designed to help Vic get revenge on anybody who spoke up about what an enormous piece of shit he is. I am extremely conflicted on how I'm supposed to feel, though I am glad that she finally broke free. You know who I don't feel 1 ounce of pity or empathy for, though? Alyssa Flutie. That's right, Alyssa Flutie. Next to Vic's own mother, Alyssa, better known online either as Squally or Squallykins, is quite possibly one of the highest-ranking moderators of the Risen Bull Rangers and has been for many years, having access to Vic's social media accounts and doing everything in her power to loudly and aggressively defend Vic's honor across the entire internet. According to her own Tumblr, which has since been deleted, Squally had a very unfortunate traumatic event happen in her life in the mid-2000s, but found acceptance and happiness when she joined the Risen Bull Rangers in 2008. What's weird is that even at the time when she joined the fan club, a former romantic interest of hers kept telling her that getting involved with Vic was a bad idea. He told me that he was pervy around girls and would rather I not let myself near him when I went to Otakon that summer. Suffice it to say, Squally violently rejected her boyfriend's warnings and basically fought back by saying they were nothing but lies and rumors. And really, it's all downhill from here. While the setup to her involving herself heavily with Vic's fan club is pitiable, and while it's wonderful to find your purpose in life after a traumatic event, the manner in which she has latched on and become a vicious, brutal, cruel person by joining the fan club and attaching herself directly to Vic for over 15 years is tremendously concerning. Old Tumblr posts show Squally already getting into fights with people online about all of the rumors and lies people spread about Vic. To this day, her Twitter account is no different. In 2023, the game Persona 3 Reload released, a remake of the original Persona 3 for the PlayStation 2, where wherein Vic originally played the role of Junpei. The entire main cast of characters was replaced in the remake, with actor Zeno Robinson taking on the role of Junpei this go-around. At one point, Zeno tweeted a jab at the Comicsgate supporting blog site Bounding Into Comics, saying, "Also, super glad to see Vic is in financial trouble." Squally immediately assumed with absolutely no context that Zeno was just cleverly misspelling Vic's name in order to take a jab at him, and then quote tweeted Zeno saying, "How to show you are not a POC, but a POS in 150 characters or less." So, cool, Vic's high-ranking club volunteer is also super fucking racist. She of course defended this rather than acknowledging she had made a mistake about what Zeno was even talking about in the first place, saying that not only should it not matter who Zeno was poking fun at because that's just mean and wrong, but also that she totally, definitely, really believed that POC stands for person of character, and acted shocked and surprised that anybody could have possibly construed this as anything else. Squally has positioned herself to have a role of fairly significant importance with the Risen Bull Rangers. She operates Vic's merch booths at conventions, she flies across the country on her own dime to do work for him, she designs the graphics for announcements made on his social media pages, and is a large part of how Vic's weekly Wednesday live streams work. And she does all of this completely unpaid, by the way. I mentioned this before, but Vic does not pay any of the fans that operate his businesses for him in any way. It's actually an excessive amount of work she does, with the only reward being a thank you from somebody that she genuinely views as one of her best friends.
What can we do to give thanks or to be able to just express gratitude for your support staff?
Money's good. Just kidding. Look at that lovely girl who's at the table taking care of all of the transactions. Her name is Squally. Her name is Alyssa. You want to do something sweet? We talked about it, right? Here's your chance. Just walk up and go, "Squally, you are awesome. You made this experience great. You helped make this a wonderful weekend. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for helping Vic. Thank you for being so kind to all of us." You guys, you can't put a price tag on that.
In all honesty, Squally really should respect herself more and realize that she's worth more than how she's been treated over the years. And I mean that in all sincerity. In the last year, she even changed jobs and moved from New York State to the Dallas-Fort Worth area of Texas, which shockingly is the same area where Vic lives. Every time Vic gets in a new relationship with a woman, Squally befriends that woman. Even the women whose relationships with Vic overlap with each other, perhaps even more so than Lisa Hansel. If anybody knows where the metaphorical bodies are buried, it's Squally. If there is a Ghislaine Maxwell figure anywhere in this story, if it isn't Lisa, it's Squally. And guess what? Squally has not only one, but 2 Kiwi Farms accounts. Originally, she was trying to hide her involvement with the forums by using the name Plays with Squirrels, and then talked about herself multiple times in third person to make it sound like it totally wasn't her. Also dropping in a healthy amount of slurs into her posts for good measure. I'm sure that's definitely something that aligns well with Vic's image and brand. She even used this account to shit-talk former moderators for the Risen Bull Rangers. If that tells you anything about how she feels about other people in leadership positions in the club. After all, she's referring to herself in the third person as the head of his fan club. So even if the Risen Bull Rangers leadership and duties are spread out amongst various people, Squally certainly seems to believe she herself runs the whole organization. She definitely highly praised the mysterious head of the fan club for how much hard work she does to make sure the stupid old boomers live streams go off without a hitch. At one point, Squally even accuses another Kiwi Farms user of being Squally to publicly praise herself for what a good writer she is. Is this you? It's written really good. And to be clear, this is the writing Squally decided she needed to praise herself for having written. Oh, Captain, my Captain. The horizon is unlimited and waiting for you, sunshine. You continue to create things people can only dream of, and I, for one, am thankful to have a special day to remind you that thousands of people love and care for you, Not just your music or your experience. They love you. Hope that today you find yourself at peace and surrounded by those you love. Squally. These glasses are fake. I don't need glasses. I was just trying to illustrate a point. Unfortunately, Squally's LARP as just some random nobody who is both Vic and Squally's super fan was ruined when multiple people on Kiwi Farms doxed her. Because like I said before, they will dox you if they catch wind of you jumping onto their board to influence their opinions. And so Squally had to finally give up the ghost and make a second account simply under the name Squally, admitting to the whole thing. And then she immediately started hawking Risen Bull Rangers merchandise at their online store to the people of Kiwi Farms. It hasn't stopped her from using the farms either. Seemingly, anybody's involvement with any cruelty performed by the farms has absolutely no effect on Vic. His lawyer, the lawyer who raised all of his money for him, his makeup artist, the leader of his fan club, even a woman running an anime convention in Canada that extended an invite to Vic, who was also on the farms doxing people. The fact that any of them were heavily involved in the doxing, the attacking, and the hate speech against his detractors matters not one iota to Vic. Remember, according to Vic's deposition, Kiwi Farms is an information gathering website only. He believes that anybody talking about what he did to them shouldn't get to remain anonymous, and flat out doesn't even believe that anybody has ever actually received any death threats on his behalf. At this point, he's either purposely remaining ignorant of everything the people closest to him have been doing for him, or he's just fucking lying. Mind you, Kiwi Farms, much like 4chan, prides themselves on not being anybody's personal army, with members widely claiming that they are chaotic and will go after literally anybody. If that's the case, then why was there an entire concentrated effort by Vic's personal Injustice League to both gather information from and manipulate the opinions and behaviors of Kiwi Farms, and why did it fucking work? Anyway, did you see how long that section of the video took? That was how bad Vic's deposition was. Let's do something else. Chapter 5, subsection B, the rest of the lawsuit. Anyway, both Monica Rial and Ron Toy also did depositions. I don't personally find either one of them to be especially memorable, despite what the rage bait YouTubers will try to tell you. For example, Monica once again had to describe the frightening events of being assaulted in Vic's hotel room, as well as telling the lawyers that part of the reason she didn't fight back was because of a previous assault she'd experienced as a teenager with someone else, which was an experience that had taught her that sometimes when you fight back against your attacker, you're risking getting the attacker more angry and making the situation worse. And gee, if you can believe it, Nick Vercata live streamed this video of Monica giving this deposition too. And of course, he did the whole body language pseudoscience thing about everything she had to say the whole time.
She looks away every time she answers. She looks down. She doesn't look at Carrie in the eyes. Look at the evil. Look at the evil look. Look at that. God, micro expressions, right? I hate you, you bitch. That's what she's saying with her eyes and mouth there. Watch her eyes. Watch her eyes. You tell me she's telling the truth. You tell me she didn't catch herself in a lie just now. This is amazing. You don't get to see this too often. This is someone realizing they screwed up on camera, in deposition, in real time.
Nick is also responsible for creating the narrative that Monica couldn't make up her mind in her story about whether the hotel room she and Vic were in had either a balcony or a patio.
He went out there outside of his room. There was this little patio, and he was standing on the patio and he called Michelle.
In all of Monica's deposition, she never describes this area of the hotel as anything but a patio, and she only says it twice, both times in the exact same sentence. At no point in time did she ever use the word balcony. You know who did use the word balcony, though?
Stan rescues you and you all go to dinner. You don't remember where. Then you take a phone call and you're on Vic's balcony again?
Nick uses the word balcony to describe what Monica referred to as a patio. The difference between these two things is so small that it shouldn't even matter, but it created the biggest, stupidest game of telephone where anybody who listened to Nick's live stream and then passed it on to other idiots in their circles now says that at some point in time, Monica described whatever this outdoor area of the hotel room was as a balcony. Then they started lying lying and saying that the hotel in question didn't have either patios or balconies, except you can easily prove that yes, it does have patios connected to the rooms. None of the shit even matters in the grand scheme of things, but all of these losers worked themselves up into such a frenzy over a thing they themselves got confused about that they suddenly started calling her a liar over a tiny detail that she never even said in the first place, thus throwing all of their trust and belief in any of her statements into question. Thanks, Nick. Past that, Vic's legal team definitely seemed interested in trying to rope voice actors Chris Sabat and Sean Schemmel into this somehow, asking whether or not Chris was paying for Monica's lawyers and whether or not Monica had talked about the lawsuit with either Sean or Chris.
So Funimation's not paying any legal?
No, ma'am.
And is Chris Sabat paying anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you and you haven't discussed it with Chris Sabat or Sean Schemmel or?
Other than being aware that it is a thing that exists.
And this seems to be based on nothing other than the fact that Vic doesn't like either one of those actors. They didn't have anything to do with the decades of allegations of Vic being handsy with people, but here his legal team seems to be trying to build up the idea that his former co-workers were just trying to backstab him somehow, all of which leads to absolutely nothing. Monica does seem to confirm that at one point in time, Funimation was the kind of place where people would exchange hugs and kisses, but that at some point that changed.
Have you noticed when people greet each other that they kiss each other on the cheek or hug each other?
It used to be the case a long time ago, but I know that in recent years, no, that is frowned upon.
No, it isn't.
And who frowns upon that?
Management.
Mm-hmm. Sure they do.
Which sort of aligns with the idea that it was easier for Vic to be able to get away with being so physical in the past prior to Sony showing up and being a lot more tight with their rules about harassment. Monica also describes the stupid fucking jelly bean story. And for as stupid as that sounds when you minimize it like that, you know, like gawking at the old lady for burning herself on McDonald's coffee until you're later told that she was burned so severely that she went into shock and had to receive surgery, Monica's stupid jelly bean story also has more details here.
Again, it was the delivery. It wasn't like he just said it. He actually was touching my face and pulling me towards him when he said it.
So, am I the idiot here? Am I the stupid one for thinking that doing something like that is totally fucking weird and creepy? Is it the most egregious thing Vic has been accused of doing? No. But was it totally cool and normal and not creepy for him to do? Also, no. The way this story has been minimized and the way culture warriors have laser focused on only this segment of the story as if it was the only thing that happened is possibly the most infuriating part of the entire debacle. I can't believe that Nick Rekieta successfully convinced you goons of this entire ruse. I'd almost be impressed if he weren't such a piece of shit. Additionally, Monica suggests that the Funimation investigation isn't even the first time Vic has been investigated for inappropriate behavior.
There have been more than just the one investigation by Funimation over the years. There's been quite a few. There was one done by ADV Films back in the early 2000s that was kind of a general sweeping sexual harassment investigation that I know that he was a part of. I know, of course, about Rooster Teeth. I don't know the specifics of that. I know Sentai, and I know a few conventions have kind of done their own investigations on it. Well, I know that he's not allowed on the property at Sentai Filmworks.
Are you kidding me? Vic's behavior was so well known that not only was this not the first time that Funimation had investigated Vic for sexual harassment, but ADV Films had done one about 15 years prior to this lawsuit, and Sentai Filmworks at some point had decided Vic is so bad that he's not allowed to set foot on their property? Listen, I understand that even after those earlier investigations, Vic had still been allowed to continue his voice acting career for quite some time, but don't you think it's kind of weird that multiple companies at multiple points in time have had to do their own internal investigations on a guy? Don't you think that suggests a pretty negative negative pattern of behavior? If there had only been one investigation from one company that resulted in nothing, I would understand that. Misunderstandings happen from time to time, but this is fucking ridiculous. Who else do you know who has worked multiple jobs, and every time they've started a new job, they've had to have human resources get involved with them because of their behavior? That's not normal. The lawyers often try to grill Monica for having pictures together with Vic where she appears to be friendly with him, still completely missing the point that you typically can't be physically repulsed by somebody when you're doing press events and conventions together, because you're basically promoting your work and just doing your damn job.
Well, first of all, I use my Twitter predominantly for my job. So it's keeping appearances, making sure everybody knows that, hey, we had a great time. So yeah, it was basically just trying to make sure that everybody knew, hey, we're all working together, everything's great.
How many times are you alleging that Vic would take a fistful of your hair and whisper in your ear?
Oh, I can't even count how many times that's happened.
Was it every time you saw him?
Not every time, but it was almost every time, depending on who was around us.
I don't know how to make it any more clear that there have been multiple people who have accused Vic of this hair pulling thing, that it was common, it was frequent, and he practically used it as a greeting with people. And whether or not you think it was sexual in nature, how many people do you know who just grab everybody they meet by the hair to say hello? Does that sound normal to you? Monica even states that there were multiple times she's asked him to stop. So this isn't a situation where every time something happened to her, she would just grin and bear it, leaving Vic with no idea he was doing anything wrong.
Do you recall when you told him to stop?
There was quite a few times. I can't remember them all.
Vic had been asked to stop several times on several occasions. Monica even had to tell him to stop being shitty when he yelled at convention staffers. He knew he was being a piece of shit, but he kept doing shitty things regardless of how many times he'd been told to stop. Monica also makes it extremely clear how powerful Vic had been in the anime industry, which made it significantly more difficult for anybody to speak up against him.
Well, he has a presence in the community. He was always wheeling and dealing and trying to find new connections. And so he did have a lot of connections in the industry. The studio saw him as somebody who they could attach his name to a project and it would make more money. For example, there's a show called Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles, and I'm one of the leads, and my name does not appear on the box, but Vic Mignogna's name does.
It's just further proving why it is that someone would find it difficult to report the things Vic was doing, or even to be believed if you did report him, when Funimation was treating him like a cash cow. Ron's deposition is frankly even less interesting than either Vic's or Monica's, at least mostly not out of Ron himself. Ron had the great fortune of getting good old Ty Beard to be the lawyer asking the questions during the deposition. And along with everything else you already know about Ty, it should come as no surprise that he is also not very good at doing depositions.
Okay, I didn't mention a company though. I'm simply asking
You said a job, so
question.
usually a job is associated.
Oh, you're talking about your company that employs you.
Well, you had mentioned if a person, so I said I'm answering the question you asked.
Ron's lawyer objects to the way Ty Beard phrases his questions constantly throughout the deposition, probably because all of the questions are stupid and bad.
Would you agree with this proposition that someone accused of a crime should be allowed to defend themselves?
Yes.
What kind of defense would you agree they should be allowed to put on?
Objection form.
Forgive me, your tone indicated a certain degree of indignation when I asked that question. Is that fair?
Objection. Don't answer that.
What is the objection, counsel?
Any answer he gives would be misleading and it's a harassing question.
That's not a proper objection. Is it possible that the company representative might collude with third parties to attack the person, to attack you in this hypothetical? Is that possible?
Objection form.
And it's also clear that Ron is only taking this so seriously, probably because he knows this whole thing is a circus.
That's not for me to decide. I'm not the company person.
Objection, non-responsive.
Cool.
I didn't ask if they would probably do that, Mr. Joy. I'm asking a very simple question.
Collude together as a probable
Is it possible?
Ty asks a lot of the same questions over and over again, and Ron is consistently answering them the same way, and it obviously irritates the shit out of Ty.
Is it reasonable that you would then lose your job merely because two people accuse you of being a pedophile?
Objection form.
Yes, it's fair.
Is it possible
Sure.
that an investigator could collude with your accuser and find you guilty of being a pedophile and fire you.
Objection 4. That's assuming a lot about a company.
I know, but I need an answer to my question. If 4 people accuse you of being a pedophile, and the company does not conduct an investigation but simply fires you, is that a fair outcome?
Yes.
He asks a shit ton of hypothetical questions about what if a company did this or that, which are all things that don't even directly apply to this particular lawsuit, just straw manning the fuck out of the deposition.
Please understand, I'm not accusing you of anything in these questions. These are hypotheticals. What if the only way they heard about it in this last hypothetical is that your accusers contacted them privately and told them? Is that still a fair outcome? Let's walk down a little hypothetical with me.
I'm not sure. It's hypothetical.
Ty has to clarify the phrasings of his question so many times, and there are times where he just prattles on and on and on.
Okay. So if I understand what you're saying, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're saying that merely disagreeing is not harassment or an attack. Rephrase that. Sorry, I am putting words in your mouth. Let me not do that.
This is clearly the stupidest back and forth. It's getting absolutely nowhere. It's proving absolutely nothing. I know a lot of chuds genuinely believe that that's Ron's fault for taking Ty around in circles, but are we seriously not going to pay attention to the fact that it was entirely too fucking easy to rope-a-dope Ty? Like, Ty spends entirely too much time trying to extract the answer he wants out of Ron, and then he ties himself up in his own lasso, hurting himself in the confusion. And that's not just my uneducated opinion. Listen to the lawyers in the ALAB podcast talk about the way Ty conducted himself in this deposition to hear the way that other lawyers talk about how they perceived this.
Tell me one of those 3. Are they your tweets? And he goes, looks like it. So he goes, let me try one more time. I want a yes, a no, or I don't know. I didn't ask if it looked like it. I asked, are those your tweets? Have you, or if you prefer, did you post those tweets? It looks like I posted them. So Ron is dunking on him now. You are now getting fucking manhandled by
your own witness. Yeah,
by a witness that you should be annihilating here, right? So this fucking idiot cannot just get it done. And so if you can't handle authentication, I have to say, get the fuck off the bar. Get out of my deposition, you fucking dumbass.
Also, I just thought it was funny. Through this deposition, we learned that apparently Ty did not know what Instagram is.
Because I don't know what Instagram is, I'll ask the same question with regards to Instagram. Have you commented about Victor Mignogna on Instagram?
I'm not sure.
Also, here's a really stupid series of questions out of Ty, and I don't even really know how to set this up.
Do you ever remember things that didn't happen?
No.
How do you know?
Because if I wouldn't remember something that didn't happen.
Why not?
Objection 4.
Because that question doesn't even make sense.
That makes perfect sense. I'll rephrase it, though, if you need me to.
Sure.
Where the culture warriors and I agree is that this deposition is a complete waste of time, and by the end of it, we've learned absolutely nothing of value. Where we disagree, however, is that I don't believe this is totally Ron Toy's fault. Ty Beard is an absolute shit attorney, especially when it comes to defamation cases, because this is literally the first time he has ever done this in his life. He keeps asking the same question over and over again for an ungodly amount of time, never satisfied with an answer, never moving on, and has to be scolded by the opposing counsel for wasting everybody's time.
Ty, if you want to end it, that's fine. That's up to you. You're asking hypothetical questions of a fact witness who has not been designated to give any opinions in this case. He's not going to be designated to give any expert opinions or legal opinions in this case. They're not necessarily proper questions. They're hypothetical questions.
I don't know how any reasonable person listens to Ty Beard's insane prattling and decides Ron is the bigger problem here. As other lawyers have already stated, if Ty was actually a good lawyer, he would be better able to take control of the deposition and not let it get out of his hands this badly. But he did let it get out of hand because he's never done a defamation case before. And he's a bad lawyer. Well, now that we've gotten out of these absurd depositions, let's talk about the affidavit affidavits. Because if you're somebody who had a problem with hundreds and hundreds of people telling their stories about Vic on Twitter rather than reporting it, then this is the next best thing. Because plenty of people were willing to put their name into court record in a sworn written oath about their experiences with Vic. And boy, there's a lot of them. We've already discussed the twin sisters Teresa and Elizabeth Yost, as well as the subtitle editor at Funimation who felt that Vic had forced a kiss on her while on Funimation property. But do you remember that one story from earlier? Michelle from Twitter, who stated that Vic assaulted her in his house in the year 1989 while she was a sophomore in high school and he was her theater instructor. That wasn't just for show. She committed this story to court record as well, putting her money where her mouth is. And remember the IO9 article from much earlier? Remember the person who went by the name Rachel for the article? Turns out her name isn't actually Rachel. It's voice actor Kara Edwards, well known for her Dragon Ball roles as Videl, Goten, and Gotenks. Her stories are horrific and go into much greater detail now that she's submitted this deposition, including a time where Vic had been directing her in a show at Funimation, kept making weird passes at her, followed their recording session up with a text asking her to go to dinner, and her following up by saying yes, but never actually showing up. She later asked that on future episodes of the series she was working on, she could be directed by someone other than Vic, and she never worked with him again and does everything in her power to avoid him. She also notes how horrific the fan backlash has been since coming forward, even in the IO9 article, because people had already been able to piece together that it was her. And now, for the affidavits you haven't heard about yet. Following up on Kara Edwards' stories, Mary Reese, a staff member of multiple anime conventions for several years, stated that while at ShadowCon 2010, she watched Vic repeatedly try to get close to Kara and escort her up to her room, and was constantly trying to locate her and flirt with her. Kara had repeated her story to Mary about how Vic tried to force himself onto her and that nothing she said would make him stop. She also said that she was personally present when Mignogna demanded at the last minute that Kara's autograph table be moved into another room, seemingly as retaliation for rejecting him, a move which hurt her ability to interact with fans since it left Kara sitting all alone. I have also witnessed Mignogna grab Kara Edwards by the back of the head, pull her hair and her head backward forcibly. Mignogna was flirting with Kara and pulled her back, suggesting that they pose as if they were on the cover of a romance novel. But this was hardly the only time Mary, as a staff member, had interacted with Vic. Mignogna likes to make advances on females in their early 20s and younger. When I first met Mignogna, I actually thought he was gay based on his mannerisms, but soon learned that this was not the case, and I believe that is just an act to trick females to trust him more. I have witnessed Mignogna change his voice and behavior depending on who he is speaking with. When he is talking to fans, he changes his voice and demeanor to play one of the characters he voices or tries to sound feminine, making himself seem non-threatening. However, when fans are not around, he changes his voice and personality to someone that is very different than what the fans see. She recounts incidents where Vic acted like a diva over a broken wheel on his luggage at the airport, which affected the departure of 2 other guests, and that he demands his assistants buy him food and water and never reimburses anyone for these things. She states, I have witnessed him yell at staff about trivial things to the point that he makes them cry. At one point, he demanded that she help him at his autograph table by upselling his merchandise to every single fan that walked up to him. And finally, Mary describes a time at MetroCon 2017 where Vic insisted that he take a picture with her specifically, which she didn't want to do, but she did it anyway just to appease him. We took a photo together and he pushed his cheek next to mine while embracing me. After the first photo, Mignogna stated he did not like it and wanted to take a second photo. Mignogna then kissed me on my temple as he snapped the picture. I did not consent to this. I did not want to be kissed or embraced by Mignogna in any manner. Whitney Falba, a former staff member of Tekosho-Con, recalled working with Vic in 2007 and that he was miserable to work with and that she watched him touch people inappropriately. The physical affection from Mignogna I witnessed consisted of very close and tight hugs, longer than normal hugs, moving his hands down towards the lower backside of a female, and grabbing a woman's hair. I witnessed numerous guests look uncomfortable and scared during their exchanges at Mignogna's autograph table, and so much so that I requested a security guard to stand next to him to monitor his behavior after a few of these episodes. Whitney states that at one point Vic had gone missing and was not in the place where he was scheduled to be, only to find Vic alone in his hotel room with 3 underage teenage girls. After being located in his hotel room, I witnessed Mignogna's behavior and he appeared extremely angry, and his attitude was disturbing to me. His face was red and he appeared to have have been either screaming or crying, or both. Mignogna was incredibly rude to me and kept repeating that he hadn't done anything wrong or done anything to them. I had not accused him of anything yet at this point, and I believe his behavior was suspicious. This story is also backed up by a separate affidavit from convention staffer Lynn Hunt, saying she was part of the staff trying to locate the missing teenage girls. Lynn mentioned several other convention stories, saying she had witnessed Vic touch fans inappropriately as early as OhioCon 2003. Additionally, I heard over the radio channels between OhioCon staff and security that someone should step in and say something to him about his inappropriate touching of fans. She states that at an event in 2009, while in the green room with him, Lynn was hugged by Vic, who then followed up that hug with grabbing her rear end. I did not consent to being touched in this manner and felt violated and extremely upset after. Aside from more stories at more conventions of both inappropriate touching and rude behavior to staff members, she also mentions that during TekKoshoCon 2007, Vic had made weird moves toward Japanese voice actor Mari Iijima, possibly best known for her voice as Lin Minmei in Macross. He constantly made sexual advances and followed Miss Iijima to the point that the convention chair's Jim Gogol and head of security John Prager had to move her hotel room secretly and assign security detail to her with specific instructions to keep Mignogna away from her. The aforementioned John Prager also submitted his own affidavit corroborating the Mari Iijima story, adding that Miss Iijima notified Jim Gogol, CEO of Tekko at the time, that Mignogna had been stalking her and he was trying to get into her hotel room, meaning Mari herself made the request to have Vic kept away from her. Kelly Loftus submitted an affidavit in which she said she met Vic at KawaiiCon in 2014 in Hawaii. She approached Vic to get an autograph to give to a friend later. He began hitting on me, using a seductive voice and calling me things like princess, even though I was in a boy's baseball uniform. It was very uncomfortable, but I shrugged it off. Then they took a photo together. Mignogna was very handsy with me by grabbing me and holding me in a tight embrace flush against his body. That was the first picture. After taking the first picture, I stated, well, my friend's going to be angry because I know that she would be jealous I met Mignogna. Then Mignogna said, oh, let's make her really angry. I did not know what Mignogna meant, and he told me to look at the camera again. He tricked me and gave me a big and long kiss on the cheek for the second photo. I remember thinking, is something wrong with you? I am here for my friend. I am not a fan of yours. Faisal Ahmed, the CEO of KawaiiCon, noted in his own affidavit that he'd received email complaints about Vic from multiple attendees, including Kelly. Furthermore, he'd witnessed Vic be inappropriate with women and convention staff members for many years at other conventions. He notes that one year while at Anime Central, I saw Mignogna being overly friendly with a female cosplayer near the Funimation booth. The cosplayer looked very uncomfortable with his actions, and I witnessed her tell Mignogna that she needed to go. I then witnessed the cosplayer quickly try to run away from Mignogna, and it appeared to me that she was removing herself from the situation to avoid a confrontation. I went to Sarah Sullivan, an employee at Funimation at the time, and reported what I saw. Sarah Sullivan told me that this was normal for him. In response, I told her that if it happened at any one of my conventions and shows, then I would not allow him back. Sarah Sullivan looked extremely exhausted and told me that I can make a complaint about it if I wanted to. I told her, okay. I did not hear anything afterwards about my report regarding Mignogna. So based on Faisal's affidavit, somewhere around the year 2012, Funimation staff had not only been made aware of Vic's behavior at the very least by him, but that they had watched him do that all the fucking time. They were perfectly aware it was happening. Naisha Perry wrote in her affidavit that she'd attended BayouCon in Lake Charles, Louisiana in 2013. There, she watched Vic be inappropriate multiple times to a cosplayer named Dana Price. I witnessed Mignogna put his hands on Mrs. Price's leg and stroke her leg without her permission or consent. I witnessed Mrs. Price repeatedly try to cover her leg, and she looked very uncomfortable. Naisha then describes a staff and industry party they had all attended later, where Vic continued to make advances on Dana. During this party, I witnessed Vic walk up to Dana Price, grab her hair from the back with his hand, aggressively pull her backwards, and whisper into her ear. I did not hear what Mignogna said to Mrs. Price, but she was noticeably pissed, angry, uncomfortable, and upset. Mrs. Price did not consent to this. Mrs. Price was married at the time Mignogna made advances towards her. After this incident, all the members of Orion's Envy decided to set up a buddy system to make sure that no one was ever left alone near Mignogna. The same story is repeated in a separate affidavit by Emmett Plant, who also saw Vic grab Dana's hair and whisper into her ear. Honestly, it's starting to get concerning how often we hear about Vic grabbing women by the hair and yanking them back towards him. This is frankly too many women information from too many different places across too much time for it to all be a coordinated effort to discredit him. Then came an affidavit submitted by former Funimation employee Adam Sheehan. He starts with a pretty sick burn saying he is a talented voice actor, but he is very difficult to work with. Often his talent is not worth the trouble of employing him. Eventually, his poor and inappropriate behavior outweighed his talent.
You don't speak to me that way, because I'm the fucking talent!
Adam also said that Vic would contact him begging for work in anime or convention appearances, even though Adam was not usually the guy to be contacted to instigate or coordinate those things. After seeing the way Vic behaves at conventions, Adam says, I witnessed Mignogna hugging, kissing, and touching fans, including minors, in a way that I believe is inappropriate. I have seen him interact with fans at conventions, and it appears to me that he intentionally puts his hands on women's bodies. Adam also states, Mignogna has a tendency to lie. For example, he told me he was close friends with the actor William Shatner. I am aware that William Shatner has publicly denied this. Mignogna also misrepresents his age and tells people he is younger than he really is. And lastly, and quite possibly most damning, Adam tells us, while I was employed at Funimation, Funimation installed a security lock system to separate employees from the voice actors in the recording studio. Other employees and I referred to the locks as Vic locks. How bad does your reputation have to be for you to do all kinds of shit that would get any other person an immediate sit down with HR? And not only does your job have to install internal door locks to prevent the kind of behavior you're known for doing, but the employees have named the door locks after you. Because let's be clear, Adam left the company in 2014, and these locks were installed while he was still working at the company. The CEO of Kawaii Con reported Vic to a Funimation employee in about the year 2012, who responded that his bad behavior was just something he did all the fucking time. Bare minimum. By the time of Vic's lawsuit, Funimation had clearly known about the things Vic had been doing to people for at least 7 years, if not longer. And finally, Vic's own ex-fiancée, Michelle Specht, also submitted what is perhaps the most heartbreaking affidavit of all. And rather than writing a detailed explanation of a series of events, she instead submits a sworn email that she had sent to Vic in March of 2019, featuring 2 pages full of her grievances with him. If you ever get the chance, you owe it to yourself to read the whole thing top to bottom, but for my money, here's some of the most heinous shit to come from it. You had regular exchanges of intimate, romantic, and sexually explicit messages, pictures, even videos between yourself and countless women, strangers, acquaintances, fans, and friends. Even got blowjobs and more from a few whenever available. But you loved me, right? You paid for hookers at some out-of-town events you didn't already have companionship scheduled, and utilized mutual friends to research and book them for you. But you loved me, right? You systematically targeted dozens upon dozens of fangirls, most at least half your age, with whom you first build trust, some over long periods of time online, some in a matter of minutes in person, and made each one feel so very special and chosen with the endless charm, attention, and mask of sincerity that abounds when you want something. Seduced them, propositioned them, and turned them into convention fucks, doing so in every city and every country you went to, calling me afterwards like you always did before you went to bed, sometimes with them still in the room. But you loved me, right? You used your Star Trek Continues and con buddies as regular wingmen at conventions to help arrange these hookups, fucking your way from one cosplayer to another, one group to the next, telling each one, I don't usually do this, there's just something about you, convincing them you didn't need to use condoms because they were the only one, or don't worry, I'm taken care of, after which you would come home and slip into our bed beside me as if nothing had happened. But you loved me, right? You started several serious second relationships, additional long-term girlfriends, the whole time we were living together and engaged, flew them out to spend the weekend with you at events, took them on romantic trips out of town, spent major holidays and birthdays with them when you were too busy working to be with me or my family, created secret contact names in your phone to keep them hidden, carved time and energy out of our life to focus on them, built serious emotional relationships with them, and told them how much you loved them every day. But you loved loved me, right? You turned my concerns about flirtatious and overly intimate interactions I myself witnessed, and that others told me they witnessed, into opportunities to be offended and affronted, to respond in anger and sometimes aggression. Flipped the situations so that I would seem delusional or even crazy, as if I was the one who couldn't let go or forget. When will that shit be done with? When will it be over? When will I finally be forgiven? But you loved me, right? I spent the last year thinking the reconciliation of suffering and healing was mine to do alone, assuming all those participating in your hidden exploits did so consensually. But private wounds were cracked open by the public declarations of other women speaking up about the harassment or abuse you inflicted upon them. And since the few who came forward openly, so very many more have reached out privately to me and others close to us, all of them in tears, pain, and shame. Colleagues, cosplayers, fans, one of whom was underage at the time of her experience with you, and most heartbreaking of all, members of our own Star Trek Continues family. That's members S, plural. In response to Michelle's deeply heartbreaking email to Vic, paragraphs upon paragraphs of her pouring out her grief and despair to him, Vic replies with only 6 sentences. I am only now beginning to understand the depth of the pain I caused you, and the weight of it is nearly unbearable. I'm so ashamed and so deeply sorry. Those words don't even come close to sufficing. I'm working with a counselor and I'm fully committed to healing. There is so much I want to say, but I need to get further along in this process to have a clearer perspective. I do hope you're praying for me versus for my destruction. Even in his response to his deeply pained former fiancée, all he gives her is that he's going to counseling, and he sure hopes that she doesn't want him destroyed. At the end of it all, he's still really only worried about himself. Michelle's letter to Vic paints the broadest picture imaginable of what kind of a person he is. He's a guy who thrives off of the power trip of wooing women, manipulating them, and tricking them. He'll say whatever he needs to say in order to get sex from anyone he wants. Tells anyone whatever they want to hear to make it happen. It is constant, unceasing. He dangerously runs around without using protection, putting countless partners at risk for any number of things. And on top of all that, depending on where this happened, Michelle has potentially accused Vic of committing a crime by having some kind of an experience with a minor. Despite the fact that his own fiance worked with him on his Star Trek Continues fan series, even that didn't stop him from having sexual experiences with multiple other women working in some capacity on the show. I do not know how to put this to you guys any more plainly. To reiterate, 14 different people were willing to step forward and put their names on legal documents declaring Vic to be the exact person that everybody has always said that he is, with several of those people corroborating one another's stories, meaning it wasn't always just one person who saw a particular event happen. Vic has been more than willing to do all of this shit out in the open for everybody to see for decades. He just felt too untouchable for too long, with absolutely zero fear of receiving any repercussions for his actions. Every time you think it can't get worse, it somehow keeps getting worse. This is not some large-scale coordinated attack. This was not a massive, decades-long conspiracy to destroy a man's life. It's not a mass delusion by a bunch of blue-haired whales on the internet. And it's definitely not hundreds upon hundreds of people over 15 or more years making shit up for attention. If at this point you believe that literally every single person, hundreds of people, including over a dozen of whom were willing to give statements under penalty of perjury, all of them were lying about shit Vic Mignogna has done to them, rather than the possibility that maybe just one guy is kind of a fucking asshole, then there is zero hope for you. You're way too far gone. You're stuck in a parasocial relationship with a guy who voiced a cartoon character you really like, and you just want to believe that all cancel culture is bullshit. But we're not talking about a guy with 1 or 2 misunderstandings. I'd be totally with you if that was the case, but that is not the scenario we are talking about right now. We are way past the point of giving this guy the benefit of the doubt. Feel free to harp on cancel culture all you want when it involves guys with very little bad shit coming up about them. Feel free free to trust but verify. But you gotta choose your battles, man. This is not that guy. Your rage bait YouTubers and Nick Rekieta took you for a ride, actively lying and misleading you about who your poster child against cancel culture was supposed to be. And you absolutely fell for it. And it's okay to say, damn man, they really fucking got me. I know how embarrassing it is to be wrong. And this time, for all of you I stand with Vic people, you were wrong. But it's never too late to accept new information and change your mind. Changing your mind doesn't make you bad or weak or stupid. It means you were smart enough to hear the whole thing out and come to the conclusion that you didn't have enough information before, but now you do. And some of you may be thinking, well, if I accept that Vic is actually the creep everybody says he is, then that would mean I aligned myself with Mars Girl, and I wouldn't want to be caught dead doing that. No, don't do that. Deciding to believe that true and real things are in fact true and real does not suddenly put you into a blood pact with me. Feel free to keep hating me all you want. Hate all the times I've dyed my hair, everything I say and do on the internet, call me fat and ugly, dunk on my politics. I genuinely do not care. Although frankly, I've found that most people choosing to use the fat comment rather than actually coming up with an argument are usually finding themselves in a position of self-loathing. Your opinion of me as a person should have absolutely zero reflection on you coming to the true and real conclusion that Vic Mignogna is in fact an actual whole and complete piece of shit. Anyway, we've still got to finish up this lawsuit nonsense. At one point, fellow voice actor Chuck Huber submitted an affidavit on behalf of Vic. It was meant to be a sworn statement of support intended to help bolster Vic's reputation and maybe even discredit the reputation of Funimation if he's lucky. And bless his heart, he tried. For whatever reason, Chuck kept peppering Chris Sabat's name into this affidavit. Again, he is completely unrelated to this lawsuit, but it seems like Vic's team is working desperately hard to weasel in a conspiracy that Chris had something, anything at all, to do with Vic getting his contract with Funimation canceled. Mind you, nothing in the affidavit actually says this. It just says his name a lot. Chuck says he's worked for Chris at Funimation's partner studio Okratron 5000. He first heard Vic's name while talking to Chris in about 2003, and that Chris didn't like Vic's Christianity and maybe Vic was gay even. That Chris expressed that he was of the opinion that Vic was a pedophile. That Chris and other Funimation employees had long-standing negative opinions about Vic. That Chris was one of many people who didn't like Vic's support of Donald Trump. That if you fall out of favor with certain people, including Chris, then you might not get rehired as a voice actor. That he once sent Chris a text and that Chris responded back saying, if this has anything to do with Vic, I will not talk about it. That Chris handled casting and recording most of Dragon Ball. That Chris talked directly to Toei, who owns Dragon Ball. That people feel like lots of projects need Chris's approval. That Chris has more influence at Funimation than Vic does. States a second time that he's heard Chris and Sean Schemmel call Vic a pedophile numerous times. That Chris and several other people felt Todd Haberkorn could be in danger of not working for Funimation again after following Vic by also hiring Ty Beard for a defamation case that never ended up happening. That he talked to then Funimation CEO Gen Fukunaga about being concerned about Chris trying to destroy his career, and Gen told Chuck he didn't believe him, and that Chuck and his wife fear retaliation from Chris for submitting this affidavit. Chuck mentioned Chris Sabat by name 24 times, and I'm not sure how he thought this was supposed to help him. If anything, Chuck has just backed up the idea that Vic had already had a really bad reputation, that he'd had a bad reputation for years, and that Funimation was perfectly well aware of it, which makes it kind of fucking weird that nobody canceled Vic's contract sooner. Like, he just keeps making it obvious that Vic was completely insufferable and his reputation preceded him. He names Chris, Sean, Monica, Jamie, amongst other unnamed people, all as people who have had something negative to say about Vic. He even says that Vic would never get a directing job at Funimation because he was such a douche. I don't know how else to to break it to you, if you are hoping to help somebody prove that they do not have a negative reputation within their fans and in their industry, I don't know why you would list a shit ton of examples of half a dozen people voicing negative opinions of Vic for years on end. He also confirms the idea that at one point in time, Funimation was pretty hug and kiss friendly. But then Sony came along in 2017 and introduced a no hugs policy, which again indicates a huge shift in Funimation's workplace culture once big boy Sony got involved. Chuck says he'd heard rumors that actresses were recast for refusing sexual advances by Funimation employees, adding, "I also heard that actresses who participated in sex with Funimation/Okratron 5000 employees were cast in roles." He never says which actresses, and he never says which employees, but Chuck is definitely hoping that even though he didn't say it, you will automatically think this is Chris Sabat's fault because he has peppered his name throughout the affidavit so many times. So now, sight unseen, the culture war part of the internet has immediately jumped to the conclusion that Chris Sabat had a casting couch at Funimation, even though Chuck didn't actually fucking say that. You know one guy we do know about, though? Remember Junie Tyson Zodiac War? The one and only show Vic ever directed? Remember Chelsea Beard? Remember Chelsea Beard? Like, we actually have proof of that one. She was just some random fangirl that Vic was dating on the side while engaged to Michelle Specht. Her name is in the fucking credits. Remember how Kara Edwards said that she was directed by Vic on a certain project and that he wouldn't stop flirting with her during the recording session and he tried to take her out to dinner afterwards? Remember how Vic has pretty much only ever directed Junie Tyson? You know how Kara Edwards also has a role in Junie Tyson? Thank God Kara was able to get out of that scenario, which could have really gone sideways had she not asked for a different director later. But I think we have enough information to conclude that yes, Chuck, maybe Funimation did have a casting couch. And you know who was responsible for that? The guy you're fucking trying to help out right now. Chuck even says further unhelpful things like, "I talked with Vic about sex addiction and advised him to speak with his counselor about it. I now believe his sexual activity and infidelities are more closely associated to the common narcissism and ego from men in his position." He even said that in his conversation with former CEO Gen Fukunaga, as Vic was gearing up to do a lawsuit, Gen thought Vic was going to lose. And perhaps the least helpful statement in the entire affidavit reads, "I believe Vic utilized his position of privilege in shameful ways in attempts to obtain sex." You've sunk him, Chuck! Vic is supposedly your friend, and you've sunk him! That's the exact thing that Vic is trying to prove to the court that he does not do, and you went and told the court that that's exactly what he does. Of course, this is the same Chuck Huber who was later caught in an audio recording further shit-talking Vic.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the guy was doing incredibly shameful things that should have been taken down. Yeah, his biggest issue was he hired probably the scummiest lawyers. A bunch of people were like, we can make money off of this. Oh, really? It's naive. It's like a 12-year-old. As long as you treat Vic like he's a 12-year-old boy, and you're okay.
Of course, the whole affidavit was weird from the start. Chuck had also hired Ty Beard to be his attorney in his divorce from his wife. But in early 2020, Ty dropped Chuck as a client. 3 years later, we get this crazy-ass tweet from Chuck saying, "I'm not saying they offered pro bono and then used my custody case to try and manipulate me because they are terrible people. And then once I dismissed them, they then threatened to contact the judge and fuck with my children. But that is something one could imagine." Oh, excuse me? So what Chuck here is insinuating is that the entire time, Chuck was just writing this insane affidavit as a favor in order to get a free lawyer in his divorce? Is that why Chuck had originally been on the victim's side of things? Even tweeting in February 2019, "My friend Jamie is clear and truthful. She is also incredibly strong." But then suddenly by March 2019, he was trying to help Vic's case alongside identified Ty Beard? Was it the free lawyer that changed your mind, Chuck? Was it? This is also one of those shitty legal documents from Vic's legal team. Chuck lists 83 things that he specifically wants the court to know about, except that bullet points numbers 19 and 20, 26 through 28, 53 through 56, and 59 are all mysteriously missing. And then he listed number 81 twice. So really, doing some adding and subtracting, I guess he's only listed 74 points. But there was another much bigger problem with the affidavit, and once again, it has something to do with signatures. And not just for Chuck, but also for Vic's own affidavit, which we referenced earlier, and a third affidavit from one Chris Slatosh, the owner of the Dragon Ball themed convention KamehaCon, who tried to give a helping hand to Vic by insinuating that Ron and Monica both tried to influence whether or not Vic would appear at his convention that year. We already know about Vic's really weird and fucked up digital signature, but on top of that, all three people, Vic, Chuck, and Chris, seem to have signed their affidavits on August 30th. Well, did they? All three of these people came into Ty Beard's offices in Tyler, Texas, where we know for a fact that Ty was on that day. Well, sure, okay, it's possible. I mean, Tyler, Texas is hundreds of miles from where each of these guys live. We're talking at least 2 hours of driving for even one of them to have made it to Ty's office. But sure, you could do it. We know Vic didn't sign this himself, obviously, clearly, and admittedly, we don't know where Chuck was on August 30th, however unlikely his appearance at Ty's office might have been, but we do know where Chris Slatosh was: San Japan! Multiple people confirmed to the court that Chris Slatosh was at an anime convention in San Antonio, Texas on August 30th. That's almost a 6-hour drive away from Tyler, Texas. It would be extremely unreasonable to believe that Chris was in both of these places that day. Furthermore, the affidavits were still filed late. You possibly faked a bunch of signatures and you still couldn't get them submitted on time? So Ty asked for a filing extension. He then slapped the affidavits onto the end of some other court filings as if that's how you get affidavits submitted, which it isn't. And then Ty filed a motion to withdraw those affidavits entirely, probably because he made a big legal oopsie. And just days later, there's a court hearing where these affidavits come up. And I swear to God, this conversation is true. The judge asks, and then you've withdrawn those because there was an issue with the notary? Ty says, yes. The judge asks, what was the issue with the notary? And Ty replies, I was the notary, and I thought I could notarize it based on a telephone call knowing the affiants, and that turned out to be wrong. A little later on, the judge himself says, obviously, you're trying to get around the rules. Of course he is. Notary by phone isn't a thing. You either have to be physically present in front of somebody in order to have something notarized to prove that you were there to make it official, or you have to go through a whole video conference thing and physically watch them sign it, which is not what happened. And Ty just outright admits he just did it by calling all three of them up and asking, hey, are we cool to sign this? Yeah, man, let's do it. And then he just forged these signatures thinking he could get away with it. It's incredible that Ty did not get sanctioned for having done this, especially when the judge himself told Ty that he believed he was trying to skirt the rules. The court hearings were hilarious too. I don't know how often Ty Beard has had to stand before a judge, but his demeanor sort of indicates it's pretty infrequent. In the very first court hearing, another member of Vic's legal team had seemingly been doing all of the talking to the judge, while Ty Beard was busy sitting down. Until finally near the end, this conversation happens. Your Honor, are you a lawyer? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm Ty Beard. I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay, I thought you were the client. Okay. I'm senior partner of our firm, so perfect. Okay. You should be standing up doing this. Ty Beard, the senior partner at his law firm leading Vic Mignogna's case, decided to sit out the majority of his first hearing and then thought he could suddenly address the judge while sitting down, not even bothering to stand up in front of the guy. In the major hearing on September 6th, where the judge was expected to rule on various parts of the case, there's moments here where Ty shows up with another lawyer he's brought into the case much later, and they both stumble over each other trying to answer the judge, and the judge replies with, well, I mean, one of y'all probably needs to figure out who is doing this argument. There are lots of times the judge just asks Ty basic shit and he hurts himself in the confusion. I didn't ask you about a deposition, did I? You did not. Let me back up if I may. We did not get affidavits because those parties were not friendly to us. Okay, don't make up some other excuse like it's in the rule somewhere. I got confused. I misunderstood. I got myself rattled. Sorry about that. Okay. Or like this conversation, who is her employee? Funimation is her employee? No, I'm sorry, my mistake. Funimation has a vicarious liability problem. She does not. Am I not being clear? No, I'm not listening, Your Honor. I'm sorry. It helps if you do. Yes, I agree. When talking about whether it was the defendants calling up anime conventions to get Vic Mignogna canceled from them, the judge asks, but you don't have any evidence that they called any of these other people? No, I'm drawing a rational inference. Anybody could have called them. Agreed, but we know they did. No, you don't. You don't know if they called any of these other people. There's a point where Ty tries to reference one of the affidavits he attempted and failed to properly submit, but he just goes fumbling around for it in all of his paperwork, completely unable to locate it. All right, we have the real devastating evidence, which is Mr. Slaytosh with Kameha-Khan. In Slaytosh's affidavit, here it is. I've got it. No, I don't. At one point, one of the other lawyers has to sit here and explain what the definition of malice is, because Ty Beard seems to be under the assumption that the legal definition of actual malice is really just the same thing as malice, which it isn't. It doesn't matter whether or not the tweets in question were made maliciously. I'm sure many people tweeting their stories about Vic were rightfully very upset at him. No, actual malice would mean that the people making those tweets know for a fact that what they were tweeting was a lie, or they didn't do enough due diligence to check to make sure whether or not they were true. And as far as Ty was able to prove, he couldn't get any evidence of actual malice happening in those tweets. Then the judge has to explain how stupid the claim of conspiracy is, especially when the claim is that when some of the defendants were liking other people's tweets about Vic, it meant that they were all in on a conspiracy. The judge has to talk to Ty like he's talking to a 5-year-old. So basically, two people that agree on a comment to a news article are in a conspiracy with regard to their comments? At a prima facie level, I believe so, Your Honor. But there is other context. But I'm just saying, I post on some article about something in the New York Times and somebody else agrees with my comment, we're now in a conspiracy? If you're both attacking the same person, I'd say you are. I mean, conspiracy might be... It depends on what you said, obviously. That doesn't make any sense. If somebody republishes a statement that you published, they're on the hook for it for slander also, but that doesn't mean it's a conspiracy. No, and that's not the only evidence we have. I mean, but as well... But, Your Honor, it's rational to infer that there's a conspiracy. I mean, people post pictures of their cat on Facebook and I like them. You know, I hit like. I'm not in a conspiracy with that person because I liked their cat photo. Well, Your Honor, there's no... And I'm not saying I even like cats. I'm just saying that I liked your picture, and it's not a conspiracy. I agree, Your Honor, but here's the thing. There's no such thing as a tort for posting cat photos. Or how about when Ty confirms to the judge that he has literally no evidence that anybody Vic is suing interfered with his convention appearances? Your position is that Miss Markey interfered with all 11 conventions that are listed on Defendant's Exhibit 9? No, sir. Okay, so she didn't interfere. Is there one on there that you could point to that she interfered with? No, sir. As we sit here today, you cannot point the court to any one of these conventions that you contend that Miss Markey interfered with? No, sir. When you filed the lawsuit in April of 2019, did you have any evidence that Miss Rial interfered with any of the conventions on this list? I don't believe this is a complete list, but the ones listed here, I do not. All right. What about with regard to Mr. Toy? When the lawsuit was filed in April of 2019, did you believe that Mr. Toy had interfered with any of the conventions that are listed on Defendant's Exhibit 9? I believed it to be true, but I have no direct evidence of that. As you sit here today, do you have direct evidence that Mr. Toy interfered with any of the conventions on Exhibit 9? No, sir. Are none of you secondhand embarrassed by any of this shit. This isn't even a difference of the defendants playing chess while Ty is playing checkers. This is an extremely easy game of checkers, and Ty never learned the rules to play checkers. To make matters worse, this was one of the last major deciding hearings of the case, and despite it being his lawsuit, Vic Mignogna seemingly didn't think it was important enough to show up. Monica and Jamie did, and they were rewarded by having all of the counts against Jamie dismissed entirely, with the rest of the counts against the other parties to be determined later. The entire mess with this hearing, Vic not showing up, and Ty being a bumbling idiot, resulted in the Dallas Morning News reporting it as, in anime's #MeToo movement, Vic Mignogna is a no-show at Tarrant County hearing, and his case is mostly an unholy mess. I am an especially big fan of writer Sharon Grigsby's sentence reading, given the high-stakes issues in play, it's troubling that the case has turned into a circus. Reports from people sitting in the audience listening to this hearing say that Ty was literally visibly sweating throughout it, and that he had the judge covering his face with both hands at one point. The lawsuit, as I'm sure you understand by now, had garnered a lot of attention online. Like, an unexpectedly large amount of people had showed up at the courtroom to hear this. Apparently, one fan of Vic could be overheard in the lobby saying, "It didn't go as planned." One of the arguments during this hearing was whether or not Vic was some kind of a public figure. He obviously is, given he was just in an incredibly high-profile animated film with a wide theatrical release where he played the titular character of the movie. But the argument that Ty wanted to make was that he wasn't, in order to prove that the defamation caused more damage or whatever. So while Monica and Ron's lawyer was trying to argue that, yes, of course, Vic is a public figure, the judge reportedly motioned his hands towards the audience, saying, "I think he qualifies as a limited public figure." At one point, the judge had already dismissed the count of defamation against Jamie. A bunch of time passed, a bunch more of Jamie's counts were dismissed, and then Ty Beard comes back in asking, "Your Honor, defamation is dismissed as well?" And the judge goes, "I said that a long time ago." And then after this hearing, everybody else's counts of defamation and tortious interference were also dismissed on October 4th. A total of 17 counts, every single issue brought up against every single defendant in this lawsuit were completely thrown out.
We've literally lost the case, every single thing.
I think one great thing to note from the filing of the judge's dismissal is the part that reads, "The court finds that defendants have shown by a preponderance of evidence that the communications related to plaintiffs' causes of action relate to a public concern, and the communications involve allegations of conduct by plaintiff that relate to the health and safety, environmental, economic, or community well-being. Additionally, the court finds that plaintiff has failed to establish, by clear and specific evidence, a prima facie case for each element of his defamation cause of action against all defendants." So basically, Vic is a public figure. The defense proved that he was a big enough concern to the public that they should be allowed to talk about him, and that Vic's legal team didn't bring any evidence to prove that anything any of the defendants said was in any way defamatory. It is also basically cleared up that we can, in fact, call Vic Mignogna a predator and a sex pest, because those things are opinions. We can't call him a convicted predator, because that wouldn't be factually true, but simply calling him a predator all on its own isn't defamatory. Not only that, but all of these counts were dismissed with prejudice, meaning that Vic will not be able to sue any of these people for the same reasons ever again. And since this lawsuit happened in Texas, where there's an extremely strong version of a slap law in place, that means that not only will Vic Mignogna not collect $1 million from the people he sued, but now he has to pay all the attorney and court fees of everybody he sued as punishment for wasting everybody's time. And at the time of the dismissal, that meant $238,042. Get wrecked. Unfortunately, in the midst of all of this sort of wrapping up, as you can imagine, things started to get hairy for a while from Vic's biggest fans. Or maybe just people who hate victims and or women and cancel culture or whatever. So, no surprise, both the Dallas Morning News reporter and Judge John C. Chupp The guy making decisions about the trial also started receiving death threats. In the case of the judge, he used to have a dormant Facebook page, which suddenly started getting flooded with harassment. The judge himself brought up his own death threats during court in an attempt to try to tell the lawyers to make their fan bases calm the fuck down. The judge shared a screenshot of one particular email he received, mailed to the webmaster of TarrantCounty.com. Like the incredible super genius he is, hello, I just wanted to let you know that Judge Chupp is a brain-dead moron, and I sincerely hope that someone falsely accuses him of rape. You are the cause of school shootings, you are the cause of suicides, you are the cause of injustice and hate and violence. Judge Chupp just let a group of open criminals go free. Shame on your kangaroo court. When people start uprising, I hope your court is the first thing targeted. Yes, I'm sure that definitely helped Vic Mignogna and in no way affected how much money the judge decided he owes. Vic's public image has certainly been saved by the one and only master of pirates. Now, if we lived in a fair and just world, this should have been where the whole thing ended. Hell, it should have never come this far in the first place. But of course, Vic and his legal team can't leave well enough alone. In fact, Ty Beard indicated that they were planning on taking this lawsuit into appeals by tweeting out just one word, halftime. Now, to any reasonable person, this looks like the dumbest thing you could do. Ty has clearly proven he operates the smartest law firm in Texas.
First of all, I think even the dumbest law firm in Texas could win this case.
But now, after bumbling and sweating and leaving Judge Chupp to put his face into his hands during a hearing, Ty thinks he's gonna go in there and sweep up in the appeals process. You've got to be kidding me. But a good chunk of the chuds believed it. People still clung to Ty and Nick's every word. They were convinced that Judge Chupp was just a simp, beta cuck, and surely the appeals court was going to see how horrifically they massacred their boy. They kept donating to Vic's GoFundMe. They just kept doing it until the GoFundMe campaign finally closed in 2024. In 2024, they kept donating until it peaked at nearly $292,000. Money that has gone into an account directed at Ty Beard's law firm for almost 5 years. And frankly, during the appeals, Ty actually had very little to do with any of it. There were other lawyers working on Vic's behalf from that point on, probably because of how badly Ty dropped the ball. Part of the reason why the chuds kept the dream alive for so long was that they were convinced that going into appeals meant that this was going to be some kind of a do-over, or that Vic's legal team was going to be able to finally submit all of the evidence that Ty Beard fantastically bungled getting into the trial the first time. But that's not how appeals work. You can't submit new evidence to the lawsuit during the appeals. You're just sending the exact same lawsuit with the exact same materials you already submitted to a new set of judges to look them over and decide whether or not the first guy got it right. Now, at this point, I don't feel like dragging the appeals part of this lawsuit any longer. It was extremely long and extremely boring, and it took several years before we finally were fucking done with it. Basically, much like Vic's real-life experiences with women, judges kept telling him no, and his lawyers kept trying to push it farther anyway. It went to appeals. The judges denied it, basically saying Judge Chupp got it right the first time. Then Vic's legal team said, well, you guys, we're taking this all the way to the Texas Supreme Court, and we'll see what they have to say. And then the Texas Supreme Court also said, well, no, your lawsuit is bogus, and the only thing to disagree on is how much money we think Vic should pay to the defendants. In fact, maybe he should be paying them more money. And again, all this time, Vic's fees to his own legal team have to be through the roof. It's estimated that he went way over the amount donated to his GoFundMe in the middle of his trial. Remember how he was supposed to donate any overage to charity? Guess what's definitely never gonna happen at this point. And so finally, when everything was all said and done, Vic finally had to stop appealing and accept defeat. In February 2024, the final judgment for the amount he has to pay just to Monica and Ron, totaling all fees involved, is $376,593.93, accruing at 18% interest. Just for Monica and Ron alone, because Vic decided he wanted to keep fucking around in appeals, he now owes over $238,000 more than he did to all parties involved when the case was first dismissed in 2019. Just the cost to pay Monica and Ron is more than the amount that the Vic Kicks Back GoFundMe ever raised. To follow that up, we do not know the full extent of the results of how much Vic has to pay the other two parties, but it's clear that Jamie Markey and Vic came to some sort of an agreement that worked out well for Jamie, because on February 8th, she tweeted, "Thank you for all the support over the last 5 years. After reaching a mutual agreement, it's finally over. I don't know about you, but I plan on swimming in champagne." Also, Sam Johnson, Jamie's attorney, is a badass. As for Funimation, we may never learn how much money Vic owes them. We don't even know if they, or rather Crunchyroll, now that Funimation has been Kirby absorbed into their company, will ever come calling to collect. It could be that the win over Vic will just be to set an example that you may want to think twice before you fuck around and find out. We may never know, but if they wanted to, I'm sure their share would also be more than you can imagine. Vic lost spectacularly. His case went so tits up that lawyers online are now reporting that they use his case to teach law school students exactly what not to do. Just as one example, Dr. William Biggs, a professor at West Texas A&M University, has written an extensive article for hopeful studiers of the law titled "Botched: What Mignogna versus Funimation Teaches Us About the Danger of Attempting to Rehabilitate a Public Image by Suing for Defamation." And that title is true. That was definitely a dangerous move. It was so big and brash and stupid that people who had never heard of Vic before in their life simply listened to the evidence presented in court and now believe, thanks to just the words that came out of his own mouth, that he is definitely a sex pest. And imagine thinking you're going to get your career back by suing your former employer. Nobody's going to want to hire a guy that everybody knows is going to get litigious on you. Even if they didn't think he did anything wrong, you just can't trust that this guy's not gonna stir up shit for the company at some point. You will hear people boo-hooing about the results of this case all over the internet. They blame the judge for being biased, that surely somebody got paid off somewhere in the process. Vic himself has spurred on the idea that he didn't get his day in court because it didn't get all the way up to a jury. But he did have his day in court, and the court decided it was too frivolous a lawsuit to even put in front of a jury. That's exactly what the Texas Citizens Participation Act is supposed to do, and in this case it worked exactly as intended. Nobody was found innocent or guilty. Nobody is going to jail. Even after all this, even after proving that nobody defamed Vic, this still doesn't mean he's been convicted of any crimes, and I think it's important that everybody understands that, because a good chunk of the internet definitely doesn't. With all of the information that came out about this man in court, I dare say that there's enough sickening shit to make you think that there are things that he has done to people that should absolutely be investigated as crimes. But unfortunately, as I've discussed earlier, we do not live in a world where that is very realistic. In the case of Michelle, Vic's student whom he assaulted in 1989, her case is long past the statute of limitations, which is probably true for a lot of people that Vic has interacted with. And in other cases, look at the three-ring circus and deeply disturbing online harassment campaigns that cropped up just because people dared to say anything at all. For as much as any of us, myself included, would love to see somebody finally come forward and press charges on Vic, we cannot force anybody to do that. All we can do now is point to this mountain of evidence that has been provided to us through Vic's own lawsuit, a mountain that we never would have seen in the first place had he not decided to sue people, and just hope that all of that evidence speaks for itself when it comes to working with and interacting with him. Chapter 5, subsection C, crazy shit that happened during the time of the lawsuit. The vitriol and bad faith arguments getting thrown around from mid to late 2019 were pretty intense. Vic had really started to warm up to a lot of chuds on YouTube. He did nothing to curb the imagery of himself and his legal team seeming to appear as this completely unstoppable rock star force. Ty Beard and Nick Rekieta were starting to show up to conventions with Vic where they'd sit around in the lobby smoking stogies together. Hell, even Ty Beard started signing autographs as if he has any business doing that. Of course, a lot of this was happening at Anime Matsuri, a convention in Houston, Texas with a reputation so shit that none of the rest of the anime industry ever shows up to it anymore. Not even Sentai Filmworks, the anime company based out of Houston. Honestly, somebody should do their own whole separate video just on the lore around Anime Matsuri. That in and of itself would be a fucking trip and a half. Anyway, Anime Matsuri in 2019 decided to invite all of the biggest I Stand With Vic YouTubers out to their convention and gave them tables and panels. They stuck them all together on one big panel that they titled For the Fans.
And that's the thing that drives me crazy, right? Is who in their right mind today actually would be an open misogynist publicly, for example, or an open racist in polite society? I mean, people just don't do that. And, well, yeah. That's an open society, yeah.
If you ever wonder what the climate of anime conventions was like in 2019, this should give you an indication, because Nick Rekieta and Ty Beard had so fully convinced the internet that they were the righteous heroes of the story, rather than the lying grifters that they were able to fill a room with shitty people that you can now confidently confirm will never be safe to talk to about sexual assault. Similarly, as time went on, Vic's fanbase started to slowly have cute teenage girls replaced by dudes who probably have a whole lot of opinions about women. One tactic that many people had started using was attempting to discredit Vic's victims and anyone who stood up for them by pulling up other things about them to prove that none of them were perfect people either. Part of this was spurred on by the lawsuit itself, wherein they tried to say that consensual photos between happy actors is totally the same thing as having to play along with a creepy guy that you'd rather not have to get along with because your job depends on it. Similarly, the lawsuit also brought up how sinful and disgusting Funimation was as a company because they released the disgustingly sinful anime Panty and Stocking, with the titular heroes played by both Jamie and Monica, wholly forgetting that 1, it's fiction, and 2, Vic was in it too. At one point in August of 2019, somebody forwarded Nick Rekieta some unreleased audio of a bunch of the Dragon Ball Z actors just sort of dicking around in the booth, with some of that audio being admittedly pretty damn crass and offensive, and at the time it made an incredibly huge pop online. I'll share some of that in just a second, just as an example, although admittedly, I definitely don't feel like I can play some of the worst parts of it. Just to prepare you though, none of this was at all in any way officially attached to any official Funimation or Toei project. There's no video to go along with it. It's not even one of those crazy outtakes reels you sometimes get on DVD or Blu-ray. It's just a bunch of actors fucking around and saying crazy shit as their characters, probably recorded in the mid to late 2000s. Okay, well, here's just a handful of examples of that audio.
Popo, come closer. I feel my time is near, and I've never been with a man before. Apply the sacred ointment, Popo.
Oh, yes, Kami. Well, you know, I wouldn't keep anything from my fans. Not even this gorgeous cock.
Yeah, I'm carrying a few extra pounds around myself. Not much time to work out. Keeping them happy is a full-time job. Especially that bitch on the right. God damn, you try to keep that bitch happy? It's impossible. I just give her food, I give her presents, I give her rings, I give her any... I'm sorry.
Okay, we're back. Most of that is just, pretty fucking stupid. Some of it is funny, some of it definitely isn't. Some of the things you didn't hear included things like slurs to describe gay people, and yes, that shit absolutely sucks. But boy, did people have a lot of opinions about it at the time, and the biggest point of contention from people seemed to be that if Funimation staff and actors are fucking around and saying dirty things in the voices of their Dragon Ball characters, then that totally makes them as bad as Vic Mignogna, and thus they're all a bunch of hypocrites.
I think what has made this to be a big deal
is the hypocrisy when it comes to Vic Mignogna. If Vic Mignogna, that had never existed, if all that just been gone, I don't think people were just like, oh my God, I can't believe they said this, ha ha, he he, and everything would have moved on. But no, that didn't happen. I think people are like, yo,
We want our pound of flesh.
we want our pound of flesh.
What? Maybe you understand now after an entire video about all of the heinous shit that Vic Mignogna has done over the course of 3 decades, or maybe it's just me, but I sort of don't think that a bunch of dirty jokes spoken by voice actors is the same thing or equivalent to a guy who has repeatedly assaulted women and girls without their consent. These are wildly different things. Are you joking? I'm not saying the things all these actors said were great. I'm not giving them the okay to just shout slurs at people. But pointing out that a bunch of actors said uncouth things in a recording booth over a decade ago isn't suddenly going to make Vic Mignogna not a sex pest. This was a campaign spurred on by Nick Rekieta himself, and so long as he had control of the narrative, he could spin it however he wanted. And for a few seconds there, it kinda sorta worked. People too stupid or too ignorant to understand the greater narrative of what had been going on with Vic completely bought it, hook, line, and sinker, and started calling for the firing of every single voice actor they could think of. If you ever at any point were critical of Vic Mignogna, you got targeted by this same tactic at some point. With Ron Toy, detractors constantly brought up his prior marriage, noting issues with anger management. It's not something Ron hides from. He frequently publicly admits that he made a lot of mistakes during that marriage that he can't take back. But he also notes that his ex-wife has written statements noting that she has seen Ron improve since their divorce, and Ron himself notes that it's something he has done a lot of work on, and it will never totally erase his past, but all you can do is keep moving forward one step at a time to be a better person. But even if we suddenly reduce Ron down, that still wouldn't suddenly have made the things that Vic Mignogna did okay. Detractors often bring up Damon Mills, who I guess at some point was critical of Vic, but later he had one singular person accuse him of inappropriate behavior with them. That person later retracted their statement, so make of that what you will. But those detractors have decided to use this as some sort of a weird teams thing, where you're either on Team Damon or you're on Team Vic. And that's a fight that literally nobody on Earth was having, and they just made it up. Even if the singular allegation of Damon Mills were true, it wouldn't suddenly make Vic Mignogna not a predator anymore. I don't know what kind of Highlander rules we're operating under, where there can be only one, and that one is definitely not my guy, he's your guy. Real life doesn't work like that. People hound Monica Rial not just for speaking up against the person who assaulted her, but also because she briefly dated a man named Illich Guardiola, another Funimation voice actor. Mind you, they dated only briefly, well over 20 years ago. Despite this, Chuds used this as some kind of gotcha when they learned that in the year 2014, Illich was found to be in a sexual relationship with a 16-year-old girl. Originally, he had been charged with the sexual assault of a child, but charges were dropped after the girl said she was in love with him, and the two of them went to Las Vegas to get married with the consent of the girl's mother. Clearly, Monica had nothing to do with Illich's behavior by this point in their lives, but that doesn't stop people from trying to make it her problem. For the record, Illich never came back to voice any anime, and I don't think we'll ever see him try to make some kind of a comeback. When it comes to guilt by association, the only person that Chuds are even remotely correct about getting mad over is that Funimation waited some amount of time before firing Scott Freeman. The same year Illich was arrested for the sexual assault of a minor, Scott Freeman was arrested on child pornography charges. He was arrested in April 2014, pled guilty in July 2015, and only upon being asked for a statement at this time did Funimation share that they'd only just learned about Scott's legal issues in May of 2015, a full year after his initial arrest, and that they'd only just dropped him then. And yes, that part is a little bit shitty. It's good that he got fired, though it's bad that there was any lag time in doing it at all. Of course, we're talking about the same time period where Funimation was perfectly well aware of all kinds of shit Vic was doing, and they never once bothered to try and stop him from causing more harm. 2 years before Sony would step in and make wide sweeping policy changes. By comparison to Vic, Funimation's firing of Scott was pretty fucking swift, all things considered, although obviously not nearly swift fast enough. While it took way too long before Funimation dropped the hammer on Scott, it literally took 20 years to do the same with Vic, and only after Sony had to be brought in to run the internal investigation. To that extent, it's weird that the Chuds don't think that maybe the bigger question we should be asking is, what the fuck was going on with Funimation as a whole during that time period before being bought by Sony? I feel like we're in agreement here, and yet somehow we're still fighting over this. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, Scott fucking up and Funimation fucking up doesn't automatically mean that Vic didn't do sex pest shit. They don't cancel each other out like that. Later on, long after the initial dismissal of the lawsuit, another voice actor, Chris Thurman, publicly admitted to sending dick pics to minors. He wrote a stupid Twitter apology for doing it, which doesn't change the fact that he sent nudes to children. Literally one day later, Funimation announced they would no longer be working with Chris. This case feels really open and shut, but for some reason, Chuds use this as some sort of gotcha also. That if you're anti-Vic, you've got to be pro-Chris Thurman. And you'll have to forgive me here, but who the fuck even was Chris Thurman? Nobody knew that guy. He didn't have any big major breakout roles. I didn't learn he existed until I heard Funimation stopped working with him, and then had to work my way backwards to find out there were dick pics involved. Why are we even here? Clearly, Funimation finally got their heads out of their asses and decided not to fuck around with predators anymore. In a more personal instance, lots of people regularly like to bring up that at one point in time, I was acquainted with a guy named Justin Carmichael, who made YouTube videos under the username JewWario. At one point, he'd raised nearly $10,000 to make a Kamen Rider-inspired web series, but he'd committed suicide in 2014 before he could complete it. My husband and I made a movie using many of his ideas, largely because we really like Kamen Rider. We thought we were doing right by the guy who just died, and we also thought it was really shitty that a bunch of people donated money to his project and we're never gonna get anything out of it. Genuinely, at the time, we thought we were doing the right thing. It wasn't until 2018, a whole 4 years after he died, that myself and others were told that he had been sexually predatory towards at least one, if not more people. We genuinely didn't know, and we were extremely upset that there were people involved with running our multi-channel network who did know that he had done this, and at no point in time thought to inform us of this, especially before we'd made an entire movie in memoriam of him. Myself and others put our entire hearts and soul into that thing with as few resources and as little knowledge as we had, and now to this day, a decade later, we don't feel like we can be proud of that work anymore. I made an extensive video saying exactly this back in 2018 as well. This isn't new. If I had known that Justin was a predator, I would have done a lot of things differently. But guess what? At every given opportunity, detractors who just think they're helping Vic Mignogna somehow will come along and not only mock the fact that at one point in time I was acquainted with Justin, but they also say I was his absolute best friend, that there's no way I didn't know about things he did to people, and that I deliberately participated in a conspiracy to cover up his sexual crimes. Surely to any rational human being, this sounds insane. Justin and I did not know each other that well. We lived in completely different states. He couldn't remember the name of my fiance. We only knew each other in a span of less than 4 years, didn't talk regularly, and only saw each other in real life maybe twice a year. I don't know what kind of a relationship people think I had with the guy. We were acquainted, but he was not regularly telling me all of his dirty secrets about all of the people he was preying on behind his wife's back. That's not a thing that predators do, because predators don't want you to find out that they're predators. And mind you, Chuds don't go after any other colleagues of mine who were also Justin's colleague, and they definitely don't go after the organization staff of Channel Awesome, who verifiably knew about this and decided not to tell anybody. It's just me that they go after, and it's just because I had shit to say about Vic Mignogna. And even if your wild wild-ass, crazy person conspiracy theory were true, it still doesn't suddenly negate Vic Mignogna of being a predator. That's not how this shit works. Chapter 6, Vic Mignogna is still fucking weird. At this point, when I talk about things that happened post-lawsuit, I'm mostly referring to when his case originally got fully dismissed at the end of 2019. And while you would usually think that maybe a very big and expensive lawsuit that you lost would change your average person, Vic is not your average person. For a while, Vic would jump onto a now defunct app called Unlocked Live, which was kind of like just going live on Instagram or TikTok, except it was solely for pre-approved anime voice actors to use. The transition over to Twitch with the help of Squally time to stream to his fans almost every single Wednesday, and most of those live streams he tends to dedicate a noticeable amount of time to complaining about how much people don't like him.
That's a good point, Thirsty for Chicken. These people don't care. They don't care about anything but their own attention. They are whores for attention. Loudmouth whores for attention.
He even started responding to emails from his fans with huge walls of text about the result of his lawsuit, stating they didn't win anything. They filed a preliminary motion that the judge granted and kept it from even getting to a courtroom for a jury to hear the facts. They did not win because they never allowed the game to be played. They silenced me from the opportunity to defend myself. For a silenced guy, he sure will not shut the fuck up about it. When he's not complaining about how much people hate him, he keeps repeating to his fans that he wants them all to keep pressuring conventions and other venues to invite him as a guest, using basically the same tactics the Risen Bull Rangers would use when he was at the peak of his popularity in the mid-2000s.
Canada fans, UK fans, Australia fans, all of you, make your voices heard. Don't stop. Just because you maybe get an unfavorable reply or no reply at all, don't quit. Don't give up, okay?
From anecdotal stories, even before 2019, I've heard that convention organizers had already grown extremely sick of the feverish way Vic's fans would demand that they invite him to their event, sometimes having Vic-related emails go directly into the spam folder. Regardless, him telling his fans to do this definitely still gets them to do it. One of my favorite moments that popped up on Twitter one day in 2022 came from a guy who apparently worked at a comic book shop. What he describes isn't actually Vic himself calling the store, but rather one of his fans doing it on his behalf, trying to land him an appearance. Vic Mignogna has been calling my work for a week, trying to book a signing. They repeatedly bring up that he's been the victim of cancel culture, so I've been saying increasingly ridiculous things to them on the phone to see if they break. A prank call in reverse, if you will. She mentioned the cancel culture thing right away, so I was like, cancel culture? What's that? And this person calling for him said, it's when people book Vic and then cancel on him at the last minute. A whole culture of just that, I guess. Then the second time I was like, yeah, this all sounds great, but I have one concern. We are right next door to a school and many of our customers are young kids. Is he allowed within 500 feet of them? Will he get in trouble? And she assured me that it would be no problem. Thank God. They told me he would prefer to be flown out, but it's not a deal breaker. I said, oh, good to know. And as funny as that story is all on its own, we never would have known which of Vic's fans repeatedly called the store to annoy this guy until a highly active Star Trek Continues superfan named Sherry came along and outed herself to everybody. You're a real hero. You can even post a story without lying. Vic Mignogna never called your store, nor did anyone ask me to call. Funny how you used his name in your tweet just to get attention. I'm a fan of his work along with thousands of others and would love to see him. Tweet 1. To which the comic store guy replies, if thousands of people want to see him, why don't they? Go get him booked somewhere else if that's the case. I wish you the best of luck. Vic's fans at no point in time ever stop for 2 seconds to have any self-realization of what an insane thing it is they're doing for this guy. All acting like his booking agents for him for absolutely no pay, with zero experience in getting anybody booked anywhere. No promoter, no publicist, no agent, just an army of free labor with no actual discernible demonstrable skills, throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Hey, remember that one lady, Mindy Peterson? The one who's the wife of the author whose audiobooks have been narrated by Vic? The one who for some reason has access to Vic's Twitter account and got caught begging Vic's fans to let her buy pop figures off them? Looks like she's part of the appearance brigade as well. If you want Vic to come to your area, contact comic book stores and ask that they have him as a guest for a signing. If they are agreeable, DM me and give me the info. I deal with his appearances. Who are these people? I can't think of any other voice actor who operates like this. The next story is legitimately so good, though. It could be its own video, and the people involved should definitely do a tell-all one day about all of it. One of Vic's fans did successfully get Vic an appearance at a comic store in Nebraska, but that comic store later dropped him after learning exactly who Vic was. The fan who got him the gig said, Krypton canceled because they received some phone calls and they had to do what was best for their business. I am the one who is working with Vic and anyone I can to get him here. He wants to come for his fans, but I can't seem to find a place that's not scared off. I have his flight paid for. I just need to come up with some cash to rent a venue like a conference room and hotel, and I'll make it happen. I'm just not good with knowing how to raise money. Any and all ideas welcome. Vic still wants this to happen. What in the fuck do you mean? If he still wants this to happen, then why isn't he flying himself to Nebraska to meet his entourage of dedicated fans? Why does fucking Derek over here have to be the one to get him out there? What do you mean Derek paid for Vic's flight? That's fucking insane. This wasn't even for an anime convention. It was originally for a comic book store, and the guy didn't even work at the comic book store. And now he wants to throw down more money for an event venue and a hotel room for Vic to sleep in? Vic already took almost $300,000 in fan money in a frivolous lawsuit and lost everything they put into it. How can he possibly take these people for a ride any more than that? Next thing we hear, Vic's finally got himself a signing in La Vista, Nebraska. It has an address, but it doesn't state what exactly this place is. It's not an anime convention. Is it at least a comic book store or some other nerdy event venue? Well, from Google Street View, no, it just looks like some building with a dentist's office in it. What the fuck is happening here? Derek says he landed this building with a single conference room in it for him. Just, some random office building, I guess? That's not sketchy or anything. Also, it's not a store, it's a person who supports the cause. What does that mean? As it turns out, the reason they've chosen this office building is because Derek has a friend who works at a security company that's located inside. Now, at some point, the local community of La Vista, Nebraska caught on to what was happening. Themselves genuinely did not want this to happen. As they chatted amongst themselves on Facebook, one of them said, I have an office in the building where this is meant to take place. I have spoken to the landlord and the signing is not authorized or permitted. We're shutting this garbage down. I have permission to post signage barring the event and call the pigs if he shows. Imagine having all the bad luck in the world of trying desperately to get Vic Mignogna a tiny little hole in the wall place in Nebraska to meet fans and sign autographs, and you picked the one possible building with a guy who works there who knows exactly who Vic is, finds out that the signing isn't even authorized by the building, and has the power to shut the event down. And what about Derek's security company friend who works in that building? What was his plan? He didn't actually schedule the conference room at all. Was he just planning on letting Vic and his fans into the building on the sly under everybody's noses without permission? What was Vic gonna do originally? Just show up in a random secret location like a totally normal celebrity and hope nobody there tells him he can't be there? Gloriously and miraculously, just in time for the unapproved signing, fans walked up to the building to find that it was locked with a sign taped to the window that said, there will be no Vic Mignogna signing at this location. Roethlisberger Suites management was not consulted and has not granted permission for a public event at this location. location. This should have been it. It should have been good enough. This is how this should have ended, and everybody should have dispersed. But somehow, Vic still showed up to the building anyway, and with absolutely no venue secured, he legitimately started signing autographs for a small handful of people in the parking lot, apparently still charging people $40 to get them. And that's when the Nebraskan Avengers showed up. The guy who worked in the building and made sure Vic's signing didn't happen inside walked outside with a small group of compatriots, filming the entire time to let Vic know he was officially trespassing.
Trespassing, you gotta go.
Sorry?
There has been said you're trespassing, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Community made it clear you're not allowed.
Excuse me?
Community made it clear you're not allowed.
No, the community didn't. Horrifying.
I don't know how it gets any clearer than this. You threw a dart at a random spot in the country, landed on a small city with only 16,000 people in it, and you managed to find people there who genuinely don't want you in their community at all. If that doesn't indicate that there's more than 4 or 5 people that don't want you around, I don't know what is.
What are you going to tell them? That I signed an autograph in the parking lot? Yeah, that's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, man. I don't know how to tell you this, but in most places, you can't walk around parking lots selling things because that's a combination of trespassing on top of not having a permit to sell there. At that point, you're not any different from the guy in the Walmart parking lot walking around and trying to sell his CDs to you. Those guys get kicked out of parking lots all the time because they're not supposed to be there. I think my absolute favorite part of this video is the moment where Vic finally opens the door to this van, making you think he's gonna get in and leave, and then he just takes the most egotistically long amount of time folding his jacket just to be irritating to the people kicking him out.
Get a life someday.
Sick burn, man. Looks like he totally got you losers. Then Vic pulls out his cell phone and starts filming them in return, as if we didn't already see the whole thing. And as the sad, lonely minivan drives off into the distance, we later learn that not all hope is lost for Vic, because the group later reconvened at a nearby Chili's to celebrate his arrival in Nebraska. Well done, everybody. Absolutely stellar job. I know that everybody, possibly Vic himself, seems to believe that I am the evil orchestrator of everything that goes wrong in Vic's life. But this right here is proof that there are entire communities that genuinely do not want Vic anywhere near them, and it has absolutely no involvement from me at all. But Vic is just like this. He shows up to places where he's unwanted all the time because he frankly doesn't understand the word no. There have been multiple conventions where he's been unwanted and he just shows up anyway. Take Star Trek Las Vegas, for example, where a bunch of people who previously worked with him and no longer want anything to do with him would definitely be, especially after having been uninvited as a guest in 2021, but he was still caught walking around in Captain Kirk cosplay in 2022 regardless. At one point in time, he very nearly slipped into Los Angeles Comic Con despite not being an invited guest, hoping to ride the coattails of a vendor, and exhibitor had invited him to do a booth appearance. He longer attending the show. And to be clear, there is no convention in the country of reputable standing that will ever have Vic back as a guest ever again. Any convention or store you see with Vic has already decided that they would rather make money than keep their attendees safe, or the owners very specifically have a bone to pick with cancel culture. One particular one that pained me was Anime Tokyo, a store in San Antonio, Texas, where I had actually been a guest during their first grand opening. As someone who liked that store during the years I lived in San Antonio after it opened, it pained me to see that they were so willing to ignore the outcry of decades of victims saying this man was a problem. If I am ever back in San Antonio, I am never going back to Anime Tokyo ever again. There are all kinds of weaselly things Vic does, like trying to sneak into conventions all the time. Take, for example, this absolute monstrosity. This is a figure designed to represent Vic Mignogna cosplaying apparently as a million different characters all at once. Frankly, it's kind of a nightmare. Now, it would be pretty reasonable to think by looking at it that it looks fairly recognizable as a Funko Pop figure, and that's certainly what Vic himself would like you to believe too. In the year 2020, during the height of COVID, still attending anime conventions completely unmasked, Vic displayed an image of his copyright chimera to a group of fans on a computer monitor sitting on top of a trash can, and announced to the world that he's working on having them mass-produced by Funko themselves.
So I'm working on having these made. Like talking with Funko and sister companies to have these made. So we can join your pop collection.
Apparently, this came as news to Funko because both in emails with fans as well as in a public tweet, they had to tell people, we are not in any conversations with Vic Mignogna on creating a figure of him. This figure is not a Funko Pop. Official announcements are posted on our social channels and on our website. This, of course, made Vic very upset, so he had to take it onto an internet live stream to complain about it.
No, I think what I said was, or what I meant was, I have been in correspondence with them. Now, I have 5 or 6 emails to demonstrate that I have been in correspondence with them, but I'm not going to post them. And you know why? Because it's none of their business. That's right.
Bro, I feel like if all of us have all of this wrong, and if Funko's statement was inaccurate, and you've got emails that show an exchange of conversation between you and the company, then you could totally shut us all up right now. But of course, people won't share them, you know, for the wholesome reason of it not being our business. Sure, that's totally why. Regardless, Vic did get a handful of these made, 3D printed, calling it a Creo instead of a Funko Pop, now with a stupid grin on its face to ever so slightly differentiate it from Pops, which do not have mouths. Yeah, man, now nobody's ever gonna mistake your figure for a Funko Pop. Nailed it. It costs the insane price of 125 United States dollars. The website was super weird too, and reads like ChatGPT wrote it. Meticulously crafted by skilled artisans, the Creo exemplifies excellence in design and attention to detail. Each piece is intricately sculpted to depict Vic in his most renowned roles, capturing every nuanced expression and portraying his powerful presence. Nuanced expression? He has huge Funko Pop eyes and a stupid sideways smirk. What do you mean? At the Risen Bull Rangers, we understand the importance of authenticity when it comes to collectibles. The Creo is officially licensed and endorsed by Vic Mignogna himself, ensuring that you're adding a genuine piece of his legacy to your collection. At the Risen Bull Rangers? You're a fan club! How in God's name does any of this accurately describe what you do? When the figure finally shipped out to people, it was plain that they had all been painted by hand, which is fine enough for somebody's home craft job, but I personally don't believe the paint job was worthy of $125. And then people started reporting that it apparently simply shatters like glass. Hey guys, I ordered the Vic figurine and it arrived in pieces. What can I do? My friend bought one of these and it arrived with the head broken off. Is there a policy for exchanges or refunds? And that wouldn't be the last super weird thing he would try to market and sell. As you might recall, Vic has now adopted a victim's mentality about everything and keeps blaming everything in his life being ruined on account of his 4 to 5 haters, or his 5 to 10 haters he's conjured up in his head.
This handful of 5 or 10 troll scumbag haters have no problem. Apparently they don't have jobs, they don't have relationships, they don't have hobbies.
So now Vic has jumped to the conclusion that people wanting him to not be involved in the anime community anymore must mean that they want him dead, like literally murdered. So then this thing happened.
And I thought, but you know, if they like to take shots at me, maybe I should create something to allow them to do it for real. Are you ready? Yes.
That's right. That's not your eyes playing tricks on you. Vic printed up a bunch of shooting targets with his own face on them and then told his 7 to 12 haters to buy it from him so that they can shoot him if they want to. Nobody wants to do that. This man even made this weird unhinged commercial for his shooting range target using his friend and apparently close occasional roommate Jeff Johnson as the guy shooting the target.
Well, no, is Jeff my roommate? Well,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah.
And when he's in town, he stays with me, and this is our place.
This is a voice actor. He's bad. Just bad.
I want to point out that this guy is the voice of Yasop in One Piece, so I feel like he should be a better shot than that. I don't care that that's a fictional character. Don't at me. Look, as the queen apparent of the Kick Vic movement, God, that's the cringiest thing you could possibly say. Let me say this right now. If you bought one of those targets with the intention of actually shooting at it, you are unhinged, and I hope I never have anything to do with you. Also, why would we buy something that helps Vic financially in any way? Hasn't he already taken enough money from people? Seems to me like the only people who bought the targets were his weird super fans that just wanted it to have a weird novelty souvenir of Vic in their house. And that's fine, I guess. Let them go ahead and buy them from him. All that money is just gonna go to Jamie, Monica, and Ron eventually anyway. These are just the things he's tried to sell to people. That's not counting the weird voice acting gigs he's tried to get since his lawsuit ended. Remember, no reputable dubbing studio will work with him anymore. But apparently, that doesn't matter to Vic because he will attach his name to literally any project anybody ever asks him to be on. Take, for example, a studio called Fantasy Soft. After all the Dragon Ball audio leaks came out, people on the internet for some reason were very convinced that Toei was going to be pissed and that they were going to rip the immensely successful Dragon Ball license away from Funimation. Just so we're clear here, that is not a thing that ever happened. But in waltzes Fantasy Soft saying, hey guys, I got this. I'm just gonna buy the license to Dragon Ball. I promise that's basically what they said. They deleted the tweet and it never got archived, but you can still see live tweets from a bunch of people responding to them and laughing at them for thinking that he can just swoop in and buy all of Dragon Ball. And for some reason, a bunch of weird people believed him. So just who is Fantasy Soft? Well, really, it's just one guy who genuinely hasn't made much of anything. He's got some sketches and some early animation clips for a show called Prince Adventures, which he's been working on for several years already. It's apparently some Christian furry thing that Vic Mignogna has totally agreed to appear in. I don't know, it isn't fucking real. At one point in 2019, voice actor Marissa Lenti said, I booked Prince Adventures 4 to 5 years ago. Nothing ever got recorded as far as I can recall, and I soft quit because I assumed it died. That studio, it's not, is never releasing anything substantive, and they definitely cannot afford the Dragon Ball license, even if it was to go up for grabs. And that's because it's just some guy working on a passion project out of his own house. And more power to that guy. Hope your projects end up working out for you, but come on now. He would just get on Twitter and bait reactions out of people, never actually proving he was really doing anything. But as it turns out, the one animation studio that everybody swore was gonna kick Funimation's ass and steal Dragon Ball away from Funimation, even Vic, after a while, didn't want to have anything to do with it.
So I told him that if he ever ended up making it, that I would be very happy to talk to him about being a part of it. Well, that was 6 or 7 years ago. And he has not been able to get anything done yet. And a lot of people have been asking me about this, and I want you to hear it from my mouth. I told him that I do not want my name used to raise money. I do not want my name used to promote something that does not yet exist.
So, you know, that one job that chuds were ranting and raving that Vic totally still had was now no longer a thing. Then Vic got himself attached to some totally different one-man operation called Cosmic Dawn, a web series built entirely out of free assets from the Daz 3D store. This archived news article says that Vic was supposed to be a voice in it, but in the final product, he never did. Apparently, he did provide music for it, though. I mean, at least we're getting somewhere now. One thing he did that actually got off the ground was Supernatural Sid, a Christian cartoon by televangelist Sid Roth. Apparently he voiced Joseph, I guess.
Heavenly Father, you know how scary things are, but we have faith that you can help us.
His name isn't officially on it, but in behind-the-scenes videos, you can see Vic directing Sid Roth himself on his lines. Which, I mean, that's great that he's got work and all, but being associated with Sid Roth isn't really earning him a lot of points here. I mean, have you heard this guy's opinions on the 2 seconds of a homosexual relationship we can see in the movie Lightyear?
And in this movie, it is graphically illustrated to obviously infiltrate our children with the demonic, unbiblical truth.
But perhaps the best project he ever attached himself to was an NFT project called Humanimals, led by a guy named Phoenix Marcon, which may not even be the guy's real name. In 2022, Humanimals was minting a bunch of different randomly generated anthropomorphic panther guys, and the plan apparently was to turn them all into an animated series somehow. Vic very confidently tweets out, "So excited! I've just been invited to join this amazing project, check it out." And when people started getting upset when they realized it was NFTs, he came back with, "Perhaps I need to clarify. This company is creating an animated series, and they have asked me to play the Panther, the lead role. It's completely free to join the Discord if you'd like to learn more about it." I just think it's funny that people weren't willing to separate themselves from this guy over decades of credible sexual assault allegations, but NFTs were a bridge too far. Anyway, the Humanimals website not only listed him as an actor, but also the talent director, so I guess he was going to also voice direct other people in this totally real NFT animated project that was definitely going to happen. Well, wouldn't you know it, I guess Vic just has all the bad luck in the world, because Phoenix Marcon apparently is a multi-time felon who was about to add one more felony to his record. Remember that news story about the Red Mighty Morphin Power Ranger Austin St. John getting arrested for loan fraud? Well, as it turns out, 18 different people were caught up in that same operation to arrest people doing a loan fraud, including one Eric Reed Maracchio, aka Phoenix Marcon, the same guy running the Humanimals project. Oops! So Humanimals changed their name, partly because the name already belonged to something else entirely, and then announced that they were dropping Phoenix, the very guy running the whole project. But also, due to circumstances, both parties agree to part ways. Vic Mignogna, we wish Vic the best. An oddly worded announcement, but cool. Vic later that year would hold a panel at Anime Matsuri, and as usual, would claim he doesn't know anything about anything he ever takes part in, ever. He's just a small guy who doesn't know anything.
My experience was a couple of producers who have significant projects under their belt approached me, and they said, "We would like to cast you as the lead in this project. And the way that we are going to be trying to finance it and get excitement building is through NFTs." And I said, "Great. What's an NFT?" I didn't even know. I didn't know.
It's another situation where he's either playing dumb or he genuinely is actually as dull and ignorant as he makes himself out to be, and I don't know which it is. Now, not everything Vic has worked on since has been an absolute total stinker. Somehow, Anime Matsuri, as in the anime convention that has been sued about a dozen times and is led by a sex pest of their own, wrangled enough capital to be able to launch Anime Matsuri Studios, their very own internal anime dubbing house, with Vic working on their projects as the lead director. Anime Matsuri managed to license 2 short animated student films from Nippon Animation titled Jip Shimezo and Gen Banojo. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with either one of these films. They're perfectly fine, average, decent animated short films that were probably pretty cheap to license. The problem is that apparently, when Anime Matsuri employee Jacob Takanashi started asking around for voice actors, he left out the part where they'd be working either directly for Anime Matsuri or that Vic Mignogna was at all involved. Morgan Berry, who was in Gen Banojo, vague tweeted, "A lot can change from the time you record a project to the time it premieres, and sometimes we have no clue who we're going to be working with at the time. We're not given a full list of all the people involved. Freelance work is unpredictable." Regardless, both of these short films did get fully dubbed and debuted at Anime Matsuri in 2022. But I guess not all that many people went to the premiere of it, and some who did admitted that the event literally ended up putting them to sleep. The next day during one of Vic's panels, he sure didn't seem very happy about the reception these animated films were getting.
How many of you went to the premiere last night? Did you enjoy it? Those were such sweet stories. They're such warm stories. And I know some of you are like, well, there wasn't enough blood for me. Well, cut yourself. That was a joke. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's totally just a joke. Even his own sycophant seemed kind of shocked for a split second that he just told them to do a self-harm. A week later on his live stream, he is obviously very angry that anybody could possibly interpret his words to mean exactly the thing he said.
And I made a joke, and I said, if you love blood that much, you could always cut yourself. Cut your finger, prick your finger.
Yes, Vic, that's totally what the connotation of cut yourself means. It just means to do the same thing that a diabetic person does when they're talking about a blood sugar test. This is a very normal thing to tell a person to do when they don't think they've seen enough blood and excitement in a movie. People totally say this all the time.
I've had dozens of fans write me over the years telling me about struggling with cutting themselves, and I've counseled them.
God, if you're joking about cutting yourself, I certainly hope you're not counseling people. When did he become a licensed counselor?
And some of these same people who come after me and try to rip these things out of context and cause trouble, these are people who start crowdfunding campaigns to pay their bills. What does that tell you about them? These are losers, everybody.
Now, I am somebody who posted Vic's cut yourself joke on Twitter initially, so there is a very high likelihood that he was taking a jab directly at me, because he and many other people who don't like me have noted that I have occasionally struggled financially. That's fine, I can take it. He can make fun of my financial situation all he wants, but realize that by trying to take a swipe at me, he completely unmasked himself and told the world what he really thinks about poor people. If you are poor and occasionally struggle to make ends meet, Vic thinks you're a loser. Keep in mind, we live in a world where most Americans live paycheck to paycheck. A recent Forbes article says that one of their Forbes advisor surveys showed almost 70% of respondents claim to live paycheck to paycheck, and that payroll.org suggested that the number of Americans living paycheck to paycheck was as high as 78%. That's the majority of Americans living under such conditions that if they so much as got a flat tire and had to have their car towed or their tire replaced, it could put them in a position where they wouldn't be able to pay their rent. It is horrifyingly common among Americans to be living in this situation, and Vic just told all of these people, fans of his included, that if they struggle to keep up with bills, they're losers. This is the same guy that crowdfunded nearly $300,000 to pay for his legal bills. This is the same guy that let Derek buy him a plane ticket to Nebraska. This is the same guy that for years left up a wedding registry for a wedding he was never going to have, even after having ended his relationship with his ex-fiancée, so that people could donate money to him so that he could build a home recording studio inside his house. Now, I'm not shitting on the idea of a gift registry or donating money towards a newly married couple. Far from it. That shit is extremely normal. But for a guy who has utilized the financial kindness of strangers multiple times, including all those campaigns to fund Star Trek Continues, he sure has shitty thoughts about poor people. Now, from time to time, Vic does something that could be considered kind of charitable. Take, for example, the time he announced he was going to be flying out to Ukraine to support them during their war with Russia.
I found it very providential that I made contact with someone from the United States who is actually in Moldova. They're coming back today. We're going to talk tomorrow, and they're going back next week. And I am most likely going with them. It would be really cool to do a live stream from there, wouldn't it? That would be kind of cool for us to all do a live stream from Moldova, from the Ukrainian border. That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Ah, yes, I can't think of a more fun thing to do than to fly out to a war zone where you're supposedly going to help people in a time of great need and heightened fear, and then pull out an iPhone and start live streaming to anime fans back home. That sounds like a great time. You know what else sounds like fun in a war zone? Filming cameo video requests for fans.
Will there be cameo while I'm overseas? Well, you know what? I've got a few cameos lined up waiting for me right now. And if there is indeed Wi-Fi, which I heard there was, then yeah, you might just be lucky enough to get a cameo from the Ukraine border. Wouldn't that be fun?
As you can imagine, people were very critical of Vic for filming cameos while doing a humanitarian aid thing in a war-torn country. After all, the least he could have done was, say, tell everybody that any of the money he made off cameo recordings in Ukraine would be donated towards Ukrainian charities or something. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. But that's not a thing he did. In fact, when he got back, he was pissed that anybody dared question him filming these cameos at all.
Somebody told me that they were making fun, that some people were making fun and trash talking my service trip to Ukraine, saying that I went over there to record cameos. Well, guess what, you clowns? Cameos have a 3-day expiration date. And I think it would be stupid to let them expire. So no, I don't go places in order to record cameos. But cameos are going to expire if I don't record them. You morons.
Oh, excuse me. I guess we're all clowns and morons for not letting you do your cameo videos with only a 3-day turnaround. Except wait a minute, Cameo's website itself says that celebrities have 7 days to film their videos, and Vic was only in Moldova and Ukraine for 4 days. This man genuinely thinks he can just say shit and that people will not verify the things he's saying. Now, Vic also says on his live stream that he spent a lot of time on trucks going from one place to another to deliver boxes full of supplies to various supply stations. And he says he got lots of photos and videos to share of his experiences. Well, for some reason, only one picture of Vic in Moldova ever got posted publicly, and it's super vague and doesn't have any extra information about where the fuck this is or what he was doing. Luckily for him, it was just enough for people to be able to geolocate that this is in fact a real church in Moldova. So at least we know for certain he took this trip. Now, he also said that within the confines of the Risen Bull Rangers Discord, a bunch of members of the community made donations to war efforts in Ukraine. However, he never specifies how much money was actually raised, nor which charities the money went to.
We donated on behalf of the Rangers to the humanitarian relief effort in Ukraine.
And many people I knew felt like this was a hugely wasted opportunity. This didn't need to be something reserved for only the Rangers locked away on his Discord channel. He live streams every week. He has Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. He has a pretty broad reach, all things considered, and is popular enough that he easily could have raised quite a bit of money if he had publicly asked people to donate to a specific charity helping Ukraine. Something like that should have been easy for Vic, considering how many people were willing to fork up a total of almost $300,000 just so that he could sue a bunch of people. But that's not what he did. Far be it for me to be critical of a guy flying out to a war zone to provide aid, but given that he thought it would just be kind of neat to possibly film cameos and live stream from the border of a war-torn country, something about the whole trip felt performative and gross. So while Vic took his Ukraine trip, someone I knew started up a donation drive to World Central Kitchen focused on feeding displaced refugees from Ukraine. She and a handful of other people, myself included, did a bunch of campaigning through social media to raise the money. I did a few live streams to push my tiny amount of viewers towards donating to the cause. And in the end, all of us little nobodies on the internet with a much smaller sphere of influence managed to raise $7,529.29. Not too shabby for a bunch of people with no celebrity standing at all, which for some reason Vic heard about, and it made him really, really fucking mad.
I understand that there are people out there, I use the term people loosely, who were giving spite donations. You obviously don't understand the idea of donation, do you? You didn't hurt anybody. You actually inadvertently helped people.
Yeah, man, I don't know that I'd call it inadvertent. The point was definitely to help people and to know exactly where the money was going and how it was being used. It's something that could have been so easy for a guy as famous as Vic to do himself, and he didn't do it. And for a guy who just did a big Christian trip for humanitarian aid, he sure did come back with a lot of pent-up anger.
These people must be handicapped, like mentally, emotionally stunted children.
Buddy, all the ableism in the world isn't gonna change the fact that you took a voluntourism trip to Ukraine, shared one picture from it, told everybody how fun you thought it was gonna be to possibly live stream and film cameos there, and then gave us nothing to go off of about the trip except for your word. At least he never did the live stream, though. Maybe he understood how that would have come across as a pretty bad look. It has been an ongoing circus like this for the last few years, and every time something weird happens, he blames all of his misfortune on just a handful of haters on the internet lying about him, rather than people in all corners of various communities actively wanting nothing to do with him, and him being, frankly, quite easily caught lying about basic shit that he doesn't even have any reason to lie about. At one point in time, he hung out with a bunch of people from the alt-right rage bait area of YouTube to very specifically talk about me personally.
In particular, we'll just call her Arms Girl. She talks about Vic every day, and it's the only time she gets any likes on her posts.
Can I say something about this person? She doesn't even know me. She's never met me. We've never had a conversation. She doesn't even know me. Think about that. Let that sink in for a minute.
And in fact, I can prove that I've met him. On my own YouTube channel, I have video of myself walking right up to Vic at an autograph table at OChibiCon in Houston, Texas in the year 2005, filmed on a mini DV camcorder, and he talks right at me.
This is my friend Impact. You need to check out, do some research to find out what show I'm talking about.
Heck, you can even hear my voice later in the same clip as I talk to George Manley sitting right next to him.
Oh,
that's typical, right? And although it's not quite the same thing as meeting him, I have video of myself filming in the same room as Vic even a year earlier than that at OniCon in 2004, also in Houston, Texas, sitting in a voice actor panel. This is a pre-YouTube video I filmed. I had to later upload the video to YouTube in chunks because of YouTube's old 10-minute video limit, and the automatic thumbnail on that particular chunk of the video actually features Vic himself right in the middle of the frame. It is insane to think that I have video of a guy that was regular at all of the anime conventions I ever attended in Texas that I myself filmed in 720 on mini DV tapes 20 years ago, and you would think I've never seen him and should therefore have no investment on how he affected a community I regularly participated in. Anyway, chuds like these guys are pretty much the only people he can get interviews with now. He's had multiple appearances on Prime Time with Alex Stein, where he does stuff like admitting to scabbing during SAG-AFTRA strikes and making fun of and misgendering trans people.
Well, are you a member of the Screen Actors Guild, or did you not?
Yes, I am.
So are you on strike right now?
No, I'm not. I'm not really interested in the politics of everything and the union this and we got rights to do this. And I just want to work.
I don't know if you can see true trans people, Vic, because I want you to be, progressive is what I want. That's what I want.
Well, I'm not going to be progressive.
Okay, well,
So
for this game, you might have to
let me save you a little time right there.
Okay,
Wait a minute. Was he competing with them?
Yeah, and he won a cycling tournament, or she won.
I thought he was a fan taking a photo with them.
No, that is the best female cyclist.
I thought he was like, hey, can I get a picture of y'all?
Vic has also started hanging out with people like Chrissy Mayer, who has worked with great American figures like Alex Jones, and participated in the January 6th insurrection.
I don't want to listen to anybody's thoughts on the 6th unless they were like there, like physically there, because it just was not a big deal.
Quick side note, insurrection supporters seem to be pretty common among the people that support Vic. Comic skater Edwin Boyette, seen here rocking his hashtag ComicsGate hashtag Stand With Vic shirt, at one point in time ran the Hawaii GOP Twitter account and then tweeted a bunch of sympathy for the QAnon patriots who stormed the Capitol before the tweets got deleted, followed by Edwin resigning. Back to Chrissy Mayer though. At one point she live streamed a big gathering of friends at a bar in Florida having drinks and singing karaoke, which Vic attended. Remember how Vic seemingly can't stand the rumor that he sometimes drinks alcohol? Here he is putting his wallet away after presumably getting an order at the bar. You can see him a few times knocking back a drink. Let's take a look at his cup. That doesn't look like water to me. I'm pretty sure this man owes me $100. But the biggest question you may be asking is, how has Vic handled his behavior around women since 2019? And the answer is, not particularly well. Now, okay, we don't hear a lot about any complaints about him touching people at anime conventions anymore. Either he pulled back on touching people the way he used to, which is all anybody ever asked him to do, or the only people left who want to see him are people who would definitely be comfortable with a creepy man touching them, which is fine. That is completely okay. So long as everybody involved is cool with it, there literally isn't a problem. But it hasn't stopped Vic from going to events and then preaching to his crowd that he thinks that if he's not allowed to touch his fans, it might actually kill them.
Actual studies have shown that children, especially babies and children, need human contact as much as they need air. Human contact is being vilified. Do you see it? In our culture, you don't dare reach out and connect with another human. Oh, I'm too afraid. What if they're offended? Yeah, that's why we're in the problem. That's why we're in the world that we're in now. I came from an era, and I'm Italian. Any Italians in here?
Something, something babies, something, something Italians. Got it. Anything other than just being accountable for your own actions, I guess. Anyway, his convention appearances may or may not be less problematic than they once were, but his behavior outside of conventions is still pretty sus. Vic had an appearance on a multi-hour live stream with Chrissy Mayer in December 2022 on a panel that comprised all women except for himself. And a couple hours in, as the women were talking about cats or something, Vic finally started looking a little bored, and then...
Russian cat, I adopted him on the day that Yuri Gagarin went to space. And I was like, okay, this fits. Which apparently all my guy friends are like, that's such a cool name for a cat because Lord of War is Yuri something. But so
anyway. Sorry, we lost Vic there. I'm sure he'll come back. All right, tell us about your cat.
I censored that clip for the sake of trying to play it safe for YouTube, but that's right, Vic simply, for no discernible reason, tilted his camera down to his crotch to reveal that he's been sitting there in his chair the entire time in nothing but his underwear from the waist down. Every woman on that stream had an immediate reaction of shock and disbelief, not really knowing what to make of it at first, with Chrissy snapping to kick him from the group call and then moving on with their cat conversation as quickly as humanly possible.
Anyway,
as you can imagine, plenty of people went to bat for Vic, trying to defend this, saying the camera tilt was just an accident, a boomer moment. Lots of people do live streams and Zoom calls with no pants, and for the love of God, please, if you are streaming or getting into Zoom calls with no pants on, cut that shit out immediately. I would not even for a second think about stepping in front of my camera without at least putting on a pair of shorts or even sleep pants or something. That don't even have to be good pants, but I don't see what the excuse is for sitting on a call with a bunch of women for several hours only to find out the only man on the call was never wearing pants. And look, maybe it's just me, but Vic's behavior isn't hard to read here. We know from other live streams that he does all of his streams on a MacBook with a webcam built into it. He's suddenly distracted by something off screen to his left and looks up and grins. Then he reaches over to that side of the screen, maybe even typing on another device. I don't know, that's just a guess. And then he tilts his laptop monitor down and leans back over in the direction he was looking a second ago. This isn't some motion like he was reaching behind the camera to go grab something like lots of people on the internet seem to suggest, and then suddenly it just fell over as an accident. This was a deliberate tilt of his laptop screen. Why did he do it? We may never know. That in and of itself may be a boomer moment, like he just forgot who he was talking to, or he forgot what device was doing what activity. He may have never intended to show it off on the live stream, but he definitely intended to lower his laptop monitor for some unknown reason. And he definitely intentionally chose not to wear pants that day. Even Chrissy herself went to bat for him on Twitter, claiming it was no big deal, despite immediately kicking him from the group call and then immediately editing out that section of the live stream once the stream had ended. Clearly, it was a big enough deal that you tried to scrub it from your show as quickly as you could, but it wasn't fast enough before somebody managed to clip it. Men, just don't get into group calls with women without wearing pants. It's incredibly easy to not be a fucking weirdo. The easiest fucking thing in the world to do. If you are considering chatting with your female friends while none of them are aware that you are not wearing pants, don't fucking do that shit. Anyway, live streams aside, Vic still continues to have weird personal relationships with women as well. In 2021, Vic brought a new girlfriend onto his live stream, and given how briefly she seemed to be involved with Vic, I'm just gonna hide her face here and not say her name, especially because it seems like she has absolutely nothing to do with anime or Star Trek or anything like that. She was just an unfortunate bystander of Vic being weird and shitty and gross.
Someone's gonna steal me. How do you feel about that?
Wait, who's stealing you? Wait a minute.
It's gone already.
No, who's stealing her?
I don't know.
No stealing. Stop stealing. No stealing. Stealing is not permitted.
Now, it might be hard for you to tell with her face covered up, but the person in this video was 23 years old. Vic was 58. When you put that into perspective, the way he talks to her doesn't sound cute and romantic. It sounds like a father talking to a literal baby. Anyway, sometime later, it seemed like this woman left the picture, and then later that year came another woman, Haley Todd. Wait a minute. Haley Todd, the same Haley Todd whose name shows up in the additional voices credits of Junie Tyson? The same Junie Tyson that Vic Mignogna was the director of? The same Junie Tyson where Vic directed his other girlfriend Chelsea Beard and possibly tried to hook up with Kara Edwards, all behind the back of his fiancée Michelle? Is there anybody else from Junie Tyson that we need to be worrying about right now? Anyway, it seems like Haley and Vic parted ways at some point a few years prior, but then in 2021 and 2022 found themselves reunited. Vic even cast her in one of those Anime Matsuri licensed anime short films. She ended up as a guest at Anime Matsuri alongside Vic that year, sitting up on stage during the premiere alongside Vic and his sometimes roommate Jeff.
Haley Todd, everybody.
Hey guys, I am Haley Todd. I have been a voice actress for the past 5-6 years now, since 2016. Vic's actually the one who gave me my start in the industry, and so I am so humbled and so grateful to be here.
Haley was also comparatively really young, in her late 20s at the time, but old enough to be able to decide for herself what she wants, I guess. Although that does put her in her early 20s when she recorded for Junie Tyson, so cool. You could only hope that none of the bad things that Vic was notorious for would ever happen to Haley. Well, about that, Chapter 7, Farrah Fatherless. Oh. All right, listen. Unless you were following me on Twitter in the year 2023, I don't know if there's anything I can say to you that will appropriately prepare you for this arc of the story. So, when Twitter was still a usable, functioning website, I would often use a number of tools to preemptively block people from being able to interact with me, largely based on the people they followed or some of the tweets they'd previously interacted with, which greatly reduced the amount of harassment I got at the time. That resulted in me having blocked over 2 million accounts. As such, I don't always know who I've already blocked. Sometimes people show up to my profile and find out that they've been blocked despite the fact that they've never interacted with me, and then they proceed to tweet about it like it's some big accomplishment, even though the reality is I don't even know who these people are in the first place. So one day in April of 2023, I find myself being tagged by somebody wondering why it is I've blocked some other account I've never heard of. And lo and behold, here's somebody new with the username Farrah Fatherless, complaining that they've been blocked despite never having interacted with one another before. What a little psycho Mars Girl is. LOL. She blocked me because I posted that I like Vic Mignogna's work. I've literally never talked to this bitch, but I've always hated her. She's the girl who cried wolf with several anime famous men. She's never met Vic, ever. Horse's mouth. 100. Well, I already proved earlier in this video that I have in fact met Vic, so we don't need to do that part again. Now, because somebody else had responded to her tweet, which had me tagged in it, leading me to being able to see it at all, I did what I often do, and I quote tweeted her, basically questioning why it is that somebody who doesn't like me and wouldn't want to talk to me in the first place would even care that they got blocked. Well, that was a big mistake, because from that moment on, Farrah was on an absolute tirade, tagging me in multiple tweets every single day, writing unintelligible, unhinged shit. At one point, she even tried to tag Andrew Tate, of all people, into the conversation. It would be hysterical if Cobra Tate did a video about Vic Mignogna practically being targeted by a fictitious anti-male hate group ran by Mars Girl, her followers. Basically. LOL, they really are. It would be South Park good. And that's when I was finally asking, who the fuck is this person? And why do they care about Vic Mignogna so damn much? It didn't take long to click around and find out that Farrah is a sex worker with a Pornhub account. Oh. Man, it is the understatement of the century to say that I do not like where any of this is going. Farrah hated being called a sex worker, by the way. She mocked me for saying sex work instead of porn. So this went on for several days. She got her account locked a couple of times. And then suddenly out of nowhere, in early May, a change.org petition shows up on the internet entitled #KickMarsGirl, Stop 4 Years of Targeted Harassment from Mars Girl. So she spelled my username 2 different ways in the title, only one of which is correct. The petition has several poorly written paragraphs about what a terrible person I am for being mean to Vic Mignogna. Her offensive behavior is minimized by her ongoing attacks on anime conventions and convention staff, as well as attendees and guests. She and the #KickVic group have threatened cons with public shaming and humiliation, using her follow to post negatively about their business. Using her following to exploit a man who was not charged with a criminal offense, calling conventions and harassing other entities such as an elementary school over his attendance. She has now been confirmed by multiple convention hosts to have repeatedly called the convention ahead of Vic's attendance dates to harasses and threaten them. Okay, I just want to set the record straight right now. No, I have never called an anime convention that has invited Vic Mignogna to warn them about him. And you know that's true, if only for one really small, stupid reason. Anime conventions don't have phone numbers. It's true. 99% of the time, anime conventions do not have a phone number associated with them. There are very rare instances where conventions or the organizations that run them have an office number, but this is not true for the vast majority of anime conventions, which are all run by various volunteers who do not operate out of an office. I don't know how it is that people think anime conventions run, but it's not like this. She is a danger in the anime community as her aggressive online attacks are causing in-person drama at cons in California. In turn, she has now been banned from several conventions at this date and should continue being banned from conventions globally. This behavior has gone on and continues to for over 4 years. She has brought a new level of toxicity never before seen within the anime community. She is among the few causes of the decline in safety and positively in the convention circuit and the online anime community. So I don't know what toxicity is, but if I have ever been banned from an anime convention, I've never heard about it. No one has ever contacted me to tell me I've been banned, and every convention in California I've ever tried to attend has never prevented me from entering. Many events grant me an industry badge right away because of my subtitling and closed captioning credits. Everything in this paragraph is pretty much an outright lie, but I do love that the writer thinks that I have this much power and that I should be banned globally. That's a very impressive power level that I've suddenly been granted. Anyway, we figured out pretty quickly that this change.org petition was written by Farah, as if it was hard to tell. Farah has stated previously that she often uses speech to text to write everything, and thus everything is written like a cat walking across a keyboard, just like all of Farah's tweets. There were other things about the change.org user who made that account that quickly tied it right back to her. At one point, a few people tried to report the petition for harassment, which nobody said anything about publicly, but somehow Farah knew that people were reporting it, which is kind of weird for somebody who claims they didn't make the petition. Thus, Farah's warpath continued. Farah gets mad, breaks a few Twitter community guidelines, and gets herself locked out of Twitter again. This time, while Farah is locked out, a new stupid thing pops up on the internet. In comes a totally real and very much not fake news article from CNN Anime. You know, because CNN is well known for their anime division, written on the blog site medium.com, so you know it's legit, titled Anime Reviewer Mars Girl Accused of Sexually Assaulting Underage Boy at a Wild Party in LA. Shocking details. You know, because CNN definitely writes their headlines like TMZ. I love how in the opening sentence the article says that my name is Kaylin Dixon Saucedo, which it isn't. Dixon is my maiden name, but I did not hyphenate my name after getting married. I didn't even do that thing that people often do where they move their maiden name to their middle name. I just dropped my maiden name entirely. So whoever did the writing of this article is absolutely shit at research. Anyway, the article is stupid and fake, and it's not even doing a good job of hiding the fact that it's stupid and fake. And it didn't take long for Medium to remove it for harassment and doing actual defamation, knowingly lying and spreading those lies, a thing that people defending Vic swear is actually a really bad thing to do to people. Now, admittedly, this article was written with slightly better spelling and grammar than the change.org petition, and I suspect that that's because the writer, who was definitely totally Farah, by the way, probably got editing help from somebody else. It's particularly suspect that Vic's fan club leader Squally was basically the first person to share a screenshot of it, cattily just asking questions about whether or not it was real, knowing perfectly well that it wasn't. Anyway, the article wasn't originally written by CNN Anime. It was written by a user calling themselves the Psycho Arsenal, a reference to Jinx from the game League of Legends. And wouldn't you know it, Farah just happens to have been recently tweeting about planning a cosplay of Jinx. Cool. Then later on that same month, I started getting swarmed by bots on both Instagram and Twitter. What I mean by that is just suddenly, with no provocation, a bunch of new fake Instagram and Twitter accounts started following me, with one new one popping up every few seconds. Tens of thousands of bots started pouring in over the course of several days. It was a crazy game of whack-a-mole, with me trying to block them as they came through, but it was never going to be enough. Followers are great and all, but not when they're fake. I gain nothing by having tens of thousands of followers that aren't even real. It's a move that felt very obviously targeted, like someone had just bought a bunch of followers to make my own account look fake or nefarious as a result. And while I wasn't totally positive positive at the time, I was very much convinced that this was yet another move instigated by Farrah. Spoiler alert, it absolutely was. But at the time, I didn't exactly have proof of it. The only thing I knew to do that seemed to work to stop the bots from coming through was to temporarily lock my accounts in the middle of the night while I slept, which forced them to have to request to follow me. And once I did that, whatever code was making them follow me suddenly stopped trying. Farrah had now been coming at me sideways for about a month straight, and it was getting to the point where it was genuinely concerning. I was beginning to wonder how long I was going to have to live like this, and if Farrah was going to consider escalating her aggressive behavior. I had no idea how I was supposed to handle this. But then, an anonymous savior came to the rescue. I received a tip from someone I'd never heard of before, but they said they knew Farrah, and what they told me was that they were pretty sure they knew the reason why Farrah was going off the rails at me, and they were sending me this tip hoping that it would somehow help not only me, but Farrah as well, because they were starting to become concerned about her well-being. What they sent to me was a folder containing 48 screenshots from a cosplay Discord server that Farrah ran, and in those screenshots gave away all of the answers. It told me the exact reason why Farrah had been so aggressive towards me since April. And if you've made it this far, you've probably guessed it by now. That's right, Farrah Fatherless had also been dating Vic Mignogna. These 48 screenshots were a fucking whirlwind of a ride, man. Farrah had been oversharing about her relationship with Vic to her Discord group in December of 2022, where she was venting about breaking up with Vic at the time. Of course, that didn't explain why Farrah was coming after me in April and May of 2023, although I would later learn that it wasn't long after their December breakup that they got back together. But in the Discord messages, Farrah explained that she met Vic at her local anime convention, Back Anime, in Bakersfield, California in 2022. He gave her his headshot with his email address written on the back of it. She emailed him, and their relationship started almost immediately. She shared pictures that Vic sent her that couldn't be found